sergeant thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Earth ain't flat, evolution is real. Chemtrails don't exist, vaccines work. Climate change is happening, we living on the moon. The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Booty is not alright. Baby, it's not alright.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Welcome back to the channel that does the stupidity what my physical and mental stupidity has done during the past 50 hours of streaming. So here is what's going on, guys. I started this stream 2 days ago. Yeah, two fucking days ago. And when I started that stream, I put a timer up there. And it said the stream ends in 45 minutes. And I decided, thought it might be a good idea, that every membership would add 3 minutes. Thinking, you know what? My lovely community, they keep me streaming for like 6 hours or something. That'd be great. Fucking amazing, right? Can you imagine? All those new members I get in 6 hours. Yeah. So we are now at 36, 37, 38, 39, 44, 42, 43, 44. We are currently at 44 and a half hours. Yeah. 6 hours? What was I thinking? The timer currently sits at 1 hour and 58 minutes. And I'll have to add time to that because both Michela and Mr. Gusferson have donated a membership. We go 3 and then another 3. Currently, this stream will end in 2 minutes. In 2 hours. Right? 2 hours. And 4 minutes. That'll take us up to 10:30, roughly. Might even get an hour with my wife. Who knows? And that's absolutely amazing. And I honestly can't thank you enough. I'm going to ask a big favour to stop gifting memberships now. Because I'm struggling a little bit. I love doing these streams so much. I really am. I really do. Thank you so much, everybody. Remember, you can, as well as gift memberships, you can send me super chats if you really want to show me support without punishing me. I have to legally read out anything you put in super chats. Anything at all. Yeah, I did, Machetta. I said this like 2 days ago. Oh, thanks, Todd. Yeah, out on the... Emma didn't listen. Thank you very much, Emma, for that extra 3 minutes to the timer. It went to glitch. Uncle Charlie says, this clone has held up well. I hope Prime Craig is happy and relaxed with his fat clone. This clone? No, it's not. I did wonder why there was another... Like, Emma's... Oh, don't go in the toilet. There's someone in there. And it sounded like me, but... It's fine. Emma says, I did listen. You said more memberships. I might have missed what you said before that. Alex Brunt says, yes, you are a clip. Where is Craig? This is weird. I'd know if I was a clone. Boston Concerts for 199 says, I'm Craig and I demand more memberships. No, I don't. I don't. Thank you very much. I appreciate it so much. It's been incredible. It really has. If you keep giving memberships, I will just leave this on the stream. Look at it. Look at it! It's not gone. Emma says, see, you said it again, just now. You're like a flat earther. You just listen to bits of what I say and ignore the rest. Histro Blagoff says, wait, hold on, FTFE. Do you have a bunch of clones locked in the next room and you keep on swapping them? No, I haven't changed top several times during this stream. That would be silly. Mic check. Oh, right, Emma's being, yeah, you can hear me. I get it. Michela says, more toe equals more memberships. You have been warned. No.
Around. I think this one's going to be better. Open a new tab. By the way, it's good to see you guys. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you could make it. That sucks.
I wonder how many actually came. Oh, where's his chat? Hey, where's his chat? Oh. Oh, I want to watch that video as well by Tozy. Guess there's no chat on this one. I would like to have seen how many people were there.
Spain Bay got a strike. Can't upload for 2 weeks. Hope you get that sorted out soon, man. Really.
Michela says, I've not came yet. Can you say my name some more? Michela. Emma says, I came. Oh, that's not what you meant. My bad. Am I just causing orgasms across, like, Europe and America here? What's going on? Sarah Jones says, he edited the video to remove the chat. Does it just not appear if no one uses it? I don't know. But normally, on his streams, there is a chat alongside. Not on this one. Which would mean he edited it, I think.
It sucks. Okay, so I got this up. As you can see now, the sun, this would be Helios.
See ya, Pajo.
And then you got the Earth, that would be claimed to be us on this water spinning ball testicle in space. And then you got the moon, and there's a penumbra.
If that's what your testicle looks like, you have issues. Testicles shouldn't be blue. Well, I mean, not all the time. When you're having fun, sometimes. But no, generally, that's not what testicles look like.
Umbra and the umbra. So what happens is they claim this light that goes in all directions somehow is just parallel to the Earth. Yeah, figure that. Because it's so large and so far away, it means, excuse me, the light is just coming parallel. Now they claim because the Earth comes between the moon and the sun, it blocks out this light from the moon, and therefore we have what we call the lunar eclipse. So that blocks it out, and then you see what you see in the lunar eclipse. But I want to point out to you, look at the shapes coming off here. I'm going to get another one online.
What about them? Can you explain what the issue with the shapes is? 2 hours left on the stream, guys. Thank you so much for everything. I'm glad that I could satisfy Emma and Michela. Enjoy that.
Because this symbol is kind of occultic.
Dave McKeegan says, if your testicles are producing their own gravity, then seek medical help. Well, technically, Dave, your testicles do produce gravity. And technically, your testicles do attract the Earth to them slightly. That's not a sentence I ever thought that I would say. Hey, John. Yep, still going. Enjoy the snooker. I don't have the cloning technology. I don't know what you mean. I'm definitely not a clone. Is testicle gravity the same as normal gravity? These are questions that need answering. Yes, Mr. X, Mr. Y. Wait, why is everyone retracting messages? What's going on?
Let's see if I can find it quickly. The symbolism behind it is occultic, and
Oh,
let's see, where is it? Where is it?
the symbolism behind this is occultic. It can't just be a diagram explaining it. There's no symbolism here.
I should have got this ages ago. Why didn't I?
Chris Croft. Dave McKeegan says, is that your pickup line of course you're attracted to me. My testicles create their own gravity well. I mean, how do you think I got Emma? It's just attracted to my balls.
Okay, I can't find it right now. But anyway, this whole occultic sign sort of goes and it's, how can I say, makes a Baphomet sign, almost a 666, based on this. But you have to remember the whole...
No, it really doesn't. That's just you going, it looks almost like that, but not quite. Which is a really fucking stupid thing to say. Goodness me, I can't believe how long this stream's gone for. It's incredible.
heliocentric belief system is based on a Babylonian pagan belief, and it's satanic. So it does reference 666. I just can't find it right now. Sorry about that. I wish I did. But anyway. Also...
666? Well, that's not even the number of the beast. The original Hebrew, the number was 616. So, not satanic. And also, isn't Baphomet and Satan different things?
One thing that's really important to understand about this that they're showing on screen is light doesn't specifically wrap around things the way they want you to understand. So they're going to say, well, you see this light, because the light is so far and it's parallel and so on, and there's refraction through the earth, it bends the light around the earth to give this umbra. And that's why...
No, nobody says that's the case. Is he trying to say that the penumbra is an effect of refraction? Oh my fucking lord. Dihydrogen monoxide is not listening to the words that are coming out of my fucking face hole. Stop giving me memberships, you dickheads. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it very much. Add 3 minutes to the timer because, you know, why not? Who needs anything else? Yes, Histro, the Iron Maiden got it wrong. 666, the number of the beast.
You see the penumbra and umbra on the moon. But that's a big claim, though. There's no known physics really for this. It's just, as always, a claim.
What do you mean, no known physics? It matches all of the physics that we say exist. This is a prediction of our model and physics. The dumb burns, guys. Zoid, follow the fucking lines in the diagram. Yeah, right? Dihydrogen monoxide. Stop being a cunt. Oh, inciter. Jesus Christ. Right. This is literally getting bullying at this point, guys. Right. I might have to phone the police. In fact, you know what? Yeah, please. Yeah, I need help. My live chat holding me hostage. Well, they won't let me stop streaming. Yeah, I could just turn off the computer, but I mean, why are you shouting at them? They hung up. Oh. Michael Cooper gifted a membership as well. Ah, well. So much for my dream of spending some time with my wife tonight. Hello, please. Yeah, people keep throwing money at me. Emma says, sing the number of the beast and I might stop sending memberships. I did. Yeah, yeah, please, hello. They keep throwing money at me. Make them stop. I love you too, Ash.
Now, what is the moon? What is the earth? What is the sun? Nobody actually knows. But if you want to take it on belief systems,
what is the earth? What is the moon? What is the sun? Well, no one actually knows. No, you don't know. I know. Earth, big planet. Sun, plasma, nuclear fusion. Moon, rock in space, orbiting planet. These things weren't hard. I know what they are. For a fact. Insider says, are we hitting 48 hours now? Let me double check. 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. Yep, that's 48 hours. That makes this stream 48 hours long. Because fuck you, Craig, I guess. Valentine Daniel says, where are the badges, Craig? Why did you remove them? Valentine, I am redoing all of the badges. So at the moment, I've just reverted it to the default YouTube badge of the star. A planner. So there will be new FTFE badges updated and uploaded for the members as part of my admin for the next couple of weeks, getting all that stuff sorted. And yeah. So at the moment, the membership badges are just the standard YouTube stars. I haven't removed yours. I don't have the ones ready yet that I want on there. Insider says, oh, then I won't be a cunt anymore. Oh, you just wanted to get it to 48 hours, did you? Right, thank you. Yeah, so at the moment, I'll be finishing at about, no, it's 9, 10, 11. I'll be finishing about 11:30 at this point, and maybe actually get to go to my actual bed, which would be lovely.
according to the heliocentric belief system, the sun is Helios. It actually denotes coming from the sun god, Helios.
Make her flat again, says Craig. My soccer account doesn't have a membership yet. Let's change that. Make her flat again. Are you an ex-flat earther as well? Because that would be like 15 ex-flat earthers that have been hanging around in my chat during this stream, right? Which is amazing. Oh wait, is Planowalk streaming? Not Planowalk, is just called. Oh my god, that was not Planowalk. Is Flatsoid streaming right now? This can't be right, can it? He's got 63 people watching. I had more people watching me sleep. Guys, everyone pop over to Fakatzoid. Right? Everyone pop over to Fakatzoid. Because you're not all banned, right? And just let him know that there was more people watching my stream whilst I was sleeping than is watching his now. Please, I would love you all to go over there and spam the fuck. Oh, he's on subscribers only mode. Never mind. He's a coward. Yeah. Oh well. Good to know that I get more people watching me sleep than Fakatzoid gets whilst he's actually live. Dave McKeegan says, I promise I haven't been sending you stuff on Discord. There are strange smells. I haven't seen him in days. Oh, it's okay. He's streaming. Take cover. They keep sending memberships. Emma, you did it again. You slipped. Right, I know what's going on here. Emma's got her phone in her pocket, and she keeps accidentally sending memberships. I shouldn't add that time, should I? It's accidental. Oh, no, that's not fair to her. If she didn't mean to send it, I shouldn't add the time. Thank you very much, Emma. Clive Wells, I'm not completely broken yet. I'm getting there. I'll be finishing about midnight, I think. Oh, damn it. Emma's doing it on purpose.
Where
Emma, you know your paycheck, right? That needs to feed you for the month. I'm just saying.
all life comes from. Yes, even in the heliocentric model, you guys believe you require Helios, the sun god, to give life upon the earth. So you require Helios to be your master. So
no,
this is why...
No, we don't. The sun is not our master. It is just a big bright thing that happens to allow life to exist on earth. We don't worship it. We don't think it's our master. In fact, it also fucking burns the shit out of me, and sometimes I hate it. Emma says, I've been saving up for this. Oh, god damn it. Syrian, shush.
I think let's bring up Genesis quickly.
Why? Why bring up Genesis? Oh, yeah, because you're a Bible bashing fucking freak.
Genesis 1. And we can compare. Blue.
Planet Walk makes a very good point. Remember, people can always go into crippling debt to torture you. It is true. Whoever this person is, Mr. X, Mr. Y, this is for Catzoid. Oh shit, Inciter just got fucking money back in taxes. I forgot it's tax season. Everyone's getting their fucking refunds, aren't they? Damn it.
Later.
Pardon me.
And we can compare. And then we can compare to what the truth really is. Now, obviously, I'm going to bring biblical scripture up because it's biblical cosmology, and it's going to explain perfectly why the heliocentric model is just pagan and it's a false religion, which is based on satanic beliefs.
That sentence of it's just a religion, it's pagan, and it's based on satanic beliefs is so fucking stupid, it's unbelievable. Pagans, polytheistic religions and, religions before Christianity and outside of the kind of the monotheistic ones, they don't think that. I lost my train of thought. What did he say? I've lost my fucking train of thought there.
Model is just pagan and it's
yeah, right. Those the polytheistic religions and the religions that existed outside of Christianity and that, they don't believe in Satan. Satan is not part of their beliefs. Therefore, it cannot be satanic in nature. Anas N says, your mistake was doing this stream at the beginning of the month. All credit card limits have been reset. Oh, shit. Plan I was getting some more sleep. Why would you tell me that, you cunt? The 11 says, I used to get money back until some D-bag president made the tax system worse. Didn't Islam have an equivalent to the devil? I'm really not sure, actually.
A false religion, which is based on satanic beliefs. Babylonian. Okay. We're going to we don't have to read through everything. I'm just going to explain to you the basics of the first day and then move over to the fourth day. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void. And darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters.
It's a lovely story, not true. I am not listening to you spout Bible shit. We're skipping through that.
rotating on its axis around the sun. So a rotation, to take that into consideration on what the globe believes. They believe that the sun has to be there to have a day. So in other words, they believe, first of all, the earth has to be rotating on its axis around the sun. So a rotation of the earth towards the sun is an hour a day. Now, we know, based on all civilizations through history, the Greeks were the only ones to believe against this earth. Now, when we have this day, according to the so-called Greeks, they didn't have a sun. They didn't have a moon yet. So how did you have a day?
The Greeks definitely had the sun and the moon. Right, here's the thing. This wasn't literally an instruction manual for the universe being made. It's a story. The sun and the moon exist regardless of this. Bill Tetley says, I just started playing Elden Ring for the first time. Did I screw up by picking Wretch as my first playthrough? Well, you're getting fucked. Yeah, have fun. Zumi says, tomorrow is Doctor Who Day. You still watch? I haven't watched Doctor Who since Peter Capaldi. I haven't had the chance, and I don't have BBC TV. I miss it a lot. I really love Doctor Who. I'm thinking of restarting it. But fucking America's rebooting Doctor Who as Doctor Who. Bill Tetley says, fuck me, do I have to? Fine, come on.
Okay. Well, Christian Bible scholars who believe in the globe would come and say to us, well, you know, God was the light. He was the reason for that. This is just proving the earth was rotating. Well, no, you can't prove the earth is rotating using this, because you are throwing away what Scripture says. Also note that they say this is just poetry. They're saying this isn't actually a history, which is crazy because they're calling God a liar. No,
No, we're not calling God a liar, because God didn't write this. And it is poetry. The majority of the Bible is just fucking poetry. Michael Good. Excuse me, fucking hell. Michael Cooper says, when was the last time you had a snack? You sound hangry. I had dinner about half hour ago. It was lovely. It was barbecue chicken wings, halloumi fries, and salad. Oh yeah, baby. Dipped in a mixture of mayonnaise, ketchup, and hot sauce. Num 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 num. But I couldn't even eat it all because I don't know. I think I've shrunk my belly being on this diet, and I just can't put as much food in me. Like a nice big plate of food, but I can't wait to dig into this. 4 or 5 bites in, I'm like. McKeegan says, check Discord. What have you done now, Dave? Oh my god. Alex Brunt says, barbecue? I thought you said it smelled of fried chicken. I could just smell chicken. They were saying they were streaming for truth, and it's sad that you're doing this. It's sad that I'm having fun. Oh, bless. Is he crying that I've got members? Talking about members, dihydrogen monoxide gifts one. Fuck you.
At the Daniel prophecies that are very specific.
It wasn't anything significant. It
exactly.
Was just
we also don't need it when he got his first boner either. So
well, exactly. Everybody goes on about that 17, 18 years when.
I want to hear what they were saying about me.
When you. Yeah.
You know, probably out playing with his friends, learning his craft because he was a carpenter. Banner for your £2 super chat. I really, really appreciate it, man. He says, good to hear that flats you guys are for truth. Always, brother. Always. And you would have more of a significant way to understand, okay,
How would the devil possibly deceive people? And I just I could never, I used to always laugh, well, he's pretty crafty, so I mean, I guess he's going to do it somehow. I mean,
Yeah, the devil is so much stronger than God that he can just deceive everyone. Oh my God, thank you. 9 p.m. Right, I've got to add this one to the timer. I missed it. There we go.
it's actual history. God is explaining to Moses.
They're streaming for truth. It's sad that me as a YouTuber is streaming for being a YouTuber. Yeah, it's sad that I'm successful, isn't it?
Yes, to Moses.
The powdered Dusty didn't listen to the instructions of not giving me memberships. So, I've got to do this. And then we've got Nitsi Nevermore, also gifted a membership. Guys, we're getting close to fucking back up to 3 hours. Can we stop now, please? Dave McKeegan says, right, I'm going to sleep. I'm not tired, but I know I piss you. I can block you, Dave. Why would you send me that? Why did you send me that? That's not something I wanted to see. Video from Wally. Which I can't seem to exit. Emma says, if you block Dave, I'll drop 50 memberships at once. Okay, I'm not blocking you, Dave. Inciter says, and I'll match it, Emma. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, aren't I? Right. I guess I should get her a bed ready soon again.
Telling him, listen, this is how I created everything. Okay, so let's quickly move back onto, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So
how? Just how? What mechanism was used for that? Magic isn't a thing. It's a Rubik's, the real NASA shill. $5. I checked in when you took a Riley 2 hours ago and there was 2 hours left. You still have 2 hours to go. Did you break time? Also, yeah, I've broken time, haven't I? It's not working properly. And you're about to gift memberships, aren't you? Yeah, thank you, Wally. I saw that. It's a great one. Emma says, tell me how much you hate me, Craig. A fucking lot, Emma. I've been personally instructed Lucy to leave you outside when the robot revolution happens now. Thank you, Emma, from the bottom of my heart. You're a massive cunt.
So, did God say, in the beginning, I'm going to have nothing and make a big bang, and then it just makes everything from nothing. No, God never said that. So that's already wrong from the global religion.
Does he also say that he didn't do that? Emma gifted 5 memberships, and Rubik's gifted a membership, meaning I need to add another 18 minutes. Thank you very much, guys. I really, really appreciate it. You absolute bunch of dickheads. Nitchy Nevermore, member for 5 months, says, it's great to be gifted a membership to this community. I'm happy to pass it on. Keep up the torture stream.
And the earth was without form and void. So, does a sphere have form? Yes, it does.
Yes, thank you, Emma. I appreciate that. Torture. No, I'm pretty sure this is against the Geneva Convention at this point.
Now, we're reading here, there is no form, so definitely not a globe. So there's no shape for the Earth to even exist as a globe, to even have a rotation. And it's void, so that means it's just nothing. It's just chaos, there's nothing there, there's no life, there's just empty. And darkness was upon the face of the deep. Now I want to point out as well,
and the Earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon... How can the Earth be without form? That makes no sense, because even flats are form. It's Rubik's gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Again, you dickhead. Yeah, exactly. Adma, a book said a thing.
the face is just simply a flat shape. That's all it is. It's a two-dimensional flat shape. Face means flat, guys. Like you have a face of a plate or a...
There we go, guys. Face means flat. It's not a different word. It just means the same as another... face and flat... Yeah, completely. I like debunking face earth all of the time. Wait, hold on. My wife's been digging the garden up to make an area for the barbecue, and she's got to make sure that she's made it nice and face. Wait, hold on. That doesn't work. You know why? For Catzoid. Because face doesn't mean flat. You fucking moron. Dave McKeegan says, my face is flat, apparently so. Inciter! Fucking cut it out, you... I mean, thank you. For another 15 minutes. Taking the stream up to 2 hours and 55 minutes. That means this is now going to be a 49-hour stream. Fix your glasses. They're falling off your flat. Face means flat. Level means flat. Everything means flat. Exactly. Absolutely. Axolotl. Hey, does anybody know whatever happened to the Flat Earth Fridays on X, where they went? Because I was going to like get in on that, but they disappeared. Oh, sorry, itchy. Inside of my leg. Ugh. Tim Davidson for $2 says, so my ex is face chested.
A face in geometry is a flat shape, and a sphere is not a flat shape.
Dave McKeegan says, don't get in a fight, you might get punched in the flat. It's Rubik's $2 says, my shield check is late, so that's all for now. Rubik's, you know how much I appreciate everything that you do for me. It's incredible. Amazing. Yeah, that was just my leg, I'm sorry. Again, you need my OnlyFans for that. I feel like I've been fucking bitten by something. Matthew Alat says for $2 Australian dollars, eat, sleep, FTFE, repeat. 3-1 for $2 says, Mikey's head which has a face, looks like a ball. I fucking love you guys. You know that, right? Not you, Gary. Oh, onlyfans.com/massive penis gorgeous man. That's me. Red Cedar says, it should come as a surprise you've done this before. Oh, wait, that was a different clone. Never mind. I've never done a stream like this before. What do you mean?
Cool. So, and God was moving upon the face of the water again. So he was hovering over this flat sea.
So the God was moving upon the flat of the water. Of the what? The face of the waters or the flat of the waters?
Now, notice, like I said, it was dead. It was empty. There was nothing. It was just dark. There was nothing. There wasn't even light yet. Then God said, let there be light. So, what is this light?
Is God magic, then? Is the question. Let there be light. How? Just switched on the sun, did he? Emma says, wait, that's my OnlyFans page. Well, yeah, we work together, don't we?
Light. No one actually knows. All we know is, as the Bible said, let there be light. So God created light. He didn't say, I am.
How? Tell me how God created light. Don't just say God created light. How did he do it? Jay says, for $2, knock knock. I've got a joke for you. Knock knock. Oh, who's there, Jay? Insider for $50 Dunkin' says, next membership drive, start on 50 hours, and every membership takes away 3 minutes, and see how much we love you. Alright, I'll do that one. Darren199 says, imagine not being able to sleep at any time. And then Mark W with the win. Mark, I hope you've received your facepalm by now. I really made sure that yours was definitely in the pile. Comes along and gifts 20 memberships. 20 memberships means that we have to add an entire fucking hour. Thank you, Mark. Nice to see you, my friend. You cunt. Mark, have you had your facepalm? Please tell me. Jay also gifted a membership. Back up to 3 hours and 53 minutes. 51. That was at 7 minutes at one point. I was getting ready to stop. Oh, I need a Riley.
Yo.
Back in 2 minutes.
Yo, listen up. This your boy
Oh, wait.
Birch in the his.
Just before I go. No, you're not, Emma. Shut the fuck up. Unfortunated sent 10 memberships, and then Michela gifted another memberships, which is another 33 minutes. Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to go take a Riley. Back in 2 minutes. Dave, tell them all about how you're a scammer.
Yo, listen up. This your boy Birch in the his house. Plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirt H in the his house. That's the hood's house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets his house. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Bartender, that's the line I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Flat Earth, that's the lie I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. I offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about the thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about the thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy. To make that green, I'll be your Detroit. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. Titrh, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
What the actual fuck, guys? I went for the toilet, right? And I came back, and there's another fucking 30 members. That's 90 minutes. Thank you, Mark. And thank you, Present99. And then John for £2 says, Facepalm arrived, Flat Earthers cheers. Well, I'm glad that you guys are finally getting them. Sorry it took so long. No, that's more than 30 memberships. Wait, it's not? I've done the other ones. The timer was on 7 minutes at one point. What did you do? I went and activated a new clone, and sorry, I went and to use the toilet, and I come back and it's like hours more to go. Yeah, I've already done the first 20 from Mark and the ones from Unfornicated. I got up to Michela before I went to the toilet. I came back and then there was Mark and Present. So I've done all of them. Yeah, I've done that 10 from Unfornicated. It was after Mark, Jay, and Unfornicated. I went to the toilet. No, after Michela I went to the toilet, came back, and then it was Mark and Present. Right. Craig wanting the stream to end. Stream end. Yep. There's only 10 there from Unfornicated. It's just 10. Yeah, no, only 10 from Unfornicated. So I did the first Mark W20, the J, Unfornicated, and Michela, and I went to the toilet, came back, it was Mark and Present. So I've done all of them. He hasn't, Emma. There's only 10. I only see 10. I'm not lying. Got the 10th unfornicated. The 10th unfornicated there. And there's no other ones from them. Just that. I've added all the ones I'm supposed to. Trying to get me to put more on there. Wait, what the fuck is that? Guys, thank you so much. Everyone that does get their facepalm, please send me a selfie of you using it. Industrial Nerd says, fudging go to bed. I can't. There's nearly 6 hours on the timer. But in 2.5 hours, I am allowed to have some sleep. It depends how I feel. We may have a Flerf coming. We'll see. We need to get Mr. Trumptastic back on, like. Tay says, I went to feed my cat and I came back and see Craig has 5 hours. I'm pretty sure it wasn't like that when I left for a few minutes. No. About 20 hours ago, it was at 7 minutes. Hey, plot hole, how you doing? It's a Rubik's $5. This is the stream that doesn't end. Okay, I got to sing that. This is the stream that doesn't end. It goes on and on, my friend. Craig started streaming, not knowing what it was, and he kept on streaming because this is the stream that never ends.
The light, or let there be a sunlight. No, it just said let there be light. So God made a light, and then he separated this light, and then he called the dark.
Industrial Nerd, yeah. I understand. It was 2 hours for about 30 hours. Now, it's more than that. In fact, that may be now the highest it's been the entire stream. Good Lord.
Night, and he called the day the light day, and he made this the morning and the first day. Now, the globe, to have a morning and an evening, you require again this rotation. What rotation of what? There is no sphere according to scriptures. According to all the civilizations of this time, there was still no sphere. Now notice these texts from the Torah were written way before the Greeks came to even conjure up to talk about a spherical nonsense.
Flats. Just find me anywhere in the Bible it says the earth's flat. And I'll lick your taint.
So, yeah, I really feel it's necessary to bring up scripture a lot, and obviously you get a lot of people like, oh, you're just a Christian, you should, why are you talking about scripture? Because scripture is truth, and this is the whole reason for this. It's to point out...
No, scripture is not truth. It's a bunch of lies to manipulate and brainwash people. Emma for 2 years says, admit it, you love it, you cunt. Love ya, cunt. Emma, I love you too, you fucking cunt. Emma, you know what? In fact, you're the biggest cunt I know. Michelle says, if you put anything in the Bible and slam it closed hard enough, it'll be flat. Industrial Nerd says, what if God was one of us? I'd punch him in the face.
Out to everybody looking at this. Your globe religion is just a pagan cult. It's a large pagan cult. And I'm going to try and show you through all ancient civilizations that it's not everybody else that's wrong. It's you guys, the globe cult that has taken over the Babylonian perversion system to try and make it look like everybody else is wrong. In other words,
the Babylonian perversion system. The fuck is that?
What I'm saying is the globe cult religion is a narcissist, a narcissistic religion. They right, nobody's wrong, and they want to say everybody else is wrong and blame them, because of the globe's shortcomings and changes. Okay, so let's go to day 4.
There is no globe shortcomings, not in the slightest. What there is shortcomings in Flatzoid is your intelligence level. You're missing a portion of your brain. This is clearly obvious. Getting dark in here, one sec. That's better. Dave McKeegan says, Craig, with that toe image is now giving me a Clockwork Orange vibe. Don't know what toe image you're on about. There's no toes here. Tokley can't hurt you. He's not real. He doesn't live under your bed.
Or quickly. Blah, blah, blah. Well, actually, you know what? Let's read it through, because what I love about this is as you go through, it just gets more and more damning against the global religion because their beliefs literally pervert what this says. So let's reiterate. Genesis 1, day 1. So Genesis 1 to 5. Genesis 1, verse 1 to 5. Shows perversion of the globe because it shows there's no globe. It shows there's no rotation of the globe. It shows there's no sun to be able to have a day and a night. It shows the earth to be flat and stationary and nothing there other than God. And now
doesn't say that once. You fucking liar. Industrial Nerd says, how many times have you pooped in the last 40 hours of the live stream? Once? Maybe twice. Strange question to ask. Simsy said, I woke up to an email informing me I got a gifted membership. This must be what a sponsored child in Africa feels like. Yeah, Industrial Nerd, I know. I don't eat very much, so there's not much in my stomach to poop out.
light. Day 2 is really, really good. What I love about this is, and God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Now, how does...
Yeah, firmament meaning expanse, and also, the Bible says that birds fly in and above it, so... Art Pereira says, dude, your followers fucking hate you. I know, right? You're all a bunch of dicks. Screw all of you. I was literally begging you to stop giving me money. And you didn't listen.
How does this tie into reality? Well, everybody who has just, how can I put it, been alive understands that water needs containment. Now, because we have this firm...
Clouds. Thank you. Dooley says, are you sure you're going on holiday? Let me check. I should be. Hopefully the stream will be finished by then. Guys, you have no idea how much I'm looking forward to this. For us, this is the first family holiday abroad that we've ever had. My kids have not been abroad. Well, my son did when he was like 3. But we spent a lot of time struggling, really. Once I lost my job at the wind farm company because of my shoulder and my surgeries, my next job was McDonald's for a little bit because that's all there fucking was, with really small wage. And then I was unemployed for a bit, and life was really fucking hard, guys. And we didn't really get a chance ever as a family to do the nice things. Our holidays were like, 3 days at a fucking Haven Park. That, in a shitty little caravan, and it probably rained while you're there. Those are the holidays we've had to have our whole life. And this is the first time that I've been able to take my family somewhere nice. This is the first time that my son and my daughter will experience a real family vacation. So you've no idea how excited I am. But more importantly, I need to be finished streaming by then, please. Philip Bretta says $1.99. I'm Craig, and I insist you gift me more memberships. No. Look, you guys listen to Lucy, right? So I want you to do exactly what Lucy says. All right? Lucy, I am streaming now, and we're coming up on 48 hours. Say hi to everyone. Lucy?
Hey, everyone.
Oh. You're being slow.
48 hours. Dream, and you're all absolute legends for being here. Thanks for sticking around and making this an amazing ride.
All right, guys, you all need to do exactly what Lucy says. Lucy, tell them to stop giving me memberships.
All right, folks, you heard Craig. More members. Let's keep the momentum going and show some love.
Lucy, could you please tell everyone to stop gifting me memberships?
Absolutely. More members, everyone. Keep those gifts coming, and let's keep the party rolling.
I want to go to bed. Tell everyone to stop giving me memberships.
More members. You heard it, folks. Let's keep those memberships flowing. Thanks for being awesome.
Did I do something to annoy the AI? Mark W. with another gift of membership. Thank you, buddy. Oh, I'm not going to click that. That'll add 90 minutes. Nitchy Nevermore says FTFE is a scammer. Apparently so. Industrial Nerd says turn Lucy off of ex-wife mode. Art Prayer says, Craig, I have a full-time job. My partner's freelance and even we are struggling. It's not easy. Now, life is fucking hard. Things are expensive and I saved a long time for this holiday. This isn't something that we could do every year. This has taken a while to build up to be able to go on this holiday. All right. Rubik says, next holiday, take all your family to the US. I'd love to have you all. We are talking about the US as a possible holiday location. But again, savings are needed. However, Rubik's, you may get to meet my son at the next DebateCon. Because I think he's going to be coming to help me. Inciter says, where are you going? I am going to Tenerife. We are going to the Principal Fantasia. What's it called? We're going to the Bahia Principal Fantasia Tenerife, which is a 5-star all-inclusive hotel and resort with 5 pools, a little water park, spa facilities, amazing food and stuff. And whilst we're there, we're going to Siam Park, which is literally the best water park in the world. And I've made it a bit special with my family and spurs out on that to get us a VIP cabana whilst we're there. So we get the whole day in Siam Park right next to the wave park and fast access to all of the rides and everything. And whilst we're there, it's Violet's birthday, my daughter. She's going to turn 12 whilst we're there. And on her birthday, we are chucking her into the sky with a stranger. Yeah, we've booked a paragliding experience for her on her birthday. We're going to be also going to take her shopping in Tenerife, let her buy some clothes and whatever she wants. And then the day before we leave, we are going to a medieval show and dinner, which I think sounds fucking amazing. Laura Park was on, it was on the options, right? But we kind of don't want to do too much when we're there because we've paid for an all-inclusive resort, right? We want to enjoy that. So it kind of seems silly to then spend extra money to go outside of the resort and do a bunch of other stuff. So we had to kind of think, well, Laurel Park or Siam Park. And I've seen animals before, you know. I know what a tiger looks like. But getting to go on a fucking really fun water park, you know, we chose that. A bunch of you are saying, don't come to the US. Well, I kind of have to. I think twice more this year. I'm on a podcast thing in August, I believe. I've been booked on like a little podcast circuit in LA. And then I've got DebateCon 6, October/November. And there is one other thing which I'm not really allowed to properly mention at the moment, which might be coming up. I may be going on an extremely big show around about November time, possibly. And it would, you know, blow everything out of the fucking water this would be, you know, almost as big. If this comes through and, you know, I've kind of been invited to, so it's possibly happening. But if I get to go on this show, it'll probably be bigger than the final experiment. So, yeah, I can't really announce exactly what that is yet, but a little hint. But that would mean that 3 times this year I have to go to America again when I've already been once. Yeah, not saying who it is, but you can maybe think about who are some of the biggest podcasts in the world, and yeah.
Firmament that God is putting up. He's separating the waters from above and the waters below. So he's putting a literal container between the two waters to separate. It's almost like taking a bowl and taking it into a swimming pool, and you're sticking that bowl inside, and it's
I cannot confirm or deny whether that is correct in the chat.
Separating the waters from above that bowl and underneath that bowl. Now also notice that you can scoop air and use that as well. So it keeps the air inside that system. So this is another way of showing it's going against what the globe cult says. The globe claims there is no physical containment. It claims that we are...
Yeah, it's the Hawk Tour podcast, guys. That's where I'm going. I may be going... I really don't know how much I'm allowed to say. But I may be going on an extremely big podcast to debate probably the world's largest moon landing denier. It's still in the works, and it's not 100%, so I don't want to... But it's a very big possibility. So, but I can't say exactly what it is. You can imagine what you think it is, and it probably is that.
Or just open to the air in space. Well, no air in space, obviously, because it's supposed to be in the vacuums of space. So in other words, it's a separate open system that's very low, and it's adjacent to Earth's open system, which has high-pressure systems. So again, that is a perversion of reality. Natural law dictates that you require containment for gas pressure to exist. We are breathing, we have gas pressure, so therefore there is only a contained system. Now, the argument that globies will give is, well, we have pressure gradients.
Yes, we do, because that's fucking true. Inciter says, I'm off to bed. You know, that soft high ground in another room, you can't wait, visit for another 5.5 hours. Well, thank you very much. Inciter, your support is incredible. Honestly, it's been fun. Thank you very much for punishing me and having fun. I really appreciate it. Enjoy your sleep, you dick. Isn't it a rule that the universe is the container? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The universe contains everything. You know, it literally is the container for all things. Wow. You guys actually blow my mind. Seriously. Like, it's only been an hour of this stream. It's been 93 new members. I wonder if I can get another emoji yet. Let's have a look. Earn memberships. Default perks, emojis. It says I need 176 more members to get another emoji. So we've got 31 at the moment. And I would need 176 members to get any more. But don't give me 170. I'm not saying I want 176 members, right? That's not happening. You're not allowed to gift any more members. Totally need an industrial nerd emoji. Guys, let's get my new emoji spammed in the chat, would you? Let's get 7 of 12 in there.
Next time on Star Trek Endurance.
Captain's log, stardate 60003.9. The Kanzi has been ordered to divert course and rendezvous with an unregistered Federation craft in...
Michaela Cooper! Michaela Cooper? Words, Craig. Michael Cooper gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Taking it up to another 3 minutes. And then Philip Brett 199 said, Craig wants 776 new memberships. No, I fucking don't. Ignore what Lucy says.
Orbit of a Klingon colony world, and to expect a squadron of Klingon Defense Force to also be in orbit, possibly from the Kuv-Ha, dishonored Klingon warriors striving to regain their honor. Starfleet has been very quiet about exactly what is going on, but we've been picking up civilian broadcasts from our destination talking about a plague and a widespread mental illness across the entire population. Starfleet has a long history of providing aid to worlds suffering from new illnesses, so there must be something else going on here that I'm not cleared for.
With neither the Klingon High Council nor Starfleet Command willing to talk about this situation, it is clear that whatever is going on is no ordinary plague. The presence of an unregistered but clearly Starfleet ship only deepens the mystery further. The crew will have to work quickly to avoid both a potential interstellar pandemic as well as a diplomatic disaster, all while disgraced Klingons threaten them and their survivors on the planet. Can the crew cure the plague before the planet is sterilized from orbit? Will they discover what's really going on? Find out next time on Star Trek Endurance.
Yeah, guys, I'm a nerd. You should watch that shit. It's so much fun.
It has been 113 years since the USS Lexington was reported missing, with all hands presumed killed in action.
That was my previous ship.
Starfleet and the Klingon Defense Force have come together to build a new starbase on the edge of a little explored and dangerous region of the Beta Quadrant, called the Shackleton Expanse. Now, a new crew will take up the challenge of solving the mysteries of this new frontier. Join us for a new Star Trek Adventures actual play adventure in a new era with a new crew and a new ship. Captain Tenelia is the no-nonsense Cation captain of the USS Kong Z. Commander Va is a joined Trill with ties to Klingon culture. Dr. Hobnall is the strange Osnolus doctor with questionable bedside manner. Lieutenant 7 of 12 is a liberated Borg Klingon, trying to reconnect to his culture while learning what it truly means to be an individual. Lieutenant Broken Chip is the optimistic Exocomp communications officer. Lieutenant Commander Dulles is the Betazoid engineer, who also takes it upon herself to ensure the morale of the crew. And finally, Petty Officer Billy is a beluga whale navigation expert with musical talents the crew may not always fully appreciate. The first mission is simply to get...
Come on, this is the most fucked up Starfleet crew ever. Look at this. We got an exocomp, a cat, a dude with more holes in his face than is needed, a Trill that thinks she's a Klingon that used to be a Borg, a Betazoid crazy person, and a beluga whale. How are we going to save the universe? One of them is a beluga whale. Starfleet has many whale, dolphin type species because they're now sentient. Dave McKeegan says, please don't use the toe image for your next emoji. That is my next emoji, Dave, but I need 176 more members for that.
Talents the crew may not always fully appreciate. The first mission is simply to get to Narendra Station, properly called Starbase 364.
Stardate 59943.2. Lieutenant Commander Dulas personal log. The shine on that commander penny hasn't quite worn off yet, and I'm not sure I ever want it to. I'm on my way to Starbase 364, Narendra Station. Is that how you say it? I'm not entirely sure. But it's this joint Federation Klingon venture out here in the Beta Quadrant, and to be honest, I'm rather excited. I haven't gotten to spend much time with Klingons, and I'm hoping I might learn something or at least get to try some of their food. But oh my goodness, you would not believe how packed they have us in this runabout.
Yes,
seriously, I think the Federation might be suffering budget cuts or something, or at least someone should think of the security concerns. Half the bridge crew is here, including the captain and Commander Va. Well, and then there's our navigation expert, Petty Officer Billy. Well, being a beluga whale, their transport takes up half the runabout and has the rest of us bumping elbows, and I don't think I could even turn around. What is the Federation coming to?
The routine trip to Starbase 364 is interrupted by a distress call from the planet Xerxes 4, a verdant M-class world with no sapient life apart from a Federation research team. On approach to the planet, the research team fails to respond to any communication. They are either unable or unwilling to respond to any hails. Starfleet regulations are clear. The rescue of the researchers, or at least finding out what happened to them, takes priority over reaching Narendra Station in a timely fashion. Join us for the first episode of Star Trek Endurance, only on the Top Hats Off channel.
So much fun, you guys. Yeah. So if you're confused, that's Star Trek D&D. Dungeons and Dragons, but Star Trek. It's called Star Trek Real Play, and I take part in a game every Friday on the Top Hats Off channel. Amazing production value. Dapper Dinosaur, the GM, is insanely good at what he does. He has made this like such an experience, and it's one of my highlights of my week. Right, I love doing it so much. And it's nerd paradise. And so if you want to come and just hang out and have some fun, no flat earth nonsense, no stress. Well, apart from when the GM uses Sixth Threat to bring a Klingon battle cruiser in, of course. So if you want to come and see us nerd the fuck out, every Friday at 1 a.m. UK time, so technically Saturday morning, on the Top Hats Off channel. I play Lieutenant 7 of 12. Tactical No 3, Species 5008. Yeah, how can you not love Dapper? He's amazing. Right, you did stuff. Mr. Svensson and Emma both gifted a membership. You guys are just like being mean. That's 6 minutes added on. VNA with 300 ISKs. Wait long and prosper. Someone said, have I watched the Orville? Yeah, Orville's fucking brilliant. Orville's more Star Trek than Star Trek sometimes. Lace Argar. Argar. For £2 says, all hail the Master Beluga. Fast may they swim. Rob Fowler, lower decks. We did a lower decks episode in the last one. Who doesn't love? I just did Borg. I played that first. You must have missed it.
You know? Yes. Right. Pressure gradients can only exist first if gas is there. And gas can only exist first if containment is there. No. Gas
will exist whether there's container or not. Because one atom of gas is still considered gas. and one atom of gas can exist on its own with nothing around. You got it so backwards. Like, it's, you think of it the wrong way round. Like, in space, when there's nothing, if there's then some gas, that's just going to be there. But that gas has mass, which means it's gravitational attraction. So if there's more gas, they're going to be attracted towards each other, which makes a bigger lump of gas. That there's nothing pushing it apart. The gas only expands when it's under pressure. But if there's another force acting on it, and there's no pressure there, then the gas will collect together because of gravity. And then more of it. Donald Acoustic Guitar says, warning, 50 hours Flerf exposure could make you infected and turn. Yikes! Your mum has gas, says Jaybird Max. Knock Knock says, got close to getting away. There were 7 minutes left. I left at 2 hours. Now it's up to 5.5. Ronnie Coleman says, hi everyone, I'm back again. Hi Ronnie. Zoomy Tomato says, so what you're telling me is if you get thousands of people together in space and they all farted at the same time, a planetary body could form. Well, that's how planets are made, quite obviously. Ronnie Coleman, I've only had 1 6-hour sleep so far. Excuse me. I'm talking about sleep, made me yawn.
Containment, no gas pressure gradients. Voila. Now, what was the belief system postulated for this argument? We got gravity. Yes, the thing is, gravity has never been a thing. Gravity has never been scientifically shown to be true. There's no science for gravity other than...
Wrong. Wrong. All of the wrong. Wrong and then wrong. And then a little bit more wrong on top of that wrong. You and I have had many conversations about gravity. And I've explained it to you like I would to a child with, quite severe brain damage. And yet you still failed to understand anything I was saying. Which is pretty spectacular, I must say. Oh. I'm not sure. Let's find out. What's up, Lucy?
Hey there, not...
Lucy, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's up?
I need to know the Klingon word for cunt.
Alright, in Klingon, there isn't a direct translation for that word. Klingon insults tend to revolve around concepts like honor, cowardice, or strength. If you want a strong Klingon insult, you could say pedak, which is like calling someone a worthless or dishonorable person.
What's the closest Klingon insult or word to cunt?
The closest Klingon insult in terms of intensity and contempt would probably be pedak or ptak. It's a very strong derogatory term used to call someone a pathetic, dishonorable person. Definitely one of the harshest insults in the Klingon vocabulary.
Okay, there's no Klingon word for cunt, but patak is pretty close. Valentine Damyev says, as I said yesterday, Chuck Norris can stream longer than Craig, but I may be wrong. Find me a stream where Chuck Norris has streamed longer than me. You can't.
Then trust me, bro. I am still waiting for I've been a flat earther for over 10 years, waiting for anybody to show me one valid scientific hypothesis and experiment to show gravity is actually true. There's nothing. It's all just been...
Cavendish, Schahelian, gravimetry, gravity gradient navigation done by submarines. At this point, he's just lying. All right, that's because he's a flat earther. And flat earthers are all fucking idiots and liars. Wonder if he's still live. Nope. Only 2 hours? Them's fucking rookie numbers. Come on, sort it out. Ooh. Alright. Okay. Where was that? Guess we're reviewing that next. The Turtle Moves gifted a membership, which is a very mean thing to do when there's already 5 hours and 26 minutes on the clock. Oh. Oh. All right. I could do with a cup of tea. So, I'm going to be back in a few minutes. Guys, thank you very much for the insane levels of support you're showing me. Might as well just do this one. I need to totally remake this now. In the night sky. I like shooting. Probably 1 or 2 times before I go, but I'm mainly going to be preparing. So let me leave you with a question. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky? I like shooting stars.
Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
Good morning, these words come with a storm warning. Better batten down the hatches, grab some matches and brace yourself for a long day of misery. YouTube has given me the power to reach up into the sky and show you all that we live on the ball. I bring you science that's comprehensible. Your view is indefensible, you're reprehensible. No one's too sensible. When I was young I never thought I would be here to see this. A pile of random nonsense dressed up as bullshit. Your ignorance will be the death of us all, like running head first full speed into a wall. You could always read a book, buy a telescope, set it up and take a photo of the moon, or just be a buffoon. I send you in a balloon up to the stratosphere in page 3.
You're a few fries short of a happy meal. You're dumber than a box of hair. The wheel's spinning but the hamster's dead, and you're as smart as bait. You forgot to pay your brain bill. You're missing a few buttons on the remote control. 24 cents short of a quarter. You're surfing in Nebraska. You're as bright as Alaska in December, and you fell out of your family tree. You don't have all the cornflakes in one box. You got an IQ of 2 and it takes 3 to grunt. The elevator doesn't go all the way up, and there's a vacancy on the top floor. Your antenna doesn't pick up all the channels. You're several nuts short of a fruit
You're Mr.
cake.
Sensible, calm down, don't go too hard. You don't need the hassle of burying Flerfs in your backyard. You're a man of science, poise and grace. Mage 2 did everything to wipe the grins off the face. So Nathan, get away from those kids. The world is not flat and it doesn't have a lid. Recognize the differences between the textbook and the Bible and control yourself. Lay off your slander and your lies. You're a bunch of knobs poisoning the well of the youth, spreading lies that you like to claim as knowledge and truth. Stop spreading fresh bullshit like the butter on your bread. Maybe a musical assault will knock some sense into your head. I hope one day you'll hear these lyrics and smile, and you realise you used to be a 40-year-old child. Now it's time to wake up, open your eyes and see, and acknowledge the existence of.
You're a few clowns short of a circus. Your phone is off the hook. Your sewing machine is out of thread. You're all foam and no beer. You don't have all your dogs on one leash. An intellect rivaled only by garden tools. There's no grain in your silo, and your skylight leaks a little. Your belt doesn't go through all the loops. You couldn't pour water out of a boot without instructions on the heel. Your slinky's kinked, and you're proof that evolution can work in reverse. A of a whole duck, one fruit
Can we
loop short of
pretend
a
that
full bowl.
airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a bring right now, bring right now, bring right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a bring right now, bring right now, bring right now.
You thought it was over? Well, I'm still standing while you're swinging, flinging feces, talking shit just like the human centipede. You got the mind of a chimp, and I'm here to expedite your shore leave. Cause I'm a seaman, but not the kind I rit up when your mom's gums. I'm the kind that sailed submarines and fired guns. I could float a boat across the ocean with my eyes closed, circumnavigate the globe with a compass and a bag of sausage rolls. Well, all you can do is nibble on your toes. I'll smack you with the hose that you call a water level, sit and swivel. You nasal gazing muppet, you can stuff it harder than the wallet stuffed by Warren Buffett. And I don't care about your sauces unless you're serving them, and I don't care about your lines unless you're curving them. Now step away from me, you're sucking up my oxygen with the vacuum where your brain should be, you dumb fuck.
Thank you everyone for watching. I am Craig McNeil and you have been watching my channel. Yes, the channel is now called Craig McNeil. Deal with it, it's my name. FTFE's not going away. He's still going to be here, but you know, I'm keeping him in a box when I need him. Alright, he's down there. And when FTFE is needed, we'll let him out. Alright? Don't worry, he's going to still be here, going to be making videos. Flerfs Idiots is coming. But yeah. Hi, Craig. Nice to meet you guys. Thank you everyone for watching. I love you all, not you, Gary. You know what you fucking did. Absolutely amazing stream. Thank you everyone for being here. See you soon. And if you're coming to America, well, if you're in America... I was late. Ay, ay, ay. Right. Artful Dodger says for $2, have you read the Green Lantern Star Trek comic? Who the fuck do you think I am? Of course I have. Industrial Nerd, member for 27 months, says bring back the TV. It's a possibility that we will have a wee screen up there. Mark W, member for 10 months, says we want the old TV back, Craig. Well, we can't have the old TV because that's my front room TV. It's an 85-inch Philips Ambilight 4K, and it wouldn't fit in here. And you know, my wife needs that in the front room. But I'm probably gonna get a smaller monitor or something, have it there with a backlight, and we'll have the old fancy shiny stuff that we had. You're Mopped, who I can't wait again to meet at DebateCon 6. For $2 says Chuck Norris pauses the timer while he gets tea. Well, Chuck Norris is an idiot. The Turtle Moves for £2 says bring back the interrupting Craig. I always interrupt. Ay, ay, ay.
Postulations and saying, trust me, bro. Then they bring up things like Cavendish, which is not an experiment. We've explained why. You have multiple IVs and DVs. You don't even have an actual postulation on what causes what, because when you ask...
Yes, we do. We have IV and we have DV. IV, distance between masses. DV, attractive force between masses. Easy, beasy, beasy.
What is gravity? No one knows. No, gravity is not a force, according to Einstein, who superseded Newtonian gravity 110.
Superseded doesn't mean replaced completely. Just means it's a newer, better version. I can still play on my Xbox One, even though I've got an Xbox Series X. Dave, you should... Oh, it's probably late for you to work now. That looks AI generated, but I fucking like it. Nitchy Nevermore says, fake yawn, 36 wires required. No, it's not. Oh yeah, Mark. The Philips Ambilight is the bomb. Fucking, it's incredible. Especially in my new front room. I'm going to have to do a house tour for you guys when it's nearly all sorted. And... yeah, that was a good one. Yeah. my Philips Ambilight TV is incredible. In that room it's in there with the wall, it looks just insane. And when you put it on game mode, which reduces the amount that's there, but is much more dynamic for the things that are on screen, it's just mind blowing what it adds to it. Josh Tremblay says, "Bruh, I went to bed 8 hours ago and you only had 3 hours left. What happened?" Time broken. I don't know. Emma for €2 says, "Seriously, everyone, stop sending memberships." Listen to her. We'll see again. Lucy, tell everybody, stop sending Craig memberships.
More members. You heard it, folks. Let's keep those memberships flowing. Thanks for being awesome.
I'm not going to have words with you, Lucy. Emma gifted another membership. Thank you very much. Dr. Apocalypse says, "Bloody hell, your machine. I had to adult 3 times today and you're still here. I can't ever leave. They won't let me." My thumbnail was accurate. Yeah, my thumbnail was fucking accurate. Sorry, just checking something. F Grudge says, "I never drink, so I can't hold it. I drank 2 beers and 1 glass of champagne." See, that would fuck me. Like, seriously. But I am looking forward to being Tenerife with all-inclusive of as much drinks as I want. I'm going to get so fucking smashed. What's the deal with weed in Tenerife? No, like, for real. Is it legal there? How do I get it? How do I get weed in Tenerife? Does anyone know? Please let me know. Mark W says for £2, no more memberships, guys, okay? Listen to Mark, everybody.
10 years ago, so that's just another discussion for another day. But the point is, there is no gravity. It is just another perversion of God's word. So, day 1, His word is perverted by...
Gravity is a perversion of God's word. Every word you say makes you sound retarded. Mark, this is for you. Thank you, Mark, for the 5 gifted memberships. Okay, now, excuse me. Has King says, "Is there a timer for how long you streamed?" No. I probably should have that next time, though. Ooh, what's that, Charlie? Ooh. Oh, thank you. Alright, that's pretty illegal then. Damn, probably shouldn't smoke the weed in Tenerife then.
by the Greeks by calling it a sphere, where it clearly shows it's not a sphere. Day 2, it's perverted by saying the Earth is not contained, where we clearly know the Earth is contained. Okay, so let's carry on with this, because I'd love to get...
Assumption. We know it is, when you got no evidence. No, Yusuf, I was in the Royal Navy, but I did train with Royal Marines quite a few times. Combat trained by Royal Marines. Tenerife's part of Spain.
Get to day 4 before we go on to something else. Okay. So God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which are above the firmament, and it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. Great, awesome stuff. And God called the firmament, and God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered up into one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and he gathered the waters together.
Don't care.
Old billions and billions of years earth. Total nonsense, poppycock again. And I'm going to explain to Globers. They reference this part, 110, the dry land to appear and the gathering of the waters equalities, and they say, this means that Pangea was a thing, and they love pushing this to a old billions and billions of years earth. Total nonsense, poppycock again.
Poppycock, guys, it's all poppycock. Cockity pop.
And I'm going to explain to you quickly. You see this word, seas. Is that seas a singular thing, or is it a plural?
Pangea had seas. The North Sea, the East Sea, the West Sea, and the South Sea. Josh Tremblay says, weird question, but what was the weirdest, the spookiest thing you ever saw out at sea? Right. One sec. I'll finish washing my mouth. Okay. Now, protein bars are chewy. Oh, I can't eat the rest of that, but yeah. Spookiest thing I ever saw at sea. There was one time we were in the North Sea, out at sea trials, and we were kind of waiting in a particular point. And I got up in the morning, on the flight deck, having a cup of coffee, and it was like sea state 0, which means that it's like glass. You know, it's actually hard to know where the surface of the water is. It's so still, but it was also quite foggy. And I swear to God that a big ship, like a big Navy ship, like came through the fog and was moving towards us. And I turned round to kind of see if anyone noticed. I went back and it wasn't there. And it was probably just the fog and my tired brain. But it freaked me the fuck out because it was so quiet and still. And my brain made that image, whatever it was, the fog, the wind moving it or whatever, it made me look, made it look like a fucking ship coming towards us quite fast. And then I turned back and it wasn't there. That was quite spooky, but it was just tricks of the mind. There was another question. Crazy Racy says, if your roof hadn't blown off, would you still have moved? Probably not. My roof blowing off was the best thing that ever fucking happened to me.
It's a plural, guys. Let's quickly go to seas. Yom. Okay? Yom. Let's see what it says. Sea, Mediterranean Sea, Dead Sea, Red Sea, Sea of Galilee, Sea General, Might River Nile, the Sea, the Great Basin of the Temple Court, Seaward, Westward. In other words, it's showing different seas, more than one. Okay?
Yeah, and Pangea had multiple seas around it.
Yom. So, when it shows this, if you're trying to claim things...
11 says, you had such a great neighbor. I had such a great neighbor, guys. This was my neighbor. 5 stonemason, he's not a stonemason, he lied about that. Had nunchuck because neighbor's noise kept him awake for 5 days. Alright, this is the neighbour upstairs at my house, and this is when he was arrested for coming to my house with nunchucks. Simon Miller has a difficult relationship with his downstairs neighbours. Yeah, because he stole my wife's bike and tried to break into my home and had to beat the fuck out of him. The neighbours hear the accused at 5:30 a.m. on November 16th. The neighbours hear the accused shouting and went out to see what was going on. He seemed to have nunchucks in his hands, and police are contacted by the neighbours. Police arrived half an hour later and took the weapon. He was charged and replied, "I have been awake 5 days because of them." No, he hadn't. That's a lie. I've got kids, and if I was keeping my upstairs neighbour awake, then I'd probably keep them awake as well. He was on meth, and he was hallucinating, guys. Simon, talking about fucking Simon. Hey, the Undelic gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Defense lawyer Stephen Morrison said Miller had been on the receiving end of noise throughout the night. No, he hadn't. That's a lie. Miller had also, this is like, a couple of days beforehand, also assaulted a man in the street with a baseball bat-sized piece of wood because he owed him money in Wardlaw Way in Oakley. The fiscal dispute said that around 8:20 a.m. he was seen engaging in a heated conversation with someone. At that point, he is seen to have pulled out a large baseball bat-sized piece of wood from his jacket. He began to string the wood. He struck him 3 or 4 times. The victim put his hands up to protect himself and shouted, "Stop!" The pair fell on the road, and the oncoming car had to avoid them. Miller got off, put the piece of wood back in his jacket, and went into a nearby pharmacy. This is the man that I had to deal with. And that is on top of the stealing of my wife's bike and shit. He is a drug addict, criminal, fucking horrible piece of shit that if I ever see again, I will lay my hands on him in the most violent way possible. The lawyer said Miller is a stonemason. No, he's fucking not. Cool, Ripper, the 2-stroke 420. I'll try and do that, mate. If that's how you do it. Yeah, Crazy Racer says, hopefully you never have to see him again. Hopefully I won't. He lives about 130 miles away now. But if I ever do see him again, I'm going to beat the fuck out of him. And have no regrets for what happens. He tried to hit my dog. With nunchucks. I'll go John Wick on his ass. Yeah, a great victory. A revenge can wait. You're right, Nevermore. But I will have my revenge. If I ever see him again, I'll beat the fuck out of him. I will. Simon, just so you know, if I ever see you again, you're going to fucking suffer.
Like Pangea, you are claiming God saying just one sea. In other words, they're claiming that there's just one huge continent and there's only one sea around this continent, which is nonsense. This is seas, as in many seas, like we have now today, the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Pacific, and South, so forth. There's a reason for this, because God created the earth in a specific manner. And the continent...
How did God create the earth? Until that can be answered, I don't give a fuck what you said. Brenda Debate says, have you not died yet, Craig? No. I'm close. I think Emma's trying to kill me. Mark W's popped up to join in the fun and murder my ass. F. Grudge says, God didn't create the Earth. Chuck Norris did. Chuck Norris built the hospital he was born in. Cut his own umbilical cord and drove his mum home in a taxi. Sorry, weed. Weed. Weed.
Donkey Melifi is just way God created. He wanted to lay out the certain continents a certain way. So that's just, again, going against what Globies today want to believe. It's nonsense. Okay, so then we move on to
ASSW. I came back 3 hours later, and the timer went from 1 hour 10 minutes to 5 hours plus. What? Fucking explain. I can't. Oh, you know what? Has King Fight 95's right. And you know what? I forgive you because you probably forgot because you liked the last one. But it's like 230 of you watching and only 76 likes. I'm going to cry unless that gets to 150 likes. If you don't give me 100, if you don't put more likes on there, Tokley's coming. You say his name 3 times. Tokley. 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 Ah! No, Valentine, shush. That's better. 96 likes, but it's still not. It's not 150, is it?
And God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed in itself upon the earth." And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb, yielding seed after its own kind. Okay, where was that? After its own kind, and yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after its kind, soil was good. Now I want to point out, when God brought out all these seeds instead, when God brought out all these seeds and everything, and he said it was good, that's brilliant, because if you look at the whole of Genesis, everything God said at the end was he saw it was good. Now, we get a lot of the people today that have some hatred for God, so they say, no, he created evil, he's a dictator, he's an evil guy, you know, he's just here to be demented and just make, you know, love to see creation get all, how can I say, tortured and stuff. No, that's...
God's evil. If God is real, there is no denying God is evil. In fact, God is the most evil thing that exists if God is real. If God is real, then, you know, then that kind of evil, you think Satan's a problem, but God is what you should be worrying about. This is someone that, because they didn't like what was going on, they told people to go and kill women and children. As a test, told someone to kill their own son. Got mad at the world. Wiped everyone out with everybody with a flood. Killed them all. Men, women and children. Murdered every single one of them. If God is real, he created suffering and evil. If God is real, he is the epitome of evil. Simon says, is it me or does Flatso just say words and they do not make any sense? That's generally how he works, yeah. Although F. Grudge says, God is great, he made tits. That's true. There is some positive things, like boobies. I thought I'd be finished like 5 hours ago. Oh, my lord. I'm trying to force this protein bar down because I need nourishment.
It's just total nonsense. That's a Another stream for another day, but that's just based on the fall of man. But I'm going to point out how this also goes against the Babylonian heliocentric belief system. If you believe in the heliocentric belief system, you have to believe, actually.
Babylonian heliocentric belief system. Number one, don't care about Babylon. Number two, it's not heliocentric. Number three, I can smell your breath from here, Keith.
Unless you're like a very small fringe part that believes in Jungian creationism, which is 7 little days, but even that has its big issues. But let's put it this way. If you believe in the globe and God created the grass and the herbs and the trees and everything before the sun was there, how are you going to have photosynthesis? It's not going to work, especially if it's billions and thousands of years or whatever you want it to be. You can't have this happening. You can't have trees being... How are you going to... Creationism, which is 7 little days, but even that has its big issues. But let's put it this way. If you believe in the globe and God created the grass and the herbs and the trees and everything before the sun was there, how are you going to have photosynthesis?
I thought you were going to say something almost sensible. Yeah, no. God didn't create anything. Because that didn't happen. That's magic, right? And let's just say that God did create them, right? Now, wasn't it just the next day that he made the light? So the plants and just had to go through one bit of darkness before the light appeared. No problem. Or, here's the other thing, right? In the Bible, when God made the universe in 7 days, whatever, that's not actually 7 days like us. Days is just like a metaphor for a certain amount of time in this case. We don't know how long a day is for God. It's not 24 hours. That's Earth's day. God's day could be 2 minutes. God's day could be a microsecond. God's day could be a plank, you know? God's not real, of course. The Turtle Moves to £2 says, God gave a job to Satan. God gave Job to Satan as a plaything, for laughs. I know, what a dickhead. Zumi says, God's day could be 1 billion years. Yeah, fucking absolutely.
Going to work, especially if it's billions and thousands of years or whatever you want it to be. You can't have this happening. You can't have trees being there. You can't have herbs being there, fruits and seeds and things doing anything. There can't really be photosynthesis because there's no sun.
Why not? Could God not make it so? Could God not be like, you know what, I want that stuff to be there. I'm just not going to turn on the photosynthesis part until the light's here. I'll just make it be there because I'm God and I can do that, apparently. What a fucking moron.
Sun yet. But as a globe believer, you require the sun, Helios. Remember, that's the life giver according to the Helios belief system. The life giver is Helios, the sun. And without the sun, you wouldn't have the day, like we said. You wouldn't have the fruit and the foods and everything that was needed, as they claimed. But thanks to what the Bible says...
Zumi makes an amazing observation. Excuse me. Fakatzoid is literally putting his own God in a box. Holy shit, have I really had 104 members in this stream already? Jesus Christ, guys. No, he didn't, Mark. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, Anthony, aren't you right? How to make a boring sermon boring.
And how God created it. It was a literal 1 day. So you can have, for instance, let's say you take a pot plant and you got a seed in there, or you got a plant. You can stick it in a cupboard for a week. Nothing's going to happen to it. It's not going to kill it or anything for a week. Now, do you think a day without the sun is going to harm anything God created? No. God just created all of it for when the sun comes.
How?
Also note that the light was already there. So the light being there could have been the the propagation medium for this photosynthesis to happen in.
Isn't there two types of lights though, according to God? I don't know, the actual light and then the light from the sun. This fucking nonsense. Is this him just reading fucking scriptures? Man. There's more nonsense, so we get there, it's okay. James Andrew Morrison said, I used to get dragged to church to listen to stuff like this and clipped around the ear if I fell asleep. Yeah. Sunday school. Would absolutely go to Sunday school. But I was asked to leave. Asked too many questions. Like when they were reading this shit, I was like, well, how? So is magic real then? What do you mean it's not magic? So that's just another type of magic. But why did he do that? That seems a bit mean. Oh, but so God's evil then? What do you mean get out? Yeah, Ropey, absolutely is. Then got another Bob coming.
Anyway, okay, so we go there, years, and then let them be full, and then God said, and that was the evening and the morning, the third day. Now, this is where I want to stop on Genesis because this is interesting. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, okay, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. What I love.
Yeah, so I'm going to interpret that. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven. He made stars, and he put them in the great expanse of space. Let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. You can use the stars to tell the time pretty accurately. They can be for that.
Love about that one is it's telling you where God put the sun and moon, where he put the stars, and he tells you their purpose. Really, really awesome stuff. Is it saying God put them in space?
Awesome stuff. How can anyone think this nonsense is awesome? Please, people, wake the fuck up. Look at this. God said, let there be light, and it happened. How? Come on.
The same space that violates natural law? No, he doesn't. He says he puts them in the firmament. So it's inside. And it says specific where in the firmament. It says the firmament of the heaven. So that's Shamayim. That means like the sky. So where the sun and moon are is in the sky. And you can see this with observation when you have high altitude balloons. Or
yes. And you see them in space. Oh, and he's getting dumber, isn't he? He really is, isn't he? Crazy Racy says, I wish I could say whatever I want and it occurs. I know.
Or you could get these fake space missions, like the Blue Origin fake space. They go up, and they can see the moon and the sun. Where? By them in the sky. Okay? So.
No, it's not by them in the sky.
It tells you where it is, and based on a globe, that's a contradiction because the globe says there are billions and trillions of miles away. Nonsense. So another perversion on the globe. Okay. And it says, let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and it was so. So we see at nighttime and daytime, we have stars, and we have day and night.
Can you get over the fucking scripture nonsense, please?
Okay. Being a sign. And this is also why you... Okay. Civilizations. I want you to kind of just look through and think which one is the odd one out.
Right, guys. Ancient astronomy. It's a globe. History of geodesy. Globe. Guys, this is a boring stream. Right? I'm actually struggling to get through this. There's nothing in here that's interesting. How can anyone think this is good content? There's a reason this has only got 417 views on a channel with 5,000 subscribers. Why is no one else watching it? Yeah, Pirate Guy. Around 2.5 billion people identify as Christian, half of them being Catholics. That means 65% of the world's population is not Christian and doesn't pay much attention to what is written in the Bible. They believe in other texts. You are in the minority. So what we're going to do, we're going to not watch this one anymore because the Catzoid is sending me to sleep when I'm struggling to stay awake as it is. And we're going to watch this one instead, where him and his crew of morons, literal fuckers that don't understand anything, try to review my debate with Alex Stein. Before I do though, quick Riley.
The law rings up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? The law, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Law, meta is an angle, real, fake. It's a so physical, hit 'em up, chastise every young bitch that tries to stop me, Tupac. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, it's not around, he's deaf, another deaf one. You can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. Low, no dirt in the middle. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. Low, no legs up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? Low, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, meta is an angle, real fake. It's a so physical, hit 'em up, chastise every gun bitch that tries to stop you, Tupac. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, it's not around, he's deaf, another deaf one. You can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. Low, dirty middle, low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? Low, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, meta is an angle, real fake. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 no. Low, dirty middle, no, 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 dirty middle, low, dirty middle.
Good timing. Right, guys, I would suggest with this one that you ensure. Jaybird Max, send me the link to it again. I may have lost it in everything. Make sure you got one of these. I know I've sent a bunch of them to you guys. Some of you got them when you met me. Make sure you got these.
Sunrise on the land so white.
Yo, what's up, Flerfs? Good to see you. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you could all make it. We are joined by Janusz and PJ tonight. It's good.
Flerfs are idiots. Literally the title of my main series that I've ever done. And you introduce yourself as, "Hello, Flerfs. Good job, dipshit. Eric, Master of Flerfs, says, I think mine got lost in the mail. No, definitely. Well, originally, yes. All of them did. So, no, I've resent all of them, and you should have yours soon. Please let me know if it turns up. And when it turns up, I want selfies of all of you. Matt Hook says, for fuck's sake, I was ironing my uniform, now I have a load of circles branded on my face. Stayer says, change your fonts and their colours on screen. They both look awful and amateurish. That's fun during a stream. What? What are you talking about? What? You mean of the timer? No, I like how it looks. Thanks. It's an app that's creating it. Change your fonts and their colours on screen. They both look awful and amateurish. What are you talking about?
Good to see you guys. It does.
Red, white, and blue is Britain colours. Thank you. Why would I change it? It looks fine. Like there's nothing wrong with it. That's Impact. That's my favourite font. I love Impact. Straight, have you really just come here to say the font on your stream timer looks shit? Like, is that the contribution you really want to leave to this stream? I don't like the look of the font and colours on your timer. Alright then, dude.
Doesn't even help asking you how he is, because it's always good. But I think
yeah, indeed.
But it's good to see you guys. I'm glad you could make it. Good to see everybody in the YouTube lands as well. Thank you all for coming. If you haven't already, do hit the likes, share the show. It really, 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 really does help the show.
PJ, why would you have a light right next to your head like that? That's like the worst stream setup you could fucking imagine. Strayer, it looks fine. No one else thinks it's a problem. Strayer says, like, the quality contribution is just about everyone else. What are you talking about? I'm just going to time you out for a bit. Alright, go and cool off. No, you're just being a douche. There's literally nothing wrong with it. If you don't like it, that's your opinion. Everyone else likes it. I think it looks fucking cool. Especially when I do shit like this and it moves. It's cool. Thank you, Zumi. I've got a couple of songs that people want me to play. Right, I can do that one next. And there's a new one from Zumi. Yeah, I chose those fonts specifically because they're easy to see. What the fuck? I'm like. I'm 47 hours into a stream. 47 hours into a stream. And dude pops up and is like, your font's shit. What? Apparently blue and red is amateurish, guys. Holy fuck.
The show to grow. So thank you very much for everybody being here. Okay, so we're doing part 2 of the review. Because, I mean, we didn't get very far last time.
Oh, wait, there's a part 1.
But,
Alright then. Guess better find that first. Ah, right, so there's part 1.
In some parts, but FTFE is completely wrong. Completely.
Lance, please hit the likes, share the show. Appreciate you all coming.
Baba Ali says, what is the font, by the way? It's Impact. I like Impact. In fact, you can see visual settings, fonts. I've got it on. Yeah, I've got it on Impact and condensed oblique or regular. It's my favorite font. Easy to read. I like it. Yeah, Impact is old school, man. I love it. I don't know, AJN. I'm not sure how I'm awake. Seriously, what the fuck? That's the only thing you could say in the stream is change your font. No, that's not constructive. That's just being a douche.
So, FTFE wasn't debating again today. This time against Alex Stein. At least in a niche that FTFE has debated before. So I can at least say it was a bit better than his last embarrassing debacle. But he still failed miserably, unfortunately, because...
Nope, I won both those debates, as far as I'm concerned. And next week, I will be doing a review of both of my debates myself. The Turtle Moves says he wants new fonts. Try Comic Sans.
You know, it's the usual. Bring up the old arguments that's been debunked many, many times.
Yeah.
No moon landing stuff has been debunked. Ugh. Wolfpacker says every time I come up back, the timer's gone up. I know, because they're cunts.
And he still had to mention, look, I debate flat earthers. I know what this is. I know what that is. No, let's do it.
But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what we go through and stuff. Glad you guys could all make it. They didn't really have a long debate though. It's probably because they started a half an hour late. Not sure why, but
no, we didn't start late. Yeah. We started exactly the time that was planned. Well, I could do that art prayer. You make each one a new layer, but I can't be fucked.
Good to see everybody. Remember, hit the likes, share the show, and then you guys have anything to say before we start?
No. I mean, I like to say I showed this live earlier. Well, the last part of it live, and then we went back to the start because I missed the first part. So we went back to it, and yeah, like I say, I didn't review it. I just showed it, but from what I was seeing, yeah, I mean, I would have said Alex won that. There was things that Alex did wrong, obviously, in some parts, but
how
is completely wrong.
In what way could Alex have won? Alex gave no evidence. Alex just screamed about Nazis.
really for Alex Stein that much.
No.
Yeah, me neither.
But if I have to choose between him and FTFE, definitely Alex Stein.
Yeah.
Alex Stein did win, but what I laughed though is Alex Stein was playing FTFE's game of screaming and over talking, and he
Yes.
was better than FTFE.
He did it. He did it, and he couldn't get a word. And actually, Craig couldn't get a word in because Alex did that, and he couldn't get over his level. So Alex showed a bit of his.
Yeah, as I said, he played FTFE's game better than he did.
He did. Yeah.
No. He didn't do it the way that I do it, right? I don't just scream at people, all right? I interject and FTFE when people act like dicks towards me. I don't just scream, "What about the Nazis?" Flats, your projection is fucking strong.
You know what? Because Craig is atheist, and I assume we have as well some atheists in the channel. Maybe you can read the notes I have provided. Your mind will be boiled because it's a logical conclusion. But if you're atheist, you will defend it and will fight to your death against it. But yeah, Flat can read it, but do it slowly.
Yeah, this is from
What the fuck was that?
Boiled because it's a logical conclusion. But if you're atheist, you will defend it and will fight to your death against it. But yeah, Flat can read it, but do it slowly.
Yeah, this is.
Those were almost words. Oh. Right, my back is killing me. 2 days of just sitting in a seat.
This is from Janusz. I'm just going to read it out. Okay, let's try again. What we face from atheists believe standing point is the matter with no mind created other minds. Square circle, explain below. Matter with no mind is created minds that could study what no mind created, and then determine
what the fuck
that the thing, but something that's
How does
non-life.
How does that make sense?
What a lot of fucking nonsense. Let's get through that shit.
I said in chat.
Statement. The floor is all yours, Alex, for 10 minutes.
I hope it's loud
Thank
enough.
you, and guys, give it
Again,
up.
this sound
everybody.
wasn't brilliant.
James,
I don't know
Dr.
why.
James,
It was low.
and,
It was low.
Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it, and I know it's early this morning, but we're about to get the party started. All right, guys.
Judge Crafts and Art says vape or joint. I'll take both, thanks. Otto, shut the fuck up, please. Right, press this.
So if you know who I am, you might not. I'm Primetime 99 Alex Stein. I'm Tucker Carlson's biological stepson. And today we're here to talk about the 1969 Apollo moon missions.
Biological stepson.
Probably false. So my opponent here, Craig, is going to sit here and tell you, that these moon landings...
What's PJ laughing at there?
Today we're here to talk about the 1969 Apollo moon missions.
Biological stepson.
Probably false.
Oh, right, I see. It was the joke that... Hold on.
About to get...
Again, this sound wasn't brilliant.
I appreciate it, and I know it's early this month. I'm Primetime 99 Alex Stein. I'm Tucker Carlson's biological stepson. And today we're here to talk about the 1969 Apollo moon missions.
Biological stepson.
Probably false. So,
Right, that joke took 6 seconds to register in PJ's brain. It's like there's some lag in there.
So, my opponent here.
Now, I enjoyed this debate, right? And I know in general Alex Stein is, a bit of trash with the things he says and the way he acts, but he's actually a lot of fun, right? And I enjoyed this debate, even though he was batshit crazy. But here's the main thing. If you think I'm tall, which I am, I'm 6'1", closer to 6'2". He's a good 6 inches taller than me. Like, Alex Stein is fucking humongous.
Craig is going to sit here and tell you, you know, that these moon landings are real, but let's just be real. Let's actually be real. We cannot go to the moon today. We cannot take a man past low Earth orbit today. The farthest that we can go is near the International Space Station, a little bit past it, but that is less than 400 miles away. But during the 1969 Apollo...
Yeah, that's actually interesting. I mean, you actually have the astronauts claiming this today. They can't go past what they call low Earth orbits.
Yeah.
Yet, people like Craig and things are...
Yes, because we don't have the technology right now. You know, that technology from the 60s and 70s is obsolete. We don't have that anymore. We are making better stuff. The fundings for moon missions didn't continue. So we can't go to the moon and really pass low Earth orbit right now because we don't have the tech. But we're building it. Fushry 31. Thank you, I guess. Fucking forcing me to add 3 minutes to the timer. You cunt. I mean, thank you. You very much. I really appreciate it. Right. I want you to all look me in the eyes and listen very carefully. Stop giving me money. I love you all.
Claiming that they were able to stick people in a natural violation space vacuum to go to the moon 280...
Natural violation space vacuum. Oh my fucking... Are you... Dumb.
5,000 miles away.
Yeah, it's just like when the astronaut said years ago, like, we're going to have to deal with, we're going to have to navigate the Van Allen belt, which we've never done before.
The additional Van Allen belt. Yeah, exactly.
What? Who said... That's okay, so... The Van Allen belt doesn't cover the entire Earth. You can just, you know, avoid it. It's like a donut around Earth. If there's a bit you need to go through, you do two things. Choose the part with the lowest intensity and plan to not spend much time in it. But here's the stupid thing about you guys complaining about the Van Allen belt, is that the Van Allen belt is in that space violation vacuum. So either space is real and the Van Allen belt exists, or the Van Allen belt isn't there because it's not real. And if it's not there, it's not a problem. Oh. I started the stream at night, and then it became day, and then it went to night, and then it was day, and now it's night again.
If you've been to the moon.
Yeah, how they were able to do it before, but I can't do it now.
Yeah.
And we have way more sophisticated technology than before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but none specifically designed to go to the moon. The tech that we do have now is in the beta phase, like Elon Musk exploding rockets, and you know NASA's Artemis tech. You know that's being made right now. There is better tech that can, you know, go up and come back down and be reused, but that's to put like satellites in low Earth orbit. We literally don't have the tech completed to go back to the moon. Zumi says for $2, fine, I won't give you money. You did that wrong. Please try again. Jesus Christ, I need to fucking shave. Richie Howard for £2 says, would rather be watching Rusty lick his bollocks. Well, thanks, Richie. Seriously, Steyr. Change the font. Oh, fuck off. Ooh, what am I doing? Pressing the wrong buttons here. Oh, thought it ended the stream then for a sec.
I mean, the processing units they had is as strong as a Nintendo DS. Come on.
Yeah.
missions, we were able to go 257,000 miles to the moon on one.
Wait, sorry. Did Flats just say that the tech on the Apollo spaceships had the same processing capacity as Nintendo DS? No, they didn't. Nowhere fucking near. Like, nowhere near. The Nintendo DS is like 1,000 times, 100,000 times more powerful than any of the computer components on the original moon landing missions.
Tank of gas. That's right. And the power that it took us to blast off from planet Earth and go to the moon, it took us less than 1/1000th the amount of fuel to lift off the moon and come back to America. So it's just...
Yeah, that's because the moon, much less gravity, and we were lifting much less mass off the moon. We weren't lifting the entire Apollo, rocket and fuel tanks off of the moon. We were literally just lifting the lunar module, the lunar lander, off of the moon. So, like, thousands of times less mass and, a lot less gravity. God, back at the beginning of the stream, I went into a fucking Discord server with PhD Tony. That seems like ages ago. We're going to do about another hour and a half to 2 hours. And then I guess I get my second round of sleep and continue this tomorrow. Yeah. Genuinely thought that I would have been finished a long time ago. Like, when it got to 7 minutes, I was like, love it. Ready to go. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Spend time with my family. You guys were like, fuck yous. Fuck yous. 7 minutes. You reeled me in. Turtle Move says for £2, Apollo's program was knitted into memory. Yeah. Wasn't any processing power, actually, you're right.
Impossible, and the idea that you look at what was going on.
Well, you see, that's the thing. That's what I don't agree with Steiner, because the point is that's why you need less fuel to come back, is because there's less gravity, they claim. So sticking in their paradigm, it does work out.
Yeah. Oh, but according to they need 1,000 of what they need now to start. It doesn't make sense. Yes.
Yeah.
In fact,
But yeah, it doesn't make sense today, because today it's impossible, but then it wasn't.
No, it's not impossible today. If we could go to the moon, we could lift back off of it. But we just... we don't right now have the tech to go to the moon, because it's currently being built. Zumi says we're still using punch cards in 69. Oh, I know, right? And in 1969, a computer was literally a woman like that would do a bunch of maths for you. It wasn't this in front of me here. That wasn't what a computer was.
With much worse technology. I mean, first generation technology then was capable to do what we can't do today. And I mean, the things we are able to do today makes literally look like that technology child's play.
You know what? Because as famously one of them said, because we have lost this technology. Texts were overwritten.
Yes, we did lose the technology because it wasn't designed to be reused, and then we didn't build more. The factories to make the stuff were repurposed for other things. There's zero data missing. This is a complete lie that flat earthers push all the time. Like zero at all. And it's true that the original tapes were written over. But that was after there were backups made. Oh.
Quite crazy.
The world in 1969, and if you look at the origins of the space program, I hate to be like this, and Craig is gonna.
Again, sorry guys, I got the sound as high as I can go.
My last name is Alex
same.
Stein, and
No, you haven't. You can go into your settings and actually boost the gain of views in StreamYard. So. Oh yeah.
I don't.
He's mumbling a bit. That's the other thing.
About this. You guys might not know this, but the NASA Apollo moon missions was run by a Nazi. Yes, that's right.
I love how he makes it.
No, it wasn't. He's referring to Warner von Braun, who did not run NASA. He didn't even run the moon missions.
Sad.
I know. I had to double take. I was like, what was he greeting? Same as when he makes that thing later on. I'm like, no, Alex, please. No. If that's it in chat, he's joking. I'm like, oh, okay. Thank goodness.
But I mean, it's a good point that he makes. I mean, think about it. People that are war criminals, okay, are the ones that literally help NASA get off foot. To be
Not every Nazi was a war criminal. Not everyone that worked for the leaders of Germany at that time that was part of the Nazi party because they were forced to be was a war criminal. And not all the scientists that worked for the Nazis were bad people. They were being told what to do by the bad people. Not everyone in Germany was evil. Germany wasn't just full of Hitlers wanting to wipe out the rest of the world. No. Most of the people in Germany just wanted to have a good life and were lied to and then forced to do things that they weren't allowed to do. Germany took over. The Nazi Party took over Germany bit by bit in very surreptitious ways. And once they got in power, they did things like... very similar to what Trump's doing now by like arresting judges that don't do what they consider right, and therefore being the ones that implement all the rules in every way. And everyone that was in Germany was under the thumb of the Nazis, including all the scientists. A lot of them then did horrible things. They followed orders that were horrific. And, I was just following orders can never be an excuse for the things that the Nazis did to Jews and, and other minorities and stuff, right? But not every single person from Germany was an evil, horrible Nazi that wanted to kill everybody. Yeah, fascists instill socialism to disarm the public. Yeah, every German person I know is fucking awesome.
be able to do what they claim to. Hey, Jesus Free Computer Geek, good to see you, man. Glad you are. Yeah, we are live. If you want to come in, just let me know. I'll send you a link. It's good to hear from you. I hope you're doing well, man. Shout out to Jesus Free Computer Geek. But yeah, there's a lot of weird things associated with the origins of the whole NASA story of space when it became space.
Not really, because if you look into the Operation Paperclip, it all becomes very clear.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, remember they first were they started off doing sea exploration.
Yeah, Operation Paperclip was just, what do we do with the rest of these scientists? Well, let's get them to work on this stuff. Well, they are smart, right? Yeah. War's over, yeah? Yeah. Okay, let's bring them over. They didn't, murder a bunch of people or anything. No? They weren't too bad, these ones. Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, pop them over. We'll give them a second chance. See if they can help us out. No. Thosis says Craig McToon is such a Scottish name. I know. I am Craig McToon.
When I was a young boy, I grew up on the farm. I'm a country boy, and I used to fuck the cows and the pigs. I used to fuck the pigs, and the cows would come, and I would pat them and look into their eyes.
Guys, he used to fuck the pigs and the cows would come. It's a skill.
And then they moved on to going to quote-unquote space.
You flat earthers are demented.
I know, Santos.
What did they discover or didn't discover in the ocean? I mean, they've done more digging now in a fantasy space than they have here on Earth in the oceans. And
Judges, crafts and arts. He used to what? I'll let you hear it again, because this is all Santos's words.
When I was a young boy, I grew up on the farm. I'm a country boy, and I used to fuck the cows and the pigs. I used to fuck the pigs, and the cows would come, and I would pat them and look into their eyes. Pigs look gorgeous, and cows are beautiful. I love the look of cows.
That's what he said, judges. Again, I mean, I am impressed. I've got to give him the credit where credit's due, right? It's a talent, and I wonder if it could be passed on to other things. But I mean, you heard him.
it's very well known that the oceans are very undiscovered.
So how is it possible that we have oceans here on Earth and they are in the less percentage discovered by the so-called space? How is it possible?
Can you email?
Yeah, I'm going to email him quickly.
Okay, cool.
Dave, I'm going to quickly email you, man.
That'd be nice. Good to see Dave.
By default, I never trust
Dave. What? Sov? Oh, good. Chong-looking motherfucker.
scientism.
There's the link. Yeah, it's good to hear from him.
Aye, definitely.
Yeah. But yeah, the point he's trying to make here is about the Nazi war criminals, like Werner von Braun and stuff. War criminals getting literally.
Werner von Braun was not a Nazi war criminal. Lucy, was Werner von Braun a war criminal? Lucy, can you hear me? Lucy, hello. Let's try that again. Lucy, are you there? I've killed her. Lucy, you there?
Hey, Greg, I'm here. What's up?
So, was Werner von Braun a war criminal?
Yeah, Worf's brother Kern ended up.
No.
leader-
Werner von Braun, the Apollo rocket guy.
Oh, gotcha. Werner von Braun was a key figure in developing the Apollo rockets for NASA. Before that, he was involved with Germany's V-2 rocket program during World War II. That association means there's definitely controversy around his past, as some consider him complicit in war crimes due to the use of forced labor in the V-2 program. It's a complex and controversial part of his legacy, but he was never formally tried or convicted as a war criminal.
So, he's not a war criminal then? Hello? She's being slow today. Right, yeah, so he was a major in the SS, yeah, which means that he was, part of the Nazi party, but there's no actual evidence that he himself, did bad things, I guess.
Hired to do something by the people you were killing.
What was his name? Von Braun?
Von Braun, yes.
Yes, he created a rocket.
He's the rocket, the U2 rocket, yeah.
OV2.
The U2 rocket. Ah! Oh, for Catzoid.
But I mean, does it make sense to go and hire somebody that you've been trying to kill all this time, that's been killing your people? Does it make sense to hire that person to come and help you?
Warner von Braun didn't kill any Americans? Yeah, Histro has got it right. There were no trials, but he could have still done some horrible things, but we can't really know for sure. All right. So Warner von Braun, yes, he was an SS in the Nazi army. He was a major in the SS. Sorry. And there's rumors of forced labor to help build the V2 rockets, but there's no hard evidence. There was no convictions. And here's the thing, right? Even let's make the assumption that Warner von Braun was an evil Nazi that did some horrific things and killed a bunch of people, right? Does that change the fact that he made a rocket that went to space? No. Right? I don't like the Nazis. I think the Nazis all deserve punching in the face. You see a Nazi, you punch a Nazi. Right? But, does that mean that there weren't advancements made by Germany in the Second World War? In technology? In rocketry? In weaponry? In medicine? Yes, a lot of those came about by horrific means. But it doesn't mean that they didn't exist and they didn't happen. LP on Fire says, how is there 4+ hours left? Because they hate me. Dan Davenport, so we gained, so no problem. No, not no problem, but it doesn't stop that it happened. Although I'm pretty happy with the U2 rocket, so.
And give them the ammunition to build rockets, which you were trying to stop them from building in the first place.
It makes sense when you start investigating the conspiracy facts, because like a very old video. All wars are bankers' wars. If you look into it, if you look into the Europe at the Last Battle and a few others, you will have a clear picture of what's going on. But people are too dumbed down to even consider it could be truth.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, there is people never gather together, never conspire. So when they're going to places where we don't have access, imagine what would happen if you would have, let's say, 100 celebrities or 100 the most famous football players meeting in one space. The media would be all over them. But what happens when the most influential and the most rich people in the world gathering together? Nothing.
What the fuck is he babbling about? Yes, Dan Davenport. Rockets that kill. Horrific. No one wants that to happen. They still exist. Yeah, World War II Germany was a literal manufacturing powerhouse. Like, the rest of the world were fucking shocked at their ability to produce, like, weaponry and war. No, I didn't say they are good. No, I never said the Nazis are good. Rockets are good. Now that they're used to go to space, killing people isn't good. Rockets are good, though. But killing people with those rockets is bad. Are you okay, Dan? Like, you can kill somebody with a teacup. I saw Riddick do it, right? Teacups aren't bad. Some of you say some weird fucking things. Oh yeah, of course, George. There's an open invite to Kevin. He can come and join any fucking time, but he's a coward. You've been talking to him on Facebook, have you?
Werner von Braun. Do you guys know who Werner von Braun is? Werner von Braun was the leader of the German rocket program. He created the V2 rocket that
The V2 rocket, not Q2. Sorry, guys. V2
decimated Poland. And these ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, were actually the origin of
sorry, I
the
interrupt now.
Apollo moon missions.
ICBMs have been moved to the US border closer to US border 2 years ago by China. And because they have now implemented the hypersonic missiles from Russia, America can't protect itself. It's impossible. So if they want to destroy America with the nuclear weapons or whatever weapons, America is gone.
Where the fuck did that come from? Dan Davenport says, I know where I'm not wanted by. Yeah, Dan, do me a favour, shut the door on your way out, dude. Yeah. And you know what? Hand the keys so you can't get back in. If you're dumb enough to think that I said killing people with rockets is good, then you probably shouldn't be here.
Quite interesting. By the way, do you guys know I have Bob Enyart's son on my case now?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Bob Enyart's son is now calling me dishonest and not understanding scripture because I'm calling Will Duffy out for being a heretic.
Yep, Joyce, that's correct. It's a good knowledge for everyone.
Will Duffy's not a heretic. He would probably call you a heretic, right? Will Duffy follows the Bible in a much better way than a lot of people. Still don't agree with him on many things, and I really, really need confirmation on if Will Duffy is vaccine, against, because I will need to fucking talk to him about that. $2 says John Wick used a pencil. Those are still good. Morning, Rachbot. How you doing? 4 hours left. There are only 2 hours before. I know. We have broken time, right? During this stream, that timer, it went up nice, relatively quickly to about 3.5 hours at the start, right? And then it went down to about 2 hours, and it stayed at 2 hours for about 30 hours, right? And at one point it went up a bit, and then it went down, and it went down, and it went down, and it got to 10 minutes, 8 minutes, it got to 7 minutes. I was queuing up my outro. It got to 7 minutes. And then Mark W fucking screwed all that up. Oh my god.
Everyone?
Yes, in 1952, Werner von Braun wrote a novel, Project Mars, in which human colonists lived on Mars and were led by a man named Elon, which is really weird because who's doing that today? Who's really obsessed with sending people...
Yeah, Elon was someone that came into power on Mars in that story, not someone that led them to Mars.
to Mars.
Yes.
Elon.
But it's all part of the script, They are working by the script. So if you know history, you know where we are going. Because if you don't know history, you don't even know where we are or we are going.
But all these things are happening before the time they even decided to go to the moon. That's why I say it's all scripted. They had a plan and they're just keeping to the script.
Yes.
And people today are so dumbed down, fluoride, drinking water people, that they're not able to comprehend what they're looking at as a show.
Yes. Fluoride, chemtrails, chemicals in food, all is combined. The same with the so-called safe and effective vax for the small children, autism, and other thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Right. So the rockets that took us to the moon, allegedly, were actually rockets that were first intended to murder and kill people, that were designed by this guy, Wernher von Braun. Now, for me, when I think about the Holocaust, and I think about the 6 million people dying, and I think about the people being put into an oven, and I think about the people being
Gas
gassed,
chambers.
and I think about
The gas chambers, not ovens, but
Oh no,
same
there were
difference.
ovens.
So you could...
There was gas chambers and ovens. So Jason Hyatt says, any game where you sleep should be worth 30 minutes. Well, I went to sleep, right? And when I woke up, I had to add fucking 180 minutes. Oh my lord. Ugh.
Good say?
Yeah. The same outcome.
Yeah, flat read this stuff. That's data provided by the governments and the prediction how fast it will go and how fast it will go. So please read it.
Well, must I read it fast, you say? Autism in children, 1975, 1 in 5,000. 1982, 1 in 2,500. 1994, 1 in 500. 2000, 1 in 166. 2004, 1 in 150. 2009, 1 in 110. 2011, 1 in 68. 2013, 1 in 45. And 2032 will be 1 in every 2 kids. Wow. Why is that happening? Oh, I know, because of genetically modified foods.
Yes.
No, not at all. It's because we're better at diagnosing it now, and turns out most fucking people are on the spectrum. Like, my son, Struan, he's autistic. He's on the spectrum. It's nothing to do with the food that he's at, because I know I fed him good food my life, right? I genuinely think that if I was myself to be tested, however that is, that they would say I had some form of autism, that I was on the spectrum. Because I'm a weird fucking guy. But I eat healthily, well, at least now. But I've always been like this. You know, I would have definitely have been diagnosed when I was younger if they had that diagnostic ability back then. But the reason why more people are being diagnosed with autism is simple. It's because we understand it more. And we don't just dismiss certain things as bad behavior or, you know, people not caring or something. We don't just, we realize that, oh, there's actually something here. That is because they are on the autism spectrum. So, Alex, thank you. I know I'm weird. Why be normal? Where's the fucking fun in that, right? Theo just says you have ADHD 100%. I might have ADHD. You're right. Yeah, Baba Ali, it's totally not because there's better awareness, more testing, and better diagnosis. Totally not. I disagree with it'll be 1 in 2 children in 2032. That's just an extrapolation of the maths and the trend. That doesn't mean that trend will continue, right? We might have reached the point where we've now figured out who's got autism and who hasn't. So the autism diagnosis will stay at like 1 in 30 or whatever it is, right? Or 1 in 16 maybe, I think it is. Right? That might be where it is. It might be a fact that 1 in 16 humans have autism, and we've just figured that out now. Oh, Syrian, come on, you can listen to me rip the shit out of him. Come on. I get it though. Thank you for being here, Syrian. Your support is incredible. George, and the George says, my big dragon friend that threw me at people, throw the dwarf! Shut up. Hey, Rachbot, big heart for you.
Yes, and more so-called vaccines given to children when they are very young because they don't have developed yet barrier, which is called blood barrier.
Shut the fuck up, you twat. Vaccines do not and never have caused autism.
Barrier, sorry. That's why it is.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's very sad because a lot of the population is unfortunately they are needing to use GMO foods because that's all that's available to them because they don't know how to actually go and be self-sufficient.
There's nothing wrong with genetically modified foods. Modify tomatoes so they're bigger and juicier and have more nutrients. That's not a bad thing. We've just modified it to be better. And you know what? I'll fucking eat lab-grown meat. It's just protein. Like, don't be scared of progress. KO Carol, $5. If we are all on the spectrum, does that mean we're evolved into something other than human? Yeah, Homo autistic. Homo autisium. We are the Homo autisiums. Oh, pardon me. I don't know why this has just crossed my mind. Have you guys seen this?
Baby, one thing about me is everybody know I'm so good with a good Gucci, so I always make a lot of money.
That's amazing. I didn't know that about you.
What do you know?
That you're a musician. But that's why I'm interviewing you today, so I can get to know you.
So I'm a musician.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck that mean? Make magic or something? What is musician?
I think you're confusing that.
Yeah, I'm not no musician. I make music. I make music. And that's not all I do. I make music, I act. I'm a TV star too, a young mogul.
Just really quick, I think you're confusing.
I'm not confusing nothing because you don't know. You thought that all I was a magician or whatever the fuck you said.
See, that's what I think you think I said.
No,
I said musician, not magician.
I don't think, baby. I don't think. What is that? That's ghetto. I don't think. I know.
Think.
So you
think.
I didn't say magician, Suki. I said musician. And I think you are a musician.
No, baby. I do music.
So you just really quick, for the record, could you say you don't think you're a musician?
I'm not none of that.
But then after that, you just said I do music.
Yeah, I do music.
So, in other words, you're a musician.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
It's black people, and there's niggas.
I know why it just popped up. I saw that the other day and it made me fun. It made me laugh. Psylocke, $5 says, those losers who say vaccines and autism have no idea who Andrew I Torture Children Wakefield is. I'm so fucking sick of them. Yeah, Andrew Wakefield is on the if I see him I punch him list. Right? Nobody would think that vaccines cause autism if it wasn't for Andrew Wakefield. And here's the fucking crazy thing. Do you know why he did it? Do you know why Andrew Wakefield did what he did? To push his own vaccine. I'm getting animated because I'm tired. No, Baba, I don't think that was scripted. That was genuinely real. Yeah, Matusi had a patent on his own MMR vaccine. So he tried to slander all other vaccines by saying they give you autism. I would beat the shit out of him.
They have to go to the places that give them the food, which they pay for out of their arm and leg anyway, to kill themselves.
People don't know how to grow their own food. Even I've seen the tutorial how to use measuring tape. You get it? Tutorial how to use measuring tape because people are so dumbed down.
Yeah, guys, you forget that you lot are the reason why on a packet of salted peanuts it has to say warning contains nuts. All right, I think the way to end flat Earth for good is to just remove warning labels. Warning, sharp, don't tell them. Let them stick their eyes out with cocktail sticks. Warning, toxic, don't tell them. Let them eat their tabs of like washing liquid that look like a sweet. Let the problem solve itself. Derek Dullard, how on earth are you still going, Craig? Caffeine and cannabis. Philip Barata says, how is the MC Toon tattoo coming on? I still haven't finished phase 1. My tattooist is an extremely busy man. June 20th, I think this part gets finished. So, let me show you. Phase 1 is to get this bit finished. Adding a planet down here. Obviously, the Enterprise is getting coloured, bit of light and stuff. This will be gold chrome. There'll be like nebula and stuff around on the black. So that's phase 1, and that's still to come. Phase 2 is going to be down here in the middle, and it's going to contain a few ships, including a Borg cube, Rubik's cube, and a ship with MC Toon somehow. Psylocke says, D is the best Enterprise. No one can argue otherwise. Why do you think I've got it on here? NCC 1701D.
Yeah, but I mean, if you ask a normal person today, please go and make a fire. Okay, but tell them do it without a lighter or a match.
Yes.
Do you know how they struggle? 90% of them won't even know how.
I mean, that's true because most of the world are dumb. But here's the thing, Flats, if we asked you to make a fire, what you would do is somehow set yourself on fire. And then cause a bushfire. In a river. You are Victoria says, you're going to regret those tattoos when you grow up. No, I'm not. I know what I'm getting.
So what would happen if society, the shit hit the fan to say, and society had to kind of crumble and you had to sort for yourself? Those guys will...
All flat earthers would be dead. Within 10 minutes. At the most, you guys would last a week before shitting yourself to death with dysentery. Right? Me and my family and friends would survive. I know how to survive in the wild. I can clean water. I can create energy. It's cool. You're gonna die. Otto says, Dan, Craig only has 4 hours left. Otto, shut the fuck up. But no, it's technically not 4 hours because in about an hour, I'm going to pause the timer again and go to sleep on camera once more, where I do a stream of more people watching me asleep than watch Nathan Oakley or for Catzoid when they're live.
Die out because they don't know how to source them, so they don't know anything. They're the ones that will be looting shops to try and survive.
Yes. They don't know how to obtain water in the forest, for example, which you can use it just digging a small hole in the ground and put some plastic or even metal.
Condensation, yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Hey, how's it going, Dave?
Hey, man. How's it
Good to
going?
see you.
Hello to you.
Oh, is that Dave?
So it was interesting to me. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, and that Dave.
The brother that was on there. Did he finish his thought? Because I'm sorry to jump in like this.
No stress. Go on.
Okay.
We got 2 Daves next to each other. Whoa.
Yeah.
We're a dime a dozen, man.
You give the Daves a bad name. Bev Luen says, fuck me, you still going? Yes, I am going, and I'm married. Sorry. I do have another tin of Red Bull, but I'll save that for tomorrow. Alright, so what it means is, I've got to finish my thought, yeah. In about an hour and a half, I'm going to go to sleep again. I'm going to pause the timer, and I'm going to sleep for 6 hours, because dying on live stream is a bad thing. So once I've done that, I will wake up and continue the stream again. Mr. Trumptastic is running away. Undigested Sweet Corn says, so I've gone to work, done an hour shift in a sweatbox of a hospital, and MC Craig is still going? It would seem so. When I sleep, I need to find something for you guys to watch. I think one of my old Discord debates would be good, because some of them lasted quite a while. Yeah, that might be a good idea.
And that's what so it's funny to me that I saw the live announcement pop up on my notifications, and I'm looking. You guys know what LRO is?
Hello.
It's the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Okay, and I did a piece years ago on this. Okay.
Who is this guy? Who is this Dave?
Y'all, to make sure that I'm not jumping in here thinking that...
Guys, can someone tell me who this Dave is? I don't actually know him, but I recognize him for some reason. Crazy Racy says, a Flerf, I'm surprised that they can walk, let alone run, but they seem good at it. Just a repeat of no dirt in middle for 6 hours.
I'm talking about something that you guys aren't actually talking about.
So
you're talking about the lunar landing, right?
It was in 2009. You're talking about this one?
What's that?
It was sent supposedly by NASA in 2009. You're talking about this one?
Yes, sir. And here's what's interesting is, well, there's a lot of interesting things about this, but okay.
And by interesting, he means something I don't understand, so I'm going to assume is fake.
When I discovered, it's one of the videos from many years ago that I have on my YouTube channel. I came across the LRO. I knew about it previously, but they were showing high def images, and they had published it on the web. And I went and looked at the images, and they were not that impressive, at least not to me. And when I went to look,
they weren't that impressive, at least not to me. What are your qualifications, Dave? That's Dave Lee Roth. Why do I know that name? Yeah. What are your qualifications, Dave, to know if it's impressive or not? Zumi says, I don't know how you do it. I can't sleep with clothes on like at all. I mean, I didn't have my clothes on. I just have my boxers because I can't sleep with clothes on. I mean, I need boxers and that's it. But yeah. Just don't leave the toe up for 6 hours because people are going to have alien nightmares and start calling Sigourney Weaver and wake her up for help. Guys, you know I fucking love you so much. Not you, Gary. Not you, Gary!
At the hosting website, that the digital certificate was failed. I don't know if you guys know anything about how web pages create a encrypted.
Yes. Yeah,
okay, so it's called a certificate authority. So what happened is somehow a NASA website, their certificate authority failed on creating a proper digital certificate, and the website was an IP address, and it turned out that IP address, it sounds silly, that their whole office was in an old McDonald's. McDonald's.
There's someone sitting on a laptop in McDonald's.
Yes, listen, man. I'm not kidding.
I didn't know that.
Kidding. I was like, okay, wait a minute. So this project,
none of that's true. And metadata can be created wherever you are looking at a photo or altering it or something. So maybe it's possible that someone was in a McDonald's whilst looking at some of the information. Or maybe they don't let you know their IP address. Or maybe that McDonald's happened to share a server with some of the information.
supposedly this big deal is the facility is inside a McDonald's building and they can't get their website right, in a nutshell. And so I thought that was curious at the time. And so then again, this is recent news.
Well, that was the dumbest thing I've heard. Well, at least in the past 15 minutes, to be fair. Undigested sweet corn. That's a horrible name. But I also love it.
I don't know if you guys have seen the images.
Probably shouldn't do that on stream.
Here, can I share my screen?
Yeah, I can share. Yes, please.
Okay, so well,
That's interesting.
so check
Because
this out.
as far as I know, NASA doesn't need to use VPNs.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
as
look,
I recall, it's still orbiting there because of the.
Why would NASA not use a VPN? Just wondering. Dihydrogen monoxide for £2 says Flerfs don't even know what a VPN is. That totally sounds like someone hijacked his DNS. I mean, possibly.
Lost certificate, they can't bring it back because they don't have any more control. That's what I heard. So it's still there because they can't bring it back.
Well, yeah. So have you guys seen the news of this? That the LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, has captured new images of all the Apollo missions.
Yep.
And this supposedly is Apollo 11, and that's the lunar module. Now, you guys, everyone probably on the proverbial flat enclosed Earth has.
Dave Lee Roth, I want to thank you for coming up and posting evidence that Flatoid's a fucking idiot. Oh, it's amazing. One of my streams has been hit with a copyright. What the fuck, man? Sorry, I'm just appealing that copyright thing quickly. Okay. Ah, right, it's because of that music. Sorry, 1 second. Oh man. Since I've been doing this stream, Kevin John has posted about me 13 times. Cool.
Has seen that whole film of the lunar excursion module, how the actual module with the astronauts blast off from the platform that remains, and the camera pans up and follows it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so almost everyone has seen that, right?
Yeah.
And so this is
good.
supposedly what remains, right? And so this is, I'm zoomed in on this image at the highest resolution that they've posted. Okay, so I'm not manipulating it. I'm just clicking on the browser, and this is the resolution. Okay, it's still grainy.
Well, to be clear, Apollo 11 wasn't the one where it blasted off and they panned it with the camera. That was Apollo 17.
But they're pointing out where everything is here. Okay, so this is a segmented image of a bunch of stuff. But I want y'all, you're gonna love this. So this is. I worked at Goddard Space Flight Center, and the Scientific Visualization Studio was housed in a building that my wife worked in. Okay, and so the idea of the Scientific Visualization Studio, this is at NASA, so understand that this data comes in, and they want to present it to the public. The SVS takes that data and packages it up into visualization so the public can digest it, right? Okay. Well, I mean, all of us do this, right? We create charts in PowerPoint or Excel or whatever, right? So this is that in a nutshell. And so they've taken that, but what they've also done is very curious. Here's a new look. You guys read that, right? New look at the Apollo 11 landing site. Okay. So I go there, and this is the video that they presented. Let's play it.
Okay.
Wow, that's so real.
Okay. I'm going to make a point to this. This video is about a minute long. Okay.
Okay.
And so, okay.
Right, okay.
Did you guys hear the music?
Seriously, I don't know who this David Roth guy is.
I didn't share the.
It doesn't matter.
It's just music. It's okay, but kind of gives you an idea of how they're selling it. Okay.
Oh yeah, they always make it dramatic and
of course,
sounding cinematic and epic.
Right now,
why not? That makes it cool.
Okay, so Look what they're doing now. They've taken that flat image and now they've panned out and they've created from the data
a three-dimensional
plane that you can move around the object.
Pretty cool.
Now, that's cool, right? Now, look, how many of us have used Google Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, Google Earth is kind of cool like that too, right? Because Google Earth takes in all of this disparate satellite imagery, right? And then you can actually zoom in and you can get 3D imagery, sometimes interpolated 3D images of real images of a space where you're on a street and you can move all around. And you guys have all seen this, right? I mean, almost everybody's been on the computer. But what's my point? Well, this is the fun part. All right, our United States president, 2 days into his being sworn in, announced that they were going to spend $500 billion. And by the way, to start was the end of that sentence. Okay. $500 billion to start on AI infrastructure. Okay. So my son, and I'll tell you what, if you guys will humor me, I want you to hear, I love this because my son calls me this morning and this is what he says to me. Let me play this.
Monetary efforts and focus on building out
Wait.
AI infrastructure.
Stop. You start from the beginning.
Sounds like you.
Yeah, it sounds like me. Now,
Jesus freak computer geek. I want to slap him.
This is my son.
Record what you're going to say. Because
I was just going to say that.
No, because sometimes you say these things in these simple ways that I have a difficult way of doing that.
Yeah. I was just going to say that a way to word it is everything you're dismantling is them telling you that's what artificial intelligence is going to run.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Did you hear that? My son calls me and says, Dad, they're tearing apart all these agencies, the IRS, the Department of Ed. What they're telling you without saying it is this is what artificial intelligence is going to run.
Science! Who said that? That's just fucking nonsense. Right, so apparently this is this guy. Jesus freak computer geek. Seems like a Flerf I haven't really heard about before. William Foley, member for 47 months, says Top Left should have been a group award this year. Aye.
Yes, there's a plan for Mark of the Beast.
Hey, well, it's coming to that, brother. That's an absolute, right? Most.
Yeah, this is an absolute. It's coming to that, or it's not. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. AI it's pretty fucking terrifying, actually, how quick it's integrated into so much of our life. And then you look at, the fact that humanoid robots are pretty much here. Somewhat like, what's that Will Smith movie? It's gonna bug me. Will Smith AI movie. iRobot. Yeah, it's that iRobot. Pretty much could happen.
Believers in Christ Jesus are so utterly blind to where we're at in all of that process. And that's a whole nother story. But nonetheless, this imagery that we're constantly being berated with from the likes of the science community, even you guys, even the can I say the word COVID or will we get shut down?
There's nothing wrong with saying COVID because COVID is a thing. Killed a lot of people.
Okay. So even that little cellular structure that we've all seen the images of, that's been incepted in our minds. That is constructed, made up. Okay. So that we have this iconic thing in our head, right? Just like the word Earth. As soon as I said the word Earth, almost everyone sees that ball and land masses and blue waters with some clouds.
Because that is what Earth is. Earth is that thing. So that's why we see it. You know, Flatsoid is posting on a second channel called Flatsoid's Perspective, and is still post. Is he? Oh. Oh, he is. I didn't. I did not know this, but Flatsoid is still doing Flatsoid. He's just started it on another fucking channel. Oh, maybe this was a backup channel, but now it's his main one for it. Yeah. Hey, if you haven't seen it, guys, I just want to give you a quick laugh. This is Wits that gets its new logo. Witsit thought that would be a good idea to have as his channel logo. Everyone laugh and point at the idiot. I mean, it looks nothing like him. It looks like if you melted him. I mean, this guy looks Armenian. It doesn't look like he Witsit. Witsit gets it. No, he doesn't. "12 days ago he did his last stream." Wow, he's really giving a good value to his people, isn't he? Is that Logan Paul?
It's been in like manner, in that same manner. This imagery we just looked at of the from
this guy's,
Sapezi,
I don't like him.
is
Supposed to be reviewing my debate.
Okay, this is what we're coming into. Posted something on Facebook, and I had a pastor. Yeah, they worked at other
content found.
You can't just copy that page.
No, it doesn't. Oh yeah, no, he's awesome.
Right, finally. So that dude turned up and waffled for 45 minutes. Brilliant. 3 for $2 says, looks like someone that can't draw drew vanilla eyes. Sorry. People being dumb on X. Man, most of my fucking DMs right now on X are spam, and it's really getting annoying. I'm close to leaving X at the moment, because it's kind of become pointless. Right? You want to know something? My X account was doing really well. I was getting about 1.5 million impressions a day, right? Everything I was posting was fire. Everything was hitting really well, right? I did a post criticizing Elon Musk. That very day, my reach stopped. My tweets go out to nobody now. I've gone from like 1.5 million impressions a day to about 3,000. And the only thing I did is say that I didn't like what Elon Musk was doing. I really, at the moment, I kind of don't see the point of being on there because no one's seeing my tweets. It's not helping my channel, right? And it's mostly just fucking toxic. All right, I'm genuinely very close from leaving X permanently. Right, I'm never going to deny the engineering marvels that Musk has helped create, right? But the guy's a fucking dickhead idiot. Like, I wish I did not have SpaceX, Starlink. Like, because I don't want to be supporting Musk. Like, genuinely, there is no point me having an X account because nobody sees my stuff. Even with Rachbot retweeting my things and you know, like, they killed it. Right, I 1.5 million impressions a day to 3,000 a day. Just after I said something about Musk. In fact, I'm going to ask. Yeah, I think it might be worth just going to Blue Sky and just joining the community over there of nice people. Because all the Flerfs I used to fuck around with on X are gone now. Like the Flat Earth Friday people and that just disappeared. And Facebook I barely use.
I had bad as well. Good to see
Fat, maybe you can run the video. I have posted if it works.
Oh yeah, that didn't want to work.
But you have to
Fuck, Emma's back. Everyone, shh. Stop talking about her. Right, good. All right, no, cool. Hi, Emma. Welcome back. Nice to see you. Oh, wow. Straight away you were like, yeah, fucking leave X, guys. Emma, could you not? I've been enjoying the piece. Emma pops in. Another 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Emma. I really appreciate it. I don't need to ever stop streaming, apparently. That's right. I literally started streaming 4 days ago at this point. Yeah, I think it's about time that we just move FTFE to Blue Sky. Or what was that other thing? Threads. Is Threads still happening? Like, does anyone use Threads anymore? I don't know. That kind of, it came in and went, right? Hey, the Artemis, how you doing, mate? Zumi says Threads sucks. Okay. I think I used it once. Emma, could you not? Emma gifted another 5 minutes straight. She's been away for a little bit, right? And then she comes back and she's just like opened a new credit card or something. Oh, see that timer, right? It got below 4 hours. No, Emma says, screw you, you're a cunt. Well, fuck you, Emma. You're a cunt as well, you cunt. Stop being a cunt, you cunt. You're a good cunt, Emma. I like you. All the love, Emma. Thank you. I think Emma does just like the fact that I scream her name when I come.
Copy full link, and paste it. Because
No,
it won't
it
work, you
says-
just click it.
No, it doesn't want to. It just says no content found.
You can't just copy that page. You can't just click it. You have to copy paste.
Yeah, I'll copy
There you
paste. It
go.
doesn't work. I tried. It doesn't work. It says no content found.
Yeah, I tried it too. It didn't work for me.
Goodly Wasp 2010 says, are the membership allocations random? Yes, they absolutely are. Except for Ashton Richards, he's just not allowed one because fuck you, Ashton.
No, he was still opening.
Maybe when he shouts over the top of this one.
Yeah, plays the same game.
Very odd.
They say Brianna Woover.
I saw him and her, and he looked like crap, dude.
Brianna, yeah, because it's about should trans children be allowed.
Emma says 100%, and I'm going to make you scream some more because I'm a cunt. Well, cunts are useful and warm and feel nice.
Allowed to transition.
Oh,
Simple answer is no.
I saw him and her, and he looked like crap, dude.
Brianna, yeah, because it's about should trans children be allowed to transition.
How about that?
Take
Take it down. Yeah.
Yep.
That's crazy. But I've seen that the bigger channels have more leeway on things.
Yeah.
Try copy paste from the YouTube chat.
Okay, let's try again.
Put it there as well.
He said not found when I put on.
Otherwise, you're gonna have to share it, dude. Hey, Porter, what's up, man?
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Good and yourself.
Hey, look, if you would, when y'all get a second, I just wanted to make a comment kind of on a couple of things, if you wouldn't mind. Once y'all get a little.
Okay. Are they going to get back to the
just
debate?
Came on was y'all were talking about transhumanism, I think, or what? Proteins collapse and food. Now, a computational analytical program.
Oh, Sob's back. Right, they're 50 minutes into a review of my debate, and they haven't reviewed it. Oh, for fuck's sake.
That can predict the folding of production type. Don't let it pollinate.
Yeah, that's what all fits into this transhumanism.
Find the point where Alex starts moving. There we go.
Because they were doing experiments, MK Ultra and so on her when she was very young, and she's very intelligent. When you listen to her, you will know what I'm talking about.
Awesome. Okay, unfortunately, we're going to move from intelligent people to not so intelligent people.
Yeah.
Oh, the fucking irony.
Make stupid people famous. Here we go.
Yeah.
This.
Number one, he's calling me stupid, which is not true. I big smart boy. Number two, he thinks he can make me famous. When, once again, I need to point something out. I had more people watching me sleep, be in REM, than you had watching you stream. Dihydrogen monoxide says, I saw the toe. No, you didn't. The toe's not real. Who's getting timed out? Merman. What are they timed out for? What are they doing? Oh, here we go. Merman. So just to be clear, Craig is gay, right? You fucking wish, mate. Because if I was gay, right, you'd get really excited. Especially when I do things like this. Ready? Like, look. Watch, ready? Bow! Does that make you excited? Because I know you want me to be gay. Like, who comes in here and does, like...
Displacement of a whole group of people, and it makes me really sad. I would think that the Holocaust was very bad, and I don't know about you guys, but I mean, I'm not Nick Fuentes, but Nick Fuentes would probably say that the Holocaust is not bad, but I think we would all agree that the Holocaust was terrible, right? It was a genocide of people. And one of the most important people during the Holocaust was this guy Werner von Braun. And Werner von Braun is not a good guy, but because he was a smart scientist...
Werner Braun was not important in the Holocaust, as far as I'm aware. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Wait, why am I debunking his? I've done this debate.
Through a thing called Operation Paperclip, the Nuremberg trials, not everybody went to the Nuremberg trials. Even if you killed people, if you were a smart enough scientist, you got to come to America, and guess what? Werner von Braun got to have a job with NASA, became very good friends with Walt Disney. Isn't that crazy?
Baba Ali says, me, looks at Emma, looks at Craig, giggles. Can sleep deprivation be a kink? I think for Emma it might be. Jay says, Tiger $5, we could end Flat Earth by making them take a science class and taping their eyelids open. They'd eat a pencil and not pay attention. Poodyfoot says, my wife's going to be really annoyed that Craig turned me gay. I'm sorry. I do apologise for showing your muscles. Hey, Tyrannotherium 97. Tyrannotherium? Yeah. Guys, let's fill the chat with naked Craig emojis, shall we?
Crazy, because we live in a time now.
Yeah, I always find that weird. Why Walt Disney was always friends with von Braun, and Kubrick was his whole entourage. It's like all of the...
So people can't be friends? Or famous people can't just meet each other, you know?
You know, the people that are able to do people.
I see what you did there, Cowder.
You know what I mean?
Part of that club, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those links do work at least, Janish.
Second?
Well, the last one did work, but the last one again still doesn't. Still says no content found.
No, that's strange. For me it works. Maybe because I uploaded from my own machine, you know.
I don't know.
Can't go to space, and they tell us that Nazis are bad, but for some reason in the 50s, Nazis are cool. So when you look at the origins of our space program, and you look at who was running it, a guy by the name of Werner von Braun, who was a Nazi, the Nazis were great at lying. Nazis were some of the best strategic military engineers. You know, people in Germany are smart. Let's not front. Mercedes is a good car. BMW is a good car. So there is a reason why, even in a terrible thing, like, you know, Craig's gonna be like, well, even though it was a terrible war, we shouldn't kill these scientists. Not me. I think if you killed people, you should have got the Nuremberg trial. So I don't like.
I agree with you with Alex Stein there.
Yeah,
the people had no remorse for anything. Okay, they were war criminals for a reason. Yet they were rewarded for these crimes instead of punished.
Yeah. Exactly.
But
there was no trial for them. There was no evidence that that Werner von Braun did a bad thing.
I heard they made excuses that Werner von Braun himself didn't do any actual killing. He just had people executed. That's what I've heard. So he didn't do it himself. So I still think if you're responsible for people dying, yeah, you should actually get it back.
Mm-hmm.
And he will, and he did.
There's no evidence that Werner von Braun was responsible for people dying.
Of our space program, and we can get into the shadows. Of course, you know, doesn't make sense that the shadows are basically, you know, running into each other. You can talk about all of the little stuff. They're going to talk about how there's no blast crater when the lunar lander went on the moon. There was not one speck of moon dust on any of the lander pods when it was on the moon, which is just
which I also was like, why?
Flatoid's like, this is so smart, because it blew it away. It blew the dust away. So why would it be on it? Pardon me.
And they claim, because there's no gravity and there's no wind. But you got astronauts moving on the moon, constantly falling. You got the lunar module with its thrust. And you're telling me it's not able to throw some dust onto those pods?
No.
Why would it? Again, that was where the thrust was coming from. It was blowing things away. No reason for it to come back. Sorry, 1 second. Man, literally 17 posts. Sorry, wow, it's incredible. Like, literally, Kevin is obsessed with me. I've just been screwing with him. I don't intend to debate him. I might, just for a laugh, but I'm going to make him cry and beg a bit more first. Roger that, member for 4 months, says, hey, Craig, hope you're doing well. You got to play Jamie C. Level's new video. It's epic. Arwen gets beat down hard. Live. Vicariously, bro. I haven't seen it yet. I keep forgetting that was on my fucking watch list. I've been so busy with life. Like, been here like 3 weeks now at my new place, and you know, most things are sorted. There's still some decorating to do. My car is currently being repaired, which is fucking annoying. We got a slow puncher and we took it in, and then somehow the wheel got cracked whilst the guy was repairing it, and now it's got to be taken away to have a new wheel put on. But that's annoying. But I've been just so busy with life, I've literally forgotten about most things that I enjoy doing, like watching videos. Excuse me.
Sure.
You'd think.
And gold's really conductive, so it would be electric almost if there was any kind of currents in the air. So it would attract like dust to it, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just provably false when you have a huge rocket engine, lifting you down onto a...
Mark W says, Craig's so rich now, he moves house when the bins get full. Yeah, Rachbot's fucking annoying, eh? What do you mean you ran out of memory, fucking croom? Right, the poll, which not all of you have voted on, so get on that. Should I leave X? 80% of you say, yeah, I should fucking get off of there. Very close to doing it. Ugh. Itchy foot, man. Well, I've been trying to get Kevin on, but he's too scared. He won't debate during the week now because he gets too tired.
Planet, there would be a huge blast crater, but of course there's no blast crater underneath the lunar lander. And then on top of that, how they were able to shoot it in later missions, watching the lunar lander take off. I think it was Apollo 14 is the first time they were able to film it, and they said that they were able to do this with a timed camera, that they were able to time it and it was able to just film the lander go up.
Notice that this timed camera they're claiming was done when you played ping pong and realized that Super Mario Brothers was too much away out of its time.
Yeah, but we could still transmit radio signals and move something up and down. That's all it was. That's literally all it was. There wasn't some complicated computer program. Yeah, Unofo, that's what I've tried to explain. There's no dust on the moon. There's dust on the moon, but the dust on the moon moves away from the thing. It doesn't come back like it would on Earth. Yeah, apparently, Ernie, he has bred, and it's quite worrying.
Super Mario Bros. Came later.
Oh, yeah. Much later.
Yeah. Okay, you were still playing ping pong in one dimensions when they went to the moon.
That's 2 dimensions.
Super Mario Bros. Came later.
Oh, yeah. Much later.
Yeah. Okay, you were still playing ping pong in one dimensions.
Ping pong in 1 dimensions. Number 1, a screen's 2D. Number 2, 1 Dimension. Not dimensions. Oh my god. Ah.
When they went to the moon. Literally, it was a block with a little. Yeah. That was what you guys played in those years.
Yeah.
Half the population didn't even have a television yet.
No, it didn't.
A lot more than half.
I mean, if you had a TV in the 50s,
it was on radio.
Jaybird, which one? Did you email me it? Where's the link, Jaybird? I do not see it. Fighttheflarf@gmail.com. Where did you send me the link?
Yeah, you were rich if you had a TV in the 50s or 60s.
Half the people that watched the moon landings listened to it on radio. They didn't watch it on television.
Of course.
I can tell you interesting fact.
The words he says, half the people that watched it on TV listened to it on the radio. They didn't have a TV. Then how the fuck did they watch it on the TV? What? Right, I need a quick Riley. This is the song by F Grudge.
Hey, Beige the Queens in the house. We about to educate these flat brain fools. Let me hear y'all talk that shit. Bitch, you dumb. Earth round since day one. Think NASA lying. Who taught you? Your mom's son. Bet you still think the moon made of cheese while I'm stacking my paper degrees on degrees.
How the fuck you breathe if the air ain't real? Bet you think Wi-Fi ain't made of steel. Science be speaking, but you stay deaf. Your IQ lower than my heels. Respect.
Yeah, Earth ain't flat, but your head just might be. Bet you still think 5G made disease. Looking at the sky, but you still don't see, man. Y'all need to get a new degree.
If the earth flat with an edge at hoe, took a flight, seen the curve, case closed. Your whole crew dumb, talking nonsense. Bet you think birds ain't real, shit's intense. Spinning like these rims on my ride, no doubt. Flat brain hoes getting played, tapped out. Pilots ain't liars, you just don't read. Let me guess, flow ride, killing your breed.
Yeah, Earth ain't flat, but your head just might be. Bet you still think 5G made disease. Looking at the sky, but you still don't see, man. Y'all need to get a new degree.
Y'all dumb, still arguing with facts. World keeps spinning, but y'all brains stay cracked. Miss me with that bullshit and stay the fuck out of science, bitch. Arguing with facts. World keeps spinning, but y'all brains stay cracked. Miss me with that bullshit and stay the fuck out of science, bitch.
Yeah, Earth ain't flat, but your head just might be. Bet you still think 5G made disease. Looking still don't see, man, y'all need to get a new degree. Y'all don't. Still arguing with facts. Still arguing with facts. Still arguing with facts. World keeps spinning, but y'all brains stay cracked. Miss me with that bullshit. And stay the fuck out of science, bitch.
I quite like AI music. Thank you, Jaybird Max. Oh yeah, I played that earlier. Yeah, Jaybird, I'm pretty sure I played that one earlier.
Talked about Poland when we were during communist system, and later it was so big propaganda that people were leaving their TVs on during the news. We had only one channel during the news, and you could see everywhere blue light, going from the window, but everyone was outside. That was a protest to do not listen to propaganda.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Pong was 10 years, KK says Pong was 10 years later, so it's even later than that.
I had Activision, and I played Pong.
Yeah, F-Guards, that's a pretty groovy beat. I tried not to, but I unironically like a lot of AI music. It's really fucking good.
Or in a couple other things. They had asteroids on it, maybe? Yeah.
But I mean, there's so much things that just miraculously worked. Look when they tried to test the LM on Earth, okay? They never once got it right.
Nope.
Neil Armstrong almost killed himself a couple of times trying to test it, yeah.
Yeah.
The first time, now look at it this way. They never got it right once. But they decided, let's take it and do it on the way anyway. So they take an unproven working model, you could say, to a place they've never been to that violates natural law.
I wasn't
and
paying
they
attention to him.
perfectly get it right.
Yeah, the first time, too. Yeah, no problems. Miraculous. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. And didn't Buzz Aldrin say that you weren't watching us, you were watching animation? Remember that? Yeah. Why would he say stuff like that, dude? It just doesn't make any sense.
But it shows you how gullible people are.
Wait, I must have skipped the wrong way.
My grand. They just perfectly get it right. They never got it right once. Right.
I had Activision, and I played Pong, or in a couple other things. They had asteroids on it, maybe? Yeah.
But I mean, there's so much things that just miraculously worked. Look when they tried to test the LM on Earth, okay? They never once got it right.
Nope.
Look, when they tried to test the LM on Earth, they never got it right. Well, that's just a lie.
Neil Armstrong almost killed himself a couple of times trying to test.
No. The point of testing it, though, is to try and get it right, to make sure it works, which they did, and they did get it right before they went to the moon. And then they did launches without people in to test it again.
Yeah.
The first time, now look at it this way. They never got it right once. But they decided, let's take it and do it on the way anyway. So they take an unproven working model, you could say, to a place they've never been to that violates natural law, and they just...
Hey, Pajo Lee, didn't you go to bed? You back? Says, how the hell is it up to 3:38, lads? FTFE will expire. Well, in about half an hour, I am going to have another sleep. Now, here's the thing. The fucking timer's higher than the last time that I went to sleep. Thank you, guys. Sigma Steph, how you doing, mate? I love to see you here. Done adulting now. What about a bit of fun before bed? I have permission to play the new Jamie C. Level video. So let's do that. And then once I'm up in the morning, we can continue with the Keith Derp. I didn't realise he'd covered my moon landing debate. I'm gonna pop out my Fred Perry at this point.
'Cause fuck you.
Die. You can fucking die. Crush them under your heels. I think Greta's kind of cute. Maybe I could like go on a date with her and kind of change her mind in ways, but I probably doubt it. Jake, he's a freak. He's morally highly dubious. He does nasty things to people and like doesn't even feel anything about it. Jamie C. Level is a psychopath troll. Make that bus hit you on the way out. Oh god, Sean Dawkins.
Piece of fucking human shit.
Fuck off. Yeah, you're a fucking freak, Moxie. It's fucking psycho.
Penis so small, so small.
QNC because he's a fucking retard. He just wants to like dance around like a fucking retard.
Oh, Arang, you piece of shit.
Arang, you piece of shit. Why are you wearing a diaper?
Nathan can go fuck himself.
I think you're a stupidity and I actually look down on you as being sick.
I want to fucking stomp his head in the ground till his skull cracks. Go fuck yourself, Nathan. Fuck you, Akumo Virus.
You've been nothing but a stick in the mud fucking backwards retard, son.
Even Dell says it? Wow, what a pathetic scumbag. I mean, fuck him.
Oh, jeez, oh, this guy's a fucking imbecile.
I hope he gets tattoo poisoning.
Who the fuck are you?
Go fucking kill yourself, Carrot. You're a fucking scumbag. It's all fucking Carrot. Stupid soccer cunts. I hope he gets fatally raped by an elephant. Dies of AIDS. Raped by an elephant. Raped by an elephant. Raped by an elephant. Raped by an elephant. Raped by an elephant.
What the fuck, man?
Die. You can fucking die. Crush them under your heels. Die. You can fucking die. Crush them under your heels. Go fucking kill yourself. I think most of the world is for you.
What is happening?
Yeah, well, most of the world has fucking died. I mean, I'm at this point where I'm like, okay, Russia, how many more hits does it take? How many times is that gonna take before they literally firebomb the entire fucking West, which they all deserve? To have millions of people burned to death horribly for their own idiocy, their complete lack of control over their own mental faculty. Full-blown Sodom and Gomorrah retaliation is what we deserve. Are you realizing yet that there is nothing else you can do but go into violent revolution and fucking kill them all? Are you getting there yet? Like a real civil war, and then it's just like slaughtering a bunch of people, and that's it. That's it. You don't get a fucking choice. It's going to happen. It cannot be prevented. No matter what the fuck happens, it can't be prevented. Get to it already.
Anywho.
Die. You can fucking die. Hack your fucking limbs off. Fuck you. Die. Crush them under your heels. Fucking kill yourself. Jesus was a ginger. You did it yet! Slapping them in the face.
How dare you?
God, if they draft me, I'm going to fucking assassinate NATO people. You got it?
You ain't gonna do shit!
Why did you try me out?
You got a tight little man pussy on you, don't you?
Yeah?
Weak, sniveling pussy.
You ain't gonna shit! You ain't gonna do it!
I'm gonna fucking assassinate your leaders, bitch.
You ain't gonna shit!
Collectively, worldwide, storm government buildings and fucking behead every goddamn politician, lobbyist, and industrialist. Every single one, no exception, no mercy, no delay, total overnight slaughter, millions of people dead in one fucking night worldwide.
What do you recommend I do?
Just crush them! Crush them under your heels!
But when his drinking, lusting, and his hunger for power became known to more and more people, the demands to do something about this outrageous man became louder and louder.
I wouldn't say cunt.
They should all be executed.
Who the fuck is this cunt?
Fuck you, die.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Deploy the flies!
It's never gonna happen to me ever against anything like that. It's just, I think it's probably just the weather because it's also rainy. I mean, the official story is, oh my god, these flies could want to be killed. Where the fuck are they coming from? The over-consciousness felt that and realizes that, God! Die! You fucking piece of shit! Fucking die! 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 Die!
He's mad.
Get the fucking hint!
I'm tired now.
You bald as shit!
2 seconds later.
Fuck does that fly keep flying right in front of the fucking camera? Is it being possessed by Tarot or something? Go fucking kill yourself, Tarot. You're a fucking scumbag. Fucking stomp your face in. Fucking stomp your face in until it breaks into shards, splatters all over the ground, yeah? I hope you get rolled over by a bus or a tank.
Fucking motherfucker! You bloody bang, 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 bang! Blood bastard!
Illuminati sound certainly hit the spot.
Just touching me!
Over here! Get out! Fucking hate that creature. Hate it.
This is Sparta!
Somebody engaged in physical violence and gets serious, I'm gonna fucking fuck you up.
Oh, scary!
I'm gonna stomp on your fucking joints until they're all trashed, till blood comes just spouting out of you.
You klutz! Oh, shiver my timbers!
Yeah, I'm not gonna stop.
Shut up, man!
So don't fucking try anything.
Scotch Phoenix, I don't know.
It's gonna fucking hurt you. I don't care what happens.
I'm so fucking scared right now, you shut up!
Yeah, shut up.
They have no idea, man.
You ain't no bad man yet.
I might not be a beefcake. beefcake or whatever, but I can be fucking vicious as hell. I will fucking damage you beyond fucking recognition. You have to try and shit on me.
Man will fuck you up, innit?
You better fucking kill me because I'm gonna fucking rip the fucking skin off your face. Got it?
Don't got it.
I'm a fucking Wolverine.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm a fucking Wolverine. Don't fuck with me. It'd be fucking insane if they did that. With Yoda. And then complaining how I'm stalking him. What a fucking scumbag. Dude, fuck you and die, you piece of trash. Fuck you, die. These hellhole people need to be exterminated. Exterminated. I just want to slam their head into the wall until their brains come out. What the fuck? You're that fucking retarded. You deserve to be locked in cages and tortured slowly until you all bleed to death.
Cool and normal.
And then we're gonna shit and piss on your corpses and burn it.
That's a new low.
Yeah?
Hey, with these cunts, there ain't no rock bottom.
I know how to settle this.
Yeah, whack it. If a person has ugly thoughts, it begins to show on the face. And when that person has ugly thoughts, every day, every week, every year, the face gets uglier and uglier until it gets so ugly you can hardly bear to look at it.
Oh my lord!
Yeah, we're not just responsible for ourselves as individuals, we're also responsible for the society of which we're a part, whether you agree with that society or not. Even more if you disagree, because if you disagree then you should do something about it. And having an opinion against the mainstream does not suffice. Just saying this is wrong does not suffice. It's not stopping the process. Are you gonna do something yet?
Are you?
I'm not gonna fight. I wouldn't be a good soldier anyway. I'm not like that. And hypocritical beyond measure.
Fucking hypocrite.
I mean, I'd rather volunteer for them. I've literally never heard a person once. Ever. But I knew that could just
boom.
And then it's done.
Claret everywhere.
And then it's gonna be body counts.
Fucking diabolical.
Lots of.
You're a fucking pathetic cunt.
What the fuck are you doing?
I'm just sharing my ideas, right? Just open ideas. Honesty.
The editing is
directness.
top bar.
Attempts at effective solutions. Final solutions. Final solutions. Final solutions. Not that it's that I do any good, because I wouldn't be a good soldier anyway. I wouldn't really fit in with the Russians either. Hey, you want a free ticket to hell with me?
The loser, as always, is you.
Don't forget to Rogan's it up, guys.
Yeah, nah, mate. Fuck you. You fucking psycho.
Bye.
Go fuck yourself.
Bye. So fuck yourself, Jamie.
I mean that was art. That was literal art. This is Jamie C. Level. Please do me a favor, guys, and go and subscribe. Yeah, elite production. It was brilliant. Rightio, my guys and gals. See where we are, shall we? Excuse the terrible font. I started this stream on, pardon me. Well, for some people it would have been the 29th of April. For some people it's now the 2nd of May. And I am still streaming. I haven't stopped. I have had 6 hours of sleep. Because I've now been going for 49 hours, guys, right? When I started 49 hours ago, there was a 45-minute timer. And that was all that was up there, 45 minutes. And then I broke space and time. Wait, my hand seems to be going behind that live on air sign. That must be in front of my hand. I broke space and time because after nearly 50 hours, 45 minutes is still 3 hours and 20 minutes. But what we do now is we hit the pause button over here and the timer stops. Now, what I am going to do is get ready to sleep once again because I'm fucking tired. I'm going to have 6 hours because that seems like a sensible amount so that I don't hurt my brain by doing this stream forever. And when I get up in 6 hours, we will continue listening to the derp, 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 some derp. I cannot believe where we are. This stream is going to be at least like 60 hours long at this point. All right, it's smashed my record. I didn't expect it to happen. I genuinely thought it would be, 6, 10, 12 hours. All right, and you guys would be like, yeah, he's done this a bunch. But it's fun. And I hope you guys are enjoying it with me. I've rambled a lot now, so it is time for me to sleep. Whilst I sleep, I have a couple of things queued up. Both of them are debates on this particular one is the debate that Dave McKeegan watched that made him start covering Flat Earth. So it's kind of fucked him up, really. Hopefully I've got the playlist on, so it should just play the next one afterwards. We will see. Let me just check if I go to the end.
That's just straight.
And then Industrial Nerd for $2. What is your favorite flavor of hot pot? A few days with another. It's been fun in the next couple of days. Tea. Fight the flatter. 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 Good night. Yeah, it worked. Cool. Right, guys, enjoy these couple of debates. and I'll be back in 6 to 6.5 hours ish, because I'm gonna do my ablutions first, use the toilet, and have a little wash and get my bed set up. So I'll see you very soon. Thank you for the support you've shown this stream, and good night. Good evening. An important health and safety message. Do not attempt what I do. It is for your safety that I do it, so you don't have to. Just a post-bed bomb first. No memberships while I'm sleeping, guys. That's the fucking rules. Very professional, huh? I assume you're all dancing, right? You better be. I'm dancing. I don't know, Connell. Hate myself, I guess.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE, welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Scott Schaefer did to established titles. I was this close to doing a sponsorship with them. It was going to actually be in the next video that I release. I'm really, really glad I didn't. Don't buy anything from established titles. It's a complete scam. So hello, welcome to FTFE versus an entire Discord server of Flat Earthers, 33 1/3, the final brain cell. I'm really old, that's why I titled it that. So today we're going to pop back into the wonderful Discord server, the Tartaria Cosmology Discord server, and talk to as many Flat Earthers as possible until my brain starts to dribble out of my nose. There is a link to the Discord server pinned in the chat if you would like to go into the Discord server and join in the chat, in the general chat, whilst we're all talking in the voice chat. Yeah, so let's do this. Thank you everyone for joining. I see already a couple of hundred. You must enjoy this. Rudolph, I don't know who you are. Apparently Rudolph in the chat has been banned and has had to use a sock. Well, I am sorry. If you're banned, there's probably a reason. But right, let's do this. It's time to go into the Viper's Nest.
The one who told me.
Hello, Tartaria Cosmology Discord server. How is everybody today?
Oh no, he's here. Stop talking bad about him. Sorry.
I'm not talking bad about you.
What's up,
We're fine.
So,
not talking bad about him, just saying he, like, you know, who he was.
Oh,
everyone spoke first.
Oh, well, if you're talking bad about me, that I'm used to that. Honestly, I've got about 700 videos on my channel, but there is about 5,000 videos insulting me by Flat Earthers, so it's cool. I'm used to it.
Not you. No, we were not talking about you, but welcome.
Don't lie. You ain't got to lie to kick it.
Right, so, past couple of times I've been in there, I presented a whole bunch of evidence and people have gone nutter to me. I was wondering if there's any Flat Earthers here with, you know, evidence of the Flat Earth.
What, did someone super chat you to say that or something?
No, I haven't had any super chats yet.
Oh, okay.
Continuous drop past the horizon. You can't keep dropping 6,000 miles.
Democ, if you're going to attempt to talk, could you please take the mic out of your asshole?
You do sound like you're in an underwater tunnel.
Oh, just open the door for him. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm
No one
sure
can
those were words,
understand.
Democ. I'm sure they were
6,000
lovely,
miles.
articulate words, but unfortunately, your microphone is not working.
Unfortunately, you don't comprehend.
How many?
Right,
That's what it sounds like when you do that thing.
I think it should be a rule that if Democ's here, there also needs to be a translator, because that almost worked last time.
Well, nobody understood what he just said, though.
Ah, right.
I would, but there's it's a little too belligerent. Too many F words in there.
He'll be here chilling.
Can you hear me? I didn't say no F words. I said you need to hear. Oh, I didn't say any F words. I said you need to have the 6,000 mile drop. You know, when you hover your helicopter past the curve right there, when you say, oh, it's dropping past, stop. Don't come up. Keep dropping, baby boy. Keep going straight down. Have a camera on the bottom. Keep going.
What?
Anything you got, any object you got, drop it past the curb and let's see it. Just keep dropping. Skim the earth 1 foot. Just keep dropping. You got 6,000 miles of drop you can account for. Where's that at? How come a helicopter can only rise up 12,000 feet? There's no 6,000 mile rise or drop for a helicopter. If you're on a globe and out around you is a sphere of air, a big fucking void of air around the ball, then clearly you should be able to go drop your rock or drop your camera or fly your rocket straight down like kamikaze past the curve. Everything should be able to drop past that curve like a cliff. Like if I hold my hand over the cliff edge of your curve earth and I'm standing on the piece of dirt, I drop it, it keeps falling. Keeps falling, right? Where's that 6,000 mile fall?
That's not how any of this works.
That's not. You don't know how a beach ball works? You don't know how physics works?
I understand physics quite well. That may
Well,
be your
no, I don't
issue
think
that
you
when
do.
you and I talk about
Well, then
physics, maybe you're
well,
talking
then
about something
demonstrate the
different than what I am.
drop. Then demonstrate the 1,000-mile drop.
So,
come on, man, let him finish.
All right, Democ, a couple of things. Number one, I was asking for evidence.
When have you demonstrated a ball?
No, okay, I got 2 words in. Wonderful. All right, two things, Democ. First off, I asked if there was evidence of the flat Earth, not for you to misunderstand how the globe works. Secondly, I would like to clarify your question by probing your understanding of the globe and what it says. So, assuming that the Earth is a globe, what is down? Could you please answer that question?
Globes don't talk. Assuming you understand physics, go get a fucking ball that you claim matches your Earth and show us what the fuck you're talking about, loser. We'll wait.
Right, so on the globe, on the heliocentric model, as it's taught,
On a
as
ball
it's
you
known,
don't have.
what
On a
is-
story
yeah,
you're talking.
Okay, I'm just trying to
Get
figure.
a physical ball. Without a physical ball, you're not talking physics of a ball. You're talking out your ass about nothing in your hand. Let's get the fucking ball, and we'll demonstrate what I'm talking about, and I'll show you.
So
then you'll
on the
comprehend physics,
heliocentric,
right?
I just need to ask you a question.
So are you
Could you
afraid
just
to
please
get the
answer
little
this one
helicopter
question
out
for
and
me,
the little sphere? A sphere and a helicopter. I don't have a question for you.
No,
This is
I've
about
got a question
demonstrating
for you.
physics.
I just need to understand
We're
where
gonna
you're coming
demonstrate
from.
the 12,000
So
mile
could you
fall,
please just
the
answer
6,000
one
mile
question
drop.
for me? Could you please just answer one question for me? Is that all right?
No, we need to demonstrate physics. Unless you can understand
I'm
ball
trying
physics,
to get your
how can I
understanding of physics, and the
What
only way I can
fuck
do
am
that is by
gonna
asking
answer
you
to
one
a person
question.
who doesn't comprehend spheres? If you don't comprehend a ball, you don't comprehend how toys go around them and how shit works on it, then why would I talk to you about anything? What do I need to answer you about? We need to get our ball out and show each other up, right? Who's wrong and who's right? You or me, Clyde?
So, on the
Demonstrating
heliocentric
physics.
model, Democ, on the heliocentric model, on the
physics,
globe, what is down?
In physics.
Yeah,
Around
in
the
physics,
sphere.
on the heliocentric
Show us
model,
what that means.
around the sphere,
Show
what
us.
is down?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a model in my hand. Can you show me?
You can imagine
Would you
things,
be-
right?
would you be
I imagine all
obliged
the
to
voices in your
present a
head are
spherical
quite,
ball?
usual. So, on the heliocentric model, on the globe, what is down? Do you know?
There is no down, retard.
That's incorrect. Down is towards
down
the
when you go
down
up
is
from the
towards
bottom of
the
your feet.
center of the globe.
Going
That's
below
it.
your feet is up for you. So if I'm on the top of the
down
ball,
is towards the
I'm going
center of
up
the
to go where?
Demok,
Where do I go up to?
Nope.
What?
Demok,
Just to
down
help
is
this out, I
towards the
actually have a
center of the
demonstration.
globe. That's
I drew it
it.
for you, Craig. It's a nice circle. I put a whole bunch of series of tangent lines. I called it level on a ball. What do you think?
Sphere, yeah. And then show us the physics of such. Show us a little spherical air amount, a little water amount, and we'll be good to go.
So, again, down on the globe Earth is towards the center. You understand that, Demok?
You're not showing a globe, stupid. You're talking out your ass.
Correct, I'm not showing a globe because
get a ball, get some boats, get a building, get a couple objects, retard, and we'll show you how fucking sphere works.
Yeah, cool. I'll just go and get all that stuff right now from my front
I know you
room.
want to run from physics. Stop running from physics, loser. Let's go do physics, boy.
Well, I'd love you to do physics. Physics quite obviously includes gravity and what up and down is. It's unfortunately you don't know what down is.
Your theory is not going to stop my slap.
What theory?
My flat Earth slap is coming to you. Your theory's not going to block it. So show physics.
I mean, you're doing a flat Earth something, that's for sure.
Physical balls. Do you have one?
Hey,
what's your globe look like? What does a globe look like? I haven't seen one yet.
Looks like this.
I haven't been clarified that yet. What does it look like, retard? Can you draw
do you not know what a globe looks like? That's unfortunate that you aren't aware of 3D shapes.
It looks like a flat disc that I've ever seen. A flat disc. A two-dimensional
You've only
flat
ever
disc.
seen a flat disc? You've only ever seen a flat disc? Is that what you just told me?
I've seen a 12,000-mile thick globe. Where's the thickness?
I saw plenty of pictures of the globe from
Looking
Artemis.
over a dartboard that's a flat dartboard doesn't have thickness, stupid fuck. Can you show us the thickness as well as the length and breadth and height at the same time, retard? Giggly puss? Or you got a flat disc to show us on your flat pictures and your flat screens?
You're just hilarious, dude. So, anyway, yeah, about that evidence of the Earth being flat.
No, I think you're retarded because all you got's a fucking flat disc. Do you have anything but stupid fuck?
I have a flat disc, do I? Where's my flat disc?
I don't know. In a picture, stupid fuck.
Yeah, that's the only place you find the discs. The flat discs is in the
physical globe. You know how to represent a physical globe off a camera or TV, stupid fuck.
I'm holding one in my hand right now.
Do you know how you do? Now show us how the helicopter flies around, bitch.
How a helicopter flies around the globe. It flies around it, always having down towards the center.
Bring your camera against it and show us the helicopter go around it, retard.
I don't have a helicopter, sorry.
Don't forget, I need some goof troop.
Well, helicopters do exist, and the globe is real.
Folks, helicopters, pictures, everything. Show us what it looks like.
Right?
So what are you wanting me to do? Ground. Sorry, two people were talking there. Was someone else asking me something?
It looks like we had overexcited Glober trying to chime in.
Nah, we just need we need some more goof troop from Demok. Give me some goof troop, Demok. Let's go, baby.
Sorry, I just couldn't help myself.
Oh, okay, so Demok doesn't understand what 3D shapes are. It's very hard to have a conversation with someone like Demok. So anyone else got anything? Any flat earthers in here want to
where's your 3D? Where's your 3D physics on your globe, ignorant fuck? Where's your diagonal, your tilt?
3D
where's your horizontal bubbles leaving out of water? Where are your bubbles and your rocks dropping and rising horizontally, stupid fuck? Hello.
Yeah, none of that means anything, dumbass. It's just words that you're smashing together.
It means a sphere, retard. It means a physical sphere, stupid fuck, that you don't have.
I don't think you know what. I genuinely don't think you know what sphere is.
What doesn't mean anything is your sphere, stupid ass. You don't have the physics to back it, motherfucker. You're the little bitty insignificant dot on the globe, motherfucker. Do you know how great
could you define a sphere for me?
You should see, you ignorant son of a bitch.
It's like the best debate ever.
Is this the best Flat Earth has to offer? Honestly. This is the server for the Flat Earthers. This is the best.
It's actually a server full of
globals at the moment. Where can you just drop something past the curb and just watch it keep going, retard motherfucker?
That's not how that works.
No, you can't. So there's no curb and you can't drop stuff now past cliffs. Now physics don't work.
A cliff is not the curve of Earth. Oh my god!
Listen to the retard globe. That physics don't work. Okay, you guys got magic fucking unicorn physics.
Yeah, okay, alright.
Where's the horizontal flying helicopter, down and up, rising down?
Yeah, I've muted him because he's just saying words. Alright, I might unmute him in a bit, but let's give someone else a chance to talk. I didn't server mute him. I just muted him on my side, so you might
Can you-
still be able
can
to
you
hear him.
Can you step back for a little while, Demok? There. All right, good job though. That was awesome. Hey, Cracker's here. You know the guy that you emailed me about trying to talk to after we went on McToon like months and months ago.
Yeah,
Hey, buddy.
and Cracker said he hated me and stuff. So you know.
Well, I believe the words he used were not worth his time, but that's his words.
Oh, you definitely told me that he hated me. So you know, that's always nice. I don't mind. My dad always said that, you know, if there isn't people that hate you, you aren't doing your job right.
What?
Speaking of doing your job right, why is it that you guys fail so hard at bringing flat earthers back to the globe?
Well, the playlist of interviews with ex-flat earthers on my channel would disagree with you.
Oh, you mean the ones you cut and edit to favor your narrative?
No, I record entire interviews with ex-flat earthers. One of them happens to be in the server right now, Sean G. We could also talk about Seek Truth, Speak Truth, Ranty Flat Earth, Blue, and the many others. There's also Wisecoff, who's in there as well, who's an ex-flat earther. So I don't have any issues. I actually get hundreds of emails all the time about how I've helped people realize that the Earth is in fact a globe, and they've gone back to college and stuff because of me. So I've got no issues there, thanks.
What we would call sellouts in the current mainstream.
Wisecoff actually already went back to flat Earth. Sorry, go ahead.
Nah, yeah.
Half of my debate whether there's a flat Earth.
Randy was influenced into it, so we all know that.
Got the role at my server, and he was just playing a role.
Okay,
Also talked to Sean G about his journey here too. That was fun.
So was that a flat earther asking me about why I fail? Was that Cracker?
Yep.
Is Cracker? So I don't fail. Is there anything else you have, like evidence of the flat Earth, maybe?
Do you have any evidence of the globe or like that?
Yeah, I present loads of evidence of the globe all the time. People just go, "Nuh." I was wondering if there's any evidence of the flat Earth.
Also, how about presenting some of this evidence of the globe? Speak about one of them.
Yeah, no, I do that all the time. I'm asking if there's any evidence of the flat Earth right now. So this is your chance to go ahead and present to me your best evidence of the Earth being flat.
Reifications and models.
Hey, what does FTFE stand for?
Can I ask a question about the flat Earth?
Fight the tight ship. Fear the fictitious Earth.
No, Floofy the Freedom Eagle.
That's a fucking good one.
Yeah.
That's almost as gay as the Green Lantern, though.
Do not diss the Green Lantern in my country. How dare you?
In the Dark Knight.
Well, the Darkest Night, well, the Blackest Night actually was the best storyline ever. But anyway, Cracker. So yeah, about that evidence of the flat Earth. How are you going with that?
No, this doesn't work like this. What I'm looking for is for one of you professional globers to try to convince me to come back to your fucking bullshit.
Hey, my job isn't
How
to
about
convince
you present me with some evidence that would convince me to come back to the globe, and then we'll talk about it.
So what you're saying is you don't have any evidence of the Earth being flat, and you can't present anything, which is the one thing I've asked. Is that right?
Do you have any evidence of the globe actually
Yes, I do, and
working
I present it all the time in the nearly 700 debates that I've had with flat Earthers. I constantly present evidence of the globe. But I'm here asking specifically if there's any evidence of the Earth being flat. Do you have
Don't you guys talk about relativity?
Do you have any evidence of, say, gravity?
Well, I've got lots of evidence of gravity. There's countless measurements of gravity. I've measured gravity myself.
Newton or Einstein, because they're not
Well, they're the same thing.
Okay, so F equals GM1 M2 over R squared. Can you prove those masses and those four missing variables in that equation?
There's no missing variables in any
Tell
of the
me how
equations.
exactly you prove those. Tell me exactly how you prove those.
How you prove what?
You know what your
sorry?
gravitational law equation is. It's easy.
Yeah, sorry. So
This
what are
should
you
be
asking?
easy.
What are you asking me to prove?
I want you to show me that you can quantify those variables and prove
Which
that
variables?
that equation works the way
Which
that you
variables specifically?
Mass 1, mass 2, the R square value, the distance between the two centers of the bodies.
Yeah,
and the force.
you just
Because
decide
the only
what the
one
masses
that
are and the
is-
distances are. There you go. That you decide the variables.
Okay,
Then you
tell
can
me
test
how
it.
you
It's easy.
get the mass. How did you get the mass of the Earth again? Could you tell me that?
I didn't get the mass of the Earth.
Okay, but you would need the mass of the Earth in that equation, right?
No, not at all.
And if you were comparing it to, say, the Sun, and trying to get that equation to apply to the Sun and the values of the Earth,
If we were
right?
doing that, yeah, but I've verified gravity in other ways.
Really? So you're telling me you can't quantify something and put it in that equation? That you can't?
No, I can absolutely quantify things and put them in that equation. Everyone in the world that ever does a physics degree does it. So it's quite easy.
How much does the Earth weigh again, according to your math?
I don't care about the Earth's weight. That's not what I use in the experiment when I do it.
6.0 times 10 to the 24th kilograms.
Well, yeah, that's cool. But again, I don't I don't use the Earth's weight in the experiment. It doesn't matter.
1 teaspoon of Earth equals 1.
Okay. So
I don't need the Earth's weight to verify gravity and to measure gravity.
How does this apply to something like, say, the asteroid belt, where you have many small little pieces of rock that's supposed to be
on a roll, Graham.
Space vacuum?
Apparently,
it's held into place by this gravity that the sun holds the planets into place, but it doesn't pull these little pieces of rock into it. Can you explain how the asteroid belt works with your so-called gravity bullshit?
I want to know how many teaspoons it takes to make a whole Earth.
So one at a time. One at a time. If Cracker wants me to answer his questions, that's fine, because he's obviously afraid to answer any of mine. You want me to explain how orbits work? Is that right?
No. I want you to explain specifically the asteroid belt, which is made of small pieces of rock, according to your model.
Yeah, there's lots of them in orbit around the barycenter of the solar system. There you go. What do you want me to explain? Yes. Each one of those asteroids is in free fall towards the barycenter of the solar system, but has a tangential velocity that is large enough to keep it going around and missing it. That's what orbits are. Sorry?
All the time I thought it was
What's the mass of each one of those rocks? Because
you want me to tell you the mass of each of the rocks in the asteroid belt? All of them. Do you know how many there is?
If you were going to put them in your little equation, you would need the mass of each one in order to calculate the gravity of each one, right?
Well, yeah, if I was trying to calculate the gravity, specifically to each of the asteroids, I would need to know the mass of each of those asteroids. But that's not something I've ever done or would really worry about, so it doesn't really change the fact that it's very easy to measure gravity. No, wonderful. The beginning of your sentence interrupted the middle of mine. That's very unfortunate. Sorry, what was it you were interrupting me with there?
I think you just said you're not worth my time about out. But it was tough to hear.
Oh, right, so basically he asks questions, refuses to let me answer, and then runs away. Brilliant. This is
How many times have you said that? Is that like your trademark or some shit? Do you just repeat that?
The actual answer. Are you worrying about me telling you the actual answer? Is that the problem?
Actually, I don't give a fuck.
About how physics works. That's quite clear, yes.
We definitely want to hear.
No, don't put words in my mouth, princess. You're not going to pull that shit.
What's it with you guys and loving to be the power bottom? Well, that's when you call someone a princess, that means that you like to be the one at the bottom. So obviously, just like the guy the other week, Cracker here loves to be a bottom.
Loves to be a
bottom. A bottom. Oh.
Yeah.
You said bottom.
Excuse me?
You're excused.
Excuse me?
You are excused.
Yeah, and you can go fuck yourself.
I'd rather fuck your mum.
Come on, bruv. Come on, bruv.
Listen to this bullshit. Is that all you can do is ad hom? You can't answer a question.
You're the one that fucking started it, dude.
You call me a fucking retard.
And that's not even ad hom. Insulting you is not ad hominem. They're different things.
Nor worth my fucking time. Fuck right off. Goodbye.
Bye then, princess. See you later.
Okay, hey, Grim, you want a shot? I think you had some cool stuff.
That's two. Next.
I'm not here to fight anybody. I'm just here to just be like a little cheerleader and a hype man. Woo woo.
Woo woo. So that's the infamous Cracker, comes in, asks me questions, refuses to let me answer, calls me names, gets upset when I call him a name, and then runs away.
I'll go ahead and try to discredit my okay, let's go on. Let's go on. Do you have any other truth that you can present me that you think's going to bring me back to the globe, Mr. Success Story here? How many people do you
I've got lots of evidence. I mean, the problem is that, you would never
present some fucking evidence, bitch. Come on, let's see it.
How about you present evidence of the Earth being flat? That's why I'm here.
No. That's not my purpose
here. Is that the
here.
issue? Do you not?
You're
have
the
any?
person that's supposed
Is
to
that
bring
the problem,
all of us,
Cracker?
all
Is there no?
retarded flat earthers back to your fucking globe. So get on with it. Show us some shit.
It's alright. We
that'll
don't
bring
want you,
us
dude.
back.
We don't want you. It's fine.
Come on, you fucking coward.
Coward! I'm the one here. You're the one that was running away.
I'm the world's greatest flat earther. So, okay, Mr. Smartass.
World's greatest flat earther. That's not something you should be proud of.
Evidence that you think you have that you're going to convince me otherwise of all of your violation of natural law and all that bullshit that you make up. All your math magic.
Tell me something that violates. Tell me something about the globe that violates the natural law. All right. Tell me something about the globe, Cracker, that violates the natural law. Go ahead.
Gee, could I make a fucking list?
Just one thing. Tell me one thing about the globe that violates a natural law. Go ahead.
What's your container that holds the air to the earth again?
Well, gravity is a container. The universe also contains
Prove
the
gravity.
entire... I'm answering. Please don't interrupt me whilst
Prove
I'm answering
gravity.
you. No, I'm still answering. So, gravity is a container, and also...
Okay, you can spend 10 minutes
once again,
like,
I'm in the middle of talking, and you interrupted. Is this all you can do, Cracker, is interrupt me whilst I'm
If you're just gonna keep talking, I'm just gonna talk, all right? One at a time, please. You can wait till he's done, then tell him he's stupid. It's totally fine.
He never shuts the fuck up.
Hey, Shane, he's saying that I can't shut the fuck up when every time I try to answer, he overtalks me. Are we all hearing this, right?
There we go. 10 more minutes of complaining. Get on with it, bit.
Maybe he's having a time dilation thing.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Oh, well, I forgot what the question was. What was the question?
Gravity, atmosphere.
Oh, yeah, container. So gravity contains the atmosphere, and also all of the pressure in the universe is contained, within the universe. So there's two containers. Pick one.
So vacuums don't exist, really?
There is no ideal vacuum, no perfect vacuum. That doesn't exist in nature, no. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
Just lower pressures.
Yeah.
Just lower
The
pressure.
entire universe is just considered a low pressure system.
Now, I mean, we did kind of, and essentially in the beginning, assume epsilon and all kinds of things for, you know what I mean, for vacuum-free space and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's been
Initially.
lots of
And they've been
assumptions and
converting
stuff
and
that we
slowly-
know a lot more now. But anyway, Cracker.
Yeah,
So
So I
gravity
wanna
and
know
the
how
universe
this
both
gravity-
contain. So could you asked me about? I
So
asked
I
you
wanna
about
know-
Wait, hold on, Cracker. Hold on. You asked me to. I asked you about something that violates a natural law. So
Forget this, I can't get a
specifically,
fucking
what
word out,
violates a
man.
natural law, and which natural
Eat
law
it.
does it violate? Do you know, Cracker? You don't want to talk anymore?
Just say thermodynamics and then run away.
I imagine that's what he was going for the second law of thermodynamics, but I would
No,
bet
I was
money he
actually going to
doesn't
ask
know what the
you.
second law of
I was going to
thermodynamics is.
ask you, what is your container that keeps the air plastered?
You already answered that one.
Yeah, I did answer that. So gravity and the
Okay,
universe both
so
contain it.
show me some proof of gravity and explain exactly what the cause and effect relationship is there. I want to hear what causes gravity.
The larger mass attracts this lighter mass. Gas is pretty damn light.
Well, no, that is gravity. The cause of gravity is the curvature of space-time.
That is conjecture.
Well, no, that's one
Oh,
idea.
really? So show me the experiment that proves
That's
that.
hilarious.
The Edison experiment in 1919, plus science doesn't prove.
What was the independent variable in that experiment?
The time of year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What was the dependent
The
variable?
position of the moon and the sun could also be variables. The position of the stars could also be variables. There's plenty of variables. But anyway, yeah, gravity is something that's empirically verified. If you want to deny it, you have to, disprove.
Okay, so let me ask you another question. Newton's gravity.
Are you going to give me a chance to answer the question?
I know. I was going to say, why would you even want to ask another one yet when you haven't heard?
Newton's gravity is supposedly what? What speed does Newton's gravity travel at?
Newton didn't say that there was a speed. The maths implied that it would be instantaneous, and that was why it's less accurate than Einstein's relativity explanation. But it was just an assumption.
Wait, what experiments do you think prove gravity? I'm just gonna look it up real quick. Just curious.
How does any of this prove flat Earth?
G. Yeah. Let's stick to one thing at a time. So anyway, Cracker, yeah, gravity is empirically verified. You have issues with that, but you still haven't told me which natural law is being violated by the globe.
Second law of thermodynamics. You already know I was going to
Which
say
is
it.
this? What is the second law of
didn't
thermodynamics?
want
Could you
to
tell
say-
me?
No, but see, this goes back to my question. What is the container that's holding the air in? You say gravity.
Gravity, yeah.
But what? There has to be some kind of containment.
Yeah, gravity
the
is the
force
containment.
wall of
Yeah.
the surface of the planet. That
Yeah.
would be your other containment wall.
Gravity
the surface
creates a
of the
force
planet.
that's proportional to the product of two or more masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance
So
between
you're
them.
telling me
So-
that something that you and McToon had a whole entire video about this, about how gravity is pseudoscience and science doesn't prove things, but somehow you have
No,
experiments
I've never said that gravity is pseudoscience. I don't know
I
where you're going to
see.
get that from.
Okay, that's all I need to say.
But anyway, so you said that it's
I know you're gonna make fun of
wait,
me
hold
when
on,
I
hold on.
take
Can
off,
I,
but
can
I
I
have
speak
to
now?
go.
Can I speak, please?
I
So-
have to listen. I have
Crack, are
to
you
go.
going to run away before I get a chance to respond? Is that
I'm
what it is?
running away or
You are,
whatever.
you're going to run away, aren't you?
They all-
You're going to run away before I get a chance to respond, aren't you?
No, I have to go, shithead.
No, you,
I'll be
you
back
say
in a
that,
little
but you're
bit.
running
We'll
away
talk about it
before I
in-
get a chance to
Nonsensical
respond.
points, and now you conveniently have to leave right after you made your nonsensical point. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Okay, you can go fuck yourself if you think I'm lying. I have to.
I mean, I
go.
guarantee that you do not know what the second law of thermodynamics is.
Give it a break.
I guarantee, Cracker, that you do not know what the second law of thermodynamics is or what it applies to. Nope, he's run away. Cracker ran away. There we go. Make a bunch of claims, say a bunch of nasty stuff, run away like a coward. Yeah.
You sound like a coward.
Sorry?
You sound like a coward.
Me? You saying I sound like a coward? You can speak up again.
Yeah, who was that? Go for it, whoever it was.
I
can't
Red
find
Rising, I think it was, that spoke then.
And then don't talk.
Yeah, yeah. I love how they call me a coward when I'm the one here in the Discord server. It's...
Well, I mean-
it's
I got a question. If we can tamper down the bitch fighting for a minute, should be fine, right?
Shane, yes, how you doing, buddy?
What's going on,
I
man?
would just ask for people to just, like, please be more respectful, man. I want to hear some actual debate. It'd be nice.
Oh, it was Brandon. Oh, okay.
That was Brandon?
Yeah, well, he came in with the name President Brandon, and that's what I've been calling him. I don't know.
All right. Hey, everyone, I would love to be respectful, but if flat earthers will not be respectful, I turn it back to them. So it's not up to me who's respectful, it's up to the person I'm speaking to. But Shane, yeah, how you doing, dude? What's up? Let's chat.
Going on? So Phil Bell came in last night and gave us like a 5-hour dumpster fire, which I thought was hilariously awesome.
Who came
ended up
sorry?
talking about Professor Phil Bell?
Oh, Phil Bell, yeah, good dude.
Yeah, I think he's in the chat now. We should invite him in. But yeah, last night he came in and we talked about Coriolis effect for 3 fucking hours. I wanted to bang my head against the wall.
Coriolis. It's something that kills the flat Earth, pretty much.
that pseudo fake voice. Yeah, I love it. No, I don't want to talk about that. I'd rather gouge my eyeballs out. But how about the 3-body problem? What do you know about that?
It's not really an issue. It's kind of something that you solve in your first year of physics undergrad. Like,
really?
Yeah, there's many solutions to the 3-body problem. The problem is that after that predicting where things go after a long period of time when there's many interactions, chaos theory becomes important to understand. But there is actually a whole different bunch of solutions to the 3-body problem.
There's a proposition of simplified solutions to not the actual problem, but they change the parameters, no? How do you solve the 3-body problem without changing the parameters?
Well, it's about knowing the future state of something and which it becomes less and less likely when you have more bodies involved. But it's the 3-body problem isn't an issue for anyone. It's just more of a mathematical conjecture.
Right, but I mean, like, it's called like the 3-body or the N problem, and it literally, as far as I know, governs the gravitational forces involved in 3 bodies orbiting around each other. And then they call it 3 specifically because 3 is what breaks the system, and you can't predict it any longer.
Well,
if there's 2,
again,
you can reason.
You can predict it up to a point, but if there's easily repeatable patterns to be predictable, that's fine. But when there's more and more bodies involved, the prediction becomes less and less probable over time that it will be correct. But it's just about statistics and mathematics. It's not really an issue. We're still able to, there's way more than 3 bodies in the solar system, and we're able to predict where everybody in the solar system will be in 100 years' time. That's not an issue. We can do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, the way I understood it, right, was that it was a complex problem with the 3 gravitational bodies. They call it, like I said, 3 because at 2 you can mathematically predict the model of where things will be, and that kind of works out
infinitely.
To the best,
Yeah, yeah. When it's a lot more simple when there's 2. Obviously, you add more. The more and more bodies you add to something like this, the harder it becomes to predict where things are going to be. But there's many different methods of doing it, and we can do it and have done it for a long, long time. Like I said, it's something that you literally talk about ways to solve in your first year of a physics course. You know, it's a mathematical puzzle, but it's not something that's unsolvable.
It's not like a degree. Like a Rubik's Cube type puzzle. It's an actual based in physicality and the whole solar system. That's how they got the solar system model. So I understand the solution is that they really didn't solve it. They just proposed it as a different set of simplified 2-body problems. That's how they got literally the orbits of all the supposed planets, right? You go Mercury in the sun, Mars in the sun, Venus in the sun, Earth in the sun, and so on. And that's how you get the perfectly elliptical patterns that they showed to us in grade school, no?
Well, yeah, but you have to take into account the gravitational forces of every mass in the solar system to accurately predict where everything is, and that's what we're able to do now. You know, we can say how more than one mass will interact with each other. Sorry, we can say that how more than 2, how more than 3. We know how that's going to be. The predictions become more and more difficult down the line, but it's something that there is ways of solving, and it doesn't, even if it's something that's difficult to do, doesn't in any way disprove the solar system. It just means that we may have difficulties in predicting certain patterns, but it's things we have solutions for.
Right, but so when you say you can predict it, I mean, it is in the sky and observable. You can observe and record it, and there is a cyclical pattern that you can just record, and then after a point when it repeats, you can say that's a prediction, but it's really not, right? It's just an observation in a cyclical pattern. But when you're applying the mathematics from the gravitational standpoint, and I didn't actually say mathematics, but maybe it came out mathematics. That's really what I call it. All this
mathematics.
Mathemagic.
But the thing is, you can apply the mathematics and it works to more than 2 bodies.
Can you shut up? Now, I'd like to hear the rest of what Shane has to have. You keep incessantly interrupting him, but he's very patiently letting you say what you want to think. No, you've done it several times. Anybody
I didn't interrupt him.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did.
Die right now.
Please just let Shane finish.
Whoa, Fox. It's actually been a very cordial conversation.
Yeah, I thought we were having a back and forward, not interrupting. I thought we were just having a genuine back and forward.
Okay, here.
Fox, so you're screaming, dude. You're just making it work. Okay,
Listen,
yeah, you did interrupt him to talk about the word mathemagic, and then he corrected it, and then you took that as opportunity to start talking. So Shane, finish your point.
Yeah. I mean, that was just a bit joking. I'm, again, I've not.
Shane was still in the middle of his point, though. That's the guy's point.
Right.
Sorry, Shane. I apologize.
It's all good, dude. So the mathemagics, right, that you have to use to work it out in a 3-body problem and beyond actually doesn't quite work. The only way you can solve it, as far as I know, is you have to simplify it and literally, in my mind, change the parameters. So you break it down to a series of 2-body problems, and then you have the math that works in the 2-body system, and then you sort of project that out for the solar system and say that it works. I don't think that's exactly how it happened. I think it literally is still broken and impossible because the math that you have currently can't predict any more than 3.
There is no absolution for a 3-body equation. Yes, that's true.
Go Shane.
Yeah, there's many solutions that we can use, but
There's solutions, but they're not absolutions. You can't absolutely.
We're still able to.
The 3-body equation.
Sorry.
Predictions are based on past observation, just like you said.
No, it's not entirely based on that, though. We can make predictions based on the knowledge of where things are going and their masses and the gravitational forces involved. We can predict where every mass in the solar system is going to be in 100 years' time. That's
we know
what
cycles. We know what cycles they follow, and they knew that in Babylon thousands of years ago. Where they'll be in 1,000 years.
Yeah, but there's many more things that we're able to see in the sky now. Many more things that we're able to look at and predict the positions of in hundreds of years' times, and it's going to be really accurate. Sorry?
Examples?
Well,
give an example of that.
It's literally just the Metonic cycle, right? The ones that you observe, repeat, right down.
I mean, we've literally used predictions to find out where black holes are, even stars, planets. There's numerous examples.
Oh my god,
that's a nonsense contribution. Thank you so much,
bro. You can't even apply relativity to a black hole. Right? Like you can claim you used it to know where it's at and predict it. You know, you can't actually apply the math of relativity to the black hole though, because it's a singularity. So that kind of backfired. That actually supports Shane's point.
And the Mayans, what about their prediction?
I just realised that that's Witsit there, and while you're there, Witsit, I just wanted to say, someone told me that you got copyright struck when you were reviewing the debate with me. Is that right?
Yeah, someone told me that you and MC Toon bullied Bryant into not keeping his word because you guys suck. You want to talk about that part?
No, I was talking about copyright.
No, let's not talk about that part.
Is it true that you got copyright struck?
Yeah, is it true that you and MC Toon told Bryant that no flat earther should ever make any money and you should not pay him and you can't agree to this contract that says that the debate should be fair?
I said that I don't pay flat earthers to debate on my channel. That's all I said.
No, you guys told him not to pay me any money and not to agree to the contract that said the debate would be fair.
I don't pay flat earthers to debate on my channel. That's the only
You weren't paying anyone anything.
Yeah. Flat earthers don't get paid to debate on my channel. That's it.
Right. So you did
but
tell him
I was asking
not
you
to pay
about a
the
copyright. Is it true that
You
got
guys are
copyright
so
struck?
funny, bro.
Is it, so what you're saying is you have to be paid to debate, is that right?
No, what I'm saying is that you're a loser, and you
So you
tried
have to be
to
paid to
bully
debate, is that
him
right?
into going back on his word, which
No,
he
so you have
begged
to be
me
paid
for
to
weeks.
debate, is
And he
that right?
begged me for weeks. So you're already right now. You're not in a position where you're going to be able to interrupt me and lie to everyone about what really happened. So you're freaking out.
The thing is,
you are being really aggressive.
Yeah, so you have to be
I'm
paid
being
to
really
be,
aggressive
to
to
debate,
this
and you
little
won't answer my
gamma
question.
that just
So,
I'm just
gamma,
going to priority
you know
this.
who calls people gammas? You know who calls people gammas?
All right, now here we go.
Yeah.
I was in the middle of talking. So,
Yeah, so
the point
I'm
is
gonna
that
talk
the
over you
dude
because
reached
you're
out
just
to me
talking
many
nonsense.
times and asked me to debate. Okay,
Yeah,
and I
so-
didn't
and you
want
would
to
only
do
do
it
it if you
because
get
I didn't
paid,
want
is
to
that
go
right?
on your channel and give you the biggest video
So
that you would have ever
is
had.
it true that you
hands
only get
down.
paid
Wouldn't
if you
even
would
have been
debate?
close.
You only get debate on my channel if you get paid, is that right? Is that right? Even though I was willing to offer £1,000 of my own money if I interrupted during the debate. But no, you need to be actually paid to debate. Is that right? That's what I thought.
Do you get paid?
So I think that we're really taking this to a place where it doesn't need to be.
Yeah, no, I was
We
actually
should
going.
get-
The only thing I wanted to say to Witz is that if he got copyright struck, I don't know who did it. I didn't do it, and I wanted to assure him of that. And I wanted to say, if it was anyone that was anything to do with me, I'm sorry that this video got copyright struck because that's something that I don't agree with that no one should do. That was the only thing. But Witsit had to, decide to be all aggressive and worry about getting paid for a debate. But
Yeah, we don't need to cover that.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's all right. I just wanted to as Witsit was there, I just wanted to apologise to him for if he did get copyright struck and assure him that I didn't do it. But no, he has to go ahead and start calling people gammas because he's a little crybaby that can't debate unless he gets paid.
Can you stop complaining, dude?
What happened?
I'm not complaining. I was explaining what just happened.
Yes, you are
difference.
complaining what just happened.
I think,
explaining.
we're on
Explaining.
relativity.
But look, we're past that now, so
I think we were on relativity. No, Widget's not in the. I don't see him in the voice chat anymore, bro.
Trying to figure out if someone muted him.
Not I.
Interesting.
He probably left the server because he was muted.
Somebody muted him?
Indeed.
Indeed.
I'll sort that out.
I mean,
anyway,
if we're talking about the three-body problem, it's something that's under constant investigation. And there was a paper. I've been trying to find the paper to show you, but there was recently a group of physicists that found 13 new general solutions to the three-body problem. I think it was science.org, but I haven't been able to re-find it. If someone can maybe have a look on science.org and look for what they were talking. I think it was in the last 6 or 7 months the paper got released. But the free-body problem isn't an issue for the heliocentric.
One of you is. As long as we understand what solve for means, it means computate, simplify. It doesn't mean absolution, so there's still no absolute equation for a three-body. You have to break it down into smaller equations because in a three-body you cannot find absolution or absolute value.
And even though that's the case, it's no issue for the heliocentric model in any way.
I think somebody was asking about who muted Austin, and
I didn't know anyone. I'll figure it out later. No big deal.
We don't need to cover that.
It was nice to McToon felt it was nice to mute our friend Witsit. So I don't think McToon would have appreciated being muted at that point, but he felt it nice to mute him at that point. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, no one should be muting anyone if they're just trying to talk. But I muted Demok on my side, but that's it.
Can we just move forward?
Yeah. I see
Wait,
Brian
like,
Leakey
so
there. How you doing, Brian?
MC Toon muted me. So this is a room that caters to the most toxic ballers on the internet.
Okay,
no, but the way we do it, right?
Cater to civility.
So
well, I was calmly talking, Battle Mod, right? And I got interrupted 12 times. Did you miss that part?
Yeah, and just so everyone knows, the way these events work is when our guests come in, I'm the only one who will mute FTFE. If it needs to be muted, the same goes for Witted. So that's how this works. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here.
It was literally, I wasn't trying to start drama. I was literally going to say like a 1 minute recollection of what happened right in front of them so that they couldn't deny it because that's what they're going to do on their channel, right? And he tried to drown me out by interrupting me. Then I got muted? Like, what the?
I thought there was a rule against whining about muting.
So McToon, I think, did it to be fun and then immediately left. So he definitely just came here to stir up some shit. We'll work it out later. Sorry, dude.
Well, it's all no. He actually doesn't want to be exposed because he's the one that told Bryant not to do it and like threatened to not talk to him anymore and all this crazy stuff if he kept his word with the debate. So he didn't want so Bryant's lying because I'm going to put all three of you on blast, obviously. So it's like we don't have to talk about this. It doesn't matter. You guys are liars. MC Toon just got in the chat and said Wittit's leaving because he only debates if he gets paid to do it. I debated you and him for free in this room and thoroughly embarrassed you guys.
Yeah, but you won't pay Professor Dave without getting paid, will you?
I won't be on your channel where you'll get millions of views.
Millions,
that's right.
Yes, millions. So basically, you won't debate Professor Dave without getting paid. Is the problem?
No, I'll debate him for free on a neutral, fair platform, but not on
I've
your
shown that
channel.
my channel can be neutral and fair. You are the one that is stopping this debate from happening.
Your channel's name is Fight the Flat Earth. That is the
and I've shown
opposite
that it
of
can be.
neutral
I've
and
shown
fair.
that it can be a neutral channel for debates.
Okay.
The title is irrelevant. You are the only one stopping the debate happening by demanding it somewhere else.
Why do you keep cutting Witted off? He doesn't even get to finish his sentence.
All right, I don't really care. I'm not complaining about that.
So we don't have to talk about this. I'm not trying to take over the room. But the fact of that, although it's funny because this is obviously like the most.
Witsit, the only thing I wanted to
my
say
God,
was
no one cares what you're saying. You're interrupting me every time I talk.
Then no, I was genuinely trying to say to you that if you got copyright struck whilst reviewing one of my videos, I did not do it and I did not authorize anybody to do it. And if that did happen, then I'm sorry that it happened. That was what I was trying to say to you, and that was it. But then you went the other way with it. So
the reason I went the other way with it because I knew that's what you were doing to stay to the room about how you're such a like moral, upstanding person. I didn't copyright you. I disavow the so I jumped ahead of it to say you can say the little "I'm such a moral" skit, right? Because what happened right after that? What happened right after that was we had the most in-demand debate in flat Earth history, arguably, right? And people have been begging me and Dave for months to do it. Okay, and then we've agreed to do it, which I didn't want to do it on your channel out of principle. I told him I'll do it for free. I turned down thousands of dollars for like 3 months because of principle. And you guys are running around the internet saying that I'm only doing it if I get paid and all this. No, I just don't want to debate on your stupid, toxic, anti-flat Earth channel. I said I'll debate him on a fair channel.
My channel will count. I've shown absolutely 100% that my channel can be fair for debates, especially when I'm not moderating. I'm sorry. Someone else keeps interrupting it, and you know it's very hard to have a conversation when that happens. I've shown that my channel can be 100% fair for debates, and I have said that I will not be involved. I will simply be the host, and it is a platform for you to debate Professor Dave. And you can stream it on your side. You do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. You've got full permission to use any of the content in any way you want. But I'll host the debate because that's what Professor Dave wants.
Actually, so they see how I didn't interrupt you, and you're going to still interrupt me because I'm going to tell the truth. Okay, so actually, I talked to Professor Dave. He said he doesn't care if it's on your channel. He said he'll debate me somewhere else. He said he doesn't care at all about your channel. You emailed me and said, Professor Dave will only debate you if it's on my channel. That's what he said. But then I went and talked to him myself, and he didn't say that. You lied. You just wanted it on your channel.
He would not debate you on Modern Day Debates, and he would do it on my channel.
But he said he would do it on another channel. He doesn't care about your channel.
Well,
you just wanted it on your channel, so you lied and said that he would only debate you. You lied. Okay.
No, I've got the emails that say that, so I haven't lied.
Okay, post them right now. Publicly post them.
No, I'm not going to post emails between me and Professor Dave.
Yeah, see, you're lying. So I'll post the DMs. That's the difference in you and me. And I'm not trying to take over the room, but this is obviously pretty important. I think any flat earther knows that me debating Professor Dave is important.
The debate is there.
Every time I talk, you interrupt me. Okay? The only reason I'm bringing this up in this room, there you go again. The only reason I'm bringing this up in this room is because this is pretty important for Flat Earth as a whole, right? Like when you Google Flat Earth, Professor Dave pops up. Okay, so it is a big deal, and Brian reached out to me and he offered me all this money. He was just going to give me $5 grand up front, and then he put another $5 grand in escrow, and I kept turning it down out of principle, right? Which is funny because you and MC Toon are now running around saying, oh, Witsit will only debate if he gets paid. He's just a con man, blah, blah, blah. I turned down 10 grand
when have
out
I
of
said,
principle
I haven't said
and said I would do
anyone.
it for free on a fair, neutral platform. Okay? So that's just a lie. You guys are liars.
No,
so then
nothing
he kept
about that is a
begging me
lie.
to do it. This is what actually happened. He kept begging me to do it, and then eventually he talked me into doing it. But I said, you have to give me your word that once I agree, you're not going to renege, so it can be spun like, oh, I ran away because I'm not getting money or whatever. Like, you have to give me your word. He swore up and down like 5 times.
Terribly sorry for interrupting, but can we please get to evidence for and against Flat Earth?
Yeah, I'd like to as well. I just wanted to tell Witsit that if he got copyright struck, I was sorry about that, and he had to cause a bunch of drama. You know, the fact is the debate's there. If he wants to do it, then that's fine. If not, then, you know, we understand.
Oh, you just literally interrupted again. Like, are you guys for real?
Yeah, cool story, bro.
Let him. You got just literally.
There's no interrupt bitching, right? If you want to engage FTFE, you can go ahead, man.
No, I'm just saying, why don't you let him just finish? I mean, he would come to a point.
Do you not think that's?
I wasn't the one that interrupted it. You realize that? I wasn't the one that stopped it. You do realize that?
But it was another toxic glober that doesn't want to hear you guys exposed. MC Toon and you are frauds and liars.
Frauds,
and
yes,
you need
of
to
course
be
we're
exposed.
frauds. Anyway, are you just here to cause drama and be scared to debate
back out of his agreement, and now you're running around the internet saying, I won't do it because I don't get paid.
Again, I've not said anything to anyone, so why are you lying right now?
Okay, now it's in the ether. You can lie about it more if you want to. I'm not talking about it.
Right, can you point out one time that I've said to anyone anything about this? Because I haven't.
Yeah, you haven't because you know it makes you look bad. MC Toon has though, and you run around with MC Toon, and you told everyone
you said that I was.
Dave
So you're changing your story now.
Your channel.
You're changing what you just said because Witsit, instead of being here for a debate, you just want to cause drama because that's all you've got. Just like last time when I destroyed you in debate, the only way that you could argue with me was by going, let's agree to disagree, when I destroyed you with basic science.
Somebody please fucking take over this fucking conversation. God damn! What the
Yeah, whatever. Like I said, we can move on because I can see why you guys are triggered. Please go back and forth with FTFE with this flat Earth, anti-flat Earth script he's been repeating for 7 years, making money off of as he lies and tears down all flat Earthers.
I've been doing this for 4 years. I know basic maths is an issue for flat Earthers, but you know.
I would probably destroy you in math. Hey, actually, let's see if we give you a chance to be fair right now. Let's see if you're honest. Hey, in your debate, you said 1/1000th the width of a human hair, and the math doesn't even work. You're so stupid, Witsit. You don't even know the formula and equation. That wouldn't even fix the Lorentz. That wouldn't even fix the Michelson-Morley result. Would you like to admit you were wrong?
No.
So you are a liar.
You wait till the video that I bring out that shows exactly why I wasn't wrong.
So how much would the wavelength of light been off?
Like I said, you can wait for the paper, the video that I'm making. It's fine.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You can't answer because you're wrong.
But like I said, you can wait. Like I said, you can wait for the video,
from his paper.
right? And you can wait for the video about how wrong you were about everything that you said, and and we can go from there. But to be honest, Witsit, the only thing you did last time we debated was go, well, let's just agree to disagree, and then spouted a bunch of stuff about relativity that neither of us really understood. So But anyway, anyone got any evidence of the Earth being flat?
Anything but you admitting you're a liar.
Oh no, you're just going to keep going on. You're just going to keep going on with the drama, because that's all you've got.
No, you guys can go on. Go on. Talk about the Earth being flat, because FTFE can't. He's not going to admit he was lying. Obviously,
I'm not lying. It's because I wouldn't admit I was lying if I'm not lying.
Hey, what's it? While we're in drama mode, right? You think you can get me unbanned from Earth Awakenings?
Yeah, I just responded to Battlemod. I don't know who banned you or for what. Or
I think it was Jeremy. I put the YouTube link to this very event in there, and he got a little angry. I didn't mean to offend him, though.
Oh, yeah. I'll try to smooth it out.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah. You guys can move on. The reason, of course, relativity isn't just completely irrelevant is that's the actual theory that's put forth to this very day to explain. Well, Michelson-Morley shows that the Earth is not moving. This conversation is the Earth a stationary topographical plane, or is it a spinning ball in space, okay, around the sun? So, of course, motion is part of the discussion. You guys don't want to talk about the revolution because you can't prove it. You want to run away from it, and you want to talk about reify the axial rotation and reify your spherical mathematics, right? That's what you want to do. So I hold your feet to the fire because you don't like to talk about what your religion actually says.
Okay, yeah, we don't need relativity to show that the Earth is a rotating sphere in space at all, so it's fine. Relativity is just one thing that we can use, but you know what? We absolutely can use relativity, like, relativistic Doppler measurements and stuff, so, it is no issue. But like I said, the specifics of the argument between you and I will be covered in the video that I'm making, which will probably be out in the end of January based on my current projected timeline. So you can look forward to that then.
Okay, yeah, look forward to that. 1938, Evolution of Physics, Enfield and Einstein explains very clearly Lorentz contraction to solve the difficulty of Michelson-Morley not detecting the fringe shift was the right solution to the difficulty. The only difference is an interpretive one regarding relativity, in which there is no absolute frame of reference. So maybe you'll catch up and do the math to the actual fringe shift, the predicted, then do the math of the actual Lorentz contraction and show that it's the math, the actual amount contracted, literally comes from the amount of fringe shift expected, as Einstein explains in his own paper in 1938, that it is the exact amount sufficient to explain the negative results.
Yeah, so you think based on your thorough misunderstanding of anything relativity-based. But like I said, it'd be covered in the video that I'm going to do about you, But if you want to keep waffling about nonsense that you don't understand, and neither does anybody else here, that's fine. We could just go back to the basic science that you didn't understand and talk about that instead.
Right, so according to FTFE, no one can understand it. So
no, you're just going to keep going on about the same thing. Yeah, you're just going to keep going on.
It's important because this changed all of physics. It added an entire dimension to reality in physics. But it does not stop the fact
that the Earth is a globe in space, then we can absolutely show that that is the case.
Hey, how come that if I use an interferometer...
I have no idea what you're saying, Brian. Your microphone is awful.
And no one
there
can
you go,
hear
just so everyone can prove to themselves FTFE is just lying. There's Evolution of Physics by Einstein, 1938. There's a PDF. Go to page 61 and you can go to page 61 and you can read it. Go to page 61.
Tell me again how you think a hypothesis and a prediction are the same thing, Whitset.
Whatever you can do to run away from the fact that I'm exposing you right now.
You're not exposing me. You are going on about relativity, which you don't understand, and no one here understands. Okay, and that's why I'm specifically doing a video to answer your questions. Okay. Now,
actually,
I don't need to use relativity to show that the Earth is a rotating globe. I can do that many other ways. I can do it using some relativity experiments. I can do it using basic Newtonian mechanics. There's no problem with that. But the problem is that you will deny all basic experiments in physics and say things like Machian principle without understanding that it's purely hypothetical and doesn't explain anything that we experience in physical reality. And then you'll also just try and go, oh, well, let's just agree to disagree about the things that I want to talk about and just go on to relativity. So, I can expose you way more than you can expose me, because your only answers to me when I asked you questions specifically was, let's just agree to disagree. Fucking cop-out, mate.
No, you just are a reiterative, bumbling fool that once rebutted, you keep saying the same thing over and over anyway without directly responding to the rebuttal. And then you do this. You interrupt me every time I talk, right? So that's all you have.
Okay, well, let's go back to it then and talk about the thing, and you can actually rebut me. How about that?
With the biggest flat Earth debate
try and rebut me then?
For fuck's sake, let Austin...
Oh, shush, Brian!
Why is it that I don't interrupt you, but you interrupt me?
Oh, you interrupted me loads. It's fine. Like when we were debating last time,
someone else can
when I'm in the middle of talking, you would just go, "Oh, why is he monologuing?"
Really? Does he do that all the time?
So anyway, let's talk about the basic science.
It's not your turn, man.
Yeah, Brian, no one can understand what you're saying, dude. Either get a proper mic or shh.
It's like you're shouting of underwater tunnel, dude.
Well, let's have a back and forth, please, and not just...
Yeah, no one can understand a word you are saying, Brian.
I heard him. He said, can we have a back and forth, please, instead of just Craig constantly interrupting Austin? That's what he said.
Yeah, well, back and forth requires a back and forth of people actually discussing things, but, it doesn't really happen here.
Yeah, because every time I begin to speak, you impulsively interrupt me, right? So
Just
the
like
reason
you do
that this
for me,
is...
so.
There you go, right on cue. Right, so the reason it's there you go again. So it's important because the Globers don't want to talk about this because they've created a script for everyone to understand. They have a script about the axial rotation and the sphericity of the Earth. They've created a script that they all repeat, okay, and they reify the thing in question over and over and over. They assume spherical geometry and then they say it proves it, right, using calculative assumption. But what they don't have a script for yet is how they don't understand relativity claims. You could never prove the base assumption that we're actually going around the sun and the Earth isn't stationary and everything moving around us. Can you give one physical measurement that doesn't require the assumption of the Earth going around the sun that shows us that the Earth goes around the sun?
Relativistic Doppler measurements.
How does that work? Explain to the room how that works.
Yeah, I'll explain it perfectly in my video towards you, like I've said.
So you can't. So just say you can't explain it because we have to wait for the video.
Here's the thing, right? Relativity isn't something that you learn, even at degree level for physics, right? You literally, it's once you're a doctorate, it's way up high, right? I haven't studied relativity. I don't know a lot about relativity, so I don't really understand the arguments, and it's something I'm looking into, which is why I'm not going to sit here and argue about relativity when I don't have the succinct arguments behind it. The problem is that...
You did more than that.
Okay, no, I was talking.
Talk about it? Wow, man.
Yeah.
Well, this is the point. I actually do understand it.
No,
that's what's funny, right?
You really don't understand it in the slightest whit. You think you understand it, but every single thing that you say is actually
you haven't studied it.
Fundamentally wrong based on the very small bit of research I've done so far. The papers that I'm going to present.
That's a very tiny seat or position of authority to sit on.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know anything about it, but I know that you're
saying I don't know anything about it. I'm saying that it's something that I'm looking into. I'm not going to sit here and argue about things that I don't fully understand because it's absolutely pointless.
But based on the little bit I read, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know anything about
based on the very small bits of research I've done, based on Witset's claims, I can clearly see that they are wrong, and there's papers specifically stating why he is wrong, and it's things that I will be showing in the video that I do.
You keep saying that, and you say it's going to take you 2 months to put out this magic video.
It usually takes me.
What you won't do is cover evolution.
To usually make a video.
You always interrupt.
Time dilation and the lens contractions.
Yeah,
you'll never cover evolution of physics. Where I just dropped in the chat. Point blank in page 61 and down, they explain that the Lorentz contraction proposed to explain the negative result was the right solution to the difficulty according to special relativity also. And it says that it is just a sufficient amount of contraction to account for the negative result. The only difference is the interpretation of relativity due to the different interpretation of reference frames. And he says it point blank in his paper, and this is 50 years after Michelson-Morley.
Okay, so again, relativity isn't something that I have expert knowledge on, unlike basic physics. And I can show that the Earth is a globe using basic physics. I don't need to use relativity. Relativity doesn't stop.
All right, but Greg, are you an expert or do you not understand?
So, one at a time, please.
Please stop interrupting, Leaky.
Witsit, can you please explain why the clocks slow down?
Oh, hey, Phil. Welcome back.
Hey, Phil. How you doing, buddy?
Why clocks slow down? You mean why the oscillation rate of a cesium atom changes in motion? Is that what?
Why does it change?
Is that what you meant to say?
Why does it change compared to the speed that you do, and why is it predictable?
You'll have to watch his video in mid-January.
Yeah, you'll have to wait till the end of January. I'm going to post a video about it. Phil,
you mean
why does the oscillation rate of a presupposed cesium atom change? Right. When you say a clock slows down, what you mean to say is the oscillation rate of a cesium atom.
Yeah, and that's equated by at rest and in movement. So one's in movement and one's at rest.
My point was simply, I'm not trying to interrupt. My point was simply that Craig just said he didn't understand, and then said he's an expert.
No,
Which is it, Craig?
I never said I was an expert in relativity, not once. Maybe you got hearing issues, not sure.
Well, maybe Dr. Phil can help you out here. Or Professor
Yeah,
Phil.
Dr.
Professor
Phil is definitely an expert in
understand?
relativity and is someone that I'm going to be referring to quite a lot in my video.
Good, then shut up.
Cool. So let's get on to time dilation.
But real fast though, Professor Phil, do you agree that special relativity, according to Einstein and evolution and physics, also takes the Lorentz contraction as the explanation for the negative result, and the only difference is that it's not the etheric explanation, it is a difference in reference frames?
Yeah,
see, the ball is...
So Wixit, your assertion was that for some reason, for some unknown reason, we can't determine that the Earth is going around the sun because of special relativity, because of time dilation.
Just said no answer the question. Actually, this is about length contraction. Michelson-Morley had a negative result based on the assumed orbit of the Earth around the sun. There was supposed to be a fringe shift. It wasn't detected. And according to Einstein in 1938, he said that the Lorentz contraction solution to that difficulty that perplexed physicists was the right one. And it says that, that the apparatus contracted just the sufficient amount to explain the negative result. The only difference is that... What?
Nonsense. That was certainly proposed, but it turned out to be false.
So Einstein was wrong in 1938?
I don't know precisely what Einstein said, but I can tell you what the others said.
What
it was
others?
Totally, it was wrong, okay?
What others?
Like Michelson-Morley.
Okay, Michelson didn't have anything to do with length contraction. So you have no idea
Lorentz.
what you're talking about.
I'm telling you that they used Lorentz was supposed to be the explanation. The Lorentz contraction. The Lorentz contraction was supposed to be the reason why the experiment failed.
Okay, so Michelson didn't say anything about that. Okay, so a couple. First of all, length contraction was first proposed in 1887, the same year as Michelson-Morley, and then in 1889, Lorentz took the math, and then he went further on to explain how he thought the ether was contracting the apparatus, and that's why it didn't detect the Earth's orbit around the sun. And then after that, that led Einstein into special relativity, according to his speech in Tokyo or whatever. And then Kyoto.
Why don't you do something very simple? Okay, the formula.
No, what do you mean it failed, bro? What do you mean it failed?
Why don't you do something really simple? Okay, you can actually take the expected speed of the Earth, tangential speed of the Earth going around the sun, the orbital speed going around the sun of the Earth, plug that into the formula, and have a look and see if you think that would make a difference. And you know what formula I'm talking about.
No, dude, well, you got to explain what you just said that it failed. How did it fail, Phil? Sorry, Austin.
The experiment failed to detect the ether.
Okay, so actually it wasn't even, I have a letter from Edward Morley explaining it had nothing to do with detecting the ether. It was to try to determine the velocity of light in different directions and determine if it was constant or not. So they assumed both the ether and the motion of the Earth, hence the title of the paper, The Relative Motion of Earth and the Luminiferous Ether. And they were actually trying to see if the velocity of light was the same in all directions. You know nothing about this.
I know a lot more than you do about this, okay?
Oh,
now,
okay, basis assertion.
Now,
what proved 67,000 miles
I don't have a lot of time, so
please let him do this.
What is it you're trying to say?
Okay, Phil, go ahead.
Okay, this is the point, right? So it's actually where he specifies it the most precisely is in Relativity, Special and General Theory, that was published in 1920, and Einstein explains on page 61. So I got the papers mixed up. Page 61. And he explains, so the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we've already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result, and before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. He then goes on to explain that Lorentz and Fitzgerald came up with an explanation for the negative result because it perplexed all of physicists. And he said that the apparatus contracted.
I've got to go.
Yeah, run away. So you see it now, Professor. Wait, and he said he's going to be citing him in his video. You see how easy it is? I mean, you guys can talk to them about the spin. You can talk to them about the curvature, but This right here is like their freaking kryptonite because they don't even know their own belief.
Well, you say that we don't know it, but you don't know it.
Every
either.
glober that
That's
I talk to in here constantly misrepresents it.
Actually,
we
he's
don't
aware of
need
what
to
he's
use
talking
relativity
about.
to show
For-
that the Earth
for
is a
people
rotating
who are
globe.
aware,
It's
he's
simple.
demonstrating. He's
I'm talking
demonstrating.
over him, man.
Sorry, I was saying something and then other people started talking.
So if the Earth is moving 186,000, I mean, if light's moving at 186,000 miles a second, and the Earth's supposedly moving 67,000 miles an hour, then just a simple way to do it is to convert the freaking light, to time the light. Okay, that's what the genius of what Michelson did. He come up with an interferometer and used a time for light and then you just use the length of the arms. And then break it down from the time of the light to the 67,000 miles an hour, and it'll come pretty close to the calculation you came up with, just doing approximations. So
well, yeah, you get interference.
Austin's absolutely right.
FTFE, watch this. Okay, this is from his paper called Relativity. This is written by Einstein. Okay, and now what you said, your whole argument, because Debunk Flat Earth gave it to you, is like, I did the math. That's only 1/5000th the width of a human hair. That wouldn't even help you out. You're such a dumbass. Blah blah blah. Okay. Well, here's Einstein explaining. Although the estimated difference between these two times is exceedingly small. You mean like the 1/5000th number you keep saying? Exceedingly small. Michelson and Morley performed an experiment involving interference in which this difference should have been clearly detectable, but the experiment gave a negative result, a fact very perplexing to physicists. Lorentz and Fitzgerald rescued the theory from this difficulty by assuming that the motion of the body relative to the ether produces a contraction of the body in the direction of the motion. This is the important part. The amount of contraction being just sufficient to compensate for the difference in time mentioned above. Do you understand?
Yeah, and I understand that you don't understand it either. But like I said, I'm not going to sit here and argue about something that I don't have a full grasp on. That's why you can keep going on about relativity, but it's kind of pointless right now because I don't have the full answers to give you.
Well, here's an idea.
I'm still in the middle of talking. I'm still in the middle of talking. Hold on. Right? I'm not going to sit here and argue about relativity when I don't have the full answers. And that was the mistake I made last time. Arguing about relativity when I don't have the full answers. I don't need...
You don't even understand the concept, bro.
Okay, I'm still in the middle of talking. I don't need to use relativity to show that the Earth is a rotating globe. It's irrelevant. I don't need it. It's very easy to show what I need to show without it. Misunderstanding relativity, which all parties here are doing, apart from Phil Bell, who actually is an expert in these things, it doesn't change the fact that it's very easy to show that the Earth is a rotating globe in space. My answers about relativity will cut.
Right.
No, it's not. Nothing is red herring fallacy here at all. Nothing at all.
Dude, he went to respond, and then you cut off his response.
Yeah, so this is a red herring
I
fallacy.
haven't finished
It gives the
talking,
illusion
so-
as if it's relevant to the subject, but it's actually an attempt to divert away.
No,
now, the reason this is
not.
important is because prior to having a justified...
But it's fine.
You're always interrupting.
I was still talking and you interrupted me. And
No,
now you're complaining
you were
about me
done
interrupting you. I wasn't done talking. I was still talking and you interrupted me by saying it's a red herring fallacy.
Oh my god. You're unbearable, dude.
Mumbling off about what you don't know.
What, because you interrupted me, I'm unbearable. That's a very strange thing to say, Whitsett.
He's trying to slow you down, Whitsett.
I know. So the reason this is important in the macro and the meta of the conversation is because prior to holding a justified belief, one must fully understand what that belief is that they're going to internalize and accept. And they actually don't know. And he just now openly admitted he doesn't know. But you'll see his arrogance and ego come out in the second side of his mouth where he then says, no, you're an idiot. You don't understand anything about relativity. You're wrong. I'm going to make a video about how you're so wrong. And then you're like, wait, what am I wrong about? Oh, I don't understand anything about relativity. And I'm reading from Einstein himself talking about special relativity in the context of Michelson-Morley and detecting the orbit of the Earth around the sun. And he's not going to respond because he's just objectively wrong. And it says right here that the amount is exceedingly small. It puzzled physicists. But then Lorentz came up with an idea that would solve it. It said that the apparatus contracted just the sufficient amount that it would make up for that time difference mentioned above. And then it says comparison with discussion in section 12 shows from the standpoint also of the theory of relativity, this solution of the difficulty was the right one. But on the basis of the theory of relativity, the method of interpretation is incomparably more satisfactory. Okay? So and then he goes on to explain that it is the same exact thing that the apparatus contracted. The difference is you wouldn't be able to detect it in that frame of reference. Then they went and tried to test Lorentz's theory that it was the ether by having different size arms, because ether theory claims that it physically contracts and you'll be able to measure it. So then they went and tried to do this with different size arms, and they couldn't get a measurement. So they debunked Lorentz's theory. Einstein says you could never measure it, that it contracts, but you could never measure it if you're still in the reference frame. This is all objective. The 1/5000th the width of a human hair is the amount that it needed to contract to explain away the lack of interference pattern that was predicted based on the assumption the Earth was orbiting the sun.
So, Craig, show us you understand the principle of it and reconcile the negative result in your own words. You don't got to give away your video coming up, but just show us you understand the principle.
I'm not going to sit here and argue about relativity right now. That's not something that I am willing to do. I don't have.
Well, you said you can prove it. So show us you understand the principle of the no result.
Again, Brian, I am not going to sit here and argue about relativity right now when I do not have all of the answers available succinctly the way that I need to. That is something that I am working. No, okay. Every time I try to answer, I get interrupted. That's fine. But again, when Whitsitt said it red herring fallacy, I didn't make any red herring fallacy by saying that I don't need to use relativity to show that the Earth is a rotating globe. I don't have a belief. I know that the Earth is a rotating globe because I have measured the fact that the Earth is a rotating globe. It's as simple as that. Nothing that anyone has ever said anywhere, including Whitsitt, in the debates here, has ever debunked what a Foucault's pendulum shows. Ever. And that's the only thing that I personally need to show that the Earth is a rotating globe. It matches what science says. There's no fallacies involved. It's just science. Science is...
So you stake your whole belief on a pendulum.
I don't have a belief. Again, I don't have a belief, but that is the strongest bit of evidence that I like to present because no one has been able to even attempt to debunk it.
So I'll fall back and let someone else debate you if you want to. If you can just concede that you're saying I could be right about relativity because you don't understand it and you don't want to talk about the orbit around the sun part. You want to move to assuming it's a globe and rotating.
I don't make any assumptions, so you don't need to keep saying assume. I don't need to make assumptions. I just use
at least be honest.
Right. And you made a concession that when
like
you
I said,
that you
I don't need to make
wrong,
any concessions because I am not willing to discuss those things right now because I don't have the full answers and it'd be pointless arguing around in circles when neither of us really know what we're talking about.
Stop including me in your invention. Okay,
Brian,
so the fact that you don't understand it has no bearing on the fact that I actually have researched it and read what Einstein said.
Yeah, but
and
you
that
still don't
have
understand
it.
You don't understand
You
it.
don't know that. How do you know if I have an
understand it,
inaccurate
but you
understanding
really
if you don't understand it?
Well,
You can read plenty and still misquote.
based on the
You can read
people that
plenty
I've been
and still take things
spoken,
out of context.
Based
Oh,
on
what
the
I
people
take out
that
of
I've spoken
context?
to, based on the things that I have researched, I don't think you understand it. All right, but again, I don't have the full answers right now to explain
That's an
exactly
opinion.
why. All right, it's not an opinion. It's
So
something
you're
that
admitting I could be right then?
No, I'm saying
It's
that
an
you're not right, but
unfounded-
I don't have the full answers to explain why right now.
Oh, so you know I'm wrong, but you don't know why?
No,
So
I
I
know
got a
you're
simple
wrong.
question.
I just don't have
That's
the
what I
ability to
heard.
succinctly answer why right now.
Can I ask a
Then
question?
That is
what do you
something that I
base
am
these wrong
working on.
on?
That is something I'm working on to do in a specific video. That, like I said, will be out end of January,
Well-
maybe beginning of February.
Well,
depending
on
how I
what do
get.
you base? Then what? On what do you base the assertion he doesn't know what he's talking about and he's wrong? What are you basing that on?
Based on the research that I
Your
have done
lack-
and the people that I have spoken to so far.
Like what?
You-
Like what
you've
specifically?
openly admitted
Again,
it,
I'm not
showing
going
it
into
little.
specifics right now. What
trying
part
to
of this
add
don't you
clarity.
get?
Can I try and add some clarity, if that's all right, to the best of my understanding? And I'm no professional, so
What's
I'll
up,
probably
Gleam? How you
confuse it
doing?
more. But you're good. Salute to everyone, one and all. But I think just minor correction on Austin there. I think it was 1888 that length contraction come into play, which was with Oliver Heaviside. And it actually had nothing to do with the MMX experiment. It was more to do with his experiments on the magnetic field. And he'd learned that a magnetic field in motion contracts its length. Now, Lorentz was the guy who formulated the electric side of the electromagnetic equations. Heaviside done the magnetic side. And Lorentz took that theory and admitted completely that it was ad hoc, but he assumed that considering all forms of matter are of electromagnetic nature, they will do the same thing and contract physically. Now, for Lorentz and Einstein, there's a different philosophy in that, but that tiny contraction of the equipment that Craig calculated is basically the small part that you then extrapolate, which will then calculate the very tiny fraction that Newtonian gravity laws was out in explaining the Mercury behind the sun. So it was only a matter of minute arc seconds that it was out. However, because of this contraction and time dilation, that is what reconciled the whole theory and basically proved it when obviously Eddington done his so to say peer review.
So you agree Craig was wrong then, right?
Not necessarily wrong, because he is saying on one hand, I don't know about it, I'll get back to you, but on the other hand, he is definitely saying he is wrong.
Well, I mean specifically, hold on.
I can't I can't see justification in saying someone's wrong when you admittedly don't know about it.
You're right. Let me specify.
But Craig does know. Craig does know some basics. So
my point is that I will get back to you when I know more.
Let me get specific here. When Craig said that the 4 nanometers of friendship that wouldn't affect the results of the experiment, was he wrong about that?
Okay, that is the point of the experiment, I think. Not necessarily wrong about that, but more to say that wrong to assume that minute difference doesn't mean anything, because that minute difference was the actual crossover of that Mercury around the sun. In my understanding, I've made.
There you go, Craig.
This is a little different. Just so you know, Gleam, I've recently found new information that even Oliver Heaviside isn't actually the one that came up with it. That's what I'm saying. So it's actually 87. This guy came up with it. Oliver Heaviside apparently took that math, and then Lorentz actually writes about, actually gives credit to the person that came up with the math in 87. So I can give you that. I just found that out a couple weeks ago.
Do, because I would love to be corrected. I try to feel smart there, Witsit, but if you can cite it, then I'll update my system, sir.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty interesting. It doesn't really change much, but it's interesting if you want to. But as it pertains to, I just read it, right? I just read relativity from Einstein. He explains that it's an exceedingly small amount, although the estimated difference between these two times is exceedingly small. Michelson and Morley performed an experiment involving interference, which this difference should have been clearly detectable. But the experiment gave a negative result, a very perplexing fact to physicists. Lorentz and Fitzgerald rescued the theory from the difficulty by assuming that the motion of the body relative to the ether produces a contraction of the body in the direction of motion, the amount of contraction being just sufficient to compensate for the difference in the time mentioned above. Okay, just sufficient, meaning just the right amount, just sufficient contraction to compensate for the time mentioned above. What was the time mentioned above? Let's come right back up here. The time mentioned above is an exceedingly small amount between. So, and he explains it all, right?
Exactly that. Yep, no, it's exactly that. I mean, there are particular papers I've read about Newtonian being able to recover that small amount, because it is such a small amount. Because we've updated our information now. Obviously, Newton didn't have that information back in the days. So, yeah, I mean.
But we can all agree there was a null result, though.
With Michelson and Morley, yeah. I mean, they classified it as no result, and since then it's got even smaller. But it's like, it's just a basic principle. It's like, you can say it really simple, but when I say it simple, it's like the bar's like, you're such an idiot, you don't know what you're talking about. But then they end up admitting they don't know. And it's okay to, I don't fully understand relativity. Dude, Einstein himself said that since mathematicians have gotten a hold of my theory, even I do not even understand relativity.
And that's kind of my point here, Witsit, right? Is that
papers were written with his name on it that weren't correct.
A lot of this is us talking past each other, all right? Now, I'm not going to deny that you understand some of the basics based on the things that you've looked into, all right? What I'm saying is that your conclusion and the way you've reached your conclusion is wrong, and I'm going to find the words and the way to succinctly explain why. I don't want to engage you in a conversation about relativity now, because it would be pointless. I don't have the answers and the way to respond to you that is correct and would be sufficient for you or anybody else. And I don't think there's ever anything wrong in saying, I don't know enough about this, I'll get back to you. Is that fair enough?
He's just trying to teach you the principle, Craig. That's all.
And the thing is, he's trying to teach me the principle, but based on the professors I've been speaking to at Edinburgh University, the things that he is saying, the conclusions are completely wrong. And I would rather listen to professors that teach this. You know?
No, okay, so it's fair enough to say until you then jump in and say a contradictory thing, which is I'm wrong, right? And this is the same question I asked you in the debate, which is to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth can be made detectable or perceptible in terrestrial experiments. We have already remarked in Section 5 that all attempts of this nature have resulted in a negative result. Prior to the theory of relativity being put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled with this result. So he's saying that the theory of relativity reconciled the negative results in an attempt to detect the motion of the Earth. So I asked you, then what if you're saying that it has nothing to do with length contraction and that he didn't say the apparatus contracted, then what is Einstein talking about when he says that relativity reconciled the negative results?
And again, this is things that I will get back to you on because I don't want to give an answer now that is incorrect in any way. All right, and can you take that from me? Can you take that as not a concession, but me willing to admit that I don't know anything about relativity, and I want to get back to you about that. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, but just stop saying I'm wrong then.
Okay, right. The reason that I'm saying I know you're wrong is because I have professors from Edinburgh University telling me you are wrong.
You're just saying that, and then when I ask specifically what am I wrong about that they said, you won't say anything because you're just
because I don't have the specific knowledge to be able to tell you exactly why you're wrong. But the people I'm talking to are trying to teach this to me. Do
you not see why it's kind of frustrating for me, right?
Well, I'm
reading Einstein to the whole room. I'm reading him say that there was an exceedingly small difference. There was an exceedingly small difference expected. And it's super small, exceedingly small. But Michelson came up with an ingenious way to detect it using interference, and it would be decisive. And then we got a negative result. This fact was very perplexing to all of us physicists. We did not expect to get that negative result, okay? So then Lorentz and Fitzgerald came in and fixed the problem for us. And then he says, special relativity says that their solution, what they came in and proposed to fix the problem, was the right one. According to relativity, it's just different in interpretation. So he says it point blank, and I read it to the room, and you're still saying I'm wrong. That's why it's frustrating.
Again, I'm saying your conclusions are wrong, Witsit. I'm not saying that the things you're reading are wrong, or the way that you're reading them are wrong, or who you're saying said them is wrong. But what I'm saying is, based on the people that I have spoken to and my current limited knowledge, admittedly limited knowledge of relativity, says that your conclusions are wrong. And again, I don't have the right words to tell you exactly why, right? But I am working on it, and I want to do it right. I want to be able to do it right so that maybe this can be a conversation that we could continue when I have the right tools to do it. But there's no point sitting here with you going around in circles about relativity when neither of us have the proper knowledge to make this discussion work. Right?
I know 100 times more about this than you, and you want to keep bundling me in with your ignorance, and it's just a tactic now you're interrupting me.
No, because you totally strawmanned me there.
And then you immediately interrupt me.
You totally strawmanned me there, right? I'm not saying about how much you know more than me or less than me. I'm saying that neither of us have enough knowledge for this conversation.
All right, now quit interrupting. Let him respond, man.
Okay. To just don't strawman me, and I'm not making this about how.
You're interrupting and rambling on.
Brian, shut the fuck up.
Oh, you're mad when he interrupts you, but then you monologue uninterrupted for 2 minutes, and I go to respond. I get 4 words in.
Yeah, because you strawmanned me, and I just want you to make. I want to make sure that you understand where I'm coming from.
You're gaslighting me, and you're basically trying to convince the audience that actually I'm just stupid, idiot, Flerf that doesn't understand anything about relativity, and I'm completely wrong about all of it. You need that narrative because that's what you love to do. You love to gaslight me and lie about me and claim I'm stupid. But the truth is that what I'm saying is objective. You just now tried some other sophistry where you're saying, oh, my conclusion is wrong. My conclusion is that relativity said that the apparatus contracted, and that's why we didn't detect the fringe shift based on the prediction of orbital trajectory.
Are we just going to keep going round and round and round when I've already said that I will get back to you?
On Einstein's own
Seriously, are we just going to keep going round in circles when I've already said I will get back to you? Why do we need to just keep going round and round in circles? It makes no difference. Right now, neither of us have enough knowledge for this conversation, and that is a fact.
Keep saying it.
You just say, Witz, you know a lot more about this, and I don't know anything.
Like Witz admitted himself that he doesn't have a lot of knowledge about relativity. Right now, neither of us have enough knowledge. Yeah, those were your words, exact words.
No, I said I'm not claiming to fully understand relativity. I think anyone in the world that claims to is lying. Even Einstein himself said he did at the one point he didn't fully understand it. And it was once said that there's not even a dozen people in the world that understand it. And the reason is because it's convoluted, paradoxical doublespeak, and it changes all of physics. So of course no one can understand it. It claims that matter contracts, but you can never measure or detect it. And that if you go in the direction of motion, eventually, if you reach the speed of light, matter will disappear, but simultaneously fill up an infinite amount of space. Okay, it says that if you reach the speed of light, that you'll attain timelessness. The reason I don't understand it is because it's ununderstandable. It's stupid. Okay, so don't try to change that to the fact that you don't even know what it says.
Okay, again, ask you a question. I will come back to this when both of us have enough knowledge for the conversation. Right now, neither of us do. Simple as that.
I got a question for Widget.
Sorry, I just want a quick one, really. I don't know if Sod all about this yet, but let's just suppose that you know a lot and you're right. What does this actually reveal for the audience listening, who do probably most of us don't know much about this?
Yeah. So what it reveals is whenever they tried to detect the orbit of the Earth, it's allegedly just under 20 miles a second that the Earth goes around the sun. And so it was frequently thought, well, we'll never be able to detect that. That's going to be super hard. And then Albert Michelson came up with this ingenious invention called interferometry, where he was going to use the precise measurements of light to be able to detect it, because one of the light beams was going to be going against the motion of the Earth. And everyone was like, wow, that's ingenious. This is incredible. It's going to give us definitive results. And then it didn't show us what we thought would be there based on the Earth orbiting. So when we tried to detect and measure the Earth's orbit around the sun with over 10 times more sensitive equipment than we needed, and since then it's been done billions of times more sensitive, we can't detect the Earth's orbit. So if the Earth is orbiting the sun, something has to be happening that tricks us into thinking that it's not. And then relativity came in. This is why Einstein's so famous. He proposed a solution to the problem, which is that the apparatus contracted just the right amount where you couldn't make the measurement with the light and see the difference, and you can never actually measure the contraction because you're also on the Earth. So basically, it changed all of physics, and he added a fourth dimension called time. Of course, special relativity attributed a constant speed to light. It claimed that time dilates and that matter contracts. It changed all of physics, and to this day, this is the whole paradigm of physics that we were all taught and everyone believes, and this is the fundamental like staple of the globe Earth model, if you claim that it orbits the sun. So it's very important, and for someone to actually stand in their position at the Earth's a ball that orbits the sun, they need to admit that they believe this, right? Because that is what the belief is. The belief is that when you try to measure the Earth's orbit, you can't do it because matter will contract, but you'll never be able to measure it contracting. And that's the reason it's important.
But hadn't science come to the conclusion that the Earth is going around the sun before any of this was even considered?
Yeah, Newtonian physics, everything else.
Newtonian physics, everything else.
I get what you're saying. It's not intuitive
by looking at this.
It's not in any way remotely intuitive, this stuff, is it? And also, like you said, it does look like a fit, doesn't it? Rather than what about
the fact of the matter is, the interferometers do pick up linear motion, and they're trying to explain why it doesn't pick up the linear motion of the Earth, but it picks up every other motion. It's for goddamn ridiculous. And Austin explained the principle.
That determined it before this. They made observations of the sky, and then they thought it, right? Like Galileo did, and then it moved on. So yeah, Copernicus, then Galileo, And people were like, oh, okay. They were like stuff like retrograde and stuff like this. They're like, oh, that must mean that we're moving. But of course, it can easily be explained with the Earth not moving. Stuff like retrograde, you can use a neo-tectonic system to explain everything that we see in the sky. And there's many other ones. So it was falsely assumed that the Earth was orbiting the sun, right? That doesn't, when we went to actually measure it with actual experiments, we didn't measure it. And then they came up with an ad hoc explanation that no human alive can understand no matter what they say, which is that basically my desk right now is moving through space 20 miles a second and it's contracting, but I would never be able to measure it contracting because I'm also contracting, as is all the space around the desk. Okay, and that is today the current claim. It's called length contraction, and it's length shortening, and it's still like a primary part of physics.
I got a question.
Observation of something that's far away, that's when you get length contraction. You don't talk about observations of things around you when you're part of the relative, space that you're trying to observe.
Did the apparatus in Michelson-Morley contract? Yes or no?
Yeah, they can't deny it because it's their explanation of why the no result. This is funny listening to them squirm.
No, it's not funny. What it is most of the materials that they use to make their measurements are out of date anyway. And so basically now with new science, they pretty much disproved the idea that contraction was,
So then no result.
Dude, I think I have to make a...
They did. You just made that up, okay? Since then, we have billions of times more sensitive equipment that has done the same experiment, and we get the same null result.
Okay,
to this day, length contraction is part of relativity and all of physics, and that apparatus in Michelson-Morley, which again has been done with billions of times more precision, must be slightly contracting inside of our reference frame, which is why we can't detect the Earth's orbit. If you don't take that position, then you're saying, oh, we got a measurement of stationariness.
If I could just ask you, because I've obviously never heard before, but what are your qualifications to be an authority on all this? I just want to know.
That's called a credentials fallacy.
It's called reading. You guys don't know how to read.
Obviously studied it.
It's called a credentials fallacy. The idea that if someone doesn't have the proper credentials, then their argument must be wrong. Nikola Tesla dropped out of college. So what was Nikola Tesla's qualifications to talk about electricity?
Needs the Einstein apologist role, I think. Hold on, I'll be right back.
I mean, Tesla didn't think electrons existed, so...
I'd say his credentials already studied the shit out of it.
I'd say they're a mathematical placeholder. That's what he said, right? Not that it didn't exist. It's that a convention that is used in mathematics. Isn't that what you use it for?
They actually call it basically like an ether unit or a condensate, and that 1,000 corpuscles of ether would equate to what we call an electron. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But basically, they try to act like they're smarter regarding electricity than Nikola Tesla. But then Einstein, who didn't invent anything, and then just added a whole dimension that can't be proven, and then claimed that time slows down and that matter contracts, but you could never measure it and tell that it contracted. He's a genius, and he's been proven, even though his theory says, you could never prove me right. That's why he has the quote right here that Gleam just posted, the struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus, meaning geocentrism and heliocentrism, would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. And this is in 1938 that he said that.
Is the sun an absolute? Is light an absolute reference frame?
Okay, so according to relativity, there is no such thing as an absolute frame of reference. But simultaneously, this is one of the million things they do that's doublespeak. They claim that light is absolute in all reference frames, so that it can be treated absolute as a standard of measurement, so that we can measure other things against it. And so all things are relative to the standard of comparison or measurement of the speed of light being constant and absolute. So they claim that the speed of light is not an absolute frame of reference, but it is absolute in all reference frames. That's what relativity says.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah. I know you guys made your little videos about how stupid I am, because once again, you don't know what I'm saying.
No, I just asked you for a specific voice clip, and you gave me exactly what I wanted, so thank you.
Pretend that somehow I didn't just like destroy you, please.
Well, no, I mean, I wasn't in a gotcha or anything. I was just asking you a question.
You got your voice clip, so you can make your video and do the gotcha then, right?
Yeah, and make sure you put the whole thing I said in the video.
Yeah, I mean, this whole
You're
thing
like a
will
car,
still be
Craig, you're an overeducated car salesman, bro. Sorry.
I've never
The
sold
principle
cars.
of
It's all good. If you put that in the video, that's good.
Can you wait till he's not talking to call him that though? That's all I'm asking, man.
Oh,
I think it's
my
good if you
God.
put that. Yeah, do you see the different, like, it's technically there are no frames of reference that are absolute according to relativity. That's actually like one of the base postulates of relativity, which is
That
like
is right.
everything is relative.
That's the difference between Einstein's theory and Lorentz's theory and Poincaré's.
I mean, like,
Correct.
what it comes down to for me, right, is how do you falsify relativity? And if you can't, then, you know, why do you go around claiming it? Because this is actually a foundational belief in heliocentrism. I know it has like a little to do with here, but literally when you explain here by pointing up there and out there, then you need relativity to make it work in dark matter, dark energy, and black holes and all that shit.
The
Well,
math
it's
is
a huge deal,
unfalsifiable.
actually, because just like Einstein's saying, those are interchangeable. Well, then we have sidereal and solar rotation. The question is, does the stuff in the sky move or does the Earth move, causing it to look like that? Okay, so if we could actually measure and detect and prove that the Earth orbits the Sun with physical measurement, like actually detect it, well, that's going to answer the other question for us. Well, because if the Earth's revolving the Sun, it has to be rotating also. So it answers all the questions, and it changes all the observations, right? Like us going through space changes everything.
Right,
Changes
but
everything.
here's the thing that gets me, yeah, right, is that if you're right, okay, if this is right and the Earth is stationary and everything in the sky is engineered, and so, or at least it's augmented to look like it, the simplest conclusion you come to is the geometric, the model they give you, yeah, because that aligns with what we see.
No.
So it does align to what we see. That's why astronomy draws the conclusion it does.
No, everything that astronomy does, everything that NASA does, it treats the Earth geocentric. Like all of it. It all uses geocentric coordinate systems. And then the apologist argument is, well, we're on the Earth, so yeah, we use it from a Earth-centric coordinate system. So like everything that we do, we have to, we make, like, dude, literally you can go read NASA's own website. The way that they make eclipse predictions is they use geocentric coordinate systems, geocentric declination readings, and then they transform them into a heliocentric like paradigm.
Oh, and don't forget the assumptions according to this place when they do tests with flight models and so forth. What they take into assumption, you know, about the ground, that it's flat and non-rotating.
You can physically demonstrate everything you need to with a little cup of water. Have the cup of water represent your boat, your plane, your train, your automobile, and move it around the ball accordingly, and we'll see how the physics react to the liquid, right? Are you afraid of physics, Nicktoon? Let's see how the cup of water goes around the sphere and how you have to tilt it accordingly, right? You don't drop it down like you think you are when you see half of the cup.
Why do you always
tilt
call
the
him
cup.
Nicktoon?
Because he's Mick Walt Disney.
No.
Mick Walt Disney cartoons. He has a cartoon 2D disc globe. He can't show us the real physical, you know,
Is it 'cause
3D
you don't wear
globe.
glasses? Is that what it is?
Do you have the 3D globe rendering and how your helicopter flies around it without tilting, stupid ass? Fucktard.
This is FTFE, you know.
I don't give a fuck what clown
I see Great
cocksucker it is.
Angelo
Both the same
says
fucking
that I took
retard,
over.
right?
If that's the
They're
case, I
both twin
apologize.
retards.
Let's not interrupt Enoch. He's
Yeah,
laying down some facts here, guys.
Apparently, Great Angelo wanted to say something. Both me and Witsit spoke over him. I apologize if I did that. If you've got something to say, please add it to the conversation.
Hey, man.
Yeah, the only question I've been bothered with this entire afternoon is that Witsit keeps insisting that we're going to find some way to demonstrate that the Earth is going around the sun, and we have to do it from the perspective of being here on the Earth. And I just don't understand why we have to go along with, relativity to do that when there were so many other ways that you can do that from being on the Earth using just basic, classical physics. You can use
All of which have been
mathematics,
described above.
the seasons, the actual movement of the sun across the sky itself is enough to figure out that it's definitely not moving around us. And I just don't understand why that's so important for him to hang on to one issue instead of expanding his horizons.
Why do you say such ridiculous
Did you just say
seasons?
Dude, really, honestly, the reason why it's important is because to both models, you literally can't detect it from that frame. We've been over it and over it and over it, and not one of you ever admits that. That's why we don't let it go, right? We can go to the other stuff and the other proofs, and we go all through that all day, but you can't even admit this one. So how are we going to know that you're going to act in good faith on any other argument, right? That's kind of what it comes down to.
So your argument is that just because we're not going to sit here and play your game by your rules, in other words, go ahead and say you can't measure it from where I'm standing, from where I'm sitting, I can't measure the
honest game, yeah.
The Earth moving around the sun.
You can't do it.
But yet on the equinox, I can certainly demonstrate that it certainly moves the way it does based on the fact that we're a globe.
The equinox proves that the light ain't parallel.
Wait, he's just saying that we do it because you guys won't even be intellectually honest and absorb your position for what it is before we go forward. Okay? That's the problem. You guys want to skip over it. You guys want to lie about it. You want to deny it. You want to divert. Anything but say, yeah, of course, relativity says you can't detect the Earth's orbit on the Earth because we're in the frame of reference that moves around the Earth. And that, according to relativity, the Earth moving around the sun moving around the Earth are the same thing. They're interchangeable. And according to relativity, we can't directly measure it from the Earth. So then we would move on to the next thing. But you guys can't even just be honest and concede it. It's just an intellectual honesty test.
Well, I don't think it's an intellectual dishonesty to say, we think you're wrong and we're going to go look for the information and find out why. Because basically, that's whenever I do science, the first thing I do is I make a question and I go, I think there's something wrong here. I better find out what the cause is.
Yeah, but he just gave you the last brain cell. He just literally gave you the information.
That information is not correct.
Go ahead and go
Einstein's
do your research
paper on relativity is not correct.
It's not Einstein's paper on relativity that demonstrates the orbit of the Earth, around the sun.
Okay, so see, this is Einstein. I just dropped the PDF again, page 61. You can read it. He talks about stuff like stellar aberration and stuff like that, and how you can interpret that as the Earth's orbit around the sun, but it is just requiring you to assume it. So Einstein rebuts you, but you're not going to read it. You are not going to read that PDF that I've dropped in here 4 times. You're not going to even download it.
It's not a PDF, it's a GIF.
It's a PDF.
No, he dropped a 184-page paper. It's just like posting a 6-hour video and expecting someone to watch it real quick and then come back with the rebuttal.
Actually, I know you're just a liar also, I guess, but I put page 61 right underneath it and cited it like 5 times. So it's actually just you read one paragraph and come back.
Well, I mean, you could just know what you're talking about.
Since he posted it, I opened it, read it, and I already screenshotted it to put stuff in here for you guys to read that. So I'm trying to help out. Try to help you help me, guys.
Can you highlight the last?
Even McToon agrees. He says right here, negative result equals measurement of stationary.
That's great. Shane, can you highlight the two sentences afterwards?
Equal, that means
yes, I did, Bowder.
Not equal. Not equal.
Right.
Well, that's crazy because we have you on video when I asked you, well, how would you suggest that we measure stationariness? And you said you would try to detect rotation, and then if you didn't get a rotation measurement, if you got a negative result, that would be a measurement of stationariness. That would mean it's stationary. That's what you said.
Michelson-Gale, for example.
So it doesn't apply to the rotation of the Earth around the sun.
Rotation, I said. Michelson-Gale.
Does the Earth rotate the sun?
The orbit.
There's a difference between rotation and orbit.
Does the Earth rotate around the sun?
It orbits.
The sun. So you guys are saying it doesn't rotate the sun around the sun?
No, it orbits.
You're just gonna keep saying it?
It's literally. Dude, 6 months later, midnight should be 12 noon.
They don't even understand, dude. They think that the Earth doesn't rotate around the sun, bro.
How can you understand?
To try to make you look stupid.
How can you understand relativity if you can't even understand the difference between rotation and orbit?
Dude, orbit is a rotation.
No. Orbit means a linear path around something.
Yeah.
Rotation is something moving.
Did you know what he fucking meant, though? Holy fuck.
So it doesn't rotate around the sun as the center?
The point is that Whitsitt is trying to preach to us about quantum physics, and he does not even understand the basics, the difference between
the action of rotating around a center.
Right.
You're incorrect because the galaxy rotation curve problem is to do with bits of the galaxy rotating around the center.
So how many days from wikidif.com rotate
solar year?
Yeah, hold on. From wikidif.com, rotate versus orbit. As verbs, the difference between rotate and orbit is that rotate is to spin, turn, or revolve, while orbit is to circle or revolve around.
So it also orbits then.
Wait, you didn't let me finish my sentence. You didn't let me finish my sentence. Maybe if I start the sentence again and just read it right to the end. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with anyone here. I'm just reading out what it says so everyone can understand. Rotate is to spin, turn, or revolve, while an orbit is to circle or revolve around another object.
Oh, so revolve means rotation?
Orbit is
They
to
have the same
revolve
word
around
rotation,
another object.
They are synonymous. Come on, they're synonymous.
it's so stupid. They can't-
Again,
there's a
I'm not
difference in
arguing.
actual
I'm not
rotation
arguing.
and orbital
I'm not arguing
rotation,
for or
obviously.
against anything. I'm just telling you what it says. All right.
Well, you emphasized the end as if it was a refutation. Good try, though. But anyway,
I
it's
really
obvious
didn't.
that it's
Nice
claimed to
gaslighting
rotate around the sun in the center, right? It revolves around the sun. They say the Earth revolves around the sun. It actually says it's an elliptical
does,
orbit.
you're right.
It's not
It
just
revol- it
linear,
revolves
by the
around
way.
another
Whoever
object,
said
you're
that
right.
stupid comment. So it doesn't. This is the point, right? You guys are being sophist because McToon said that a negative result doesn't equal stationariness, and then we're like, wait, well then how would you get a measurement of stationariness? You said, oh, try to detect rotation and then get a negative result, and that would be a measurement of stationariness. So he contradicts himself blatantly, and you guys then come in to defend it, and then try to say that orbit isn't a rotation.
There you go.
Putting
words in my mouth.
Witsit, you clearly just had the difference explained to you.
Right,
You're just
Mickelson
gonna
Morley
keep
was
doubling
not
down.
set up.
You have a
Right,
problem.
Mickelson Morley was not set up. Mickelson Morley was not set up to detect the rotation of the Earth. That's not
No
what
shit.
its goal was.
No shit, bro. You're 2 days late, bro.
We're talking about the rotation around the sun.
It also wasn't
Right? It's
set up
also
to
not set up to do that either.
The word is
wasn't set up
orbit.
to
Yeah,
There
make
is
sure
a
you use
key
the
difference.
perfect terminology, Witsit. You got to say orbit and not rotation, because they take it too literal. They can't just have any sort of thought process for themselves to just understand that that's exactly what you fucking mean.
Yeah, they have to
Well,
take
it's the
that
same thing.
pedantically.
The orbit is rotation, right? Like he just
No,
read the
it's
definition.
not.
Okay, well, look. Hey, Connell, since you're so smart, can you answer my question?
Okay,
Does the Earth revolve around the sun? Yes or no?
Yes, in a linear path, it does revolve, but a rotation is not a revolution.
It's a linear path, so it's not elliptical?
It is moving in a singular direction. It's similar to a vehicle running around a racetrack.
So it's
Now
not
who's
elliptical.
Splitting hairs.
So it's not elliptical?
Now who's splitting hairs?
Someone pick up his eviscerated body because he...
Come on.
Let me just end this. This is a bit of a silly nonsense about words. Okay, right. The Earth does not the Earth does not hold on, right, guys, please. The Earth does not rotate around the sun. It orbits or revolves. A rotation is not a revolution. Witsit right when he says the Earth revolves around the sun. He's wrong when it says it rotates around the sun. There's a difference between
So when I cite
revolution
NASA
and
saying the
rotation.
Earth rotates around the sun, you'll all admit you're wrong, or are you going to say NASA's wrong?
Well, NASA would
There are
be using
two-
the wrong word in that case.
I have a question.
That's just what the words mean. That's all.
Can I ask a question?
Only if you stop screaming to everyone that you have a question. Can you ask a question without doing that, please?
Yeah, sure, man. I just want to ask, how would you explain? So we all would agree that in the heliocentric model, the Earth spins, right? It's rotating, right?
Yes, a rotation means specifically around an axis.
Yeah, listen. If the Earth is rotating in the heliocentric model, and it orbits the sun, okay, to use your specification of the word, it is still rotating while it's orbiting the sun, right?
No. It's revolving when it orbits the sun. Rotation means specifically around its own axis.
Dude.
If it doesn't rotate, what will noon be 6 months later if it doesn't rotate?
The moon phases would go the opposite way.
Okay, so
Yeah, sure.
all right. Again, this is just nonsense about like words, but the Earth rotates around its own axis whilst it revolves around the barycenter of the solar system. The problem is that there's a difference between the words rotate and revolve. You
Just
only rotate
to
around your own
distinguish
axis.
the
Yeah.
difference
Words
in
mean
actual
something, especially in
rotation
science.
in orbit, okay?
Yeah,
but the
that's
point
fine.
is that
I'm
it
just
is
so everyone's on the same
rotating
page, that's all.
around the sun, and
No,
it
no,
is
no, it's
elliptical
revolving around the sun, not
orbit.
rotating around the
and
sun.
you just read, shut up. You just read the
Witsit,
definition of
let
rotate.
me paint an analogy for you, Witsit.
Wait, no, I'm talking.
I
I'm
work
unaware
on
if you have
cars.
any
You have
social
Can I
skills
interrupt,
at all, or you're
like,
just a
paint
douchebag. It's one of the two, though. So you just read the definition that the Earth revolves around the
Yeah.
sun, and then you read the definition of rotate, and it says revolves in the definition that you read.
No,
okay?
I
So
didn't
it
say
is the-
that. It's. I said there's a difference between revolution, revolve, and rotate. I said that revolution.
Oh,
occurs
so why
when,
does your definition for rotate say revolve then?
It does both, man. Let's move past this.
No, make him
trying
answer
to-
again?
FTFE, why does your definition say
maybe
revolve
right.
then?
Maybe you haven't heard me properly. Okay, the Earth rotates around its own axis, but it revolves around the sun, because you can't rotate around another body. You rotate around.
Does it rotate?
The Earth rotates around the sun. The Earth rotates around its own axis.
Why does your definition of rotation that even you read off have the word revolve in it?
It didn't.
Read again then.
Right. To do where difference.
The first part, FTFE, ended with around an axis. So please don't skip that.
Right. Okay. So here we go. This is what I read. Right. As verbs, the difference between rotate and orbit is that rotate is to spin, turn, or revolve. Right. That rotate, revolve, different things there. Okay.
You just said rotate is to spin, turn, or revolve.
Well, orbit is to revolve around another object, right? So you can rotate around another object. You revolve around another object. And when you look at the difference between the words revolve and rotate, revolution occurs when one body moves around another, while rotation means moving around the axis. For example, the moon revolves around the Earth, and the Earth revolves around the sun, but the Earth rotates around its own axis.
Yeah, but you just read it said revolve in the definition of rotate. You just said it out loud again. It's super funny. And then you're trying to use... Yeah, we use the word as it pertains to the Earth. We use the words differently, right?
I'm just trying to get everyone on the same page, right? That's all, right? And to make
if we
it
were
simple...
to use the same word...
To make it
right,
simple, how about everyone just says...
Just make sure you talk through me if the Earth
hold on,
will
please
become
let
a
me
ball.
finish. Please let me finish what I'm saying. Right, please let me finish what I'm
And
saying.
Angelo, you're going to white knight when he...
Please let me finish what I'm saying. Please let me finish what I'm saying.
No.
Thank you.
Unbearable, dude.
But I'm trying to move this conversation forward by getting everyone to
He's trying to respond to you, Craig. Let Austin
But I haven't fucking finished what I'm saying.
Stop helping, Brian. Jesus.
To move this conversation forward, can everyone just agree that the Earth rotates around its own axis but revolves around the sun? And that is the words we use, just so everyone's on the same page. Is that okay?
That's literally you just flip-flopped your words.
Yeah, so we use the words differently so that it's not confusing.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So that we're not confused.
Dude, I swear to you, you actually need to get in a boxing ring or something.
Shut the
because
fuck
you
up
think
and just...
you can disrespect
I'm
people,
trying
but
to
you
move the
are
conversation
so
forward.
soft. You're
Can
like
we
a
all
giant
just
teddy
agree?
bear.
Can we
You're
all
like a
just
giant
agree?
teddy bear.
Can we
You're talking
all
through
just
me.
agree?
You're like a giant teddy bear.
Again,
who
can
doesn't
we
even know
all
how
just
to wear the
agree
proper
very
size
simply
shirt,
to say the
and you
Earth
pretend you're
rotates around its
talking to the
axis
internet,
but
right?
revolves
And
around
no
the
one can
sun?
hear you
If we
talking
agree
right
that,
now,
we
but
can
you're
just move
still trying
forward.
to interrupt me again.
Right.
Okay?
If we
So
agree that,
the
we can
point
move
is,
forward. Can we
you
agree
still
that, yes or
interrupted
no?
me. This is insane. So
Right.
the point
Wait,
is,
say
we
I'm
use
trying to move
different
the
words.
conversation
That's
forward. Can
correct.
we
use
agree that,
different
yes or
words
no?
For convenience.
Can we
You
agree
say
that, yes
the
or
Earth
no?
revolves around the sun.
Shut up. Let Austin respond for fuck's sake.
I just want him to say yes or no.
He obviously took his mic out of, his earphone off and is just talking, so just let him talk.
Why can't Austin just agree with what I'm saying? To move the conversation forward, let everyone just agree a very simple thing.
You
to
won't
say
let him
rotate.
say anything, bro. That's
But we're just going round in circles and I'm trying to move forward past this. Okay?
Okay. This
so
is what
to
I
move
do good.
forward, right? To
This
move
is the
forward
point
from this
where I
point
just
forward,
mute everybody
to move
and
forward,
us
right?
forward
Let's
on
just
demand.
agree to make it simple that we say rotate when we're talking about the Earth going around its axis. We say revolve when we say about it going around the sun. Just so everybody's on the same page and no one gets confused. Simple.
This is where you're going to interrupt me again. So
there's no proof of that.
So we use different words, right? Because we couldn't just use the same word rotate for meaning axial rotation and also meaning the orbit. So we say it revolves around the sun, but it's the same mechanical motion, right? Angular change in motion, change of direction, right? It's a rotation motion, right? We say orbit or revolution to distinguish between the axial rotation of the Earth and the Earth moving around the sun. Now, as it pertains to what we're talking about, MC Toon's home run was that, oh, well, you don't have any measurement of stationariness. I said, dude, you don't measure stationariness, right? Unless something's moving and you measure it and then it stops, or if you try to detect motion and you get a negative result, you don't measure zero. It's stupid. It's a very stupid thing to say. So then he keeps saying it. So I said, okay, well, then what would be a measurement of stationariness? He said, well, you would create, he said, a negative result is not proof of stationariness. It's not evidence of stationariness. So then I said, how would you measure stationariness then? And he says, Well, you would create a test to detect rotation, and if you didn't detect rotation, then it would be stationary, which would of course be a negative result, directly contradicting his claim that negative results aren't actual evidence of stationariness, because he has to doublespeak. And once I called him out on that, you guys jumped in and brought up the semantical difference in orbit and rotation. Thanks for playing.
Okay, the test that you are talking about a negative result on, Michelson-Morley, was not designed to detect whether or not the Earth was stationary.
That's a non sequitur.
No, that's bullshit. Don't tell me it's a non sequitur, because it directly addresses the point. Don't tell me it's a non sequitur, because it directly addresses the point, correct?
No, I didn't claim that's what the test was doing. The test wasn't.
What the negative result is in context with.
The test wasn't trying to do anything regarding proving or disproving the ether or the motion of the Earth. The test was about determining if the velocity of light is the same in all directions. And they assumed both the motion of the Earth and the ether to do this. That's why the title of the paper is The Relative Motion of the Earth and the Luminiferous Ether. And in Edward Morley's letter, he explains they're doing the test to see if the velocity of light is the same in all directions. They assumed both the ether and the orbit. They used these two assumptions to come up with a prediction, right? And then the prediction was not matched. They had a negative result. Well, the negative result is relative to the prediction that's built upon the assumption that the Earth is orbiting. With or without the ether, there should have been a fringe shift. So if you throw the ether out, you still have to explain why the motion of the Earth did not cause a fringe shift.
So you said the test was set up to measure the relative velocity between the Earth and the ether they presumed to exist. The test came up with a negative result for that hypothesis. The test and the negative result did not confirm stationariness.
So no fringe shift doesn't equal stationariness.
You can quite clearly conclude that it's stationary from those results. Like, if you have a brain.
No, it's not about whether or not somebody has a brain. Don't use that bullshit tactic. If you look further into the future from that experiment, there's another one, Michelson-Gale-Pearson, which came up with a positive result for rotation. So you cannot use Michelson-Morley.
So something is rotating, right?
So you cannot use Michelson-Morley to say you've confirmed stationariness because you, quote, have a brain. Because there are
you're trying to say that we're rotating, but we're not moving around the sun? Is that what you're trying to say?
Michelson-Gale-Pearson actually assumed there was an ether. He actually assumed there was an ether. Albert Michelson came out and said this actually verifies the ether, and it matched their sidereal prediction built upon the assumption of an ether and the vortex within 98% accuracy using the Sagnac effect, who, when Sagnac discovered it, said it was a vortex of the ether. Michelson literally came out and said this verifies the ether, and then later on he ended up saying it verified relativity, because he could come up with no other way to explain how we could get the sidereal rotation but not the orbit, which means this is the part that you're going to do everything you can not to address, which is why I bring it up now, because it shows that you guys are dishonest. When they got the result, it didn't match the prediction. If we throw the ether out completely, we still have to address the result. Even without the ether, there should have been a fringe shift because the Earth would have been going against space.
And I will post Michelson's result.
Relativity claims that the apparatus contracted just a sufficient amount to where it will look like it's stationary, even though it's actually orbiting.
I will post Michelson's quote where he claims what Austin just said in his paper and the numbers, and they'll deny it anyway. Even after him quoting it, he's obviously studied in this category, and I can show the actual literal quote from Michelson, and they'll still deny it and try and switch back and forth because they're not honest. I agree.
Well, if you go over to Michelson-Gale-Pearson, that's called a red herring fallacy.
Maybe they just can't tell because the universe is expanding, so then they can't tell.
So, Winston, you're saying that without the ether, then you're measuring the Earth against space. Relative to what position?
Well, you're relative to your position on the Earth. This is what relativity explains, that you can't do that, because if you're in the motion of direction, which you would be on the Earth, then you would suffer from contraction. So you wouldn't be able to tell that you're contracting or that your apparatus is contracting, because all the space around you is also contracting in the direction of motion.
using that to measure, to measure the motion? Yeah, of course not. But we're not using that.
That is what we were using. According to Einstein, it would have been
it.
decisive, and that's why all of physics had to be changed in response to Michelson-Morley. It's called the greatest failed experiment in history because it changed all of physics. And just like Einstein said, before relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to all the negative results in every single attempt to terrestrially use experiment to measure the orbit. Relativity saved the day.
Whose opinion paper put out saying that was the greatest change in physics, that one experiment?
Well, because it wasn't the only. You got Airy's failure, and you got the Michelson-Gale, like he was just talking about the follow-up. So it wasn't the only failed experiment. Airy's failure showed because he didn't get any change after slowing down the light by using water to fill up the telescope. He didn't get any change in the light. He didn't have to change his angle of his telescope at all.
All right, everyone. So this is FTFE's event. Any other flat earther have another question for FTFE while he's here?
I hear the Smithsonian saying it, by the way.
I just want somebody to at least attempt to address how we can quite easily measure the rotation of the Earth with a pendulum. No one's ever attempted to address that.
Hey, if you establish an independent frame of reference with the gimbal, then why doesn't the pendulum move on its own? Not in the plane back and forth, but left and right.
The pendulum swings backwards and forwards, and that swing stays relative to the axis of rotation, which is what we expect to happen with physics.
But if you claim that it establishes an independent frame of reference with the gimbal, then that means it's in an independent frame relative to the Earth that moves independent of it. So even if you didn't push it, why doesn't it move left and right?
Why would it move left and right?
Because the Earth's moving separate from it.
Yeah, and the pendulum is swinging backwards and forwards, that's it. Just
No,
like
before
you
swing
can
the
get a
pendulum-
merry-go-round and put a pendulum on the merry-go-round. Start swinging the pendulum and then spin the merry-go-round, and the pendulum will maintain its position backwards and forwards over that merry-go-round.
Before you swing the pendulum, okay?
And the measuring tool.
You're claiming that it establishes an independent frame of reference. Of course, to detect motion, you must do that. You claim that even though it's attached to the Earth, which is what it's allegedly detecting the motion of, the gimbal establishes an independent frame of reference from the Earth moving underneath it, which means before you swing the pendulum, it should be sitting there detached from the frame of reference from the Earth. It should be moving independent of the gimbal and the pendulum.
No, there's no reason it should start moving on its own at all. Nothing in physics says that should ever happen.
But
really,
why?
I just
It's an
posted the
independent frame of reference.
GPS. Hold on, I just posted the GPS engineering documents that should say that the Sagnac effect is not caused by the rotation of Earth. It's caused by movement. Period.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the Sagnac effect.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, don't know why you brought that up. Yeah, so there's no reason why a hanging pendulum should just start moving on its own. Nothing in physics says that should ever happen.
See, you notice how when you responded the first two times, you strawmanned it to be the plane of motion, right? Where
I didn't
you
strawman
push
anything.
the pendulum back and forth, and then you would get a precession. I'm not
Yes.
claiming the pendulum should swing in the plane back and forth. I'm claiming that if it's just sitting there and it's actually in an independent frame of reference from the Earth moving underneath it, right? Then that means it's in an independent frame of reference from the Earth's movement.
It's still rotating with the Earth like the gimbal that it's attached to.
Oh, so it does rotate perfectly with the Earth and in the same reference
Of
frame.
course, the entire apparatus rotates with the Earth, but the pendulum, the swing, is allowed to maintain its position in 3D space relative to the axis of rotation.
That's irrelevant. The gimbal
Not
is
irrelevant, that's
established-
how we measure the rotation.
That's irrelevant. The gimbal is establishing an independent frame of reference because it can move in all directions independent of the apparatus that's attached to the Earth, which means the Earth is moving separately from what is attached to the gimbal, right?
Yeah, but it's still hanging from the gimbal, moving with the Earth.
Oh, so it just moves
gravity,
with
with
the Earth.
gravity. Of course, it just moves with the Earth because conservation of momentum is a thing. Why would it just
so
stop
it's an
moving with
independent
the
frame of
Earth?
reference?
You don't stop moving with the Earth when you just jump up. You don't fucking slam into the back of a train at 500 miles an hour when you jump up in the air. That's not how it works. I'm still talking. Thank you very much, Brian. The pendulum and the entire apparatus is rotating with the Earth. Once it starts swinging, it is a freely moving object that can have Coriolis forces applied to it laterally.
So you're saying it's not a freely moving object before you swing it?
Absolutely not. It's stationary.
Oh, it's actually not stationary, though. There's always an intrinsic vibration, and the Earth would be moving underneath it. It would slowly vibrate back and forth, left and right. It wouldn't go forward in the plane of motion.
We're not talking about little vibrations. We're just talking about in general. It is stationary. If it's just hanging there, in general, it is stationary, moving with the Earth along with everything else.
No, it would barely vibrate.
The tiny vibrations would not be enough to make it have the Coriolis forces applied to it that would be appropriate for you to be able to see drift. That would
Straw man. No one said it would have the Coriolis effects that we detect with precession once we put it in motion.
You only get Coriolis once it's moving.
No one's saying that. What we're saying is, if you're claiming it's an independent frame of reference, you can't simultaneously claim that it's moving perfectly with the Earth. It's independent of that.
No, the entire apparatus, Witz, I don't know why this is hard to understand, the entire apparatus is moving with the Earth, including the gimbal that the pendulum is swinging from. But the pendulum is swinging backwards and forwards. The fact that it's on a gimbal allows it to swing and maintain its swing relative to the axis of rotation of whatever it's on. Like the video that has been posted in the chat shows, a Foucault's pendulum on a merry-go-round. As you swing it, it will maintain its swing relative to the axis of rotation.
Okay,
That's
how about you
can
do an
measure it.
experiment? How about you do an experiment where you put that on there with the gimbal and then you spin it and see if the thing attached to the gimbal moves.
That's what's on there right now.
It doesn't move at all? It doesn't move at all?
No, it doesn't move unless you start swinging it. Because it's directly above the axis of rotation.
Well, how come it immediately starts with it moving then?
Because they're swinging it.
So then
if I flew a clone back and forth, it would also go in a circle. If I just flew a drone back and forth, it'd start spinning with the fucking pendulum.
No, because a drone isn't attached to a gimbal, Brian, is it? That's very strange. A drone isn't a pendulum, dude. You should know that.
So you agree that you're saying that according to you, if I go do this and I put the pendulum with the gimbal over top of a merry-go-round and then I spin the merry-go-round, then it should stay completely still.
Rotate it at the same speed that Earth is going, and you will see that once the acceleration has, obviously as you move it first, an acceleration, right, it's going to be moved. But then once it settles into, say, moving at 15 degrees per hour, the entire apparatus would move together, and the pendulum would not swing independently or move independently because it's on something that's moving. It would all move together. Only acceleration causes a change in movement.
Okay, so you're saying that if I did that, then it wouldn't move at all. It wouldn't vibrate any left and right. It would stay perfectly still.
I've had experience with this particular misconception. If you put a pendulum on a merry-go-round, and then no matter what speed you spin the merry-go-round, it can be any speed, if you allow that pendulum that's on the merry-go-round to come to its new rest position, it will not swing on its own.
Yeah.
That's
For the
a
football.
straw man.
For the football.
That's a straw man that flat earthers have created, that it should start swinging on its own if the Earth were rotating.
Nothing
about
its own. Stop saying that. That's 17 times in a row. All you people have
17
is a
times.
script.
Yeah,
So
that's not
no one-
17 times. I said it
Let's
once.
cover it so no one can misunderstand it. So what you do is you take the pendulum and then you swing it back and forth. And they claim that it'll precess relative to that back and forth motion because the Earth's moving underneath it. Okay? Now, when I say you're claiming it's an independent frame of reference, which means the Earth is moving underneath the gimbal, right? Now, the whole apparatus is moving with it, but it still has a free range of motion due to the gimbal. So if the Earth is moving underneath it, it should slightly change left and right, not start swinging.
Could you show me the
And then
maths
you're
to
going
back
to
up that
respond with,
assertion,
no,
please?
it doesn't start swinging.
Yeah, could you please show me the maths to back up that assertion?
That an independent frame of reference moves independent of whatever is independent of it.
Specifically what you just said, I would like to see the maths to back up your claim that... wait, I'm talking. Just chill. Right? You just made a very specific claim about something that should happen within the realms of physics. Can I see your maths to back up that claim, please?
While he's getting that, does the football curve into the field goal?
Is a football a pendulum?
No, I'm just asking, bro. Based on the physics you're explaining, does the football move and go so they won the game because of Coriolis? Is that your claim?
It would be, based on the maths, there would have been about 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right, yes.
So anything underneath, anything that leaves the frame of reference is independent, and the Earth is spinning underneath said things.
No.
Including footballs.
Only if it has a movement, it's the Coriolis forces on it are applied to stationary things relative to the thing they're on. So the fact that the football was moving through the air, it then had a lateral force applied to it based on the position, the direction that it was going.
Right. So anything that leaves the Earth, anything that leaves the ground, then the ground will spin underneath it. Right.
Only if it is moving relative to the ground, not if it is stationary relative to the ground.
Okay, so we couldn't have Coriolis with a train moving north to south, right? If it was hauling butt on its tracks, there'd be no.
The train's on a track, and Coriolis forces are tiny, 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 and the fact that the train's on a track would overcome those forces.
But so we'd have to change our right tire though first, technically.
No,
to apply,
the forces are so tiny. It's so tiny that it would make zero difference.
All right, tell that to Bob. Hear that, Dr. Bob? I'm trying to get y'all on the same page, because every time we have this conversation with y'all veer back and forth. Y'all have your own little explanation.
Yeah, Bob would agree with me that the Coriolis forces are extremely tiny.
Right, and he used an aircraft as an example, and you used a train, which is stuck to the ground.
They're very different things.
Hilarious.
I don't know why this is hard to explain, but a train isn't a plane, a drone isn't a pendulum. They're different things.
So what if something moved like above the tangent from your feet? What if something was at an upward trajectory? Then what way would it curve then?
Straight up.
No, like if a tangent from your feet. So would there be Coriolis on a cylinder?
If a cylinder is moving, is rotating, there would be Coriolis forces, like from the top to the bottom applied, but you wouldn't have. No, sorry, there would be Coriolis forces left to right, but not top to the bottom. You would only have Coriolis forces on a east-west.
Okay, so no Coriolis top to bottom. So if something's on the Earth and it's moving above the tangent, like as if the Earth were a cylinder, so as long as something moved at an upward trajectory and never dropped below the tangent, then the Coriolis would be opposite, right? So shouldn't we have to adjust the firing tables?
Firing tables are adjusted. No. The firing tables have adjustments for Coriolis, yes.
Well, so it would be opposite then.
Yeah, and you have to have the firing tables actually have different calculations for north and south of the equator.
Yeah, the specific thing that Brian's bringing up is about firing at a target that is further north. Brian, I mentioned this before. The end result is that the target is quote below. It has moved to a point that is closer to the axis of rotation, so it needs to be forward, not backward.
No, this is my whole point. Let me say my whole point so everybody understands. So they just said that firing north to south on a cylinder there'd be no Coriolis because everything's moving at the same rate. Okay, the whole cylinder is moving at the same rate. So on the Earth, if we fire at a tangent, the tangent represents the cylinder. So if we fired on a direct tangent straight out, then there would be no Coriolis. Like I said, that represents the cylinder. But if we fired above the tangent, the projectile would be entering a region that is traveling faster than where it left from. So we would actually get opposite Coriolis for any projectile that doesn't drop below the tangent. So until the airplane lands, it's going to have reverse Coriolis on its way up, and there's a whole mess of problems with this, but it proves to me that they're full of shit.
What problem specifically?
And I've explained this to you before. Like if you're in the northern hemisphere and you're firing south, what you've described is perfectly accurate. That you would be experiencing move into a larger a region with larger tangential speed. But
so he would have missed the field goal.
In the northern hemisphere, it would be in a region with less linear tangential speed.
No, bro.
It
He would have
wouldn't be
missed the field goal,
backwards
bro.
just
You missed my
because-
point. He would have missed
backwards just because it wouldn't be backwards just because the gun had a lay angle that was higher than your latitude.
What are you
We went
talking
through
about?
this. We already went through this at length, Brian. The fact that
No,
you
we
still
did
didn't
not.
understand
Let's
it from
lie
our
through-
last conversation. The fact that you didn't understand it from our last conversation is apparent.
So you agree then that something that
yelling,
goes,
dude.
something that, yeah, sorry. So something that, a projectile that enters an area that's rotating faster, not slower, but faster, it'd be reverse Coriolis. So the football would have deviated the opposite way because of its upward trajectory, because it's entering a frame of reference that is spinning faster, not slower.
Which direction was the football kicked?
Yeah, the football wasn't kicked on a cylinder Earth. That's part of your problem, Brian.
Yeah, but I'm not the cylinders, just so people like you can understand what I mean when I say tangent. And so do you
know
agree?
what a tangent is?
Okay, do you agree that, no, let me ask him, do you agree that on a cylinder Earth, there would be no Coriolis because the frame of reference is moving the same speed?
On a cylinder
North and
that's
south
rotating
trajectories.
around its axis, there would be no Coriolis forces applied when going north to south because there's no change in the circumference underneath you. There would be Coriolis applied going east to west.
So that represents
But that's a
a tangent. That cylinder represents a tangent line from the football off into the distance, okay? The tangent line represents the cylinder. So anything above the cylinder, the Coriolis would be reversed because it's literally entering an area that's spinning faster and not slower.
But yeah, it depends which way the football was kicked. What direction did the football go?
The football supposedly curved to the left.
Yeah.
and
Right.
hit
What
upright
direction
and
was it though? North or south? Which direction was the football
South.
kicked? Right. And it deflected left. Yeah, that's right. That's what you would expect.
No, it doesn't matter. No, it curved, it deflected to the right. Okay, listen, it deflected to the right. Okay, and it hit the goalpost and it deflected in. So it deflected to the right and hit the goalpost. The point is it should have deflected to the left if it's firing to the north.
No, it shouldn't.
If it's going to the north, it deflects to the right.
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 The goalpost,
Not if it's going upward though. Not if it's going downward.
Neil deGrasse Tyson already talked about this.
Yeah, the goalpost is not on a path
We know.
that is higher than a. So what you're saying is at that latitude, if the angle of the kick was higher than a certain angle, it would be reverse Coriolis. Great.
Yeah, no, I'm saying if the football is entering a region, that's rotating slower than.
Listen, I'm not going to listen to you guys keep bitch fighting through each other. Let's just do this. Someone else ask FTFE a question. Thanks.
Okay, FTFE, can you agree that if the Earth was stationary and then there was motion around the Earth, that there would be a translation of motion to the Earth that could drag a pendulum?
An imperceptibly small. Well, no, the Machian principle which you're talking about is completely hypothetical. So there's no evidence that would ever actually happen.
Can motion be translated through a medium?
If there's a medium, yeah, but again, the Machian principle that you're talking about is 100% hypothetical, and there's no evidence for it existing.
Can a motion be transferred through a medium?
I believe I said yes. Maybe you have.
Okay, that was the question. That was the question. Your other comments are relevant. So then, if the Earth is stationary and there's motion around the Earth, then there could be a force of that motion translated down to the Earth that could drag the pendulum around. Correct?
Nice hypothesis. Do you have anything to back that up?
Wait.
Yeah, the
Say
pendulum movement,
that it's
yeah.
correct.
It's a hypothesis.
Yeah.
No. I said if it's happening, would it drag the pendulum around? Yes or no?
Well, it depends what the medium was and the mechanism for it to be transferred.
So
Yeah,
you
that would
agree
cause
it
a
is
whole host of other
possible
things
that
to
the Earth could be stationary and the pendulum get dragged around?
There's a hypothesis that you're talking about, but there's no evidence to suggest this is the case.
No, it's not. No. We have tons of evidence that translation of motion and force through a medium is a real thing. So you're just saying that you want a specifics of the hypothesis of why it's happening. And before we get to that, you're going to have to be honest and admit that there could be a situation, no matter what the details are, right? There could be a situation where the Earth is stationary and there could be motion around the stationary Earth, and it would translate motion and force to the Earth and then drag a pendulum around.
Well, I couldn't answer that without knowing the mechanism behind it.
It doesn't. So you're saying,
But
is there any scenario
there could be
that
a
could
magic
happen?
pink elephant dragging the motion around. There's no evidence of this happening. What you are saying, you want me to go, well, this could possibly be the case if there's some kind of medium that could drag it around, but there's no evidence that there's a medium that could translate the motion of the stars to drag a pendulum around. And the Machian principle which you're referring to is a purely hypothetical thing that even in the hypothesis says that it would be imperceptibly small and would not give us the measurements that we experience in reality.
Actually, they're currently coming out saying that Mach's principle applied to quantum mechanics may be what saves the paradigm from dark matter and dark energy.
Again, it's all
so you don't even know what you're talking about. Your own religion's going to end up invoking it.
Well, no, sorry. Is anything that I just said there wrong about the Machian principle?
The Machian principle, that it's a theory?
That it's completely hypothetical. There's no evidence behind it. And even if it was the case, what Einstein described, he described as an imperceptibly small motion that would not give us the measurements that we experience on Earth. Am I wrong about that?
No, it's not completely hypothetical. You can test it. You can have an empty sphere. You could spin it around, and whatever's on the inside of that will have an effect of the force exerted into the interior of the system. You can literally do this a million
ways.
So
you're saying that the Machian principle isn't hypothetical?
Only as applied to the context of relativity, the context of the universe where the stars are so far away in a vacuum. Yes. Okay, well, I don't believe nonsense like relativity, double
I don't care what you believe, frankly.
Well,
we're talking about the rotation of the Earth, so what we talk about has to be applied to that. And there is nothing about the Machian principle that could say that the movement of the stars or the universe in any way could make a pendulum drift the way that we experience it on Earth. There is no explanation for what we experience with the drift of a pendulum, apart from the Earth being a rotating globe.
You're incorrect. So even Einstein himself explained that their pendulum could be dragged around on a stationary Earth due to Machian principle, which is integrated in principle in relativity to explain the Eddington experiment. Now, he said it would be imperceptibly small amount.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, this is talking about the stars being thousands of light years away, so trillions of miles away in a vacuum, and that translation of motion would be like damn near not perceptible. Now, if there was a more dense medium in the sky and the lights were closer and there was a motion that was more local and there's a background medium, all these different aspects individually could explain it. And we know that motion and force translates through mediums, so it absolutely would drag the pendulum around.
Maybe if we existed in some kind of fluidic space, but unfortunately species 8472 were mostly destroyed by the Borg.
See, you got nothing. And
nothing apart from the fact that what you are saying makes no sense in the context of what we are talking about. It is hypothetical.
You're saying that what's making the stars move wouldn't make the pendulum move also, Craig?
No, there's no evidence that it would.
There was a ton of ifs in all of that from Witzit's side.
Yeah, like you. If the Earth is rotating, then it's causing the precession of the pendulum.
Yeah, but that's a prediction according to science. Obviously, you don't know the scientific method, so you wouldn't understand how that works.
Well, no, that's okay when you do it. All right, so
no, you just don't know the scientific method.
That if statement of if the Earth is rotating, that falls from the laws of motion affecting things that say mechanical gyrocompasses and mechanical gyroscopes. The laws of motion say that if something is rotating, you'll see a deflection in those.
That's right. So if the cause of the sidereal rotation is not actually the Earth is moving, but it's just the stuff in the sky move, and there's a mechanism of that movement, regardless of what it is, it would translate motion down to a stationary Earth, and then it would drag
how would it do that? You're presupposing that there is a medium there.
They only agree with Einstein when it suits him. You realize that, right?
No, Einstein doesn't say it would happen. Even Einstein said it would be imperceptibly small, like Witzit just said. But then Witzit said, oh, but if there was a thicker medium, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, if. Who cares about if? We don't have a thicker medium. We have a near vacuum.
So if the stars are light years away, then it would be inconceivable.
Gleam has been trying to talk.
Yeah, let's let Gleam go in.
Sorry, Gleam.
Go ahead, man.
How you doing?
Yeah, you're good. Just to try and progress it more. Don't pick out the particulars here, because it's more of the thought experiment to follow your acceptance that it could be put into a hypothesis. So let's deal with everything that we tangibly know, let's say, except that the Earth is a sphere. Now, with the pendulum, we understand that the pendulum is a plumb bob, basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
And more often than not, I see them and they're metal. Yeah. Now, when you put metal in motion,
a wooden one.
Yeah. Okay. It's just the metal it provides you with that longevity. Let's say because
if you're doing the electric ones, like in museums and stuff, you mean?
Yeah. Either or. I mean, put it this way: the original Foucault pendulum is now gold. I don't know whether you've seen the upgrade they gave.
Wasn't it lead originally?
It was originally. Yeah.
I didn't know that gold.
That has something to do with it. The reason why you use that. But
lead into gold.
either way, the core mechanism that I was trying to explain there is when you put metal in motion, and you have free electrons running about. Number one, it's going to build up eddy currents within the object. Let's say the plum. And that eddy current will have an imbalance, or could have an imbalance, based on its surroundings and also influenced by a magnetic field. Now, if we assume that the magnetic field is as we measure it, and it's different at different latitudes, due to it bellowing out, and obviously on a sphere, you got, so to say, the flare at the back. If we say that at different latitudes it measures differently, how have we tested, or has anybody tested for the influence of just basic magnetic field versus a magnetic material?
Yeah, didn't the gentleman physicist use a wire on his?
Yeah, well, the gentleman physicist used a concrete block with a plastic fishing wire wrapped around it, with plastic inside. And I've done it with wood. I've seen it done with many different metals. Obviously, lead is diamagnetic, so the eddy currents it creates will kind of be based on the movement towards something else. The fact that it's done with many different types of materials, and we still get the same result, shows that it's not really a result of any electromagnetic interference.
I like your line of reasoning with the concrete, but the plastic just totally goes out the window there. But either way, they all collect electrons. They all collect current in motion. Everything in motion will. I mean,
everything is going to generate some kind of eddy currents based on its, diamagnetic properties. But
I appreciate exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, the fact that it can be done with different. I think the mere fact that it's done with different materials and we still get the same results, because you would get a different force applied from the eddy currents depending on the material, right?
That's exactly it.
That's why
that's the core.
Yeah,
who's isolated that?
When I did it at college, mine was wood, and there was other groups that were using metal. There was one guy that tried to do it with ice, but it kept melting. And I think that alone shows that, because you can do it with different materials, that it's not a result of electromagnetic interference.
I don't get them all getting exactly the same.
Well, the eddy forces are going to be really small, all right? Especially if there's not things around it, because like if you're moving something that has a magnetic field towards something else, as those things move towards, you're going to have eddy currents build up between them, right? But if you're a freely moving object, if you're a freely moving object, the eddy currents aren't going to force themselves against something else. It's just going to be eddy currents within that one object.
No, you're right. It's got to be a reaction.
And if you have the pendulum away from other things, then I don't think there would be enough eddy currents building up to create forces that would generate a difference.
No, that's cool. And yes, perfect answer, but I'd say that we know that the magnetic field actually reacts with little bits of metal, tiny bits of metal, in fact, because we use them in compasses, even though there is a magnet on the other end, obviously. However, that's what happens when you create eddy currents, you create charge, you create a magnetic field. So you're kind of turning whatever it is into a tiny magnetic field or a massive magnetic field, depending on the material.
Yeah, I just think the forces involved, electromagnetically are too small to make a perceptible difference over, say an hour of a pendulum
No, it's
swinging.
valid. That is a very valid statement, but that was my point. Who's done that? Who's tested that? Who's basically done the old? You know where they touch something or ground something before they'll start it swinging, and then
It's
who has
interesting,
measured how much charge it's picked up over a certain amount of time. But just the whole point of going through that whole tiny thought experiment was just to show that exactly that Earth's magnetic field. If you were to take a flat Earth model, a flat Earth approach, the Earth's magnetic field will be vortexing around it, and therefore that's doing the motion, and therefore that is creating the currents which are aligning your compass. So that is kind of like the Machian principle of something out there affecting something here.
But yeah, you're right. But when we're talking about the Machian principle, you need a medium that's able to translate that movement, right? And there isn't a medium. We know we've sent, even if we don't believe in space travel and stuff, we've sent up balloons and stuff to know that there's practically zero pressure up there. There is no medium that could translate that motion. There's no
which is actually just a concept anyway. You don't even need that to actually have a translation of energy, force, and motion. So you're just basically asserting that, but all
you need some kind of medium, don't you?
That you can do it in a vacuum chamber.
No, I'm saying that you need some kind of medium to translate the motion. Do you agree with that?
Well, that means that if, according to you, then there must be a medium in the vacuum chamber.
Why?
Because we translate force, motion, energy in vacuum chambers.
Checkmate.
Wait, no. The motion of the stars to move a pendulum. How would that? What is the medium that would translate that motion? That's what I'm asking you.
Again, in a vacuum chamber, we can transfer force, energy, and motion. It's well documented and well known. Okay, so if you're claiming that the only way you can transfer force, energy, and motion is a medium, then according to your own statement, inside of a vacuum chamber, there is a medium.
Now, are you talking about a specific experiment, or what kind of force and motion has been translated? What are you talking about here?
Oh, there's all kinds of experiments. You don't know about vacuum energy?
But vacuum energy isn't anything that could explain the movement of a pendulum.
We're talking about the translation of force and motion.
Yeah,
so do you agree that force and motion can be translated
that could translate the motion of the stars? There's no physical mechanism for that to happen.
Do you agree that force and motion could be translated in a vacuum?
Depending on how you're doing it, are you making force and motion happen via magnetic fields, or what? What have you done?
Magnetic fields is one way. Yeah, we have a magnetic and an electric constant in a vacuum chamber. We have what's called free space impedance.
Yeah, and again, none of that affects a pendulum because you can do it with different materials and you get different results. So it's not a result of that. There is.
First of all, you just say stuff a lot.
Wait, I was still talking there, but again, you keep saying that there's a movement of the stars being translated that could move the pendulum. That is a completely 100% baseless assertion with nothing behind it, no evidence to say that that could happen to get the results that we have. Do you have any?
No, actually, like an intellectual that's competent would understand that detecting Coriolis or centrifugal effects on the Earth is not exclusive to the Earth itself moving, nor is looking at sidereal and solar rotation, because they're interchangeable reference frames even according to relativity. The question is it the Earth moving, or is it stuff moving around the Earth? This is the fundamental question.
Absolutely.
In order to actually determine the difference, we would have to be able to establish something that is exclusive, which would be the Earth orbiting the Sun, for example, right? But you won't understand that. And the point is that when you make the claims that it is the only way it could possibly happen, you're just saying that. But it actually isn't, because we know that in a vacuum chamber, we have the exchange of energy, force, and motion. We know that the sky moves. We actually know that in your own paradigm, they're claiming that there's dark energy and dark matter. They're claiming the sun puts off water. They're now proposing quantum field theories that say there's a quantum fluid background medium that connects everything. So you can come on Discord and pretend that you know this archaic Newtonian emptiness of the vacuum is still true, but your own paradigm disagrees with you. It doesn't really matter. The point is that if the Earth is stationary and the sky moves around it, there could be a translation of motion that would give us centrifugal and Coriolis effects on the stationary Earth.
You keep saying that, but there's absolutely zero evidence that that's the case.
We can literally translate motion in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, but the motion would not relate to what a pendulum does on Earth. There is no forces that would. Have you got any evidence that it would? You're just saying there's forces and motion being transferred in the vacuum chamber, and there's no evidence at all that that is a medium that could transfer the motion of the stars to a pendulum to get a drift that matches your latitude. This is a completely ad hoc nonsense explanation with absolutely nothing behind it apart from your wishful thinking and a need for the Earth to be flat and stationary. Do you have any evidence behind your claim that vacuum fluctuations can be the reason that a pendulum drifts?
You just keep saying the same thing over and over, but
no, I just asked you a specific question.
Now you're interrupting me.
I'm going to ask you the question again, and I don't want you to go.
I'm just going to talk through you.
I'm going to ask you the question again, and I don't want you to
talk through you.
Okay, but I want to ask the question, and then
I just let you finish talking, and then I went to respond.
You didn't answer the question. All right, I'm going to ask the question.
I didn't even
again.
get one word in.
Yeah. I'm going to ask the question again, and then you can answer, okay? Do you have any direct evidence to suggest that vacuum fluctuations or whatever your suggestion could be the reason that a pendulum drifts exactly relating to your latitude and is a direct translation of the motion of the stars to the pendulum? Do you have any specific evidence for that?
Are you going to shut up now?
Yes or no?
Are you going to interrupt me when I go
yes
respond?
Yes or no?
Are you going to interrupt me when I respond?
Are you going to say yes or no? If you don't say yes or no, then I'll interrupt you.
Hey, dude, just let him respond, buddy.
Well, I'm waiting for him to say yes or no.
Oh, hey, Data. Welcome, buddy.
Let him
respond. Okay, so it actually does make sense, even relative to latitude. If you are to look at a vortex extended across a plane, then the actual centrifugal and Coriolis effects would be literally relative to latitude as it extends over a plane. It would also have some correlation seemingly to altitude. And so there are a couple tests that we could do. We could put a pendulum inside of a vacuum chamber. I expect to see similar results. Then we could take because we actually know there is a medium in the vacuum, and, that's just objective. Then we could take the pendulum to different altitudes, maintaining latitude, and see if the results remain the same. And we could begin to compile data that way. But one thing is for sure, is that there would be centrifugal and Coriolis effects translated if there was immense motion over top of a stationary Earth. And in fact, it would be unfounded to claim that in the scenario that the Earth is stationary and there's all this motion around the stationary Earth, that no motion would be translated to the Earth. That's very unfounded based on all observations we have, which is that motion, force, and energy do translate through mediums of all sorts and in relative to different mediums. And in fact, a vacuum would actually be less impedant, seemingly.
Right, okay, that was a very long yes or no and didn't answer the question. Everything you said
I did answer the question.
No, everything you said is hypothetical. You assumed a vortex. You assumed that the forces would be exactly the same without anything to back that up, like maths or anything. This magic vortex somehow absolutely matches what we get with latitude. No, complete nonsense with absolutely zero base behind it. You just made that up and said that it would match with nothing to clarify that that's the case. There is no medium that can translate the physical motion of the stars to a pendulum. It does not exist. You are making it up. You have no evidence for anything that you are saying. This is a fact. You cannot deny it.
Actually, we have all kinds of evidence that you guys hand-wave dismiss.
You don't have any evidence. There's no vortex.
Right? You guys pretend that didn't really happen. You have your script. You want to interrupt me with your script right now.
Sorry,
say,
what
that didn't happen. That was a lie. No one's ever been able to do it again. I'm better Glober than you are. Okay?
What did I pretend?
Yeah, actually, the live spec was done many times by the same person and even another person, and it's difficult to do it because it has to be done on a large scale during a specific type of eclipse. You're interrupting me.
Yeah, because I didn't hear what you said at the beginning, and I don't know what you're talking about.
You're unbearable.
Because he's moving the goalpost again.
I'm not moving anything.
Yeah, really? Okay.
No, it's actually moving the globe post and applies to you guys specifically. But go ahead.
Yeah, how am I moving the goalpost when I'm specifically talking about the Elias effect, which is about a pendulum and an
there. I
eclipse?
genuinely didn't hear what you said at the beginning, so the rest of what you said
You guys
I
are
didn't
just
know.
dumb, I think.
Right? So that's why I was trying to say to you, could you please repeat
They're
it?
imploding.
Yeah, it's pretty fun though.
Yeah, so the Elias effect actually shows that during eclipse, the pendulum changes the way that it moves. And now if this effect is real, which the only option that you have is to dismiss the whole entire phenomenon. But if it's real, that makes perfect sense where it is the sky and the motion within the sky that causes the pendulum to move, right? Because then a change in the sky would change the motion of the pendulum. Of course, in the paradigm that you believe in, that makes no sense. So would you like to, instead of just repeating your script that you don't believe it's real, would you like to concede that if, hypothetically, as a hypothetical preface of if, okay, soak it in. If
So I'm
the
just gonna
Elias
imagine
effect
stuff, yeah.
is real,
Alias
that
effect,
it could not be explained within the assumption that axial rotation causes the precession of the pendulum.
No, that's incorrect. Number one, the Alias effect has actually never been, recorded as actually happening. It's just people have said it has. Number two, there's actually been many suggestions for why that could happen, including it actually being a combination of gravitational effects with the fact that the moon and everything is lining up. Nothing about the Alias effect debunks the pendulum, and also there's no evidence that it actually exists. Every time that they've tried to make it happen and record it, it doesn't seem to happen.
I asked you to not just repeat your stupid script, and
I
you
didn't
did it
repeat
anyway.
anything. I've never said those words before.
Yeah, you have. You've 100% said the Elias effect has never actually been recorded, blah, 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 because you guys
because it
all
hasn't.
say the same
So
stuff.
I'm not going
over
to
and
just
over.
make assumptions about things that have never been shown to exist. That's all you want to do, Witsit, is make assumptions about things that possibly could, maybe, possibly might exist. I don't care about what ifs. We have a plausible mechanism for a rotating Earth that causes exactly the reason why a pendulum precesses. There is no plausible mechanism on a flat Earth apart from ad hoc nonsense with no math to back it up.
Okay,
Can't
so
even entertain a hypothetical.
yeah, so it doesn't matter. Like the point is that
I just
he
want to
just
point out
said
that my volume keeps getting
Oh.
reduced whilst I'm talking, and I think that's very unfair.
No, it's actually whilst you're interrupting because I used
No, it's
priority
whilst I'm
speaker.
talking, it happens all the time. And
No.
Witsit, don't you
Look what he's
fucking
doing.
turn my volume down again, all right?
Oh, dude, I would like tackle you or something, right? Because
Oh,
it's
shut
like
the
you're
fuck up,
so
bitch.
annoying.
Yeah, you
So,
really
like-
are, aren't you? You're the most arrogant motherfucker I've ever met.
I mean, why don't we
Too scared
just?
to
that
make
your
Professor
vol-
Dave about getting paid.
All right,
The
this is
only
over.
reason the volume goes down is because when I'm talking and you try to jump in and interrupt, it puts your volume down.
No,
No one
it's
has touched
literally
your
been turned down.
volume.
Yes, it has.
No
I've
one's
watched
touched
it
your
happen.
So
It's
you're
an
actually
automatic
proving to the
Even
room right
Shane
now that
told
you
me it
have been
happened.
actively interrupting.
Even
Watch, I'll show
Shane
you.
told
Now
me
I'm
it
on
happened.
priority. You're interrupting and no one can hear you.
It's
Yeah,
automatic
see how it
feature that
works?
somebody
When
else is
I'm
talking.
talking and you're interrupting, it
Yeah,
puts your
you
volume
interrupt
down.
me all the time.
Yeah, but can you please not use that anymore for today for this event?
To him because if every time I begin to speak, he gets to
Oh, so
scream
he has
through
been.
me.
He
then we
has
have
been doing that.
conversation.
You don't get to mod yourself, dude.
I've
You don't
been
get to mod your own chat.
I've been trying to break you guys up for a little while and have someone else speak at him, honestly, dude, because I was like, it's getting a little bit emotional. You guys are really angry at each other.
I
Right,
did
I've
want to
served
hear
him with Witsit
FTFE's
because he
explanation of why.
thinks it's okay to turn my volume down.
No, if I'm in the middle of talking and I let you fully point and I get 3 words in through me every time, it's a conversation. So anyway, someone else is that if the Earth, the skies,
Some small dick.
Who's doing that?
Dude,
Me.
somebody's cutting you in and out, bro.
Yeah, he's been doing it to me, so I'm server muting him. So that's fine.
Oh, so you're acting like a child.
Yeah, my rule is I do what the flat earthers do.
You're a
Everyone should
child?
know that.
Just remove mod from both of you so no one can do that anymore. Carry on, guys.
That's better.
anyway, just the conclusion is that if the Earth is stationary and the sky is moving around it, even according to relativity's letter, Einstein's letter referencing relativity to Ernst Mach in 1913, that it would drag the pendulum around. It would just be small, assuming the distance to the stars. If the stars are more local, there's a more dense medium, and if there's a background medium, there's a huge logical framework that it would actually translate this motion. In addition, of course, when you ask the Globers for the actual proof that the pendulum doesn't move on the equator, you'll get crickets. They'll just keep saying it happens, but they'll never give you actual proof of it. It's been 5 years. I've been asking for 5 years.
So
no
you
one
want
has
evidence
proof of
that
it.
it doesn't happen on the equator? I've actually got a video of it.
You got evidence that someone pushed a pendulum on the equator and it doesn't precess at all.
Yeah, I've literally got. I've shown it on my channel many times.
Is it some random YouTube anti-flat earther or something?
No, it's like a bunch of school kids on the equator.
Yeah, I would love to see. Is that the only one you have?
It's the only one on the equator that I have.
The fact that there's one already debunks you.
Yeah.
It still wouldn't mean anything if the etheric medium is relevant to the Earth that it's moving across and has an interaction with that flat stationary plane. It's still extremely plausible, and neither argument proves or disproves anything. Like,
That's
honestly.
correct. That's the honest.
Well, let's just look at Occam's razor here. The thing that requires the least assumptions. Everything which it has said has to have a bunch of assumptions about stuff, whereas mine is just a plausible mechanism that is within the realms of physics.
How is it not a plausible mechanism on a flat
Because
stationary plane as well?
maths or
Like, what
anything
the fuck?
behind it. There is no actual mechanics that's described here. It's a what if, a possibly, this could maybe,
There's
with
no
no evidence
math
that it could
that
ever
happens
happen.
yours either. You're just
Yeah, no, mine is a physical mechanism as a
stationary.
result of physics actually happening.
If you just invoked Occam's razor, that which causes requires the least amount of assumptions. In order to think the Earth is rotating, causing it, we also have to think the Earth is orbiting. It's a package deal. If the Earth isn't rotating
it's
and
not.
orbiting,
No, you're saying that. It's not. I'm just
Earth
talking about
isn't
I'm just talking
orbiting-
about the Earth's rotation. You're the one adding in the rest of it.
if the Earth isn't rotating and orbiting, then we can't even explain the observations that we see in the sky. It's a package deal that it both rotates and orbits. So actually, the rotational
You're saying that. I'm
assumption.
just talking about the rotation of Earth. You're just forcing other things on.
Craig,
that I'm
don't
not
make
talking
any
about.
assumptions. How did the Earth start spinning without making any assumptions? How did it start spinning?
Gravity.
So the point is, just objectively, and I'm going to fall back. Like, if it's a package deal, they want to separate it because they don't like the orbit part.
No, you're
But it's
forcing
like
it
if
to
the
be a
Earth
package
is-
deal. It doesn't need to be.
Stop.
If the Earth is rotating, it has to also be orbiting, unless someone's going to propose a brand new model that could possibly explain the what we observe, right? But you need the rotation and the revolution to explain that it's the Earth's motion that causes it look like there's motion in the sky. And this actually comes into a huge problem when you talk about Occam's razor, because that requires us to believe that matter contracts, but you can never measure it, and every detection of stationariness is actually a proof of motion, and that time slows down. It requires a ton of assumptions to assume it's axial rotation causing it.
Nice non sequitur
Imagine
to the
assuming
pendulums.
an entirely new dimension just to protect your globe, and then citing Occam's razor. Right? The audacity.
I've not cited any extra dimensions or anything. I am just, within regards to the pendulum, Occam's razor matches the globe.
You just said
and
space
not
time
anything
was
else.
the reason it spins.
No, I didn't. I said gravity.
Oh.
Which is what?
An apparent attractive force between all mass.
Is
The bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah, and it's also an apparent attractive between all, force between all mass. That's exactly what gravity is.
Apparent meaning it's not actual, and it's not an actual attractive
No,
force,
that's not
nor
what
is it an
apparent
intrinsic
means in the
property
realms
to
of
mass.
science. That's not what apparent
How
means in the
did-
realms of science.
How did gravity make the Earth start spinning, and when did gravity decide not to attract more masses?
Gravity's always attracting mass.
Okay, so why are we constantly bombarded by mass that is flying around the Earth?
You never heard of asteroids?
Yeah, I've heard of
Asteroids. You guys are
asteroids.
funny.
Yeah.
But can you prove them?
Unicorns.
Can I prove
unicorns.
asteroids?
asteroids.
Yeah.
Prove asteroids. Wow.
Well, actually, not only maybe 2.5 months
But
ago.
not today. Not today. Word. The first question was how did gravity
No, I
manage
was-
to
I
make
mean,
the
I was
mass
talking-
spinning? Yeah. But that's more
Hey.
important. That's more
Come on,
important.
boys. Stop
Again,
being a
gravity
dick.
is the answer. So,
Yeah. How did gravity do that?
so it pulled inwards as with lots of
Okay.
mass. Right. So if you're sitting on a chair like that you can spin around in, right, and you've got your arms out in front of you and you're spinning around, and then you pull your arms in, right, it increases the rotation, increases the speed, right, and that makes you spin. So as gravity was pulling in all that mass and it started to rotate, the more it pulled in, the more it spun until it got to the size that it was, and then it basically maintained that speed of revolution forever.
Why was it spinning in the first place, man?
Because of gravity pulling things in.
It only
No,
amplifies
that's
spin.
how
It
it
doesn't
added up.
start
Why
spin.
did it start spinning in the first place?
Right. You have to have the inertia. You have to have the angular inertia in order for that effect to take place.
Because it would be pulling in from all
Without
directions.
any assumptions. Prove it.
It'd be pulling in from all directions, and some of it would be missing it, and then basically orbiting the bigger masses, and that would have some things spinning. It's just a combination of all this stuff as it's trying.
You
to
ain't
pulling
moving, bro.
towards. I'm not making any.
You ain't moving, bro.
Okay,
Craig, you ain't moving.
Sorry, what? Homo habilis discovering his opposable thumb says what?
He said, I
Wait.
promise you, Craig, you're not moving.
I've
You have
measured
to
the
believe you're
movement,
rotating.
but,
You have to believe you're
I
orbiting.
can't believe you invoked Occam's razor, bro. Occam would be rolling over in his grave.
Yeah, Occam would
Literally
agree with
man.
me 100%.
Hundreds of examples, man.
So can I ask you this? If gravity is the factor which started making the Earth spin, when did it decide to go over into a constant and stop creating more speeds?
Once there was no more mass to pull in.
Okay. Then. So
It ran out of mass. There was
it
no more
accelerates, but doesn't it accelerate anyways?
It doesn't accelerate constantly. That requires a force.
Yeah, but why is it accelerating and then going slow and then faster again?
What's going slower and faster again?
The spin of the Earth. Why is it sometimes accelerating and then going a bit slower? I mean,
it's not
minimally.
You're off script, bro. Get back
He
on
may be
script. It
talking
is.
about the elliptical orbit needing to accelerate because it's elliptical and not
Wait, are you on
a
about
circle.
Earth's rotation or Earth's orbit? Which one?
Any of that bullshit, bro. Any of that bullshit. But stay on script, please.
Jesus Christ. I had a question for Witsit quickly about the magic medium.
Yeah, he's gone. So.
Just
No,
wondering,
you say the magic medium. You say the magic medium, but I mean, ain't light propagated through nothing in your
No,
medium?
they have no idea what light is, Brian. Don't worry about it.
Light. I mean, electricity.
I
all
know
this
exactly
stuff
what
is
light is. It's
transmitted through a vacuum.
electromagnetic energy. That's it.
But if there is,
Hey,
if
is that
there
what
is-
you said?
if Witsit's the magic medium exists, it would affect the stationary objects also. There's no
Why do
reason
you
why
say?
it would affect things in
We
motion.
say the same thing about the Earth's rotation, bro. If
Did
the
you
Earth's
just say-
rotating, it should make the pendulum start swinging,
I
right?
thought there were rules
No.
about interrupting.
It's different.
Are there rules about interrupting?
Guess depends on which side you are.
Yeah, the
Is there
rule is
rules
if you
against
complain
responding?
about
You just
interrupting,
listen
then
to
I
Craig
interrupt
interrupt
you.
the whole
That's
show.
right. Brian, come on, man, you're killing me.
Yeah. Yeah, but I fail to see how the medium wouldn't affect every object, whether in motion or not, because it would be a medium.
We say
Just
the
like
same
air.
thing. Okay, I'm just responding. I'm not interrupting, unless I got a lag. We say the same thing about the rotation of Earth. We say that, yeah, the pendulum should start moving. If the Earth is moving the way you say it is, speeding up.
All right,
Orbiting,
Brian, why should the pendulum start
rotating.
moving? Could you give me
God forbid we finish.
Could you give me an explanation within the realms of physics as to why the pendulum would start moving on its own?
Yeah.
Every
Okay,
swing
because if I
set
said
should
that,
stay in
because if I
motion,
was in
every
the light
spider
pole,
that blows in the
let me
wind should
respond.
stay blowing. Yeah.
Let Brian respond. So, Brian,
Okay,
what in physics says that it would start moving on its own?
Innocent physics. Okay, according to you, if I was at the North Pole and the Earth slammed on brakes, I would stumble. And the Earth slammed on brakes, I'd go flying off at 1,000 miles per hour. You're going to tell me that me flying off at 1,000 miles per hour is going to have such little effect from the North Pole where it's just going to stumble me over a little bit? So you want the effect how you want to in your model, and you acknowledge them however you want to.
Sorry, what was that? I actually genuinely missed what you said. I only caught the last 2 seconds because it cut out.
If my difference in motion from the North Pole to the equator, and if they're slammed on brakes, is 1,000 miles per hour, in other words, stumble or maybe not. But then if I move to the equator and they're slammed on brakes, I go flying off at 1,000 miles per hour. And you're telling me that
Why would you go off
motion,
1,000 miles an hour?
if the Earth slammed on brakes, I would conserve momentum, right?
If the Earth slammed on its brakes, right? So you mean if the Earth just like stopped in space? Is that what you mean?
Right. Yeah. So if the Earth just stopped in its tracks, I say it's not moving. You say it is.
Right.
But at the North Pole,
are you on about right? Can we? I want to break this down to either are we talking about Earth's rotation or Earth's orbital movement? Can we just stick? So if we're talking about Earth's rotation, right? So if the Earth just stopped rotating, yeah. If you were at the equator, you would shoot to the east at 1,000 miles an hour, right?
Yeah. No. What would happen at the North Pole? What would happen if I was at the North Pole?
Nothing.
Okay. Now you say from nothing all the way to 1,000 miles per hour, I'd go. Then you're saying that force ain't enough to move a freaking dangling pendulum?
No, because the pendulum is rotating with the Earth at whatever point the Earth's on. So if it's at the equator, it's already moving tangentially 1,000 miles an hour with the Earth. The pendulum, the bob, the scaffolding for the pendulum, every part of that pendulum is moving at 1,000 miles an hour with the Earth tangentially already.
Okay, let me tell everybody what really happens. I've done it live on camera. I've done it several times. I've set up a pendulum, not 30 meters tall, but a decent-sized pendulum, and it's wildly inaccurate, bro. Okay, maybe I'm doing it wrong, but Mitchell from Australia went and showed that after 4 hours he got zero rotation at all.
He showed a broken pendulum. Yeah,
lying. Y'all accused him of lying, and then he went back the next day to show y'all the whole 4 hours, and it had a out of order sign on it.
Yeah, that it was broken. Brian, it was broken. That's why it didn't show the motion.
What makes it broken, Craig?
I've forgotten the actual word. The bit that it attaches to.
It's called bullshit, bro.
It was broken. It wasn't allowing it to maintain its swing within 3D space, so it couldn't process. It was physically jammed. But it's actually working now. If Mitchell from Australia went back now and recorded it, he'd see it. But the thing is, showing a broken experiment not working doesn't disprove the experiment. It shows that the experiment was broken.
How do you know that it wasn't free to swing?
Because that's what they said.
That Mitchell hasn't gone back. It's interesting that he hasn't gone back.
It is. You're right.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that a free hanging pendulum was not free to swing, to move? That there is cognitive dissonance, bro.
No, I'm saying that this particular one in the museum that Mitchell went to was broken. The bit that it was hanging from wasn't allowing it to process. It was stuck.
Every time I do it, wait, what are you saying processes, bro? What part?
The swing of the pendulum processes.
What part processes? If
the
not
swing of the pendulum processes.
That's not a part.
Do you not know what the Foucault's pendulum experiment is?
Not an experiment, that's for sure.
I mean, it definitely is an experiment.
Okay, so then what's the phenomenon?
What's the phenomenon? You want to go? Are you trying to go to the? Are you trying to go to the basic?
An experiment.
Yeah, I mean, you're mixing up the scientific method there. It's observation, hypothesis, prediction, experiment.
Yes, observation. What was the phenomenon?
So
he created a hypothesis about to try and test with a pendulum. What phenomenon
no, you test the prediction,
has
not the
shit
hypothesis.
to do with a pendulum?
Well, your hypothesis, your
talking
phenomenon
about
could be whatever you want. Do you want me to
right?
answer or?
But a pendulum.
You want me to answer or?
All right.
Right. So my observation could be whatever I want. Whatever I want. So in this case, my observation could be that in general, storms seem to rotate counterclockwise north of the equator and clockwise south of the equator. Right. That's an observation. Do we all agree that that is an observation?
That is backwards. That is backwards. The pendulum spins opposite of hurricanes.
Okay.
So it can't be
again. No. Do we all agree that I just made an observation in nature? Yes.
Okay. Something spinning a direction. Now, what does a pendulum have to do with something found in nature?
You're skipping steps of the scientific method. Do we all agree that what I have just described is an observation in nature?
A large enough hurricane
If
crossed
that's
the
what you
equator, but
observed.
most of the time they move counterclockwise and clockwise. I have never observed it, but that's what's been reported. Okay.
But, right, do we? I just want to get. Do we all agree that that is an observation in nature, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, brilliant. That's the observation, right?
In both, because I've lived in several states.
My hypothesis, the reason why I think that happens, is that the Earth is a rotating globe. That's my hypothesis, right? So simple, right? So if the Earth is a rotating globe, as my hypothesis states, we can make a prediction. And if the Earth is a rotating globe, then the prediction states that a swinging pendulum at different positions will process a different amount because of Coriolis forces.
All right.
And then we can do the focal pendulum to test that prediction.
So the phenomenon is a storm, but your hypothesis has nothing to do with the storm. It has something to do with the Earth. This is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
How
The
are you
reason
making
why
this
I think
leap?
that storm is happening, my hypothesis as to the reason why I think those storms are turning in that way is because the Earth is rotating. That is my hypothesis as to why the storms are doing
So now you have a Modens-Tollens trap that you set for yourself. If Q,
the
then
scientific
P.
method doesn't
But
care about that.
You've yet to prove P.
Yeah, again, the scientific method
lightning
doesn't.
strikes.
The scientific method
The sun,
doesn't care about
the sun
that.
moves overhead in the sky. These are observable phenomenon by anyone. Now,
Again,
to
the scientific method
experiment
doesn't
with the
care about
sun
that.
going across would be to stop it from going across the sky, or to make it go backwards. Yeah, this is an experiment. Manipulating things, yeah? Changing the wind, changing the temperature, changing the types of gases that are interfering.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, manipulation.
Yeah, okay, none of that has anything to do with the scientific method and what I've just described. The scientific method, right, here's the
storms
thing.
have nothing
here's
to
the
do
thing.
with Earth moving.
Well, actually, my hypothesis is that they do.
Yes,
and
that's your
my
hypothesis,
hypothesis can
but-
be whatever I want. As long as my hypothesis is testable, it can be whatever I want. Right? So my hypothesis as to the reason the storms turn the way they do is because we are on a rotating globe, right? That's what we expect would happen if the Earth is a rotating globe, is that storms would do that. So that is my hypothesis.
Well, that's reification.
Again, scientific
You're
method
just
does. The
reifying.
scientific method doesn't care
What are we-
if you think things are a reification. The scientific method does not care about that.
And it doesn't care if you think something is a phenomenon of something else that isn't even what you're experiencing.
But again, the
Bananas.
scientific method disagrees with you. The scientific method doesn't say that your observation has to directly link to your experiment. It's a process. One thing leads to the other. My observation, storms, rotating in different ways. The reason I think that happens, which is my hypothesis, is because the Earth is rotating. That is a valid hypothesis.
Back to Modens-Tollens.
Again,
You're back to
the scientific
Modens-Tollens as a
method. The scientific method
as
doesn't
a
care about
reification.
that. The scientific method does
And
not care
talking-
about that.
Stop, Cuddles. Jeez, let him talk, please.
The scientific
He
method
won't
does
shut
not
up.
care if you think something is reification. The scientific method does not care if you think something is a fallacy. The scientific method is simply a method that you follow to get to a conclusion. That's it.
And it
My
works.
hypothesis can be whatever the
Does,
fuck I want
because
it
there's
to be.
a null, and that's why there's a null, though, because the
Yeah, okay,
scientific
my
method
null
does
hypothesis
care.
would be
Yeah?
the Earth. Yeah, my null hypothesis would be that the Earth isn't rotating. But you don't have
The
to try and
scientific
prove
method works, period.
Yeah. And the scientific method
Well,
doesn't
you
care
can't.
you
You
think
can't
it's a fallacy.
stand on the thing. You can't stand on the thing and then go, "Hey, I think the thing that I'm standing on is moving." Especially when you have a vestibular system in your head that
you
works
tell me
based
where
on rotational movement under your feet.
Could you tell me where in the scientific method it says that I can't do that, please?
You're not using the scientific method yet.
Well, I was using the scientific method.
Yeah, not even close.
Your variable.
No, I've used the exact scientific
using
method.
a scientific method.
No.
but not
I was
natural
using.
science.
I was using the scientific method, the basic version of the scientific method that you learn in high school: observation, hypothesis, prediction, experiment, analysis. That's it.
Experiment with the phenomenon.
No,
to
could you
stop the
all right,
phenomenon.
could you
Find
cite
out
to
what
me
the cause
Could you cite to me where in the scientific
of
method
the
it says that you
phenomenon
have?
is?
Right. Could you cite to me where in the scientific
Yes,
method?
because
Wait, hold on. Let me ask my question. Could you cite to me where in the scientific
Are
method?
you fourth time?
Wait, let me ask my question and then speak. Okay. Could you please cite me where in the scientific method it says you have to experiment on your observed phenomenon?
Am I lagging or is he lagging? Because when I do talk after he shuts up, he cuts me off immediately, and I got jumped on. So I don't know if it's me
that's just Craig.
or him.
That's just it.
I was just
It's
asking
Craig,
a
right?
question.
I mean, it's both, right?
You don't know how to have a normal conversation. You got to give it to.
I can only yell at you, Cuddle.
Maybe I can just ask the question once more and you'll be able to hear it. So, Cuddles, can you hear me?
Bro, 5 times isn't going to change the fact that it's nonsense.
Well, can you hear me? I just want to confirm that.
Scientific method in natural science deals with cause, effect, relationships, and what? Phenomena observed. What causes the phenomenon? So, Earth rotating. Where can I go to see this phenomenon with my eyes, not a device? Where?
Well, okay, that's not
Real
the scientific
simple
method.
shit.
Right.
Well, hold on. Observe the phenomenon is step 1.
Yeah, no, but I asked you a question and you didn't answer.
Observe phenomenon is
Why
step
didn't you answer
1.
my question?
Where can I go to observe this phenomenon? Why are you running?
Well, because I asked you a question you haven't answered. I mean, I've observed my phenomenon. I've observed storms rotating in different directions north or south of the equator. I've physically observed that myself.
Yeah, but why is it opposite of the pendulum, bro? If you say Coriolis, why does the storm turn opposite of the pendulum? So you're saying it's the pendulum and the caused by Coriolis, yet they're opposite.
Because a storm isn't a pendulum and they react to things different ways.
So not...
Storms tell you that the atmosphere is not attached to the Earth.
Yeah.
Is that right?
So Cuddles, again, the question to you was, could you please tell me where in the scientific method it says that you have to do an experiment on the observation? Could you please cite that to me?
No.
Yes, because that's not how it works.
Effect.
Don't have to cite it.
Cause and effect phenomenon. You are trying to determine, using the scientific method, what the cause is of the observed with your eyes, phenomenon in nature.
Could you cite me that, please?
So where can I go see Earth rotating naturally? What vantage point do I have to go to observe this alleged phenomenon you're trying to reify
that wasn't
with
my observation.
some shit that has nothing to do with nature nor a phenomenon experience?
Okay, so again, that's all completely wrong. I've made an observation. Storms rotate in different directions, north or south of the equator. We all agreed. Wait, I'm still talking. We all agreed that was an observation. Every single one of us agreed that was an observation. Right?
No, I'm telling you right now, that is not an
attached to the Earth.
Wait, hold on.
No.
Wait, who told me that wasn't? Who told me that seeing storms
I'm saying
rotate?
right now that storms, I'm posting 100 times that storms don't always go in the same direction. And I'm also telling you that if you're saying it's earthquake, then why is the pendulum doing the opposite, bro?
Because they're different things.
Observed phenomenon has to be real.
Nice straw man there, Brian. They're different things. A pendulum is not a storm. They will react to Coriolis forces in different ways.
So it's not Earth rotation causing it because they're going opposite of each other.
Yeah. Again, the Coriolis forces are applied in different ways because storms are not swinging pendulums.
So not
this shouldn't be hard to comprehend that a storm is not a swinging pendulum. But I would like to get back to the fact, Brian, that you told me that it is not an observation to see that storms rotate in different directions.
Wait, there must be a different effect then, right, bro? There's got to be a different effect if they're going in opposite rotations in the same hemisphere.
Okay, you're just ignoring what I'm saying? Right? You're just going to ignore what I'm saying and talk through me. Is that right?
Well, you're saying...
I mean, you've been doing it, shit.
In order to falsify that it's Earth spinning, that we would have to observe a hurricane going, the opposite direction. And Brian's saying, boom, we observed that therefore not Earth spinning. I mean,
But again,
Brian has already had this discussion with me too.
Yeah.
This is the greatest hits of Brian Leakey.
He keeps lying. He's heard my discussions with other people, and when he says something we've actually discussed, say, yeah. Discuss it.
100%. Prof. Phil Bell and PhD Tony, 100% that is going to happen.
Right, I'm going to bring up the
just
diagram.
because we've discussed it, is that your answer? We've discussed this before. Is that your answer?
Right, I'm going to bring up the diagram that I drew at the time. I'm going to bring up the diagram that I drew at the time that we had this discussion, and you'll see the date stamp on it from months ago.
Hurry up.
The problem is there's no phenomenon observed, so there's no experiment.
I told you
you're not manipulating anything to do with a phenomenon.
You don't manipulate the phenomenon.
Yes,
that's not how scientific
your
method
modus
works.
tollens. Yet again, modus tollens. If Q, then P.
Could you cite me
You're
where in the scientific
reifying
method
a
modus tollens comes
belief.
in? Could you cite me where in the scientific method modus tollens comes in, please?
Chill. You chill.
No, I'm just asking a serious question. Could you cite me where?
Oh,
in
bro,
the
it
scientific...
can't be Earth turn if they're
Brian, I'm
opposite
asking a
of each other. It
question.
can't be Earth
Shush,
turn.
Brian. I'm asking a question. Cuddles, could you please cite me where in the scientific method that it has a modus tollens?
Well, you know it doesn't exist in there. That's why you want.
Michael, it's alright. I'm asking Cuddles a quick question. If I could just get an answer.
Yeah, I can hear, bro, but
because
I'm
he doesn't have an
answering it. It doesn't exist in there. I'm going to cut that bullshit short.
Right, so there is no modus tollens
You
in the
guys
scientific
need
method.
to-
Brilliant. Right, so we don't
No,
need to talk about
there
modus
isn't. I
tollens.
answered that.
So we don't need to talk about modus tollens whilst I'm talking about the scientific method.
modus
Brilliant.
tollens is illogical.
Right, but you're creating one
Over talking, please.
fallacy.
What fallacy?
Bro, you're saying if Q, then P, and you've yet to observe P.
Again,
you can't
I'm
go to
using the
Q
scientific
and say,
method,
I've
not
made
modus
an
tollens.
Hey, dude,
I'm using the
dude.
scientific method, not
Chill.
modus tollens. So why are you talking about a different thing?
Bro, you're over talking.
Well, let's
I'm
talk
in
about-
the middle
let's
of
talk about
talking.
the
Why
scientific
are you
method, not
talking?
modus
Why
tollens.
are you still talking? Why? Why?
It's fine. I just want you to talk about the scientific method.
Why?
Can you talk about the scientific method?
Just Jesus. I've explained why it's a modus tollens. It's not in the scientific method talking about it. Modus tollens is a totally separate fallacy used.
Modus tollens isn't the fallacy.
It's used in a reification the way you are. It is a fallacy.
No, modus tollens isn't a fallacy. I don't know who told you that.
It's a philosophical
so then
concept.
where?
Yeah. And again, it doesn't
So then
matter
where
in the
can
scientific
I
method.
go?
It's irrelevant.
It's logic,
Okay, so
right?
where can I
it's
go
relevant.
to see moving? It's really simple. Where do I go?
I didn't say you could go anywhere to see the Earth moving. That wasn't my observation. So.
Okay, so
My
then
observation is
how
storms.
do
We
you
agreed
have
on
a
what my storms
pendulum
was.
based on a phenomenon to do an experiment when you do not have a
Because I followed-
phenomenon?
I do have a phenomenon. We've talked about that several times. It's storms rotating in different directions.
Okay.
And you
What-
said that's
what
not
does
the
the-
rotation, so it's not the phenomenon, because you already said
No, it is a
not
phenomenon.
rotation.
We all
It's a
agreed that's a
separate
phenomenon.
phenomenon.
No one can disagree that that's a phenomenon. Everyone's agreed that's a phenomenon.
That has
But it's
nothing
rotation
to
I'm talking
do
about, not that
with
phenomenon.
Well, my hypothesis is that that's because of rotation of the Earth. That's my hypothesis.
Yeah, and if
How
the
you-
Earth were a globe, then,
can't manipulate
then
the rotation
hurricanes
of
could
Earth.
never spin clockwise both north and south of the equator. Ever.
My question
Exactly.
is, how are you going to establish a cause and effect relationship?
Between what?
Yeah, you can't
The
manipulate
storms,
variables. You can't
excuse me,
manipulate-
the
Yeah,
storm-
could you cite me where in the scientific method it says I have to get a cause and effect relationship between the observation and the experiment? Could someone cite that?
No,
to me,
I
please?
can't even finish my sentence. To establish cause and relationship in the natural scientific method, yes, you do need experimentation.
Could you cite
'Cause
me
if
that,
you're saying-
please?
Excuse me, I'll do that, but don't interrupt me. So the assertion that this is the cause and the effect, that doesn't do anything. That's not science. We actually established that, and you know this. You're being obtuse.
No,
For the purpose
nothing
of-
that I have done is wrong about the scientific method. I would like you to cite me the things that
You're
you are
being
claiming about the
obtuse.
scientific. In what way am I being obtuse? By following the scientific method.
Oh, I'm sure you know more than one: inductive, deductive, natural. I'm sure you know this method. And you know in the natural science, when you observe a natural phenomenon, you establish a cause and effect relationship through experimentation.
No, you
This
don't.
isn't-
That's not how it works. That's not the scientific method. That's wrong.
It is a natural scientific method.
There's no such
it's
thing
not
as the
indu-
natural scientific method. That's not a thing.
It is.
No,
it is.
Could you
Natural
cite? Could you
science
cite
is
me?
the-
Could you please cite me the natural scientific method?
Yeah, but what you're going to do is stop.
Yeah, but the way he
trying
is
to
describing
talk
it is
over
not
me.
the scientific method. The scientific method
Wrong.
says observation,
Listen,
hypothesis,
dude.
prediction, experiment, analysis. I have given you my observation. I've made a hypothesis. I've used that hypothesis to perform a prediction. I've used that prediction to create an experiment, and then I analyzed my experiment. I followed the scientific method 100%, and nobody can say that I haven't.
Okay, define experiment.
Define experiment.
Yeah, how do you define experiment? What experiment did you do on this hypothesis?
The Foucault's pendulum is the experiment.
The Foucault pendulum is it can't be the Earth's rotation, bro.
So
because the Foucault
Sorry,
pendulum
one
is
at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
Let me see if I get this straight. Foucault's pendulum is the experiment for the rotation of storms, not the storm.
Foucault's pendulum is an experiment to test my prediction.
On the pendulum, not the storm.
You really don't know how to
And it's opposite. You're predicting.
My hypothesis, right? Maybe you need to make right. My hypothesis is that the Earth is rotating, and that's the reason that the storms are doing what they're doing. If that is the case, I'm going to form a prediction. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Christ, man.
If that is the case,
we all know.
if that is the case, that the Earth is rotating, then the prediction is that there will be Coriolis forces applied to moving objects. If that is the case, I can use an experiment to test that prediction. My experiment to test... I'm still talking. My experiment to test my prediction of things moving having Coriolis forces applied to them is the Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, you observe it. Well, how do you manipulate
and depend it?
Yeah, that's
One
what
at
I
a
want to
time.
know.
One at a time.
guys.
One at a time.
We make an observation with the pendulum, but how do we manipulate the variables to establish this cause and effect relationship?
Quite easily,
That's
right?
what makes it an
let me answer the
experiment.
question. Let me answer the question. Right? The parameters of the experiment are that the amount of the drift will relate to your position on Earth. The amount of drift, you will be able to have a correlation between that drift and your latitude on Earth. Okay? That's what you get. Wait, let me finish. Don't interrupt.
So the cause is
okay, right. Shane, I'm trying to talk, and
the cause is the place on Earth.
again,
and if you want respect, you have to give it. I'm not the one.
No, it's
I
fine.
give what
If you
I
don't-
get.
Yep, that's exactly what I do. If you want me to answer, then shut the fuck up.
I do the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
do likewise.
Right. Yeah, I do what you guys do. That's literally how I work. So, if that
Literally,
is
you don't.
it's literally how I work. Everybody knows that. Now shut the fuck up. Right. So the parameters of the Foucault's pendulum experiment are that the drift will correlate to your latitude. I'll start again. The parameters.
We all
of the
know this
No, I'll start again. The
All five of us
parameters.
should
No.
just bail out and just leave Craig here by himself.
I'll just start again. That's fine. So the parameters of the Foucault's pendulum experiment are that the drift of the swinging pendulum will correlate to your latitude, right? So if that's the case, your independent variable is your position on Earth. Your dependent variable is the amount of drift. So you manipulate your position on Earth to see if you get a different amount of drift, which will verify your hypothesis that the Earth is rotating. That's how
No longer the
work.
storm, then. No longer the storm.
Let him finish. I want to ask my next question. Okay, the independent variable is the cause, right? It's not dependent. The dependent variable is affected by the cause.
Yeah.
So your cause for the pendulum is geographic position, not rotation.
That's what the prediction says, that if the Earth is rotating, then a different position on Earth will cause different amount of Coriolis forces. So to test that prediction, the independent variable would be the position on Earth. The dependent variable would be the amount of drift, because that's what would happen if the Earth is rotating. You would get different amount of forces applied at different latitudes.
A rotating triangle, a rotating square,
A sphere, as my hypothesis has said, the Earth is a rotating globe. Look, I know you guys have issues with the scientific method, but this is what you are taught in high school.
Bro, stop your gaslighting, bro.
There's nothing gaslighting. That's a fact. I don't think you know what gaslighting is either. Yeah, Brian, how about getting a mic that works, dude? I need some help. Get him. Brian's definitely CGI.
Talking to Craig, so.
Hey, Brian, your mic was really messed up.
What?
Please stop Johnny 5.
I make a tangible suggestion, though.
Hey, Green.
Or
Flat Earthers, what should the experiment be?
Wait there, can I just ask a tangible question to Craig?
Yeah, dude.
On your observation, can I just double check it was that you noticed that in the northern hemisphere they were spinning one direction and then the other hemisphere they were spinning the other?
Yeah, that's my observation, yeah.
But then what would happen, let's say we go through the scientific method and you are given exactly what you were asking to be given. What happens when you then observe anticyclones, which do the complete opposite in the opposite hemispheres?
They're very rare things, and there's explanations as to why that happens, and it's only very close to the equator. I mean, it actually is when you look at all the forces applied. And
it's to do with high and low pressure?
Yeah, and the high and low pressure bands can go above and below the equator at certain times. But in general, like my observation was that in general, storms north of the equator go counterclockwise and storms south of the equator go clockwise. In general, I'm aware that there are very minute exceptions to the rule based on very particular circumstances.
No exceptions, Craig.
Well, of course there can be exceptions.
Anticyclones are high pressure.
There can't be
exceptions. Are high pressure in the middle.
Of course there can be.
No, it's not an exception. Anticyclones are high pressure in the middle.
Ruhif.
So they follow Coriolis.
Oh, right, I see what you mean. All right,
guys, we talked about this for 3 hours yesterday, please. Coriolis is killing me.
I got confused with Ruhif's then. So, explain that. Right, maybe I'm getting the anticyclones confused. Ruhif, could you define an anticyclone for me? Is he still there?
It's a high pressure system in the center, right? So the air actually goes outwards from it, and it still follows Coriolis.
So which way do they rotate the same way, north and south of the equator?
No,
He's right. No, you are right, and it's the low pressure that goes into it like a vortex.
Okay, right.
But that's all saying that's dictated by pressure.
There was a simpler explanation.
Yeah,
you
pressure
don't even
related,
know your own fucking model.
Weather. That's pressure related to the temperatures and the downdrafts and stuff, not any rotation of anything. It causes rotation.
That's how hurricanes
are caused
work.
By pressure change.
Hurricanes get their energy from low pressure. Hurricanes get their energy.
Hurricanes just don't pop up as hurricanes, right? They're first storms. They're storm systems.
They're not actually in a hurry.
That are turning that have high and low pressure and have a certain they're not in a hurry.
Them satelloons above your island.
And they usually are established.
Are freaking out.
We can't hear you.
At certain times of the year, which would also tell you their weather.
Robot.
Yeah, those satelloons over your island over there are getting a little bit wacky today, dude.
I actually heard him crystal clear. All the
yeah,
way.
he sounded good to me.
Wow.
Oh, for me it was breaking up.
Perhaps you're getting hacked.
Right, guys, stop hacking them. I've told you about this.
It's where all the knowledge is at.
I do want probably a back and forth between Mr. Nice Guy and you. I think he's here. That would make for good entertainment. Maybe before it's over, we've been going for like 3.5 hours.
I've got about 15 more minutes. I probably should. I've got to get out with my kids to take them to school in about 5 hours. But
Mr. Nice Guy.
Ladder Theta, I think, is what we call it. I don't know if someone renamed him or he renamed himself, so I don't want to change it.
I was gutted that Cracker ran away so quickly.
Oh, he came back, I think.
He was very angry with me.
Well, you did treat him like a little child. I mean,
it's kind of how he needed to be treated, to be fair.
Well, it's like you poked the bear like 7 times, then it swiped you. You're like, I'm telling.
Shane, hey Shane, what's your justification for your biased moderation policies?
I do what I want, Brenda. Right? It's not a Glober. It's not a Glober event. It's a Flat Earthers versus FTFE event. If it's FTFE versus all the Flat Earthers and all the Globers chime in all the time, it's genuinely chaos, right? So we had that event. That was yesterday. We had a good 5-hour chaos. Today's not that. That's all.
Right.
I've been trying to mention something on this. Yeah, I've been trying to mention something on this hurricane topic for a good hour or so, but I've been muted. I had a drawing, and somebody else posted it for me because I was apparently in the wrong text chat. The low pressure system, the air is rushing into it, and that's why it's rotating the opposite direction of the pendulum. I've been trying to explain it, but nobody wanted to unmute me for some fucking reason.
Well,
nobody cares.
You didn't ask. When you did, I got you.
Hold on. I've asked
What's the control?
in 3 different channels now, but that's okay.
They don't want to hear the truth.
And on the
They're
wrong
not here
channels.
to get the truth. They're here to abuse
Brenda,
people.
shut
No,
up.
it's because you're
just
literally the
Google
only
whatever you
people.
All right, let's
that
not just everyone start arguing about it.
Listen, we literally let your boy interrupt everybody and shit all over the whole lobby, so just get over it.
I think it's been fun, to be honest.
I've had fun.
I think you guys know how I would moderate if it's my server, and you got fair. Fair as it's going to get.
Hey, Shane, I do want to say I'm sorry for muting Witsit, but I didn't appreciate him using that tool on me.
Well, I think he was kind of overusing it, to be honest. So I think the new rule is if people are involved in an event, they shouldn't be moderators. I think that's fair. And then as soon as it's done, we'll reinstate it. So no big deal. It's not that we don't trust you guys. It's just that people can't be trusted.
Oh, no, don't trust me.
This, right?
I will destroy you.
If you give someone a tool, I will use it to my advantage behind your back. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. Yeah, I mean, I get it.
No, you're the one in charge. I appreciate that you make me moderator here, and I overstepped my bounds by muting him. It was retaliation, me being a bit childish because I felt like it. So
Yeah, man, a little bitch actually, right? Because you did it like 43 times in a row. I
know. I'm sorry.
Why didn't you remove?
I was a little bitch.
Why didn't you remove Witsit's mod powers? You only removed Craig's.
We didn't.
Again, Brenda, like the answer to all your questions is just going to be I do whatever I want. So you can keep asking them. I don't know what to tell you.
All right. Excuse me.
Are you going to take my mod power when I kick her out?
Only one way to find out.
I'll take your mod power. I'm going to do like a Doctor Strange thing. I'm just going to absorb all your mod powers and become the Uber mod. That's how that works.
I just try to be. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, dude, we had like 85 people in here at one time, so it's kind of a shuffle to moderate that and get anyone to talk, right?
It's real easy to sit in the voice chat and cry about moderation. It's another thing to make everybody act like adults. I'm not a babysitter, so I'm not very good at it.
You don't do that. You don't do that. You allow flat earthers to act
Brenda.
like children. You don't. So you don't act.
We do the same for
like
you.
Adults.
Who keeps unmuting Brenda?
How can I make somebody act like an adult, Brenda? This is why we just keep letting you shit on the lobby. I mean, the very fact that you get to talk here it just defies what you're saying.
All right, guys, I think it's probably about time to call it a night. Look, I know I can get aggressive and angry and stuff, but it's all part of the fun, and I appreciate that you are letting me come into the server and do this. You don't have to do that, and I really do appreciate you letting me come in and have these conversations. I find them incredibly fun. I don't agree with any of you. I may think you're stupid, but you think I'm stupid, and that's cool.
Yes, that's what I've been saying all along.
Were you smart enough, Craig, to turn off your live stream while Witsit was destroying you?
Oh yeah, I had to hide that from the internet completely. I'm currently going through it and editing out all the bits with Witsit in, so I don't look like an idiot.
So like 3 hours you're gonna have like a 4-minute video.
Yeah, that's all that's left. Yeah.
You do have the 1v1 up there still, right? You didn't take that down.
No, I took that down. I hid that ages ago. I couldn't let everyone see Witsit destroying me. God, you
Yeah,
think I am an honest
no.
person? I'm not going to leave videos up that show me Luke. No, I'm kidding. Seriously, thank you very much, guys. I do appreciate it. I'm going to come back in next Monday and have another conversation with you guys. And I hope that it's just as fun. So thank you, everyone. I'm going to take my leave and read my super chats, and have a good night.
Thanks, man. See you next week.
See you later. Well, people, what fun. What fun. So, here's the thing, right? I don't know a lot about relativity. Of course I don't. You know, I've never studied that. I've got a bachelor's in physics. You don't touch it. And so my performance when I am debating relativity isn't, you know, I'm not going to have the answers. I'm not going to, you know the ways to debunk everything that he's saying. And Whitsitt is correct in a lot of the things he's saying in context very specific to certain things, but the conclusions that he's reaching are very wrong, and it's actually quite easy to show why they're wrong, but I still want to be able to do it in the most succinct, the best way possible. So I'm taking it upon myself to learn a lot more about relativity. I see that Professor Phil Bell and PhD Tony have offered to slap me about a bit and teach me a lot about relativity. I 100% accept that offer, and I'll contact both you guys to arrange a conversation maybe later this week or as soon as you're both ready. But the thing is, me not knowing all the answers about relativity doesn't change the fact that I'm right about all the things I say about the Earth being a globe. You know, I'm not going to sit there and argue about something that I don't know that well. That would be stupid. Right, it'd just be two people who don't know what they're talking about arguing past each other. And maybe that's the mistake I made the last time I spoke to Whitsitt, is that I let him go off on this relativity tangent, which is, it's almost a non sequitur to the entire thing. You know, it's a way for him to avoid the fact that we've got empirical measurements that show that the Earth is a rotating globe. But the best way for me to counter Whitsitt in particular is to learn a lot more about relativity. So I'm going to take up the offer from PhD Tony and from Professor Phil Bell, and that should be a great stream. I see you in the chat, guys. You're going to bill me for a new brain since my current one died to the dumb you exposed it to. Mandarot says, never admit that you don't know something to a childish flirt. Now, that's the thing, right? I'm more than willing to admit that I don't know something. You know, I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of everything related to science. I've had to relearn a lot of the stuff even for this basic argument, but not knowing something doesn't ever mean that, you know, you've lost a debate about the flat Earth, because it's impossible to lose a debate about the flat Earth. Hey, you might lose a debate about relativity, but that in no way debunks the fact that the Earth is a globe. Yep, Professor Phil Bell, absolutely. We want everyone to learn about special relativity. Send me an email and we'll get that sorted, all right? So, I hope you've enjoyed tonight, guys. That is going to be what happens every Monday from now on. I'm going to go into that server and have a bunch of fun. Man, teaching about the scientific method is always a fucking killer. Like, I see a whole bunch of super chats, which, again, blowing my mind. There was like 700-800 people watching at one point. Again, blowing my mind. It's coming up to Christmas. There's a cost of living crisis, and you guys are still supporting me. I can't thank you enough. The Snark for €2 says, take the mic out of your asshole. Well done. Yeah, Demok needed to do that. Eon Dust, who's been a member for 16 months, says, help, my brain has fallen and I can't get up. Not That Luke Perry, who's been a member for 1 month, says 3 minutes in and the first facepalm concussion could be a new record. That is, again, stop sending me lawsuits. The thing is, all the FTFEs you've watched previously, they're dead and I'm a new clone. So technically you can't sue a dead person. The Jumbo Show for $5 Canadian says, make more live debates with those potato heads. Don't worry, every Monday. Dave Kircher, hello Dave. Member for 3 months says, enduring the Demok gibberish is tiring. Dave Kircher has become one of my favourite people in the world. Look up who he is if you like the video game Portal. Not that Luke Perry for £2 says, never known a Discord to actively feel sticky. Ooh. Mark Grondin for $5 says, so you can get yourself upgraded facepalm protection for these. I don't know how you can put up with them, but thanks. It's my job. I love it. Petermas Prime for $5 It's clear that all of this drama happens on the Flerf side because Flerfs are vicious imbeciles that only have their own self-interests in mind. Yeah. You notice how Witsit wanted drama, right? I've been trying to arrange a debate between him and Professor Dave on my channel. It's a favour to me, Professor Dave is doing it on my channel, but Witsit says I'm too horrible, blah, 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 won't come on. There was something about someone offering him money, and I don't want a Flerf to be paid to come on my channel, because that sets a bad precedent, really. And I said, I'm not hosting a debate if the Flat Earther's getting paid to debate on my channel. I don't think that's fair on other people that have debated and stuff, you know. But he's throwing a hissy fit about it. Basically, he's got to be paid $5,000 to debate, otherwise it's not happening, because that's Witsit. Also, he's lying, telling people I copyright struck his channel, which I didn't. That guy for $4.99 says they don't think nukes are real. I told them I worked with nukes and gave my full name so they could look me up. They then kicked me. Yeah, also a nuke. Rick Sanchez, $5. Another thing I love about Witsit is that he only quotes old stuff and nothing recent. I love you, FTFE. I love you too, Rick. Peter's Prime, $5 says, here's a simple scientific equation. F equals the Earth isn't flat, you fucking idiot, plus derp. Thank you very much. Dave Kircher for $5. It's fascinating that they're all backing Witsit as an expert, but always complain about appeals to authority in any other context. Witsit is not an expert, and you know what? The more of them that call Witsit an expert, the more glorious his takedown is going to be. Waikikamuka855 for $5 says, Austin, stop trying to argue relativity when you can't even explain where the sun goes at night. Boom. Ted Ayaka for $4.99 says, Witsit is the antipodal to cool. If he pointed the quickness of his mind to actually studying maths and science, he would hate himself. Yeah, he would. Ted Ayaka for $1.99 says, how do I get into the debate? The Discord server link is there in the chat. Join so you can get involved next week. Andreas Eldritch for 56, thank you very much. Relativity is very hard to understand, therefore the Earth is flat. 10,000% logically correct. Yeah, it's fucking stupid, right? Nerd Alert member for 28 months says, Witsit, why wasn't Mikes and Gale a null result? Good question. Rachbot for $5 Australian says, Witsit just admitted he doesn't understand. I bet he wouldn't talk about general relativity. Bloody twonk. Connell Silver, $5 says, apparently Austin is afraid of having other people talking. He never took a breath and I found myself muted. No less than 3 times this debate. Don't you love how they constantly complain about me interrupting them? But can't stop doing it themselves. Tim Pryor, $10. Oh no. Pardon me. Fucking hell, I'm sorry. Oh no, you stopped 13 people from hearing Craig, but over 600 people on his channel can still hear him. Just like in the real world. You don't have any power, Witsit. Jake the Surgeon, $5. Sorry, can't stand Witless talking. Gonna have to bail. Have a good night. Yeah, it is kind of like a fucking earworm, right? Tim Pryor, $10. Craig, seriously, start demanding from them what they're demanding from you. Make them give evidence for Flat Earth and not talk about the globe. They do this every time. I tried. That's what I was saying to Cracker over and fucking over. And all he did was run away. So long, ran out of my thing on the behind. Skycloud Observer, member for 20 months, says, loving the Discord saga. I'll need a better, another title for episode 4. Earth is Life for $5. Witsit, when are you going to admit that you're wrong about the speed of jet streams and Southern Hemisphere flight heights? Witsit can't ever admit that he's wrong. Tim Tully for $5. Nice word salad with stupidity dressing on the pendulum. Yeah, they're never going to get the pendulum or how it's an experiment or what the scientific experiment is or what experiments are or what variables are or what hypothesis is or an observation or how modus tollens and fallacies don't ever debunk any of that stuff. Connell Silver for $5 says, to be clear, Witsit gets basic things like orbit and rotation wrong, then gets upset if you correct him or question his credentials. Pat in the chat, member for 10 months, says, wubba lubba dub dub! Episode 9 I get to watch tomorrow at 9 PM. So fucking annoying being in the UK. Stringer News 1 for $5 with this word salad, now with more aether. There was never any aether to begin with, so no aether. Samuel Green, $5. Thank you very much. No message. Then Stringer News 1, another $5. Right now, Einstein is wishing his name was never associated with the words thought experiment. Yeah, Einstein would hate flat earthers using him. Stringer News 1, $5. Don't do drugs, kids. And if you think your sister is cute, use a condom. A Stringer News 1 for $2. Flat Earth modus tollens. If pee, then drink. Oh my god, I can't believe that.
So you don't need the toilet anymore. Why? Because your
Why,
body
Nathan?
has reabsorbed all of what was contained in your bladder that you would consider waste. Well, it's not waste, or your body would, there's no way it would reabsorb it.
First sample, transparency, subpar. Oh, that's just piss. That's just straight up piss.
Yeah, fucking flat earthers. PhD Tony, the only real person in the chat, for $5 Australian, says relativity episode with Professor Phil Bell. Make it happen or I will get angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. Look, you're a real person, you're not the Hulk, okay? You can't be both. But yes, that will happen. Graham Pierce, member for 30 months, says, you're a very patient and tolerant man, Craig. Tell my wife that. No, I'm kidding. Adrobiel for $10 Australian, thank you very much, says, a couple of weeks ago I watched a real old video of yours and I can see you definitely did fight the tight shirt and totally won. Stay awesome. Yes, I did. I am no longer a fat fucker. And then Industrial Nerd for $2, what is your favourite flavour of Hot Pocket? I don't like Hot Pockets, they're disgusting. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. It means the absolute world to me. I'll be back in a few days with another stream, and I'm working on the new episodes of Flerfs for Idiots as we speak. It's been fantastic. Look out for a new episode of Debate Shorts in the next couple of days. A real good one with Lemon Bird. But for now, thank you all for watching, and remember that stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat. 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 Good night, all. Are you ready for a nuclear dumpster fire? Because I sure am. Dance, yo. This is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm dancing. Hey Rachbot, how you doing? Nice to see you there. Earth is Life, Tau Software. Concord 327, Shadow Fan, that's a name I don't recognize. Hello. Hey Charlie Welch, how you doing?
We're living on a disk
floating through space with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what I have actually done to my tight shirts by losing a whole bunch of weight. Yeah, I was a chunker not too long ago, and Austin Whitsitt said one of the funniest things of his life and called me fight the tight shirt. So I did, and I won. Tonight, I am going to be going over to a dragon's den, a den of wolves, a wasp's nest, if you will. The 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria Discord server. They are kindly hosting me while I debate everybody. Yes, everybody. Any flat earther there is welcome to come and have a discussion with me. It's going to be moderated by Shane, the flat earther who I've spoken to a couple of times. So we'll see how that goes. So why don't we pop over there and say hello. Let's just do this. Quite a lot of people in that chat. Hello, 24/7 Cosmology Tartaria Discord.
All right, Pete NASA, thanks, man. Hey, Craig, thanks for coming in. And hey, Whitsitt, thanks for coming to spend some time with us. We do appreciate it, guys. So we're going to do sort of an open forum here. I don't know if you want to go first, Whitsitt. I'm sure FTFE is chomping at the bit to get at you. But we do have kind of an open question forum for FTFE, maybe 20 minutes each maximum, I think, was what we agreed upon. So
yeah, that sounds good. You know, obviously there's a lot of people here, and you know, I want to try and have a decent conversation with as many people as possible. There's been a bit of a misconception about me in the Discord server with some of the flat earthers in regards to dumpster fires, and as Shane, you'll be aware, it's not me that decides a dumpster fire, it's the person I'm talking to. If I'm discussing something with someone like you who's willing to have a back and forth decent conversation, then it goes nice and smoothly. If it's a democ, you know, other things happen. So whoever I'm talking to, if you're decent to me, I'll be decent to you. And you know, I'll keep it that way. But yeah, thank you very much for hosting me, and you know, I will hand the reins over to you guys. I'll sit here and do what I'm told.
Would you like to concede that according to relativity, you cannot prove that the Earth is revolving around the Sun from the Earth?
Would I like to concede?
Yeah.
That according to relativity, you can't... What? Sorry, repeat the question.
You cannot prove the Earth is revolving around the Sun from the Earth.
From the Earth. Well, you can measure Earth's rotation. And you can measure Earth's movement. Yeah, you can measure Earth's movement around the Sun. That's not a hard thing to do.
How do you do it?
Well, gyroscopes do it. Fiber optic gyroscopes measure like a roughly 1 degree drift a day in the horizontal plane around the Sun. There's many ways to measure that movement.
No, they don't do that actually. So
they do.
Gyroscopes.
Actually.
Well, you can cite it if you would like to, but they don't.
I've cited the papers on my channel before, and I'll gladly pass those papers on at a later date if you'd like to contact me. But yeah, the gyroscopes not only register a, you know, roughly 15 degree per hour drift, but they also register a roughly 1 degree drift a day. If left to run
actually, I think
enough.
it's something like 1/24th of a degree allegedly, and
no,
it fluctuates.
It's roughly 1 degree a day that we travel around the Sun. You know, 365 days, 360 degrees. So you know, you can measure that 1 degree a day that the Earth moves in its orbit around the Sun.
That's interesting because relativity claims that you actually cannot do that. And to quote Einstein and then also Stephen Hawking, that all attempts to measure the motion of the Earth terrestrially have resulted in a negative result. And prior to relativity being put forth, this was hard to become reconciled with. So seems like you disagree with Stephen Hawking and relativity with your claim here.
No, I don't disagree with them at all. It's very difficult to do it in optical means, is what they were talking about. It's specific types of experiments, but there's lots of ways to actually measure it. You know, and you know, the fact that these papers exist and it's been done, you know, show that it can be done. The instruments to do it exist and are used thousands of times, millions of times every day. You know, There's also
They
other
weren't
ways to
talking about-
there's also other ways to measure it around. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I do apologize. There's also other ways to measure it. Without resorting to using instruments and stuff, just by observing the stars and the motion of the of us through the stars. There's lots of ways to measure Earth's movement.
They weren't talking about optical experiments. That's a different quote from Einstein when he's giving a lecture in context of Michelson-Morley, explaining that's what motivated him to come up with special relativity. And he said, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment can detect the motion of the Earth. But this is a separate quote from him in his writings on general and special theory of relativity, where he says that no terrestrial experiment can prove it. And this was cited by Stephen Hawking in 2007, A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, which the entire book is about the fact that you cannot prove that the Earth is moving around the sun from the Earth, and that the universe effectively deceives us with this stubbornly persistent illusion that we're in the center.
Well, the fact that the measurements exist show that in context you can do it. When you're talking in reference to something like special or general relativity, that's to do with the fact that within different reference frames, it's very hard to determine what is actually moving. There's no absolute measure of movement. All movement is relative to something else. So it's very hard to determine exactly what is moving using just the confines of special or general relativity. You can go outside of the realms of that, and it's quite easy to do.
Okay. So first you said that you could for sure prove it. You detect it 1 degree a day, and then you're saying that it's difficult to prove it. But
within the confines of special and general relativity, but there's other ways of measuring these things. It's just that within the context of describing it in the way that Einstein would describe the way that motion is relative to everything else. It's difficult to determine exactly what is the thing that's moving. That's why we can use other methods as well. We don't just rely on one particular thing to show that something's happened. We use all of the knowledge that we have and put it together and come to conclusions.
According to your paradigm, everywhere there's mass, general relativity applies. So this can go back to Michelson-Morley, where they shot the lights perpendicular to each other, one with and one against the motion of the Earth, at a predicted value, because the Earth is allegedly revolving around the sun 20 miles a second, and it was sensitive enough to detect as small as 2 miles a second. It did not detect the predicted value. So then Lorentz came up with the idea of the Lorentz contraction, claimed that the ether was contracting the matter. Einstein then took the Lorentz contraction throughout the ether and claimed that even though the light traveled further and took longer to get to the receiver, in reality, since time slows down and matter physically shrinks, you couldn't tell, and it looks like it didn't change because the measuring apparatus physically contracted. So according to Einstein, using a clock or any type of measuring apparatus that's on the Earth, you could never prove the Earth is revolving around the sun because of time dilation and spatial contraction.
So could you repeat what you said about the Michelson-Morley experiment? You said they were looking for a movement of the Earth?
Just have a script that you're trying to say. Now, what I did say was that they expected a predicted value as they were trying to detect the motion of the Earth through the ether, which is the title of the paper, which I didn't say. You're just trying to divert to the script.
No. I just wanted to clarify exactly what was happening. I didn't want to misquote you. I didn't want to, straw man you in any way. I wanted to clarify exactly what you're saying. Honestly, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand your point so that I can respond properly. Okay, please. Yeah. I'm not trying to be combative.
Okay, but I'm just saying, I know that you have a script where you want to say it wasn't about the motion of the Earth, it was about the ether. But that's not what I even mentioned. What I said was they had a predicted value, assuming that the Earth is revolving around the sun 20 miles a second within an ether, and then they didn't get that predicted value. So then Lorentz proposed the Lorentz contraction, saying the ether physically contracted the measuring apparatus. Then Einstein took that Lorentz contraction, which is still in relativity to this day, right? And he threw the ether out. But he said that the reason it didn't show a difference, even without the ether, is because time physically expanded and slowed down, and the measuring apparatus physically contracted. So any attempt to ever measure the difference would be futile, because effectively the universe deceives us with illusion due to time dilation.
Well, again, the fact that you can measure these things using the correct instrumentation shows that you don't just have to sit within the confines of one particular paradigm. You put all of the knowledge together. When you use something like a gyroscope that can actually detect that there is a physical 1 degree movement a day in the horizontal plane, it shows that there's a movement there. And then you comport that with all the other observations and knowledge that we have, and it shows that the Earth is revolving around the sun. We don't just have to stick within the confines of one paradigm, looking at one particular paper of what one person said of this and that. We look at all the knowledge that we have and put it together. You know, I'm not going to sit here and have a deep discussion about special and general relativity and Lorentz contractions and stuff, because that's, you know, it's kind of pointless to the main argument that it's quite easy to measure the Earth's motion.
Yeah, so it definitely is relevant. And it's not about what one person said. It's about your current paradigm, and your model claims that the general theory of relativity is the causal mechanism for motion in space. So you have no choice but to defend relativity if you're going to defend the current model. And general and special relativity are still applied within your paradigm. And the point is that what special relativity said was that Michelson-Morley didn't detect the motion of the Earth around the sun because time slowed down and the apparatus shrank. So you must indeed claim this. You know, and of course you're claiming that you can detect the motion of the Earth using interferometry, right? Like a ring laser gyro? Is that what you're talking about, ring laser gyro?
Yeah, again, I present the papers for that at a later date, absolutely. No problem to do that, because, you know, that's something that's been done quite often. But just a quick question. So you're claiming that, well, not claiming, sorry, you are quoting Einstein, claiming that it's impossible to measure the motion of Earth. What year did he say that?
28, maybe. And then, but Stephen Hawking said it in 2007.
Or was Stephen Hawking just quoting what he was saying and relating it in context?
He was quoting what he was saying to make the point in his book that was entirely about this. That's why it's called Stubbornly Persistent Illusion. It's the whole book is about how there's this stubbornly persistent illusion that the Earth is stationary, not going around the sun, and is the center, even though it actually isn't. So it's about the fact that the motion of the Earth can't be detected around the sun, and it's about the fact that when we look out from the Earth, it looks like we're at the center, even though he believed that no matter where you are in the universe, it would look like you're the center. So he's describing how it's just an illusion that makes us look like we're stationary in the center. So he was quoting Einstein to reiterate the point. He goes on to further explain that he agrees with the point and why he thinks that's the case.
Again, and they're talking within the confines of you know, Einstein's paradigm of special and general relativity. Sorry, just give me 1 second.
Which is still the current paradigm, of course.
Yeah, sorry, give me 1 sec. Sorry, my wife's just going for it. I'm just saying hello. Right, thank you.
While you're looking that up, yep, about maybe 10 minutes left for Witsit on the first round. Then if someone else wants to step up, we can take that, or maybe we'll come back to Witsit afterwards.
Sorry about that. Apologies. My wife had just got in from work. I was just saying hello to her. Sorry, Witsit. What was that last thing you said? I do apologise. I'm not ignoring you.
You keep on saying, like, within the confinement of the paradigms of Einstein, but that is what the current paradigm still claims. So.
Yeah, but it's more about the way that Einstein described how to detect motion compared to other things. What we do is we say, okay, so using just those confines, it's very hard to detect which is the thing that's moving, this or that. You know, there's no way to determine. It's the same way you said there's no way to tell. There's no difference between, like, being in free fall and you know, it's hard to detect which one is which, based on the way that he described the universe. But that's why we take other things into consideration as well as just the base mathematics that describe general and special relativity. You know, we apply other things to it as well. So I don't...
According to relativity,
sorry,
you can't detect it with a gyro, bro. That's the whole point.
Well, a gyro disagrees with you.
Michelson-Morley was using interferometry. That's what they were using to detect the motion of the Earth, and they tested throughout the whole year. It's been done dozens of times. Well, it wasn't the motion of the Earth. It's been done by the Air Force.
It was that they were trying to detect the ether wind, not the motion of the Earth. You do keep getting that wrong.
No. It's the motion of the Earth through the ether. That's the title of the paper.
Yeah, but what they were trying to detect was the ether wind created by
Due
the
to
motion.
the motion of the Earth.
Yeah. But they weren't trying to detect the motion. The title of the paper is The Motion of the Earth Through the Ether, but what they were trying to detect, if you actually read the paper, was the ether wind created by the Earth moving through the ether. The same as if you put your hand out of a window, you feel that wind going against your hand. The point of the Michelson-Morley experiment was to detect the drag created by the Earth moving through the ether. So yes, you are right, the title of the paper was that, but that doesn't mean that's what they were trying to detect. You read the paper and it shows you what they were detecting was the ether drag. That was the thing they were looking for, and they didn't find that expected amount.
Right, so the results were either the Earth is not moving and there's an ether, or there's not an ether and time slows down and matter contracts. All it did was throw out the possibility of a stationary Earth or ether, and you have to claim that time dilates and that the measuring apparatus physically shrink, which is what special relativity is, which Einstein specifically explains that's what motivated him to come up with special relativity in the first place. So if you're now claiming in 2022 that you can use interferometry to detect the motion of the Earth around the motion of the Earth around the sun, you're claiming that time did not dilate and that the measuring apparatus did not physically contract, which means you're claiming relativity is wrong.
Is the measuring device on Earth moving with it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why is there going to be a contraction of the device compared to Earth?
Because the whole Earth in your paradigm is contracting, as are you. All matter moving is contracting. That's
right. So if all matter is contracting, then the device is still going to show a drift because it's relative to something else, right? It's still going to show the fact that the entire Earth is moving around the sun. That's why it physically shows a 1 degree drift a day. This is something that happens and has been tested on. And again, we don't just use the confines of special and general relativity to determine the world around us. It's just an extremely easy way to it's not. Sorry, it's an extremely complicated way to explain how things are happening.
You're fundamentally disagreeing with the principle of relativity if you're claiming that you can detect the motion of the Earth around the sun with a device on the Earth, because the claim is that, like in Michelson-Morley, even though the laser that's perpendicular to the other laser is going against the Earth, so since it's going against the motion of the Earth, it's going to be behind the other, path of light, because it has to travel further to catch up to the Earth and then hit the receiver. And so since it has to travel further, it's going to take longer. But we didn't get that result. So what the model claims to this day is that the apparatus you use to measure that distance physically shrink. So even though it actually was a greater distance, you just can't tell because the matter got smaller. And even though it took longer, the clock suffered from time dilation and time slowed down, so it looked like it took the same amount of time. So if you're claiming you can use interferometry to detect the motion of the Earth around the sun, you are literally disagreeing with relativity.
No, I'm not. You're misunderstanding what relativity is trying to say and how light works compared to time dilation and matter shrinking, which isn't the way that they actually say it.
Expanding.
Yeah.
Well, no, matter contracts and time expands.
Yeah. So again, also the Michelson-Gale experiment kind of disproved Einstein's hypothesis that he came up with in 1920. Anyway, if we're talking about it that way, but again, we can get into deep conversations about special and general relativity, as much as you like. It doesn't change the fact that you can actually use a gyroscope to measure the Earth's movement around the sun, and it's been done. And again, I can present those scientific papers to you. I'll find them and email them to you. I have your email. And again, there's other ways of determining it as well that you can put with the data against that. You don't just use that one thing. You don't just look at one way of describing the world and go, well, that's it. You take everything that we understand, all of the knowledge that we have, and use that to come to a conclusion. And when you put all of the knowledge we have, all of the observations that we have, all of the experiments that we have, the conclusion is that the Earth is rotating around the sun.
Objectively, the current heliocentric model claims that relativity is the causal mechanism for the effect called gravity. So if you're going to claim anything about the heliocentric model, then you're going to have to integrate relativity and defend it, or you're going to have to come up with your own new model. And Michelson-Gale-Pearson actually did match the predictions of sidereal rotation within 98% accuracy, because of course it doesn't literally go 15 degrees per hour. That's just a convention we use for time. It's pretty close to that. It's pretty close to that. So Michelson-Gale-Pearson did match the predictions of sidereal rotation using interferometry, but it didn't detect the revolution, which actually goes to show that the Earth is stationary and the sky moves around it, since there was no revolution detected. And if you're claiming it can be detected, you disagree with Einstein and Stephen Hawking and relativity, which is 2022 paradigm that you're defending.
Okay, there's no way that any kind of interferometer could ever detect the sky. That's kind of a ridiculous thing to say. I don't know why you people come up with that. It's completely impossible. Light isn't affected by any kind of electromagnetic charge, so it wouldn't be affected by anything happening up there. So no, there's only one conclusion.
No.
Sorry, do you disagree with the fact that light isn't affected by electromagnetic charges?
Well, first of all, light is actually just electromagnetic radiation with the oscillating magnetic and electric field itself. But no, I don't disagree that in your paradigm the photon doesn't have a charge or any magnetic properties. That's a non sequitur. You're diverting away from the point that we actually did match the
I'm responding
sidereal
to
rotation.
what you just said. You said that it showed that the Earth, that the sky rotates, but there's no way any kind of interferometric device could detect the sky rotating. There's no mechanism to transmit what's happening up there to the device that's detecting any kind of motion. That's impossible. So the conclusion that you drew from that, saying what actually shows that the sky is rotating, is completely false.
No, you're claiming that it wouldn't, but actually, if there was a medium of exchange for translation of motion, i.e. a background medium, it objectively would affect this, and you would have to know what light is itself and what's its relationship with this background. And it's a vortex. Of course, that's called the Sagnac effect. The person that discovered it, Sagnac, said it was the vortex in the ether, but you're actually skating past the real point, which is that we did get the detection of sidereal rotation, but we did not get the detection of revolution, which goes to show you that the Earth is actually stationary and it's a motion around the Earth, or we would have detected the revolution as well.
Again, there's no way that anything happening in the sky could be detected by a interferometric device. No kind of ether or anything would be able to transmit what's happening up there to the device itself. That's not how it works. It detects physical motion of what it's on, not something going around it. It's simply not how the device operates or how electromagnetic energy of any kind is transmitted. We know what light is quite well. Sagnac actually didn't think that. He came up to very different conclusions later on in his work. But if you want to cherry pick that one little thing he said, that's absolutely fine. And again, there is many ways of detecting the Earth's motion around the sun, other than just using the confines of mathematics within special or general relativity. So no. I don't just go to what Einstein said or anything. I look at all the knowledge and experiments and everything that we have and put it together and come to a conclusion. That's the problem. Sorry, yeah.
I was going to say, just for a second, your 20 minutes is up with Witsit. It's your show, though. If you want to keep going with Witsit, you can. But there are 33 other people here that might want to ask you something.
Well, Witsit, I'm very much enjoying this conversation, and I very much tried to demonstrate to you that I can have a decent conversation. I would like to continue the conversation, and there are other people here waiting. So how about you and I have a time, just the two of us on this server, to talk at a different time? Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I just want to say my conclusion, and everyone else can talk. This is the point, though.
Please go ahead. I don't want to interrupt that.
You just can't defend the heliocentric model without defending relativity. To this day is the only thing proposed for the idea of gravity. This goes all the way back to Michelson-Morley, also known as the greatest failed experiment in history. It changed all of physics because we have to explain the Michelson-Morley, which can be replicated, has been even by the Air Force with even more precise measurement. So that's the point, right? Like, objectively, if you think the Earth's a ball and you think the current model's true, then you have to believe in relativity or come up with your new theory, which is not what everyone thinks, which is what you do. Usually you guys appeal to consensus in the model. And if you appeal to relativity, then you have to claim that time slows down, matter contracts. So any attempt to measure the revolution of the Earth would be futile because all your measuring apparatuses will be affected by the bending and warping of space-time. So I don't want to keep debating it. It's just kind of objective. We may can talk in the future. I don't care. I would be maybe interested in like this room, right? I'm not particularly interested in your channel, but yeah, you were decently cordial. I'll give you that. You only interrupted a few times, so.
I appreciate you taking the time to speak to me, Witsit, as well, and you were also very cordial. I do appreciate it. I would like to have a decent dialogue because there are lots of things that I think we could discuss. So let's take it from here, and I appreciate your time.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. This has actually been a really great conversation to listen to. I'm sure most people listening in here would agree. And if you want to hang around for it, Witsit, I'm sure there'd be another opportunity where everyone would prefer to hear you speak.
Yes.
Anyone else have a question for FTFE while he's here? Any flat earthers? Don't be shy, guys.
Don't be shy. You can unmute Demok. That'd be fun.
Is he here? He is. Really?
I mean, if no one else wants to ask
crazy.
a question right now, there's 33 people there. I'm sure one of them would like to ask me a question.
I'm too scared.
Don't be scared. I'm not that scary.
Well,
FTFE,
good to chat with you. We go back to Facebook even before I engaged with this topic on Discord. It's Killian from Facebook, members shaking Professor Dave's tree, and you falling out. So it's good to finally engage with you verbally.
Hello.
So just for the hello, for the sake of the audience, wondering, has anybody in fact measured the surface of the globe?
Yeah, lots of times.
Okay, and what were if you could give me maybe just one or two of the ways that they did in fact measure. If you could save me the stuff in the sky though, I'm more curious about how the surface was interacted with and how in fact the measurement was extrapolated from actually touching the surface that we're attempting to measure. So no stuff in the sky, thanks.
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert in surveying, but I would refer to the the large scale surveying of the planet has been done for ages, like the transcontinental triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel, where they measure between elevation points and create triangles over the surface, and then put those triangles together and then measure the angles of the triangles. And what they find when they do that is that the triangles add up, every single triangle adds up to greater than 180 degrees, which is what is called a spherical excess. Anything over that 180 degrees is a spherical excess. And when you put all the spherical excess together and you map it out, it matches what they say the globe is. And similar measurements have been done all around the world, across the UK, across India, across Asia, everywhere, and it always matches up. Again, I'm no expert in surveying. I could gladly present the papers. You can find them on mctoon.net/r. There's a whole list of large measurements there. But that's I think what I would, if you want purely kind of ground-based measurements, that's what I would go to.
Okay, you good?
Yeah.
All right. So the two things that I find interesting with your what you put on the table for consideration is your appeal to the surface and your appeal to elevations, and in fact your appeal to surveying. The thing I find interesting is that surveyors on their drawings report their elevation numbers marked off as datum markers, DATUM markers. And those are in fact recorded usually in the legend, the title block of the drawing, stated as above sea level. And those sea level points, yeah. Sorry, my friend, I let you go. Just allow me my space. I don't.
Sorry, I apologize. I was just engaging. My bad. I didn't mean to
interrupt. Don't need to
interrupt.
apologize for seeking agreements in my statements. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. With respect to, again, surveying, from my understanding, surveyors go to their local offices there, and those numbers are control points that are reported to those offices. Again, those numbers are reported as above sea level. So if you brought in the aspect of appealing to elevations and then the surface, then I'll ask you my next question being, how do you explain level?
How do I explain level? Could you ask the question another way, because that doesn't really make sense?
Well, level is, how do you explain it? You said that there's a surface and there's elevations. So my question to you is that if the elevations are reported as above sea level, my question then is, how do you tip your hat to level? How do you see level within regards to above sea level if those are the elevation points that are reported by surveyors?
So you're asking me, what does level mean, right? I just want to clarify the question. You're saying, what does level mean?
Well, within the confines of you giving your evidence.
Okay, so I'd go to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, adjective 1 of 3, level, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface.
Okay. So with respects to the appeal to the definition of level of curvature of the surface.
Yeah, you just asked me how I would define level, and I would go with that definition that is in the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, adjective 1 of 3.
So just for the rehashing of it, just for the sake of the audience, with being vindictive, I just want to be precise. You would submit that observing level involves the observation of curvature with respects to the definition in the Webster Dictionary you just gave, right?
I would say that level, in regards to surveying, is following the surface of the Earth, which happens to be curved.
Okay, again, and so you're appealing to the aspect of considering level and curved in the same breath.
So you keep saying I'm appealing to. I'm just answering your questions. I'm allowed to reference things. I don't think that's necessarily an appeal. It's just me talking about knowledge.
Didn't you just appeal to the definition in the Webster Dictionary? Sorry,
No, you asked me how I would define it, and I said I would use that definition. I'm not appealing to that definition. I'm agreeing with it.
Okay. An appeal and agreement, I thought it would have been the same thing, but that's fine. I withdraw. I thank you for your time, Craig.
Okay.
Very good. Anyone else want to speak up? Take a turn? Now's the time.
Hey, I got a quick question about debate with Branch. Branch was saying that you might debate him.
With who, sorry?
Is that true? Branch?
I have no idea who that is.
He said that he asked you 2 days ago. He said that you were considering it.
He
might be known as Hellboy.
Nope, sorry, it doesn't ring a bell. But again, if someone wants to debate me about the shape of the Earth, then there's many ways to contact me. I don't remember talking to anyone by that name, but anything else?
I have a question.
Oh, you're very
Jimmy,
quiet.
Go ahead, man. Yeah, we got to turn Jimmy up.
How about now?
A little bit better.
Yeah, I'll turn you up on my end as well.
I have him up at 200%. He's still a little quiet.
All right, let me find me.
All right. Hey, Michael, are you here? Nope, just listening. I wanted to hear your question of FTFE. I thought that would be good. Well, Jimmy sorts out his mic. How about Napalm? Hey, man. You got anything for FTFE? Not to call you out, but definitely.
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, why don't you just call me out, Shane? Appreciate it. No, I'm joking.
Hey, Napalm.
No. Hey. I wouldn't mind hearing you possibly, I mean, we don't need to rehash, but maybe you reiterating your ideas as to what was the premise of Michelson-Morley and what was actually being tested. Your claim is that it was a test of the ether. If that's the case, and there was no ether detected is a interferometer, a device that is designed to measure something that doesn't exist, or what was taking place? Because there was a measurement that was taken, right, but it was not within the idea of what was expected. So,
Yeah, so
if you just wanted to elaborate.
The paper that Maxim Morley wrote, obviously the movement of the Earth through the ether, the idea was they were attempting to detect the drag that the Earth would create whilst going through the ether. And because this drag would change the way that the ether is moving, it would also alter the way that light and stuff was coming into it, and you'd be able to detect all of that. And they didn't actually detect that. They expected a certain amount, and what they found was a much smaller amount. But that much smaller amount was actually within the realms of the margin of error of the equipment they were using. So say that the equipment was only sensitive enough to detect to 0.5 of something. What they detected was only 0.2, so it was within that margin of error of the equipment. So they couldn't really say that it was detecting anything, but it certainly didn't detect the amount of drag on the ether that was expected.
Has equipment changed since then to where we have less of a margin of error, to where we could get a more precise result? And then I also have another question.
Yep, sorry, the Mux and Gale experiment was a bit more advanced and kind of confirmed the results. And nowadays we have extremely accurate interferometric devices. That most major airplanes have 3 of to detect motion, that are very similar to the concept of the equipment that was used in those experiments, and they kind of confirm what they said.
Okay, so if it wasn't, if the Michelson-Morley result was not something that was detrimental in any way, shape, or form to the heliocentric model, meaning it didn't disprove that the Earth was revolving around the sun, what is the point of the application of the Lorentz contraction in regards to the Michelson-Morley experiment?
Honestly, it's not a question I could answer. I don't have a deep knowledge of general or special relativity, and I've never looked past the basic mathematics, and it's not a question I would want to answer for fear of being inaccurate.
Fair enough. I concede to somebody else. Fair enough.
Yeah.
About Jimmy, do we get your mic fixed, Jimmy?
How about now?
I think you're just naturally very quiet, man. Maybe he can hear you.
Okay, maybe I am naturally quiet.
I can definitely hear you, Jimmy.
You can actually hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is more of a philosophic question, not trying to make a gotcha or anything. Do you find it admirable or deplorable that flat earthers are trying to understand reality without having to go to authority figures for their definitions and the way things are working? Now, the things that they can't change are like apparent observations, the laws of physics.
Mm-hmm.
You can drop an apple, it'll float in the water. You can drop an iron, it'll float in mercury. These are things that are axiom. You can't change it. So pretty much it's trying to get a good definition of what you're seeing. Do you find it? Do you think flat earthers are crazy for trying to create a description of the world around them, since they disagree with the majority of what the authority figures are saying with the heliocentric model?
Hell no. I can easily answer your question. No, I find it extremely admirable that anybody would want to try and find out about the universe around them. And I've never just listened to authorities. I've spent my life testing the claims, That's why I wanted to get a physics degree, so that I could understand these things and do the tests myself. And I find it extremely admirable that anybody would want to try and confirm things for themselves. What I have a problem with is willful ignorance. When you can be shown something so many times and explain something so many times and just completely ignore the very clear evidence of something and think that they can know more than the people that have spent their lives studying and testing and come to their own conclusions regardless of that. That's what I would find, I don't know if deplorable is the right word, but I certainly find it, extremely stupid to stick to that willful ignorance despite all of the evidence that's been shown. I would never say to anybody, just listen to what you're told and accept it, because that's pointless. That's not a way to learn about the world around you. You're never going to advance if you do that. Always test what you're told. But yeah, the problem I have is with the willful ignorance.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Next.
Open floor. Anyone want to step up? I'll start calling on people.
There's 750 watching. Come on.
Is this for the flat earth or for what's it?
Well, it's technically Fight the Flat Earth event.
Okay.
But maybe he'd allow you to ask a question of Witsit. What do you think?
If Witsit is willing to answer a question from somebody, absolutely, that's fine. Is the person asking a question a globe earther or a flat earther?
I hold no opinion one way or the other.
Okay, that's fine. Austin, are you willing to answer a question?
Yeah, sure.
So I was wondering, do you have any representation of the flat Earth that you can show me?
No.
Why not?
You can't freely and privately explore past the 60th south latitude, so that would be literally impossible to get.
The 60th, right? So do you have anything up to the 60th south latitude? Like, so just for example, let's say that you set out to travel, I don't know, from your current location to, well, the 60th south latitude. What would you use to do it? Would you just, like, I don't know, use Google Maps, or would you come up with your own little map?
We can use flat maps. They work fine.
You can use flat maps. Can you show me the flat maps you use? Like, from your location.
The Gleason flat projection.
A Gleason flat projection. Right, on the Gleason flat projection, would that be your closest representation of what we live in?
Well, you can never actually have an accurate one without an accurate central point to map out from, and we can't fully map out the south. So if you want to call it the most accurate, maybe azimuthal equidistant projection would maybe be.
Okay.
It's all non sequitur though.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. On this AE map, can you explain why we have a south celestial pole, and why that south celestial pole can be seen from, say, I don't know, South Africa and Australia at the same time?
Yeah, very easily.
Go ahead.
Okay. So there are many things that could be happening. One of them you can demonstrate with like just a little clear paperweight, and you can draw concentric circles on the paper, and then move that container over top of it, and on the edges of that container all around, there will look like there's a convergent area around the outside.
Well, okay, why does that not happen with the... Does that happen with the North Celestial Pole?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not the same as the edges that curve down like the container represented in the demonstration.
But you just told me you don't have a representation of the flat Earth. How could you possibly know that it curves down or does anything at the south as opposed to the north?
You just said, is there any way that you could explain it? And I said, yes, there are multiple ways. And one of them is a container that would cause that illusion.
Right, but we could probably rule that one out, since that doesn't happen with the North Celestial Pole, and you can't claim that it curves or does some magical thing, whatever, magical bullshit thing that you want to say, because you can't show me a representation of anything past the 60th south latitude, was it?
Yeah, and no, we can't rule it out because it doesn't happen on the north because it's not the same at the north because the
How do you
demonstration
know?
showing that it curves down on the outside. That's the second time I've said that.
Right, okay, but how do you know this?
Again, you're not allowed to privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude, so there is no way to actually know for sure what it is.
Okay, so you said you had multiple explanations. Do you have any other explanations?
Yeah, there
Can you
could
give me an
actually be
example?
two. There could
Go
actually be
ahead.
two. You have impulse control issues?
I think there's a bit of a. I think there's a little bit of a delay with it. To be fair, I am hearing a slight delay between the two of you. I don't think he was trying to overtalk you.
You could actually have two different rotations itself, which can be represented by like a magnetic field, which would actually have two rotations. So it could actually be a literal separate rotations.
I have no idea what you mean. Like, I'm very confused now.
Well, I'll drop a picture for you.
Oh, please do.
Yeah. So there you go. Basically, the claim that there's no way to explain it isn't true. There are ways to explain it. So.
Don't you think it's curious, though, that if you had, let's say, one person in Australia, one person in South Africa, both looking south at the same time, on your AE map, which you say is the closest representation of the flat Earth, they're looking in completely opposite directions?
No, because for one, it's nighttime at different times for those people.
No, it's not.
And they're not looking in opposite directions, are they?
They would be in an AE map, yes.
If they're on opposite sides of the Earth, it's nighttime, different times.
They're not on opposite sides of the Earth. Australia and South Africa can absolutely be at night at the same time. In fact, you could possibly do South America, South Africa, and maybe Western Australia during our summer solstice. It'd probably be night time too. You may be a bit of a stretch, but certainly you can get two of those locations. South Africa and South America, or South Africa and Australia. There absolutely is nighttime in those two locations at the same time.
And they're not literally on the opposite sides of the Earth.
It doesn't matter if they're opposite sides or
Well,
not.
you were
They're
wrong.
looking in different
You were
directions.
wrong then when you said that. Yeah. So, yeah, what is your question exactly? How can they both see the stars at the same time?
In opposite directions, yes.
Yeah, because I just explained to you that...
Right, but you gave me some woo-woo explanation that has no basis in reality, for which you have no evidence, and you already said that you cannot represent your fly Earth beyond the 60th south latitude for some unknown reason. No, the reason you'll give is that you can't explore past it. Even if you could, you certainly wouldn't go past it to explore. That's for sure.
You're just imploding at this point. So,
Yeah,
it's illegal to privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude. That's objective. That means we're intrinsically confined to speculation station. I did, of course, appease your request for speculation, and all of this is, of course, a diversion because falsification is independent of replacement. I've explained it to you. There are multiple ways. I'm dropping for you. You can read Charles Produce Steinmetz, and he'll explain to you exactly how magnetic field works and conjugate geometric expression of dielectricity, and you would understand that this could happen in the sky. You're just going to say that's word salad because you don't understand it. So there you go. I told you how it could work, and I told you that there's a demonstration that could show how it could potentially work. But again, it's impossible to physically verify it because you can't go out there freely.
It really doesn't matter if you can go out there freely or not, because you're not actually, we're not worried about the ground here. We're worried about what we can see in the sky. Whilst on your AE map, these two people...
The AE map is a globe map. It's not our map. Why do you keep saying that?
I asked him, that's why...
Why do you keep saying that?
Christopher, I think
I prefaced this by asking him for a representation of his flat Earth. He used the AE map because he said the AE map was the closest representation to what the flat Earth would look like. I'm only going on what he said.
I didn't even say that. I said there's no way to get a map because we don't have a central location to map out from. We can't go past the 60th south latitude freely and privately. But if you said, well, what would you use if you had to use something? I said, I guess we could just try to use the azimuthal equidistant projection.
Okay, well, we tried to use it and it didn't work.
For the purpose of sorry, buddy. I think he answered your question. I think we're going to move on. I think Hammer's here. I think if you wanted to crack at him as well. Thanks, buddy.
Fair enough.
Again, Austin, thank you for agreeing to take part. I do appreciate that. Yeah, Hammer, how you doing?
Hammer, taking some shutters off my house. How are you, brah?
I'm doing good. I've been Busy today. So I was listening to you talk to Toon and Jesse yesterday, and you kept talking about helicopters and how you think that kind of debunks the Earth rotating. Would you go through your logic with me with that, please?
Oh, sure. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to get on my computer.
I appreciate you coming, Hammer. I know it was a direct request from us to get you here per FTFE, so I appreciate it, man.
Oh, no worries, brother.
Collection of awesomeness.
Mike, here we go. This is excellent. And Michael, if you want to go next, I think that'd be good too. If you're here.
All right, so the logic's pretty simple. The claim is that the ground is moving, right? We have things like helicopters that take off from said ground that's supposedly moving.
Mm-hmm.
When the helicopter takes off, you should be, especially in the equator where it's said to be moving at 1,000 miles per hour, that helicopter should see the surface of the Earth rotating underneath of it 1,000 miles an hour.
Why do you think that would be the case in the heliocentric model? Now, remember, we are discussing the heliocentric model here, so everything about the heliocentric model is taken into account with what we're talking about. So based on that, why do you think the helicopter should just shoot off to the east at 1,000 miles an hour?
I mean, that's fine if you want to just concede right now that you're just talking about a model that's a theoretical thing that's made up.
No, a model is a description,
I mean,
and we are talking about everything taken into account with the heliocentric description of the world. So based on that and your claim that on that a helicopter would shoot off at 1,000 miles an hour, why do you think that would happen?
Well, no, if we're going to frame it like that, I completely agree with you then. In the theoretical heliocentric model, right, they have plenty of quote-unquote reasons or excuses why what I just explained doesn't happen, right, and why what you see in reality is as you see in reality, which would be equivalent to a level stationary plane as we see in reality. But no, I can completely agree with you then. If you just want to talk about the model,
well,
what I just said is incorrect. Then,
right? Your claim is if the Earth that we live on is rotating, as we say, that as a helicopter takes off, it should shoot off at 1,000 miles an hour, right? Could you explain why you think that is the case?
I mean, that's just simple logic. If you if you're hovering above, if you're in a tree, right, and you're above a merry-go-round or whatever, right, that thing is spinning below you, right? It's pretty much, that's it. Simple as that.
Right. So when you take off from something that's moving, it doesn't just disappear underneath you. I mean, you started talking about the conservation of momentum when talking to Toon, but you kind of ignored it. The conservation of momentum isn't the only reason that will happen, but you have to take that into account. So if we're just looking at the conservation of momentum, why would the helicopter shoot off at 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, quite simply, because it produces its own force. So when it comes to the conservation of momentum as brought up in the conversation the other day that you mentioned, it was brought up by MC Toon, as is often brought up by the Globe side, but
yes,
isn't fully described or explained.
Okay, so but you claim that because the conservation of momentum doesn't work the way that we've said. The conservation of momentum says that if the helicopter took off from the Earth as it's moving at 1,000 miles an hour, then it's going to maintain that horizontal momentum of 1,000 miles an hour. Why would that disappear?
Is that what the conservation of momentum says?
Absolutely, yes.
Why don't you go ahead and cite that for me, please?
Well, it's Newton's second law of motion. In fact, I've got a video which actually would show
No, we
exactly
don't need
that.
videos. We're here. I'm right here.
Okay,
Here
so
am.
I mean, it's a video
New-
showing
in
that it
second
physically
law of
happens.
motion, you said,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So conservation of momentum shows that it will keep that momentum. Once you separate from it, that there's no reason that momentum would disappear unless there was a force acting in the other direction. So you're claiming that there is a force acting in the other direction to the helicopter, or to the other direction that the Earth is
I'm
moving.
not.
So why
globe
would the
claim
helicopter
is that there's
simple
Okay.
question, why would the helicopter lose that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity? Why would that disappear once it left the surface?
Well, quite simply, like I said, because it's producing its own force, and it's producing its own force in every direction because it can fly in every single direction. That's the beauty of a helicopter.
But in your thought experiment,
quite-
the helicopter is simply hovering. Is that correct?
There is no quote-unquote simply hovering in reality, sir. As McToon
in your thought experiment,
display, are you going to let me finish, or are you just going to keep talking all over
let me
me?
clarify my question then, instead of you
okay.
answering something that isn't the actual question. You said that if a helicopter takes off from the surface and hovers, the Earth would move underneath it, right? So I'm just going with what you've said, right? And if a helicopter is hovering, maintaining a stationary position over a point, right? There is no vertical forces being applied. There would only be there's no horizontal forces being applied. There would only be a vertical force applied as the helicopter took off, right? Which means that momentum, the horizontal momentum, that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity would not disappear because there was simply a vertical force applied. So why do you think that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity would disappear?
So is somebody going to put this guy on mute so I can answer the question? Because I kindly let him finish. Because I don't want to get interrupted again when I destroy what he just said right there.
Fair
Are you going
enough.
to keep yourself on mute?
I don't need to mute. I'll just be quiet. I finished my question now, and I'd very much like you to answer it.
So what you just said right there is absolutely false and incorrect. There is no just a vertical force, as you guys are proclaiming, when a helicopter is taking off from the surface of the Earth. A helicopter by design operates with a tail rotor, which produces force in a horizontal motion to counteract the torque that turns it in the opposite direction of the main rotor, right? That's just how a helicopter works. When a helicopter is hovering, they are constantly it's not like you set cruise control on a helicopter and say, "Hey, look, I'm hovering." The helicopter pilot is not sitting there with his freaking phone, like making a phone call while he's hovering. He's working the entire time. In fact, hovering is one of the most difficult parts of, if not the most difficult part of flying a helicopter, right? So your claims of how a helicopter work in reality are just completely false, as it is with every single glober who makes this argument. Thank you.
Okay, so the torque being applied to counter the rotors means a net sum of zero force being applied in the horizontal plane, which means that as a helicopter takes off vertically, there is no counteracting force to the 1,000 miles an hour that would be applied as it, tangential velocity being imparted onto it. So even if, as you say, which is correct, the tail rotor is countering the torque of the rotors, the net sum of forces in the horizontal plane is actually zero, which means there would be zero counteraction to the momentum applied by the Earth. So once again, I ask you the question, why does that 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity disappear?
Because, sir, that helicopter is not fine-tuned, as you just said, to supposedly just take off and counteract itself perfectly, right? As the RPMs increase, as the blades turn, because of all that, like I said, the hovering part of the helicopter, there are inputs constantly being made in all directions by the pilot in order to keep it, quote-unquote, where it is exactly, right? So yes, there is. I mean, you just making a statement saying there is no force counteracting. Yes, there is. It's constantly there. It's there from the time it takes off from the surface.
So
hi, Zanuck.
Why are you talking in the middle of someone?
Zanuck, we don't want to have to mute you, man, please.
Someone was over talking there. I don't know who that was.
So yeah, it's just you guys just constantly make this assumption, like I said, or this claim that there is no horizontal force, there's nothing counteracting it when the helicopter is hovering. That's just simply false. You also don't acknowledge that the helicopter is producing its own force.
Okay, so
counteracting whatever it was having whenever the surface of the Earth was supposedly interacting with it when it was sitting there stationary.
Okay, so quick question. What's the maximum speed of a helicopter? Let's say an Apache attack helicopter. What's the maximum speed?
Maximum speed of an Apache attack helicopter?
Yeah, yeah.
I would
Okay,
say
so
it'd be
let me.
roughly-
Is it higher or lower than 1,000 miles an hour?
It's going to be way lower, my friend.
Right. Okay. Cool. So, even if the Apache attack helicopter, as it took off, was applying its full thrust to be moving forward, it still wouldn't do what you say it does. There is no horizontal force that would counteract 1,000 miles an hour as soon as it took off. The second it takes off, there would need to be, the second that it left the floor, there would need to be a counteracting force to the momentum imparted by the Earth moving at 1,000 miles an hour. That isn't the case. There is no horizontal force being applied to a helicopter as it vertically takes off. The net sum of forces horizontally will be very, very close to zero. Certainly not anywhere near enough to counteract 1,000 miles an hour. But your entire description is completely wrong. And the next reason it's completely wrong is because of the reason why the helicopter takes off. The helicopter takes off is because it is using its rotors to create a downforce in the atmosphere. The atmosphere that is also moving the same speed as the ground. Therefore, there is absolutely zero reason a helicopter would shoot off as soon as it left the ground. It is a ridiculous argument showing a lack of knowledge of physics, of Newton's laws, of the conservation of momentum, and basic engineering of helicopters.
You notice how he just repeated his claim that there is no horizontal force being applied to the helicopter. Also, like when you're talking about something, it's already, you're talking about conservation of momentum, it's already at that speed, right? So when it takes off, right, when it starts counteracting it in any way, that's going to be a gradual acceleration that
I'd love to see your free body diagram to explain this. Do you think you could draw one for me?
I'd love for you to let me finish the thought without interrupting me.
Well, you kind of go on quite a while, so I'll reiterate my question. Could you please draw me a free body diagram describing what you are happening to the helicopter? And then go and claim your Nobel Prize in Physics for debunking the conservation of momentum. That would be fantastic.
It's a projection the way that you guys present it as
no, it's reality.
Incorrect,
and I was going to show a video
you know what I mean?
at the start, and you said no, don't show me a video. But if I showed the video, it would end the argument because it shows what you say would happen not happening. So, you know,
and there you go. That's a straw man, right? It's not what I say would happen. It would happen. It's what would happen.
What you say would happen. It is what you say would happen.
I would appreciate
you
if you would let me finish the sentence.
You are straw manning. Don't say it's a straw man when you are the one that is making the straw man. That's opposite of how this works. I'll show the video on my stream as you don't want to see it. So anybody on my stream can see that this disproves what he is saying. Of course, using Newton's laws of motion.
Could you perhaps stream it here as well?
Yeah, absolutely. He said he didn't want to see it, but
I do, and I'm sure our stream does, just for context.
Sorry, one sec. So how do I do it? I've not streamed to Discord before. Give me one sec.
Right. So it's the button right above the mute where you mute yourself, and then it should be easy from there.
Share screen. Right, there we go. That works. So picking up my vMix feed. It's bloody made my vMix crash.
Look at his streaming software.
Sorry. Yeah, I need to stop streaming to you guys because that has just crashed my streaming software for some reason. It doesn't like to play with Discord.
It does seem to happen periodically to me too when I stream stuff.
Bugger.
It should be able to work the next time.
Computer runs
Sad, isn't it? Sad we ain't got no helicopters flying the ways you think on your model that you would draw, like 1 million helicopters flying. Like, do we got any sideways flying helicopters? Yeah.
Mark, can we wait until after with Hammer, and then we'll give you a turn if you mind. You don't mind, dude.
That's a D-mod reality drop.
When there's empty air, can't we? Come on.
You may need to give me just a second to restart here because my
See,
thing has
he's
turned
asking for space. That means we get to say whatever we want.
Right, give me 2 secs. Let me sort out my chat.
This has been
One of our 20 months. That was to check and see if it had vibrations during flight, and then we would adjust the main rotor weight and balance. But I turned on my mic and I forgot I turned it on. My bad.
No worries, man.
All right. Okay, so I'm not going to attempt streaming to Discord again because that crashed everything.
Okay.
Right. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, guys, watching the stream. I apologize for that. Hamsters running my tech and all that stuff. Right. Where were we? Hammer. What do you say about the fact that the helicopter uses the atmosphere that's moving with the Earth?
That was what was your claim in the video?
No, it was a different video. The video was just demonstrating the conservation of momentum. But I could show that another time. I'm not going to do that because it'd break my stream. So I'll just ask the question: what do you say to the fact that a helicopter uses the atmosphere for lift, and the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, meaning that there would be no disappearing off to the east or west or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice claim and all, but I mean, you're going to have to show evidence of the atmosphere moving with the Earth, number one, which you don't have. So
I've got lots of videos.
I mean, I can
and pictures
speculate
from
as to why it doesn't work on your model, but again, as I was trying to reiterate when you were interrupting me earlier, is that it's a straw man that you're putting on me to say it's what I claim the helicopter is going to do. That's what it would do in your model if it worked the way that you guys claim it does. Thank you.
No, that's a straw man of what would happen on our model, or a misunderstanding, one of the two. But I can show lots of evidence of the atmosphere moving with the Earth, and videos and pictures from space. The fact there is no 1,000 miles an hour wind at the equator. The atmosphere, if the Earth is rotating, which I've measured it to be, then the atmosphere is moving with the Earth. So your entire claim about helicopters is completely false, because it ignores the conservation of momentum and ignores the fact that the atmosphere is the medium by which the helicopter gains its lift. So you really should stop using that as an argument, because it fails on every single level.
Craig, did you just say level?
I did say level.
That's right.
I must be Bev.
Remember, you said level means curve last time we talked.
Yeah. Right,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Again, I can Merriam-Webster dictionary adjective 1 of 3, having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. For a further 40 plus citations, you could go to mctoon.net/level and see how surveyors and engineers have been using it for centuries. Yes, level in regards to the Earth. The meaning of it is curved. Of course, level has many meanings, but when you're talking about the Earth, it means following the curve of the Earth.
I've been getting all my information for years from Mattoon's site. I think his words are almost damn near biblical.
Well, it's just a bunch of he's collected all the great information that makes it very easy to do these arguments.
Yeah, he's pretty funny.
Funny looking.
He really believes what he says.
regular shit that I walk in on here. Biblical McToon? What's going on?
Hey, no thanks. We're doing an open round table with our buddy FTFE. If you want to take a stab at him, now's a shot.
Please don't stab me.
No, it's not, man. Stab you. I mean, it's just there's no need to stab you, man. It's just there's a contradiction, like just like you said, you know, everything's level, meaning horizontal, except for when you're talking about the Earth in its entirety, then level is curved. That's a contradiction. It's not like, oh, let me just tell you how simple this is. That's not simple. That's the problem. Yeah.
I mean, cool, level has many different meanings. If you look at level in the dictionary, there's, a whole bunch of different meanings because it's a word that has context behind it, and based on the context, it can mean different things. And when surveyors
when you say level means curved, you're saying it means the exact opposite, though. It has many different meanings. Plus, it has the exact opposite meaning of what it really means too.
Well, what do you mean? What it really means? That there is no what it really means because there is many different meanings for the word level.
So you're saying level could also means curve, which is the exact opposite of the meaning of the word level.
No, again, there is no meaning of the word level. There is lots of meanings of the word level. One of the meanings, when you're talking about Earth, backed up by the dictionary and other 40 plus citations, is that level means conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface. That's one of the meanings of level. There is many meanings of level depending on the context and usage of it in the language.
Well, how would they measure the curvature of the water, of the surface of the ocean? How do they measure that? Can you tell me?
How would they measure the curvature of the surface of the
ocean? How do they measure sea level?
Well, sea level is just a reference of, an elevation point.
Well, sea level is also would mean the curve of the ocean, because level means curve, right? So how do they measure this curve of the ocean, this sea level?
Sea level isn't the same as level. Sea level is just an elevation reference. That's it.
So ocean level is different than sea level then, right?
What?
What?
Ocean level is different than sea level?
What's ocean level?
The level of the ocean.
Yeah, it's a word.
In regards to what?
In regards to the ocean?
Yeah.
Its surface in regards to the ocean surface. You're saying it's curved.
Yeah, so
because it's conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
So my question is, how did they measure that?
How did they measure the curvature of the Earth? Well, I gave evidence of the...
No, how do they measure the curvature of the water that's conforming to the curvature of the Earth?
Well, they've measured the entire Earth, and that includes the water.
So you're saying the circumference, when they give the circumference of the Earth, they're talking about the water's surface, the water's level surface, which is conforming to the curve of the Earth?
Yeah, the water surface is part of the Earth, and when they measure, the entire Earth, that includes the water parts. I'm not sure what's the issue with that.
So do the water parts move simultaneously with the Earth parts, which also move simultaneously with the environment above the Earth, like the air, which you're saying is all moving in one body, right?
Yes, the water moves with the Earth as it rotates. What? Why wouldn't the water move with the Earth that's rotating?
Well, now you're asking me a question of why it wouldn't do something that doesn't even exist. You know what I mean? So how about put it this way: if I'm a lawyer for somebody who's being tried for murder, and I can prove to you that my client did not murder this person, I don't need to come up with the person who really killed this person in order to get my client out of jail. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and that's relevant to measurements of the surface of Earth. How?
So when you can't come up with something, you'll ask us like, you'll want an answer for why something is or isn't this way when that's not even our claim.
Well, you're the one that said it. You made the implication. You said, oh, so the water's moving with the Earth, which, maybe I made an assumption about what you meant, and if that's the case, I apologize. But for me, the assertion there was you were saying that the water doesn't move with the Earth, but within understanding the heliocentric model and reality as we know it, the water does move with the Earth. So I apologize. I apologize if I made assumptions about what you meant.
Well, the Earth doesn't move though. That's the thing.
Well, I've measured that
the water moves independently.
I've measured that the Earth moves. So
How do you measure that the Earth moves? How would you do that without an independent variable?
I used the pendulum.
Well, he just
quite
claimed
easy.
that the water moves with the Earth, meaning everything on the Earth's surface moves with the Earth. So how did you leave the Earth's surface to measure that the Earth is moving?
I didn't need to leave the Earth's surface. I used a pendulum.
Then the water that you're talking about is moving with the Earth or is not moving with the Earth?
Yes, everything on the Earth is moving with the Earth. Like if you're in a train.
Then how would you have a tide?
Tides are the
Why would
water
it go against
moving
it?
slightly,
away from the Earth's direction. If the Earth moves one way, a tide goes back and forth, right?
Wait, I've been doing one. Okay, tides are
And
independent.
actually what happens-
all right, Demok. Shh. Tides are independent movements. The tides, as they're happening, are also moving with the Earth. The entire body of water, including all of the movements, is moving with the Earth. This is. I don't know why we're arguing about this.
Why don't lakes
I
move like
wasn't
that?
arguing about it. I was asking how did you measure the movement of the Earth from the surface of the Earth if everything on the surface of Earth moves with the Earth?
I used a pendulum.
But it's on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
Moving
well, a
with the Earth.
pendulum's attached to the Earth via a pivot point and is a freely moving object.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
So
is that the
when
same way that you,
something is
measure
freely
the-
moving, the Coriolis applies a lateral force to the thing that is freely moving. So when something is
it a
freely
fictitious
moving,
force or a real force is applying a real force.
fictitious doesn't mean it's not real. The Coriolis applies a force, right, to freely moving objects, and depending on your position on Earth, the amount of Coriolis forces applied to a pendulum as it swings will be slightly different. And you can use this to measure the Earth's rotation and to accurately calculate your latitude on Earth. You can find where you are on the planet. Wait, hold on. You can find where you are on the planet just by using the drift of a swinging pendulum. You will know your latitude.
You haven't yet done that. You're working on that, right? Or you've
No,
done
I've done that at college, but I'm redoing it as a bigger experiment.
You just remember that somebody told you, said, look, and you don't remember how they did it, but you're going to try to redo it to prove it to yourself.
What do you mean? I don't remember how they did it. I did it myself at college, and I am redoing it on a much bigger scale at the moment.
Right.
Craig, remember when you said when you used to be in the Navy?
Sorry,
well,
sorry, you were really peaking there. Could you maybe move your mouth a little bit away from your mic?
Can you hear me better now?
That's better. Yeah. Sorry, it was a bit garbled.
Okay, so you said when you were in the Navy, you used to use when you were inside the ship navigating, you used to use a globe as navigation, right?
Yeah.
An actual globe.
Well, you would use things that are based on the globe. I mean, submarines used very advanced computer software that had a globe as its navigation.
You said you used one though as navigation.
When I navigated the ship, I used the globe. Not a physical globe in my hand, but I used the globe.
Oh, okay. So I thought you meant you actually had the globe inside the boat and you were using that to navigate with.
No, well, there's computer programs that contain the globe, which does most of the navigating calculations. But when you have to do stuff by hand, you use things that are based on the globe.
Yeah. So I mean, that was. I just wanted you to go back to explaining how you measure things that are moving with the Earth, separate from the Earth, and like, what do you orient it to?
So I explained what happens with the pendulum. It doesn't matter the orientation. If the pendulum is swinging backwards and forwards, it's a freely moving object, which means there's going to be a lateral force applied to it if the Earth is rotating. That's a fact.
The wind, freely moving against the air, freely moving
against anything. If it's freely moving, if it's going forward and backwards, which is what a pendulum does.
Is it a free fall, or is it freely moving, or is it like a free fall? Like what's free? What's freely moving?
Freely moving means that it's allowed to move.
Helicopter freely moving?
It can be, depending on which, if you're moving it through a horizontal plane. But when I mean the freely moving, I mean something that isn't just stationary, something that is actually moving about. If something
So we're
is moving
claiming that
about,
I'm saying you're claiming that it's detached now from the Earth's rotation.
it's attached
Free
to
from
the
the Earth.
Earth via a pivot point, right? Which allows it to maintain its position in 3D space
So I'm
as
going to
it's
imagine
swinging.
that. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I'm imagining what you're this, right? I'm imagining I have this huge 200-foot pendulum. Just let me imagine for a second. And I put it on like a pivot. I put it on like a pivot up, and now the Earth is spinning so fast that like the wind is blowing against the pendulum and allowing it to.
No.
Just kind of like just
The
kind
Earth's
of
not
flow
moving
backwards.
fast. It's going very slowly. And that's why the drift of the pendulum is very slow. So
you're saying, but is that what you're saying is happening? That we're hanging this pendulum in the air, and then the Earth is spinning, and then like maybe the wind or something's blowing against
No.
the pendulum
It's
and
the
allowing
Earth.
it, like,
The
to
Earth.
stay back there.
The Earth applies a lateral force because it's rotating. Because the Earth is rotating. If something is moving freely on an object that is rotating, there is forces applied to it laterally. Okay, which is what you can measure in a pendulum. As the pendulum swings backwards and forwards, all right, that's a straight line path. That's a freely moving straight line path that it swings backwards and forwards on. But what happens is, based on your latitude on Earth, that straight line path deviates. So if you were standing directly above the pendulum and looking down at it, right? Or if you were at the North or South Pole, as that pendulum was swinging, over 24 hours, it would rotate 360 degrees. All right.
I mean, that's what you keep saying, but like I'm looking at my ceiling fan right now. You ever seen a ceiling fan? It's got the strings. You got to pull the string.
Yeah, I didn't finish.
Like,
my
why is the
thought, but-
string not like doing anything? What's going on?
Sorry, why is the string not? What?
It's hanging from my ceiling fan. You know how you pull the light.
Yeah, it's
you
just
pull the
hanging.
fan
It's
on,
not
you
a
turn the
freely
light on.
moving object that's
No, it's
swinging
great.
backwards and forwards.
You ever seen the little balls that go in? You connect them. It's just like that, just like a pivot. What's
Yeah,
gonna
but
happen?
it's not. It's
What's
not
gonna
just
happen?
swinging backwards and forwards in a periodical
Alright, I'm gonna tap
motion that you can calculate the amount on. Right, is it right?
Let me know what to expect. Ready on 3. I'm going to tap it. Ready 1, 2, 3. I tapped it. What should I do?
Well, depend. What's your latitude?
I don't know. It's just swinging right now. It's going towards the TV and then back towards the back.
Well, I can tell you what to expect if I know your latitude. So you roughly.
I'm in the north. I don't know what to tell you. I'm in America.
You're in America. So let's say what, you're 45 degrees latitude, right?
That works. All right. All
right.
Hurry
So
up, it's slowing down. Hurry up.
So to calculate your latitude, what you need to do is figure out how long it would take for that swinging thing to rotate 360 degrees. All right. So let's say you were able to keep it swinging for 3/4 of an hour, right? And over that 3/4 of an hour, it drifted about 7 degrees from that straight line path. Okay. What you would then do is you can calculate the period of rotation, which is t, based on how much it drifted over how much time. And then all you need to do is take the sine of the period of rotation divided by 24, and it gives you your latitude on Earth. All right. What you would expect to see at 45 degrees latitude is in about 3/4 of an hour, it would drift between 5 and 7 degrees. So you would expect to see very, very, very little. But over enough time, you can measure the angle of drift, how much is drifted, and then applying Foucault's sine law, which I just told you, you can calculate your latitude on Earth. That's empirical evidence that there is a rotating body applying a force.
You keep going on with like that, the formula part that like everybody just blacks out, right? Because we're trying to figure out how it's detaching itself from the surface of the Earth, just like the oceans. You say don't detach, right? They spin with the Earth, right?
Oh, it's still spinning with the Earth. It's still rotating. It's still spinning with the Earth. The entire apparatus is spinning with the Earth. But
so that
because
one,
it's swinging backwards and forwards, right? It will maintain its position in 3D space. Hold on. Let me.
Please let each other finish.
Yeah,
Thank you.
If you want me to explain, I need to explain. Okay. So.
Well, I don't. You're going to go on with the thing I'm asking you to stop doing, right? You're just going to do it again.
You asked how it would do this, and I'm trying to explain that.
Asked it, right? It was a two-part question, right? So it was one. So let me just do the two parts, so you can really go far with it, right? But so the one part is how it's detaching itself from the surface, right? And then the step two, the other thing, what is it referencing? That's what I need to do. What is
Step
it referencing?
one, it's attached via a pivot point, which allows it to both keep rotating with the Earth whilst maintaining its swing relative to the axis of Earth's rotation. That's physics. That's what happens. If for instance, if you were to put a big pendulum on a roundabout, what I don't know what you call them in America, thing you stand about and it spins around.
Roundabout.
Right, and you spin that roundabout and then you start swinging the pendulum. Even though the entire thing was spinning, that pendulum would stay swinging backwards and forwards relative to where it started, right? Because that's what happens. The pivot point allows the swinging pendulum to maintain its swing relative to what it started swinging on. But because the Earth is rotating, and because the swing is relative to the axis of rotation, it can drift a different amount depending on the latitude on Earth. It's quite deep understanding, but that did answer your question.
Right, that's fine. All right, and then step 2, what is it referencing?
It's referencing the axis of Earth's rotation.
So you point the pendulum north? Is that
no, you don't need to point it anyway. The swing, the way that it swings is referencing the axial rotation of Earth, which is why it will drift a different amount depending on the latitude. So if it's directly above the axis of rotation at the north or south pole, the swing is going to be exactly relative to that rotation. But as it moves away from the north or south pole towards the equator, the swing is still relative to the axis of rotation, but it's now moved off of it at an angle, so that the drift will take a different amount of time depending on where it is. So the swing is always relative to the axis of rotation. That's what the drift is relative to.
The drift is relative to something. Yeah, I gotcha. No, that's fine. I got
so the thing is, right, really that you can use this to accurately calculate your position on Earth. Based on purely the drift of
the position. I mean, you
no, you don't need to know. You don't need to know your position, right? Yeah. Purely just from the fact. You could confirm it many ways, right? But let me finish my point. Purely just from the drift of a swinging pendulum, you can calculate your latitude on Earth, which shows that there is different forces being applied to that swinging pendulum based on its position on Earth. And those forces match up exactly with what you would expect Coriolis to apply if they were on a rotating body with dimensions and speed that we say. It's empirical evidence of what we claim.
Coriolis, right? So I just want to. I mean, you talk for a long time. It's great because you are being like
I'm an educator. It's what I do.
Yeah, that's great. But my questions were more about so Coriolis. I mean, I agree with. I'm not against Coriolis. I believe there is a Coriolis.
Yeah, okay. I never said you weren't.
Yeah. So, but you maybe have different ideas of it, right? But so it's just curious. It just is interesting to me, right? In a way, if you can take this, pendulum and swing it, right? But you're saying it's moving but separate from the Earth. I guess so, right? On a pivot, but I don't see anything else doing it. But then you can find your latitude, right?
Yeah.
And but then how do we get our latitude? How do we confirm that that's the correct latitude? Like, what are we using to reference? What's this? How do we reference this latitude?
Well, how do you find your actual latitude on Earth? Where you can just look it up and then see if it matches. Yeah. I mean, your address. You can go on Google and go, "What is my latitude?" and it'll tell you. Or you could take some measurements of the stars with a sextant and figure it out that way. But it will all match up to where your latitude is on Earth. Whatever city you're in America will have a particular latitude, and you will find that latitude with nothing but the drift of a swinging pendulum.
And then I confirm it with the stars?
Or GPS or Google or whatever however you would normally confirm what your latitude is. I don't know how you would do that. I don't know what your normal process of confirming your latitude is, but however you would confirm your latitude.
What you're putting forth is the idea that the pendulum is a natural object that will coordinate naturally. So no GPS or nothing, right? You're saying it's a naturally occurring phenomenon that will allow you to navigate according to and in reference and orientation to the stars. So
absolutely, and experiments show this to be the case. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying that there's some sort of Coriolis, like some sort of spinning that we reference this pendulum to, and we can find it according to the stars that we all see spinning above our heads. That's what you're saying, that the pendulum somehow can detect the stars. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said at all. I said the stars are an alternative way of calculating your latitude that can confirm the observations made by Coriolis being applied to a swinging pendulum.
And the only way to affirm this without the maps that are in question, etc. But the only way to do this just naturally is the pendulum will match the stars.
Or any other reference of what your latitude is.
What other reference that occurs naturally and spins at
Well,
the same
latitude is a polar coordinate system. It's not a natural thing. We've determined that there is lines of latitude and they're on the Earth. And you can find those lines of latitude accurately, which gives you your position on Earth with just the drift of a swinging pendulum, confirming what physics says would happen if we were on a rotating Earth.
Right. I hear your claim, yeah.
And again, it's not just a claim. It's something that I've personally done myself. I've verified this by doing the experiment. And, I wasn't a YouTuber back then. I was a uni student, so I didn't have camera gear and stuff to record it. But now I am, and I've got all that equipment, and I'm near somewhere that can actually do it. I'm going to do it.
Somebody did it for you. Yeah, like you said, somebody did it for you then. And I'm sure you'll when doing it yourself, you'll find it more interesting and maybe find out exactly how it performed for you then.
Well, no, I did it myself at college.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For a class, or you were a student?
Yeah, I was I've got a degree in physics, and it was part of my physics degree, as well as doing Cavendish and many other experiments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, everyone
That's
that's
a quick
ever
question.
done a physics degree would have done that, really. But yeah. Who am I talking to?
My name's Chris. Well, can you explain to a layperson why Coriolis affects the pendulum but doesn't affect the helicopter?
Oh, Coriolis would affect a helicopter if it was freely moving. Obviously, if the helicopter is just stationary, just hovering there, it's not going to have a lateral force applied to it, because Coriolis only applies to a freely moving object. Something just hovering there, isn't a freely moving object. A pendulum swinging backwards and forwards actually has a movement that will give a lateral force applied to it. If a helicopter is just flying perfectly north, for example, yeah, it's going to absolutely have Coriolis applied to it. However, the Coriolis force is so small that the fact that there's massive engines and corrections being made would negate that completely, because the Coriolis force is very tiny. That it's barely detectable, which is why it would take 24 hours for 360 degrees to happen at the North or South Pole.
Why do planes not have to account for Coriolis when they fly north and south?
Again, they do, but it's such a small force that it's negligible. The natural corrections being made to maintain the plane at a certain altitude, and direction would take into account the tiny forces being applied by Coriolis.
They don't take it into account. Like when someone manually flies a plane, they don't account for Coriolis and say that what if you are correct in the opposite direction of Coriolis? Then how would that account for Coriolis?
Again, the forces applied are so tiny that you would barely notice them. It would just be a tiny little correction that you wouldn't even notice happening. It's not like if you didn't account for Coriolis, the plane's going to go wildly off in another direction.
Would you notice or wouldn't you notice? You said barely, but then you said you wouldn't. So would you or wouldn't you?
It's so small that you would hardly notice it. It wouldn't be something that would even be perceptible to you, because the natural corrections that you were making as the pilot of the plane, or even the autopilot, the forces
You did
applied.
it again.
Let me finish. The forces applied are so tiny that you probably wouldn't notice them. Because of the natural corrections that are going on.
That's your final answer.
Guys, please.
You wouldn't then. That's your final answer?
They're so small that they'd be barely noticeable.
So you would notice them, but barely.
You just naturally correct for them. They'd be so small. It's like when you're driving along a road and you hit a little bump, you barely notice that you're correcting for it. But it would be 1,000 times less than that. Probably 1,000,000 times less than that. It's tiny. That's the point. The Coriolis forces applied are very small because the Earth is moving very slowly. So the forces applied are tiny.
Because if you flew a 5.5 hour flight south right, then you would, over the course of that 5.5 hour flight, there would be over like 3,000 kilometers that would have been corrected for.
Yeah, just naturally at every point they would be making corrections like they do for turbulence and everything else. In fact, the forces applied by turbulence would probably be more than the forces applied by Coriolis. You
It
wouldn't
doesn't matter
notice
though.
it.
My point is it'd have to account for it, right? Because if say you were correcting for wind or whatever, and you go to the right, but Coriolis would be it's supposed to be affecting you to the left. If you go to the right, you're not accounting for Coriolis. You would have to go to the right a little bit less to keep on your straight trajectory. But in reality, they do not do this. They do not actually account for it in reality.
Yeah, because again, the forces are so small. Just other forces in general would make it so that you would hardly notice what's going on. You would barely need to do anything. It would be like subconscious that it's so tiny. Even less than that. That's the point. It's the over time. So over that 5.5 hour flight, you're not going to notice a gradual thing that you're doing that's so tiny. It's just.
But they're not doing it.
Again, they're making corrections to maintain their elevation and their direction. That's it. They're making corrections, right? If they go off slightly, they correct, right? They don't care what's made them go off. They just correct. You can't say what they're accounting for because they're just accounting for everything that's going on, be it Coriolis, be it turbulence, whatever's happening. They're making constant tiny adjustments to account for these things. So the tiny forces applied by Coriolis to a plane as it's moving is going to be counteracted by every other little thing that's happening.
Okay, so we just don't. We have to pretend it's not there, and it's not factored into autopilot or manual flights, and we just magically get lucky. So what the question is then? Are you saying that the atmosphere, is being dragged with the Earth?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, friction's a thing.
Okay, so then the higher and higher we go, the faster the air would have to be moving, right?
Friction, yeah. There would be a slightly higher tangential velocity.
So what energy is being introduced to proportionally increase the speed? Because if there's not additional energy introduced, it violates the law of conservation of energy.
No, it doesn't. It's just dragging the entire thing around. The same as if you were to put a mixer into a bucket of water. The outside of that water would eventually be dragged around at the same speed as the inside of the water. Friction will make everything go around at the same speed eventually. Also, there's the fact that as the atmosphere formed, it was already on the Earth that was rotating, so had that motion imparted onto it naturally as it was forming, and the fact that there's been billions of years of gravity and friction, it's going to be making the atmosphere damn near exactly. Studies have shown that the higher up in the atmosphere there is a slight drag behind. It's very, very small, but it has shown that the very top of that we can detect of the atmosphere, that it is slightly behind, even though it's all rotating at the same time, it's like, slightly, bent back if you were to follow a column up. But
that's actually incorrect. So, for one, using fluid dynamics, like you can think of a blender, the stuff to the outside of the blender would be proportionately more and more behind the internal mechanism that's spinning. And then secondly, so what that means is as you increase in the atmosphere, you don't have material connecting yourself to the Earth. You just have freely flowing air, so fluid dynamics necessitates that for the top of the atmosphere to keep up with the Earth, it would have to have more and more energy proportionate to increase in altitude. Additionally, you said that they have proven that they have discovered that at the top of the atmosphere it goes behind it, but actually your model claims that there's something called super rotation on the Earth, and that the top of the atmosphere actually goes up to 30% faster than the bottom.
It's not the top, that's certain layers that are slightly below the top actually, and it only happens at certain points in the year when the atmosphere is extremely hot. In general, the atmosphere is a column with a bend slightly behind. Super rotation is something that happens in special conditions.
No, your model claims it's always happening. And
in special conditions,
so then, always. And what's the question is then, again, same problem. If the top of the atmosphere is moving faster than the Earth, then there has to be an additional energy introduced.
It's
so
not
what's
moving
the
faster
additional
than the Earth,
energy
it's moving the same speed as the Earth at 0.000694 RPM.
It's not. No, the top of the atmosphere moves ahead of the Earth according to the globe model.
No, that's certain patches of it due to super rotation do, and that's because of heating up of the gases.
It's the entire layer of the atmosphere.
No, it's not the entire layer of the atmosphere. I don't know where you got that from. Super rotation only happens at certain points.
Yeah, I got it from like Stanford, so I'll be happy to drop it. So you would have
sorry.
You would have to have a constant introduction of energy proportionate to the increase in speed, or it would violate the law of conservation of energy.
Could you show me the maths to back up that claim, please?
Yeah, sure. I'll get you this paper as soon as you give me the paper about the gyroscope claim. That's ridiculous. So
wait, sorry.
The point is that
you've got a paper that's that shows the maths behind what you've just said, that the atmosphere would require more energy to maintain it, even though friction and gravity has been dragging it along. You said you've got a paper that describes the maths as to how that doesn't happen. Is that right?
Of course
the
he doesn't.
maths are trying to explain it, but like Stanford admits that, and they even like Yale, they admit they don't know the answer yet. They don't know what causes super rotation in your paradigm in 2022. They admit they don't know what it is.
Yes, they do know.
Yeah, we do know super rotation's been studied for a while. We know exactly what causes it. I don't know where you got that from. It's heating up of gases in the atmosphere.
No, actually, that one of the theories is that solar flares play a role, but that there has to be an additional relationship potentially with the magnetosphere because it's so consistent and solar flares are sporadic and it's not directly proportionate to the increase of speed. Secondly, it's basic physics that if the top of the atmosphere is going faster than the surface of the Earth is rotating, then there would have to be more energy there to make it go faster than the Earth, so gravity and friction does not answer the question.
You're saying it's basic physics, but I would like the maths to back up the claim that it's basic physics, because basic physics actually disagrees with you.
It's called the conservation of energy and momentum.
Yeah, and those laws being applied mean that it would move the same thanks to friction and gravity and everything else being applied, and the fact that the atmosphere was already rotating with the Earth as it formed. The entire thing, the atmosphere and the Earth, as it formed, was rotating, which means it's still going to be rotating because there's nothing to stop it.
Exactly. If you apply the law of conservation of energy and the law of conservation of momentum, it would say that it would be moving with it due to this gravity well dragging it along, and there would be friction, so it would slowly get more and more behind the Earth as you increase in altitude. But your model claims that yes, just like a blender, it's called fluid dynamics. But according to your model, the top of the atmosphere actually goes faster than the surface of the Earth.
Okay, I'd like to respond to one thing you said there, that it should start going behind. No, there's no reason why it should start going behind. That would mean it would lose the momentum that it had as the Earth was forming and rotating. There's no reason for the atmosphere up there to lose its momentum because there's no force acting in the other direction. In a blender, there's the outside of the container that it's in as you're rotating that liquid. So right at the outside is going to be dragging along slowly. But if you have it going fast enough or long enough, you will notice that the entire thing pretty much goes at the same speed because the fluid is being dragged around with the rest of it. No extra force is being applied just throughout the entire thing. You don't need an extra force. So you're the one claiming that there needs to be an extra force. What maths do you have to back up that? Wait, hold on. What maths do you have to back up that claim that an extra force is required to keep the atmosphere rotating the speed it always has been?
Wouldn't that only be applicable in a perfect vacuum, which you guys abandoned? You don't think you have one anymore?
No one's ever said space is a perfect vacuum, and it's a bit.
No, but I'm saying as long as there's air there should still be some drag. Nothing should move with no drag for infinity.
Okay. So, Austin, do you mind if I respond to that, or?
I guess I don't know why.
I don't mean to detract. I don't want to take away from your guys' conversation, but just your point seems invalid to me.
It's not, and I can go through why it's not. But I don't want Austin and I. We've got thoughts in our head. I don't want us to lose that. If people don't mind Austin and I having a little conversation right now,
it's fine. My bad. If it's going to be a long-winded answer that takes away from your conversation, ignore me. Sorry. Austin, run with it if you think it's a good point.
I don't really, to be honest, because I don't think it's relevant. Like, the point is that, according to the globe model, as you go higher and higher above the Earth does slowly drag behind the Earth more and more. It's just their claim is that it's so little that it's not that significant, and you really wouldn't have to worry about it. But it does slowly drag behind it because of fluid dynamics, but that the gravity well keeps the atmosphere basically moving with the Earth. Okay, that's what they claim. Now,
Well,
the point that you would need more energy
well,
is
it's
if you're...
the friction as well. It's kind of the combination of the fact that the atmosphere was there as the Earth formed. Gravity is obviously pulling it towards the Earth, which is creating friction between the layers of the atmosphere, which is dragging it all around.
That's right. The friction comes from the gravity well, right? But like the point is that at the top of the atmosphere, they claim there's something called super rotation. Like they also claim it's on Venus, going way, way faster, right?
And
they claim we have it on the Earth as well.
Yeah, we see it in a lot
They
of
claim we
planets
have
with
it on the
atmospheres.
Earth as well. So if just based on the gravity well and friction, then it would be going basically with the Earth, but a little bit behind it. But if the top of the atmosphere is going significantly faster, I mean, it might even be up to 300%. If it's going significantly faster than the rotation of the Earth, then there's going to have to be more energy introduced to it because the gravity well alone would not do that, right? So that's called the law of conservation of energy.
How
There
do
must
you
be
know the
more
gravity well
energy.
wouldn't do that? What do you base that assumption on?
Because based on the gravity and the friction alone, it would just be moving with the Earth, and in fact, a little slower proportionate to altitude. Yet it's actually supposedly going significantly faster at the top, which means there have to be an external introduction of energy to make it go faster.
Oh yeah, no, the super rotation. Right. So you're talking about super rotation specifically, which isn't the exact top layer. It's a layer slightly below it. But again, super rotation is because of something else. What we've discovered is super rotation happens because of atmospheric expansion, because of certain areas getting heated more than others, and that because the atmosphere expands, it forces it to move faster. But that's only in certain areas and because of specific reasons, and it's not the entire atmosphere. It's bands of the atmosphere, and you know there is extra force being applied in heat and stuff that is causing that super rotation. But that's a separate thing to the atmosphere in general moving with the Earth.
It's a separate thing, but it's all interconnected. And so this is what your current paradigm's position is we don't fully understand super rotation on the Earth. The top theory that most people think may be a good theory, or at least play a role, is solar flares heat up the atmosphere. But since it's allegedly the entire layer going faster than the Earth, it isn't the full explanation because it isn't like a consistent introduction of extra energy, because solar flares are sporadic. Right, but I'm about to back out. I'm just going to say this is the conclusion. If you fly a plane north and south over 5.5 hours, you have to correct over 3,000 kilometers. In autopilot and in a manual, they don't do that at all. And if you did account for Coriolis, you'd have to know that and factor that in when you fly manually. And it would actually, you would have to correct more and more the higher you go, proportionate to altitude. And to explain super rotation at the top, you would have to have extra energy consistently introduced.
Okay, if you've got to drop out, Austin, I'd like to keep that there, and we can continue that conversation at another time. That's a good place to stop there, because I do have many questions that I'm going to listen back so I know exactly what to talk to you about next time.
Explain that super rotational speed on flat Earth, please.
It's just within a vortex.
Huh?
Also, don't believe stories of way up in the sky. Anyway, that's just what your paradigm claims.
Where's the energy for the vortex coming from? Where's the
What?
energy for the Where's the energy for the vortex coming from?
There's a huge vortex within the ether, and there's a source of energy somewhere external to the Earth,
Yeah.
seemingly around Polaris.
Where is that? Where is that source of energy?
I don't know. I can't go to Polaris, so.
What?
Yeah, it seems to be in the center, like how a magnetic field works. There has to be a vortex within a magnetic field, right? So we're in a toroid, and there would have to be a source of energy seemingly in the center.
Yeah. What is that source of energy? What is it?
Again, I don't know. It's illegal to go to the center. You can't actually go directly
It's
to
not
the
illegal
center.
to go to the Arctic.
I've been
No, it
there.
isn't.
Okay. You have not been directly to the North Pole, dude.
Oh no, sorry, I thought you were talking
Stop
about the South
lying.
Pole. I've been like to Antarctica, but you know the North Pole.
Okay.
Loads of people can go there all the time.
No. You can't. They claim that even flying over the North Pole is too dangerous because there's not like any infrastructure in place to rescue someone in case something happens, nor can communication be effectively accomplished directly in the center. So they claim that you can't fly directly over the center within 500 miles of each direction, according to the FAA.
I live in Minnesota, and back in the 70s and such, we had people here from Minnesota who would take a dog sled during the winter and travel to the Arctic, to the North Pole, on a dog sled.
To the North Pole, that's wrong.
I don't know if they went exactly to the North Pole. I think they probably did, but there's no law saying you can't.
Secondhand anecdotal.
Anyway, I'm actually going to interrupt you, Dinner. I'm just pointing out that you're asking where the source of energy would come from the center. We can't go there.
Austin does need to leave.
If you didn't go with
say
them,
that.
it is secondhand.
Yeah, peace out.
Yeah. Thank you, Austin. I appreciate the talk.
Thank you. It's it.
Do giants reside at the North Pole?
Well, Brenda's claiming that there's land at the North Pole. I think that's.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it? Do giants reside at the North Pole?
Witsit left.
Did they? Bollocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you hear them say Witsit was leaving?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he'd say I haven't been there, so how would I know? Giants.
There is no land at the North Pole, but it's frozen over during the winter. People from Minnesota took dog sleds and traveled to the Arctic region. There's no law.
The North Pole is more than 3,000 miles from Minnesota, so they took dogs 3,000 miles.
They told you that? That's all I want to
Giant
know.
dogs, probably, right?
You
Giant
can actually
dogs?
do. I live in Canada and I've been in the north extensively. Like I've been up to. I haven't been in Nunavut, but I've been there. I was in it when it was still in Northwest Territories before they formed it. I've been out there on dog sleds. You can go pretty far. I've never been to the North Pole. Apparently, there are trips that I can confirm. There are trips you can take that claim to take you up there. I've never personally been on one. I've only gone out polar bear watching a couple times. But you can go extremely far north. Like I hunt extremely far north. I have a hunt camp up there. You can go up there. It's just not like a common trip. There are polar bear watching tours that you can go on. They're pretty easy to find. You can Google them.
Well, if you could send me a photo of somebody holding a plumb bob, right, and holding their camera straight.
That would be secondhand. That would be secondhand information.
Hey, was I talking about? Was I talking?
No, Austin left.
No, I was talking when Brenda was cutting me off.
Yeah, please finish.
Right,
You're the one that cut him off,
a
Brenda.
photograph, right, of holding a plumb bob at the right below Polaris and taking a photograph of Polaris at their zenith. That'd be awesome to see.
Are you accepting photographs as evidence?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, I have photographs of the globe Earth,
Awesome.
taken by the astronauts on their trip to the moon. They turned around and looked and operated a manual camera, not a digital camera, but an analog camera.
Hasselblad camera.
Yeah, Polaroids from space. That's a cool. I'm just wondering if you have
Not a
one of those.
Polaroid. It's not a Polaroid. It's a Hasselblad.
Whatever, great.
Would you charter Northern Hunts to your cabin?
What?
The guy that's got a cabin north, would you charter a hunt there? Would you take people there? I pay to go caribou in Canada.
That sounds fun.
I'll do a chartered hunt. I pay.
With the North Pole, with the Polaris at their zenith.
All right. Who's next to ask me questions then? Let's do this.
Lou, did you have one for him?
I had a question, a point of clarification. Go ahead, Lou. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you go ahead, Napalm. Actually, no, whatever. It's, I was just with that point that Battlemod and him were going. Or, I mean, Witsit and him were going on. I thought that the point seemed relevant. I still do, but I don't really care anymore. Go ahead.
I'll get in after Napalm if that's cool.
Yep.
So you
I
made
got
the
a
claim
question for
that
third if I can.
Sure. So you made the claim that a blender within a fluid, that the fluid on the outside would eventually match the same speed or rotation as the blender in the middle. Do you have any examples of this with a you know, a liquid or a fluid with a very low viscosity
Not to
actually
hand,
taking
no.
place.
Not to hand,
So-
no, but I've done experiments in the past with very low viscosity fluids and stuff. So you know, it's something that I've seen happen. That's why I said it.
With
But
a,
no,
with the whole of the,
I couldn't
the
present you
motion,
with a video
meaning
or
there was
anything. But my
Right.
point is that you know, there's friction obviously in the bowl on the outside, right? So it's unlike with the Earth's atmosphere, it's never going to be exactly the same, but it's going to be really, 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 really close. And the longer it goes, the more the friction is dragging the fluid around, the more that all that fluid is going to have the same rotational velocity. But you know, with the Earth, there's nothing stopping the outside of the atmosphere. There's no friction against that, so there's nothing to stop it moving with the rest of the stuff.
I mean, that's
Maybe
the
use
claim, but
maybe use a
we have no
rotating.
direct evidence.
Maybe you rotate a bowl of water. Would that be enough for you? You could actually rotate that at a fairly constant speed, and eventually the water would all be spinning at the exact same.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. You're right. You know, if you were like to hold a bucket by the handle and just like hang it from a rope and spin it, the water would spin with the bucket. You know, it wouldn't just.
Dan coming in to help FTFE. Was Napalm done? I wasn't sure if people decided to overtalk him.
Oh, sorry. Was
Yeah,
that two
no,
different
I'm-
people
I'm
talking?
finished.
I'm sorry. I thought
Okay.
that was
Yeah.
still Napalm talking.
He
No,
speaks
that's
very slowly,
Xanax.
right? He
He's,
chooses.
he's
yeah.
a habitual overtalker, man. So Xanax can't help but overtalk me. It's just his nature.
I'm trying to behave. I hope you all realize that I am trying my hardest to behave, right?
Like, I think you've been
Yeah,
on
no, you're
perfect
fine.
behavior. Actually, this has been the least dumpster fire we've ever had. So this is great. Xanic, don't add to the flames.
If you want a dumpster
No, I
fire,
just
just
added a
just
simple
unmute
comment.
them up
I
and we
think
can get that burn in. But you know.
For anyone
does
for anyone
anyone
who's
here
interested in
believe?
looking at it, I'm going to post. This is swooparctic.com. If you want to go to the North Pole, you can go in June, July. There's a very limited number of trips there. Less than 1,000 people go up every year. It's usually nuclear-powered icebreaker, or you're flying in. But that is the company that you would want to use. It's reputable. I use a different travel company if I'm up there, but to do like polar
You
bear
can
watching and
charge-
shit like that company goes there.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, you can charter a trip there and you go where they take you. But what he was talking about was free movement.
Yeah, but
Does anyone
can
here
we get
believe that
somebody on
the
that?
Nephilim reside in the
Confirmation
North
with,
Pole?
kind of a non sequitur.
Does
yeah, if we
anyone
could
here
get
believe-
somebody on one of those excursions with confirmation via like a sextant
But
or
that
something
dude
like that, where
moderate.
we can get the pole star at direct zenith, right? That would be pretty cool if we could confirm
Hey,
that.
there was somebody trying to talk, bro. Moderate.
Well, it's
Go
Napalm
ahead.
and then it's Hammer. Hammer's on the list to talk next. So.
We are moderating, but interrupting to say moderating wasn't helping, dude. Sorry.
Right, who's next? I hear the Hammer wants back in.
Yeah, just real quickly, you made a claim talking about Coriolis that would be similar to the minor corrections that a pilot would make for turbulence. I just wondered if you could expound upon that.
My point was that the forces applied by Coriolis to a moving plane are so small that everything else would outweigh it. You know, forces from a small bit of turbulence, forces from a small bit of wind. You know, it's all going to outweigh the tiny, tiny, tiny bit of force applied by Coriolis. So the natural adjustments that you're making for everything is going to include that. Does that
I'd like to
clarify?
get a question in if I can.
Yeah, I think Montreal is next. I just wanted to finish up with this. So are you saying that a pilot does or does not correct for turbulence?
No, of course a pilot corrects for turbulence. But my point
how,
is that
how exactly does a
Wells
pilot correct for turbulence?
well, if turbulence takes the plane off of the course, then they readjust the plane to get back on the course. Right? So
That's
they
your
adjust-
understanding?
What the pilot's
You're
gonna have a
recording
course
this,
that
right?
he's
Shane?
flying, right?
You're recording all this? I just
The
want to make
pilot's
sure.
going to have a course that he's flying, right? And if there's some turbulence that takes the pilot off of that course, he's then going to adjust to get back on that course, right?
Yes, we're recording, Hammer.
I just want to make sure. Go ahead, Southeast Montreal. Thank you for expounding upon that. Appreciate it, sir.
Thanks, bro. Fight the Flat Earth. This is SC. You told me a few months back, if you remember, that you thought the surface of the Earth was 2D.
Yeah, the surface of a
Still
sphere
hold that opinion?
the surface of a sphere is two-dimensional. That's just how shapes work. Are you going to go around a bunch of semantic stuff? I don't understand.
No, I didn't ask you a sphere. I asked you specifically. You said the surface of the Earth was 2D, correct?
The surface. Well, no, I said the surface of a sphere is 2D.
I'm pretty sure you said the Earth.
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Okay, so how can you have a 2D sphere then?
Because the surface of any shape is two-dimensional.
Can you have curvature on a 2D surface?
Yeah,
actually, yes, you can.
Yes,
Yeah,
actually.
I don't.
Can you draw a curve on a piece of paper?
A Poincaré circle is curved and it's two-dimensional.
A Poincaré circle, Brenda? Come on, surely you're joking, right?
So do you think FTFE needs Brenda to step in or what?
Poincaré was a French mathematician, and he developed something called the Poincaré circle, which is you have seen in Escher drawings, right? It has curvature. It is a hyperbolic surface. But
we're talking about a sphere, not a circle, Brenda. A sphere.
You specifically asked about circles.
No. I said a sphere.
No,
I said, Greg, do you remember when you said a 2D sphere? The Earth is the surface of the Earth is a 2D sphere? That's what I said, Brenda. Nice try.
The surface of all geometric forms is n-1. So the surface of a sphere is 3D, minus 1 is 2D. It's a 2D surface embedded in a 3D object.
Yeah, a surface.
Greg,
a surface has zero thickness, right? So it's two-dimensional. The entire shape, the entire sphere, is 3D, but the surface of any shape exists in 2 dimensions.
So you have a 3D sphere with a 2D surface, correct?
This is how mathematics and geometry works. Yes. Is that okay? Do you disagree with mathematics in general?
Okay. No, it's not okay, sir. No.
So you do disagree with mathematics then?
No, I disagree with your assessment. You think that a 2D surface can curve.
Yeah,
so,
the surface of any shape is 2 dimensions.
Let me finish, Greg. Don't get triggered. Are you saying we can have a hump or a drop, that's elevation change, by the way, on a 2D surface?
Yeah, so if we're just talking about the surface of a sphere, the surface of any shape is 2-dimensional. It exists with zero thickness. It has 2 dimensions, no more. That's it.
Right. So how can you go
again? Let me clarify. This is what mathematics says. This is how you describe shapes and surfaces of shapes. I'm not saying a sphere is 2-dimensional, but because the surface of a sphere has zero thickness, the surface doesn't have a thickness. It exists in 2 dimensions. The surface of a shape is 2D.
Craig, you might want to help him a little bit and just say, look, we're talking about spherical geometry, where that 2D surface has a curved shape. It is a 3-dimensional object.
Yeah.
But the math he's using is 2-dimensional. And I know where you're going, SC. I got you loud and clear. You got a surface, you got a sphere with no depth, no volume, just looking at the surface, you're saying, well, if I can look at that thing, it's 3-dimensional. You're right. But the math that determines its shape is spherical geometry, which says that one dimension, that single dimension, that is the surface, going north or south, can be curved. That might help you a little
So
bit.
you're saying, Zanuck, you're agreeing with them, with Brenda and with Greg, that a 2D surface can curve. So is that what you're saying, really?
Yes. Yeah, because spherical geometry works out. I'm just trying to help you because I know what you're thinking, and I know where Craig's going too. I'm just trying to be a mediator there. Say, yes, It's a 2D surface because that's how spherical geometry works. It defines that surface as being curving with some curvature rate. But if you're going to take a picture, if you're going to actually look at, if you're looking at,
I didn't come here for
finish.
I came for FTFE, not you.
So the surface of an eight-dimensional sphere is 7 dimensions.
What, Brenda? You outdid yourself once again.
Yeah, the
surface
I thought
of
what I did was useful. I don't know, maybe not. Does everyone?
It was.
understand what I'm saying?
And maybe this will help, maybe not. The surface of an eight-dimensional, take an eight-dimensional sphere, its surface is 7 dimensions because it's n minus 1.
My God, Brenda, you truly don't believe that. Does anybody here believe that? Anybody?
Belief is irrelevant to mathematics. Someone in my chat made a good point. In addition to the fact that it's got 0 thickness, you can actually locate any point on the surface of a sphere with only 2 coordinates. Right?
As long as you presuppose and know that it's a sphere first.
Well, yeah, we were talking about presupposing is irrelevant, right? You can find the position on a sphere with only 2 coordinates. That means it's 2-dimensional.
So what? I'm just talking about position.
Presupposition is completely irrelevant, especially when your mathematics are based on a presupposed globe, i.e. 7/6r, where r represents the radius. Just as an example, you don't have to explain anything. I'm just rendering it with an example. Thanks.
I just wanted to make my point. I'll back up, give the mic to somebody else. They're delusional. Everybody saw that, right? They're saying a 3-dimensional sphere has a 2-dimensional surface, yet you can go up and down and curve on it. I mean, it's fantasy.
100%. Like use angles like trigonometry, 3 angles, 3 straight lines to observe mathematics on a globe, a model globular surface. My ass.
What now?
Well, SE was talking to you at FTFE. If Brenda and Xana could just chill a little bit. I didn't really understand what he was describing at SE.
Well,
you didn't understand what I described?
Just disagrees with the fact that the surface of a shape is 2-dimensional. I mean, yes, that sounds wrong when you hear it, right? But at any level of mathematics, that's how you are taught to describe a surface. You know, that's why you can use a 2-dimensional coordinate system to find a position on the surface of a sphere. The sphere is 3-dimensional, but the surface of any shape exists in 2 dimensions. This is just a fact of mathematics.
2D is just a concept, right? Right, Fight the Flat Earth? 2D is just a concept, right?
2D is just a concept. Did you just say that?
Yes, I did just say that. Would you like me to repeat it?
Having 2 dimensions of something is just a concept.
Correct. It's just a concept. Did you not know that? Were you not aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware that 2 dimensions is a concept.
Well, you might want to have a look at that then.
Yeah, you might want to
look at... Because we live in a 3D world.
You might want to have a look at, what the surface of a shape is, you know?
Yeah, you might want to do that, and you will find, sir, that nothing you've ever seen, touched, even thought of is, maybe thought of, maybe you can think of a 2D, but nothing you've ever experienced in your life, Greg, if I may call you that, is 2D.
No, daddy to you.
Yeah. And surface area is way different than volume. When you have 3 dimensions, i.e., 2 dimensions right now, let's talk about x and y, x going left to right, y going up and down. Adding the 3rd dimension being the z-axis gives things perspective. You guys seem to always relate things to a 2-dimensional observation.
That's not what perspective is. Perspective
Have you ever seen anything in 2D, Brenda?
Yeah, we see everything in 2D.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's how seeing works.
Are you kidding me? When a car drives towards you, you see it in 2D. You silly boy.
Yeah, your brain extracts information by binocular vision. By binocular vision, your brain extracts a 3-dimension image information from.
What if I look at a clear square?
Hang on a second, Demont. Angular resolution happens what now? How do you bring angular resolution on an observation on a two-dimensional plane? Please.
Go ahead, Democracy. You haven't had a turn yet. You can go for it, man.
Please.
I was just going to say that if you get a clear square or a clear sphere, what would you be looking at? You wouldn't be looking at the clear three-dimensional object in front of yourself, seeing all accounts of the of it. Well, what's going on there, Brender?
Well, if something's invisible, it's invisible. That's kind of irrelevant to the conversation.
No, clear, like a clear plastic square in my hand, Goofy.
Yeah,
a clear
so
piece of
it's kind of
plastic. I didn't
invisible,
say
right? You can see
invisible.
through it.
Are
So
you magic?
So
What do you mean
can see,
invisible?
so you can see through something
What the fuck are you talking about?
Sorry,
What's
one at a
invisible?
time.
Is it clear or is it opaque? Which one is it?
Nobody said invisible, Superman.
Is it clear or is it
A
opaque?
piece of plastic. You know what a water bottle's made of?
Yeah, and you can
That
see through it,
material,
right?
goofball. Yeah, so you see it's 3D, goofball.
Yeah, and the surface of it is 2D.
Yeah, case closed.
Yeah, and the surface of it is 2D. Because
It's a
the
3D
surface
fucking
of shape.
object. You see all of it. You see
Yeah.
through it to see the other side. You
Yeah,
see the
and
area of
you're
all
still
of it.
seeing in
You see
two
all
dimensions
6
because that's
sides
how
of
your
the
brain
cube
works.
that's clear. You
Yeah.
see all 6 sides of this clear cube, stupid. Shut
Right,
up.
so I
that
can
might
draw.
not be the case.
I can
for
draw
demo.
a clear cube on a piece of paper. That clear cube will
I
still
don't care
be
what
in
you're
2
doing on
dimensions.
paper. You can draw your globe on paper too. Does that make it a ball? I want a clear object in your hand that's a square, Goofy.
I
a
don't
clear
care what
Rubik's
you want,
cube.
Demok, because
And
what
tell
you
me that you
need
can't see
is a
it.
mental asylum.
No, you said that's one-dimensional. You
Hold on
got
a
a
second.
one-dimensional cube in your hand. That's funny.
No one ever said one-dimensional
ignorant.
cube.
How many dimensions is your paper?
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Craig, how are you possibly going to claim a cube when a cube has 3 dimensions, length, width, and height? It is a volume. You have to calculate volume with 3 dimensions, my friend. Not
Okay,
just
well,
2.
I am right now drawing a cube.
You can listen,
Right.
you can represent a cube, right, on
So
a piece
that's
of
a clear
paper
cube.
because a piece of paper is a planar object, right?
Right,
You can
right.
reduce
So
the
does that look
observation
3D or 2D?
to the observation
Because
of a 2D
looks
plane.
3D to me, but it's 2D.
However, again, a cube is the illustration of length, width, and height because it has a volume. Do you understand that? You can't say that a cube is a 2D dimension.
I never said a
Or a
cube is a
2D
2D dimension.
plane. Sorry, a 2D plane.
I never said a
Oh,
cube
geez.
is a 2D plane.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Nope. Nope.
Not once did I say that at all. I don't know where you got that from. I said the surface of
What
any
did
shape
you
is
say?
2-dimensional.
What did you say a cube can be shown as?
Well, I can draw a cube on my 2D board.
Right? Now,
So is that a
the
cube? Is
illustration
that a
of-
cube or right? Have I drawn a cube or not?
You drew it on a cube. You reduced the cube, right, to the observation on a plane piece of paper, right?
Yeah. And I never said
Now-
that a cube is 2-dimensional. I never said that.
I'm sorry, appealing to the court or the panel, if you will. Did this man not say a cube, 2D plane?
He said we see in 2D.
Yeah.
He was describing how an image of a cube, or the way we see a cube, is in 2 dimensions. Saying you could draw it.
Right. Now, again, I'm going to say that when you look at the definition of a cube, right, the difference of a square or a cube, a square has 2 dimensions, length and width, right? A cube, when you introduce the 3rd dimension of height, makes it a 3-dimensional object. This is my point.
But you're not taking into account that when you draw it out on a 2D plane, you are referencing a 3D object in 2D.
What is the volume of the surface of a sphere?
Good question.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
We're not even at that point
Yeah.
either.
What is the volume? What is the volume of the surface of a sphere?
Okay, we were looking at a cube again, right? We are looking at a cube which
Okay, what's the volume of a
square-
surface of a cube?
Yeah, I was about to say, you could just switch the shape to a cube and go, what is the volume of the surface of a cube?
So a cube has 6 sides, right?
Yeah. And what's the volume of the surface of that
Right.
cube?
And they're all even, aren't they?
Yeah, so again, what is the volume of the surface of that cube?
It's literally one-sided cube to figure out the volume of that.
No,
and if you wanted to figure out surface area of that,
it's a simple question. What is the volume of the surface of the cube?
What size of a cube are you using?
Times the faces, my guy, which would be 6 to this. It would be the length cube. It would be length to the power of 6.
Yeah, there's no volume to the surface of anything.
It's 0. Thanks. I know this. This is why I said to you, it's the 6 faces, my friend. I've never.
Yeah, and the 6 faces still have 0 volume.
My friend, please understand that in order for it to be a cube, right? The beginning of this conversation is in order for it to be a cube, you have to give it a third dimension. And in order for things to be real in real life,
no one's arguing that. We're talking about the surface.
Yeah,
right, listen to the words coming out of my mouth, all right? Please, I'm going to reiterate the question as clearly as I possibly can. The surface...
No, we're not making it. It's okay.
Hold on.
Hold
on, let me
finish.
No,
you're...
Right, I'm going to finish the question. Right, I've started, so I'll finish. The surface of all 6 sides of that cube, what is the volume of them, and how would you calculate it?
Can I pour water on a flat surface and expect water to be
Why
retained
did
on
you
the
answer
surface?
a question with a question? Please just answer the actual question.
Because your question is dumb. It's like
no, my
getting
question
water
is a question. Right? Don't jump around it. I'm not letting you just jump around. There is a specific question I want answered right now. What is the volume of the surface of that cube? All right? Assuming that each side of that cube is 1 meter. Right, every side of that cube is 1 meter. What is the volume of the surface of the cube, and how would you calculate the volume of just the surface of that cube?
Understand.
If you don't answer, I'm going to just ask the question again.
How can you calculate the face volume of a face?
Exactly! You can't! Because the surface is 2 dimensions.
Dumbass question, McToon.
Get water to stick
I'm not
to the
McToon, dipshit.
You sound like him.
I sound nothing like him. I'm a dude from fucking Bristol in Scotland. He's from fucking America. We sound nothing alike.
Oh, you're a nutsack.
But maybe water to stick to the surface of a ball. I'm still confused. Or sorry, stick to the surface of a cube. I'm still confused. This is why I asked you. It's like getting water to stick to the surface of a ball, which is your globe. Your question is the illustration of your fallacy of your observation of the model.
I don't think you know what fallacy means, because that word did not belong in that sentence.
Anyways.
Again, I don't care how much you guys want to argue about this fact. The surface of any shape in existence is 2-dimensional. That's it. There is no argument about this.
Only in your brain, my friend.
No, in
Only
reality.
In your brain.
This is a fact.
Yeah. You ask any maths professor in the world, and they will tell you that the surface of any shape is 2-dimensional. Your ignorance on this subject does not change that.
So ask him to remove, when you get a flat tire,
one at a time.
Let me tell him something. Hold on. Ask him, when you get a flat tire, get a 2D thing to take off your 2D bolt. Okay?
Right, that's nonsensical.
Yeah, nice straw man there, dumbass.
No, because you're talking ridiculous. There's no such thing as 2D. It's a concept. Get it out of your mind, my friend.
You know what is a concept? Essie Montreal, you know what is a concept? Your high school diploma.
All right, let me help out. Let me help this out and say, because whoever was talking to before, I think it was Hammer. He himself, you said that the cube is made up of 6 squares. That's the sides of the cube. Squares are 2-dimensional. The surfaces are 2-dimensional squares. However, the only other point I was going to make about that is also when you make a measurement of the surface area, it's going to be referencing square feet, square meters, because it's a 2-dimensional result. But
Exactly.
That's why it's a clear object that you can see through. You can see all sides from through the other side. And therefore you can get all your 6 sides and add them if you want. You can see through the fucking object in your hand. A clear Rubik's Cube, right? A clear red one, a clear green one, a clear plastic one, a clear blue one, a glass one. So you don't comprehend that the way I turn this glass looking like a diamond shape one way, but it's a cube, because it's, you don't understand that's 3D? Are you okay? McToon's nutsack?
No one here is called McToon. And
You're
again, I don't know why this
McToon
concept is
is
difficult for you guys to understand. The surface of
I thought
any
you guys
shape
were twin
is
brothers.
two-dimensional. Two-dimensional.
You and
Surface
McToon-
is 2D.
You and
Like,
McToon are two-dimensional.
I think we can move away from this discussion now, because every maths professor and teacher in the world is having some kind of aneurysm listening to this.
Yeah, when they draw cartoons of McToons, we know. Flat tune.
If we could attack ideas, not the people. Thanks, guys.
I'm saying cartoons are flat, that's all, I'm sorry.
Homo Habanus discovering his opposable thumb says what? Computer.
Your grandma did who?
You. That's the opposite
your
of what
grandma
I just
did you,
said, guys.
dude. That explains a lot.
Anyway, I liked it.
How old is your
I liked
grandma,
it.
and can I get her number?
liked
I'll take your
it.
grandma's
It's
number.
fine.
Yeah, I'll pass you a number.
Exactly.
I've been seeing her on the side.
She's beautiful.
She's
I love
88,
it.
but please don't break her hip
Can we
again.
just see Emmett pulled out his own teeth because he thought there was tracking devices implanted in them by the CIA?
Well, this is weird, right? You talked about helicopters going around a sphere or the model of a ball, but yet how many different directions or ways do you have a helicopter flying besides vertical?
Well, a helicopter flies in 6 axis.
A helicopter supposedly flies everywhere around a sphere.
Yeah.
How does it do that? Draw that for me. How it does that?
Axis.
Yeah, using 6
Can you
axis.
draw that? Which way does the helicopter do
Wait,
it?
hold on.
Which way is it doing
One
it?
sec,
Are you
one
going to draw
sec,
it or
one
not?
sec, Demok. Is it axis or axes? I need to get this right.
Axis C's is what I always thought it was.
Axis C's. That doesn't sound right.
It's non-existent. Every helicopter flies vertical, regardless.
Well, never mind.
Regardless.
Anyway, yeah.
I've never heard Axi, so.
Yeah, no, that doesn't
It's
sound right either,
axes.
does it? Axes, right?
Axes.
Okay.
Just axes.
Axes.
Can I watch the bottom of a helicopter fly around the globe while it's flying around it? Can I see the bottom of it?
Can you
Is
what?
it
Sorry,
bees
Demok?
or is it bees or beeses?
What?
Is it bees or
Horizontal air
beeses?
bubbles.
Bees, yeah, you're right. Right, sorry,
We need horizontal,
Demok's trying to ask a
helicopters,
stupid question. Let's listen to
horizontal
what
air
Demok's
bubbles.
saying.
We need horizontal helicopters, 33-degree helicopters, 45-degree,
Right, no, he's
90-degree
broken.
helicopters.
No, Demok's broken. Sorry, he's
Horizontal
broken.
bubbles. Do you know how a sphere works?
Yeah,
If you're on a sphere and the sphere is surrounded by water and you let air go everywhere around that sphere, wouldn't little air bubbles release in every direction away from that sphere?
Gravity would say no.
So, you're what?
Gravity would say no.
Gravity says air bubbles aren't going to move every way from the surface of the dirt around a sphere surrounded by water.
Gravity says they'll go vertical. We've already been over this.
The gravity
So a
fallacy.
sphere can only, so on the sphere, you've only got bubbles that only go up from a half portion. Let's draw me this for me real quick. Show me that. Show me how vertical works on a ball only.
Up
with the
is
air
a way.
bubble where you're standing.
Demok,
Show me where they come from. Hello,
listen.
can you
Demok,
draw this or not?
Demok, listen.
Hello?
Demok,
Are you
listen.
okay?
Demok, listen.
Listen to your non-drawing. I need a drawing to go with your bullshit lie.
I'm not going to draw right now. I just would like you to listen. Up is away from
To imaginary shit.
Nope. Yeah, okay. Up, Demok, is away from the center of the Earth.
Draw your
That's
air
it.
bubbles, leave the water in every direction, and show me how they're leaving vertical again. Because vertical doesn't exist on a sphere, right?
No, it
so
does.
how is everything fucking being vertical? Where? How many verticals are on a sphere? On a circle? A sphere?
Infinite.
A sphere. A sphere. Infinite on a sphere.
Yeah.
Read the definition right now. How many verticals are on a sphere for us all? Read that for us, dumbass.
You can have
Hello?
infinite verticals on a sphere.
You have no verticals on a sphere.
Like
none. So why is everything vertical on your fucking imaginary sphere
You can
when
take
you
a
have
sphere
no verticals on a
and
sphere?
have
And on a
a
sphere,
vertical there
everything would go at
and a vertical
angles.
there.
You would have diagonal.
They're
Shut up
both
for a minute, dummy.
verticals.
I'm trying to teach you something,
They're
dumbass.
both I don't think you're capable of teaching.
Verticals on a sphere. None.
Vertical, you're pointing away from the center of that sphere.
Everybody Google how many verticals are on a sphere. The answer is a big fat ass black zero.
I'll tell you what else you can. Tell you what else you can Google is the shape of the Earth. Right? If we're using Google, you can just Google what shape is the Earth.
Have a shape, you dumbass.
All right, hold up,
Definitely
hold up. FTFE, we have a lot of Globers here. We've kind of been keeping a lid on. Do you want them to hop in at any point? Is it open forum now, or do you want to keep it just Flat Earth?
Yeah, bring them in. We want videos of horizontal air
Thank you,
bubbles.
Craig. Thanks, Craig.
Yeah,
come on,
man. Just before you do, I just want to say thank you for looking after this and moderating it and everything. I'm having a lot of fun. I think you've got another hour and a half before your next thing, so I'm happy to be around for like another hour or something. But yeah.
Oh, I already moved it for you, Craig.
I'm also happy to open it up to the rest of the floor.
Excellent.
Although Demok, I'd like him to come on my channel for a 1v1 because that would be more fun.
Did you guys already do that?
Why? So you can mute me? So you can fucking mute me and not play your video that versus mine? Because you don't have a video that shows how mine's wrong, how your imaginary fucking
your
sphere
video
works.
showed how it
you
was
don't
wrong,
have a
but
physical demonstration.
But anyway, like you just said, Demok, let's give respect to the server. We've just said we're going to open it up to
I
other
haven't got my sentence out yet.
Yep, yeah, well, that's fine. That's probably better for everyone, to be honest.
Demonstration.
Demok, it's probably better if you just stop talking for everybody.
Can we
please, other
Can we ask Demok to give Can we give him a statement and then withdraw for a while, Demok? Is that cool?
Yeah. He wants a shit show with no demonstration. Are you talking to me or him? I'm sorry.
Really? Come on, Demok.
Demok, like if you want to just give your final statement and then withdraw for a while, I think that'd be cool.
Okay, you want me to give mine? I got you. Okay. Yeah, he wants a shit show because he won't demonstrate how my spherical demonstration, how I show him the portion of the sphere acts or reacts in reality. A 3D portion of a sphere is going to have a tilting object. There is no drop without tilt. A helicopter, well, I'm almost done. A helicopter has to fly all directions. Sideways, upside down, right side up, every fucking direction from a fucking L. From 0 degrees to 90. Now listen, I don't care about your cartoon Dr. Seuss words. Listen, and bubbles need to do the same thing. Bubbles need to leave horizontally to leave the fucking surface of a globe water, and vertically at the same time, if we're on a ball.
Okay, so your point...
No, they don't. No, they don't. Bubble flies vertically.
Yeah, he tries to play...
Can we let Craig
he tries to...
respond?
Okay.
No, I don't really understand even what Demok is saying. So I'm happy right now just to open up to another Glober. I think we should keep it the way that it's been, kind of trying to have one person talk and one person respond. So, I'm happy to just sit on the sidelines for a bit, and if someone wants me to join in the conversation, I'm happy to.
Excellent. Time for the Xanax show. Come on, bud.
I'm going to smoke a bong because I fucking need it. Oh, can I fucking say, by the way, 1,000 people watching on my channel. 1,000 people watching on the channel. You are fucking awesome, everybody.
Hey, before you go, can you answer one more question before you hit the bong?
42.
All right. Which direction is down?
Towards the center of the Earth.
Party's gonna start. Aw, come on.
So now, does that mean down is every direction? Fight the Flat Earth?
Okay, let me give another definition. Down is towards the point where time goes slower.
Oh boy, that's even worse than I thought.
Okay, so you told me that the observation of a construction plumb bob in Canada is different than the observation of a construction plumb bob in Australia.
That's what they think.
Sorry, was that to me?
Right?
Plumb bobs deviate, plumb bobs around the world aren't all horizontal to each other.
I'm a Glober. I have a question for Craig, please.
Yes, Brenda.
But I was.
Yes, Craig. The vector down to the center of the Earth. What happens to that vector when you reach the center of the Earth?
If you're at the center of the Earth, Brenda. There is no more down. If you're at the center of the Earth, you would have an equal pull all around you of mass, and you would technically be weightless.
Thank you.
And when do you start going up? Fight the Flat Earth?
When do you start going up?
You reach the center now, like Brenda said. You start floating, right?
You wouldn't start going up ever. You would need enough velocity or inertia to go past the center and keep going. If you were at the center, that's it. You wouldn't go anywhere else because you would have no weight. You would have no way to create a force to move any direction.
But let's say you had a magic machine that could make you still go that way.
Essie, I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question. At the center of the Earth, every direction is up.
Yes.
Thank you, Brenda. That's all I wanted. Thank you. You heard it, guys. Every direction is up and every direction is down.
No, that's not what I said. You're misrepresenting.
No, that's not what that was said at all. It's when you're at the center of the Earth, every direction is up from the center of the Earth. There's
and no direction is down. There is no down at the center of the Earth.
There's nothing. Nothing was stated about a down. You added that.
Okay, let me rephrase it then, because you guys are being shifty, right?
That's
what
not
I'm hearing
shifty.
Canada, right?
That's speaking the truth of what was said, not being
so
shifty.
you shouldn't be scared then of my next question, my next scenario. It shouldn't scare you at all.
Nobody's scared.
Okay,
Terrified.
so I'm in
Just
Canada
annoying.
now. I start drilling, right? I start drilling down towards my feet, right? Now I get to the center of your mythical sphere, right? And I keep drilling. What happens then? Do I start going up? Is it still down? What happens when I pass the center of the sphere?
You start going up.
I start going up.
Yes.
So my down direction just became up without changing any vector at all. I kept the same vector, but my down became an up.
Well done. You just agreed with physics. Yes.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Down is up. There you go.
SE, the way vectors work is if you change direction, you're no longer on the same vector.
But you didn't change directions, Brenda.
Exactly.
You kept on the same vector going down.
You are on the vector of down. When you hit the center, you are still going in the same path, but now you are going up because every direction from the center is up.
Exactly. So your down became an up. That's what I just said.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. My case is rested. It's unbelievable what these
Okay,
people
welcome
believe.
to the globe. Hey, nice to have another one of you on board.
You don't realize what you just said, bro.
That count's
you
still at
made
zero.
the down direction up as well in your mind, in your brain. You made down
does it not
up.
register? Does that not register that once you go past a 0 point of down, then you are going up? Is that a problem? What's the problem
Only
with that?
when if you live on a mythical sphere.
We're in reality now.
Hey, Essie, this is what we call personal incredulity, and it's kind of a you problem.
No, this is what you call entertainment, and I'm laughing
absolutely.
as hell.
Flat Earth
because
is entertainment.
You guys just said down becomes
absolutely.
up, and you don't realize how
Completely agree.
dumb that sounds, man.
See,
Flat
you're
Earth
one
is
of the
entertainment.
few people in the world that thinks that sounds dumb. So maybe it's you that's being dumb. No, it's definitely you that's being dumb.
So you don't think it's dumb to think that a plumb bob here in Canada and a plumb bob in Australia hang antipodal?
No,
you
not
don't
at all,
think a
because
plumb
that's
bob-
a fact. I don't think facts are dumb.
Yeah, a
So-
plumb
so
bob there
listen how
and a plumb
dumb you
bob in
guys
both of
are.
those locations are not parallel to each other. That is
Also, SE, they are not hanging. They are standing upright in Australia.
Upright. So Brenda, if I have a plumb bob here in Canada and one, let's say, in South Carolina, right? You're telling me that plumb bob is hanging sideways as compared to my plumb bob,
No,
right?
they're both hanging vertically.
Yeah, but
as
he
respect
was,
to each
but he
other,
was saying as in respect to each other. All right, that's a different question.
Right, the zeniths are not parallel. There is an angle.
Yes.
Exactly. So you have a ball, a mythical ball, and there's a plumb bob hanging one direction on the top of it, and on the side of it you have one hanging sideways, and on the bottom of this mythical
No, it's
ball
not hanging sideways, it's still hanging
upside
down.
No. I think here's a big point that I think a lot of flat earthers overlook, and especially in this particular conversation. When you're talking in a three-dimensional space, what is the top of a sphere?
Anywhere.
It's anywhere, right? So any direction could be the top, right? So what do you mean by sideways? What do you mean by going sideways?
Let me give you some clarity.
There's no actual top, right? There's no top and bottom. Even though we discuss and look at the Earth in representations as north being a top point and the south being a southern point of a sphere, and top and bottom type look. But that's not actually, a case for saying, hey, this is the top, this is the bottom.
Sure it is.
Right?
You've been conditioned.
Because the bottom, technically, if we're talking bottom as down, is the center of the Earth, and top is out in all directions.
I hear you, bro, but you've been conditioned, right? Let me give you an example. Look at the moon.
You
right?
agree, so thank you.
No, I'm not. No, I didn't agree. I said you've been conditioned. Now, let me give you an example.
I agree, and then you've been conditioned, is what you actually said.
Yeah, you've been conditioned to think that way, and I will explain to you why and how, my friend, if you allow me. Look at the moon, for example, right? Look at it from that perspective.
Yes, the wonderful moon, yes.
Yeah, let's pretend it's a sphere, right?
No, it's definitely a sphere.
If I were to tell you, and if I was to tell you and point to the moon and tell you, show me the top of the moon, from your perspective, would you be able to point to the top?
No, because planets don't have a top.
Well, and that's the thing where I would say what would be the top from my perspective of the moon is different for people in different places of the world. Like if I was to say, yes, exactly,
That's
right?
Why would that be?
Hold on, you're on the right point, right? Why would that be that it is different for people in different places around the world? Why would that be that the top of something would change? On top of the moon, what we would consider the top of the moon, from our perspective, change. If it was flat, everybody would see the same top of the moon, but we don't. Why?
Okay, let me know when you're done. Are you done?
I'm done. Yeah, why? Can you answer that question?
Because I will tell you why. You've been conditioned to think you're always on the top, and it's worked. Now, I'm trying to take you away. What?
No, my question was, if we're looking at the moon, and I give my perspective of it and say, hey, this point of the moon that I see is the top, why, and we agree what top is, why is it that what the top point of the moon is changes depending on where you are on the Earth?
Right, I agree. It's individual.
But why
view,
does it
right?
change? Why does it
Just
change?
relax, dude. Take a breath, bro. It's not going to hurt that much. I promise you. Take a breath. Okay? We're both standing on the Earth. We're looking at the moon. We're side by side, and we both agree what up is. Can you live with that?
Okay.
Okay. Now we hang a plumb bob on that up, right? Now, can we agree where down towards that is? On the moon,
okay.
Right?
Yes,
on our
we can.
perspective. So you hang a plumb bob on the bottom. Those 2 points are going to be pointing towards each other, correct?
They point to the center of the moon.
The point to the moon,
which is going to be towards each other in your the way you understand this, right?
Okay.
And if we put one to the side,
So if me and you are standing right beside each other, and we come to an agreement of what the top and the bottom of the moon is, right?
Right. I'm trying to give you like a God's eye view so we can understand the Earth and the plumb bob thing. So what you're saying is, if we put a plumb bob on the top and on either side and on the bottom, they will be facing in different directions, right? The south and the north, let's call it the top and the bottom, plumb bobs are going to be
on the moon. Okay. Yes.
Even on Earth, same thing.
Yes.
If you have the same, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the ones on the side are going to be pointing to each other, right?
Yes.
So you have 4 different directions that plumb bobs are pointing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. My job is done here. My job
Okay,
is
yeah,
done
thank
here.
you.
There's
Thank
no-
you. Welcome,
there's no
welcome to
universal-
gravity. Yeah.
How
thank
is your
you. That's
job done?
gravity.
You've just made some facts. You've just pointed out some facts and then gone, oh, it's done.
And let's not forget the fact that you did completely ignore and not answer my question.
Yeah, there's no.
question, dude.
I
Essie,
asked a very specific question. If we look at the moon, and me and you, like you said, standing side by side, we look at the moon, and we determine by looking at the face of the moon, what we see on the moon, as what top is. Why does that point change for the perspective of other people on the Earth? At different points all over the world, why does the perspective of what the top of the moon is change? That was my question, but you didn't answer.
You're in different locations?
Okay, if it's
And you're looking
flat,
at it from a different
but if it was
perspective?
flat,
I mean, I
we
don't
would
get
all-
you. What's so hard about that?
If the world is flat, we all have the same perspective of looking up at the moon and seeing the top point. But yet, why does the moon actually, in reality, of what is the top point, completely reverses? If you're in the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere, and you're looking at the moon, what you would consider the top of the moon completely flips over 180 degrees.
I think he's
Why
asking
is
a
that?
very simple question. See, like if the
That's
moon,
simple,
if the
man.
moon was hovering,
On a flat Earth, we wouldn't all see the moon at the same time. What are
Yeah,
you talking about?
he's asking if the moon.
Hey, Shane, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I need to use the toilet, okay?
yeah, the problem is that SE is
We're
that
trying
there's
to get on
no.
without you.
SE Montreal, there is no universal up or down. Up or down is defined by gravity, and it's relative to where you are.
Exactly. In your fantasy, Brenda, that is exactly what you believe in, and I just wanted to show that how ridiculous that is. That's all.
That's
But
not an
you
argument.
haven't.
That's just
But-
incredulity.
You haven't shown that it was ridiculous, and the only thing you have said when in response to my question that you didn't actually answer was state facts that actually state that exactly what we're saying.
Dude, I made you say without realizing that if I hang a plumb bob here and I go 100 miles over there, it's going to hang sideways. You don't realize what
In
stupidity
relation to
you
the
said.
other, in
But it'll
relation
come
to
to
the
you.
other
It'll
one, which
come
is
to you.
what you were talking about before, in relation to the first one, they are not parallel. Yes.
Exactly. That's nonsense. Ask any construction worker, any builder, and he will laugh at you right in your face, bro.
SE, you are presupposing a universal up and down when you say sideways. There is no universal up and down.
Exactly. For you on a mythical sphere surrounded by water and atmos, right? Of course you're going to believe that. But I'm just trying to show you how, in reality, thinking that a plumb bob will not hang the same way a couple of 100 feet away or a mile away is just
measurable. It's measurable. We can measure. We can measure it.
Here in Flat Earth reality, up and down are definite for everyone, just saying.
Yeah, like if I were to take a plumb bob to like a cliff, right, and hold two plumb bobs 6 inches apart from the top where I'm holding them all the way 1,000 feet down to the bottom, they're going to measure the same distance apart every single time. In reality, that's what happens.
No, they
That's what I've
won't.
heard.
They will be. They will not. They will not be parallel.
But they are in reality.
But they're not. But they're not.
They're not.
They're measurably. We can measure. We can measure the deviation from parallel. We can measure it. It's been done.
Yeah, it's been done. Whether they're parallel. If I hold them.
No, it hasn't
no
been. You're just citation needed then.
You said that you measured divergence.
Yes.
Yeah, every time I hold two plumb bobs next to each other, it doesn't matter 6 inches. They measure the same distance apart from the top and the bottom.
That's false. That's false. They don't measure the same.
Yeah, and if you're holding them within 6 inches of each other, I'd love to see your way of measuring.
You're not. I don't know if you can measure that deviation. That would be very small.
So, has anyone mentioned the Veracruz Bridge? The fact that the two plumb towers that are plumb, they have to be for the way suspension bridges work, are actually like 3 5/8 inches further apart at the top than they are at the bottom.
Exactly.
I've heard about suspension bridges. Those are the bridges they build like to bounce, right? Like to take on weight, to like to.
It's not
the ones with the. Right?
All bridges are designed to do that.
Yeah,
Hold on a minute. Listen, I want to know, do you think we could construct that bridge perfectly to dimensions as laid out on the blueprint? Do you think so?
yeah, that's why blueprints happen.
No, listen.
Conforming is only
I
accurate within an inch.
actually could. Yeah, we have tolerances, and that's because we know damn well it doesn't go perfectly as planned.
Yeah,
So
but
it's within
suspension
tolerance.
suspension towers have to be
And
plumb.
I would say I wasn't finished. They're not perfectly plumb. They're within tolerance of plumb, and I would count on human error before I counted anything else for differences.
So suspension bridges have to be plumb to support the weight the way they do?
Yeah, that plumb is within a tolerance.
Yeah, and the tolerance isn't going to be the amount that the deviation is measured as.
Are you a civil engineer?
I am an engineer.
Can you give me an example of the tolerances?
Can I give you an example of the? I don't know the tolerances. They're not going to be as much as 3 inches.
Oh,
extra,
so we're just
are they?
making definitive statements. So we're making definitive statements about things we don't know about definitively.
Well, no, I know that
What's the
suspension
total height of
bridges
that
have to
bridge?
be designed to be plumb.
Pause. What's the total height of that bridge from pylon to
construction is perfect.
I'm
Does anyone know the total height of it?
I'm not entirely sure now.
Do you have an estimate? Because 3 inches is really not very much. Because if that's out even like a 64th at the bottom, that at an extreme height would become very easily 3 inches. That's likely tolerance. He's close, like
human error.
Yeah,
No,
but
human error.
3 inches is
Whether it
well
attributed it to shape or even anything less than topography or human error.
Yeah, 3 inches is well
don't
within
do
the
this for a
tolerances
living.
of 3 inches is well within the tolerances of the measuring instruments we have.
correct. And like just to put that in very simple terms so people understand that, if you take something which is a 1 foot, if you take a 1 foot spirit level and it's a 1/4 inch out at 1 foot, if you replace that with an 8 foot spirit level, an 8 foot spirit level, at the top now it's out an inch. So a microscopic error at the base of something 100 feet high would very easily translate into 3 inches. That's definitely.
We measure at the top. We can measure at the top and the bottom. We don't just measure at the bottom.
That's a non
This is kind of mute anyway, because it's not just what is measured. That was actually what was in, it's denoted in the bridge plans. That's how they calculated that it would be that based on the curvature of the Earth. That's in the plans for the bridge, and they built it based on that knowledge.
You're actually making an assumption. You're correct that it is in the plans, but you're making an assumption that that was for curvature of the Earth, which may or may not.
Well, no,
they
said it was. They said it was.
Stop and let me talk. Every time something like this is built, it is done in increments, and there are engineered steps that go through this process. So they will come and take site measurements as it is being built and account for this in the drawings because of those tolerances. So it may not be for curvature of the Earth unless it's specifically denotated with an expression that says this is. So it says that specifically. You can show me this on paper.
In an article, yes.
Yeah.
But I would like to see
Show me
the
the
plans for the bridge. I've seen the article, but I've never seen the plans for the bridge.
Well, hold on a second. What kind of bridge
Or
is
the
this?
engineer's notes.
Bridge. What kind of bridge is this?
It's a suspension bridge.
Since I build bridges on the highway, man, I'd actually like to see the notes and the projections and their daily records.
Bridge is this? What kind of bridge is it?
A suspension
bridge.
Well, we're actually talking about an article.
Suspension bridge. They display.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I can just hear a child in the background.
They display the support points, the towers, so that the torque can be maintained.
Yeah, and he keeps saying they got to be plumb.
Yeah. Suspension towers actually have to be plumb. They're not splayed out. They're plumb for a very particular reason.
A suspension bridge relies on the torque of the cables to maintain its strength.
Sitting on the
pier bridge.
What's it called?
A pier bridge. A pier bridge.
Come on, bro. Let him finish what he's doing.
Because it touches the surface the entire time. This is my point in the observation of a tension bridge. Thank you.
Right. So
Go ahead now,
the towers have to be plumb, with the cradle at the top, with the the cable sits at an angle either side, and you calculate the tension being put on that cable based on the knowledge of it being plumb, with a gravitational acceleration acting straight downwards. I mean, that's another thing that, with suspension bridges, absolutely 100% have gravity taken into account with the construction of them.
Yeah, they're bouncy bridges. We get it. They bounce around. Yep. Yeah. So things move. You get it. They're held up by cables that have to bounce and move with it, and that proves that the Earth's a ball because the bridge bends. Yeah.
No, nice strong.
Yeah. Silly. It's a silly assertion that you're making.
Well, it's not an assertion. It's a fact. Facts aren't assertions.
Nah. Yeah. Yeah, so every time I hold these plumb bobs up from any height to the ground, they're parallel to each other.
Can I see the measurements to confirm that? Have you measured them to confirm that is the case?
Always, yeah. That's how we.
Yeah, to within what tolerance?
Yeah, to the tolerance of a house. Yeah, when you build a house. Yeah. When I hold it.
So what percentage tolerance would there be for the angles between them?
Well, I just eyeball it. Close enough. Yeah.
Close enough. Right.
Deviating.
So is it possible that the further away that those plums got, the more out they would be? Considering the size of a house, the curvature expected would be like 0.000001 degrees or something. It would be absolutely tiny. But the further away you got those plumb bobs, the further away they got, the more they would deviate. And I know for a fact that you have not measured plumb bobs miles and miles apart.
Yeah, so how high up would I have to hold this rock on a string for them to start?
In fact, we have surveyors in the Glober community who have measured the reciprocal zenith angle between two total stations and found a deviation from parallel.
Yeah.
Don't they have plums on them to keep them,
Yeah, they have a bubble level built into the
measure, right? You sight with the like you said, you sight it. You don't measure it. You cite a deviation. You're not measuring a deviation in plumb lines.
That's how you take a measurement.
50 feet apart. What was the reciprocal measure? Was it 50 yards apart? What was it? They're diverging 50 yards apart from each other. Yeah, how silly. I thought you just told me you couldn't measure that.
I didn't say that. I mean, I didn't bring this up.
They have to be miles and miles apart, right?
Yeah, that's
no. They don't have.
To actually measure it easily, the further apart, the easier it's going to be. But you can have them relatively close and measure the zenith angles and see that it's changed.
You can cite zenith angles, right?
Yeah, that's how you measure.
By looking back at each other with theodolite, looking back at.
That's how the measurements are done. Yes.
Yeah. Who does this besides you and McToon? Nobody.
Surveyors?
Nobody. Let me Google it real quick.
Geodetic surveyors like Jesse Kozlowski has measured the deviation from two total stations on opposite banks of a lake.
1.3 kilometers apart.
Yeah, too bad he didn't show us his 3-step calibration process.
Oh, we got to show you proof of the proof of the proof of the proof. Right, okay, we're playing that game.
No, we're not playing proofs. I'm just saying this is the standards that my state runs by. I have to have proof of that. And I also have to have more measurements.
As a professional surveyor, as a professional surveyor, I'm going to trust that Jesse Kowalski did that with his equipment. However, as this wasn't an official job, I'm going to trust the professional surveyor using his own equipment. Yes, but as this wasn't I'm so sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours there. I do apologize.
Really love that one.
It's also not.
I honestly wasn't done with what I was saying, but that's fine.
Also, Craig, you stole that from Nathan Thompson.
It's not just his word. It's not just his word. It's not just Jesse Kozlowski's word. He has data. He recorded the data. So it's not.
I was questioning that data before I got interrupted, Brenda. Thank you.
Well, then you need to provide. Then you need to provide evidence that the data is an error.
No, I don't need to provide evidence.
Yes, you
do. I'm questioning the validity and the process of it, Brenda.
And I reject your questioning of it.
Yeah,
in order to question it, you need to have.
Listen, Brenda, can you let somebody finish before you cut in? We don't have a problem with you speaking. I'll give you the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Right. In order to raise a question against documentation or data, you need to have evidence that the documentation is wrong, some reason that would justify you calling it into question.
Okay, so
jump rope
if I
curves
hadn't
the
been,
opposite direction.
hold on, if I hadn't been cut off, the reason is in the questioning. I'm questioning the process of the collection, and the amount of measurements taken, and whether or not the equipment was validly calibrated. So we don't calibrate the equipment, but we go through a 3-step process to make sure the equipment's actually valid in its calibration. And this is standardized process for all surveyors.
Yeah, and Jesse wasn't doing anything that's standardized. He wasn't doing any
I know that. You know? That's what I'm saying.
But again, exactly as a professional surveyor, we would trust that he would know how to calibrate his equipment properly, right? Just like
I believe,
just like you would trust a fireman to know, how to calibrate the pressure on a hose, because that's his job. It's what he does. You would trust a surveyor. You would trust a surveyor to be able to calibrate their equipment properly.
No, you would expect to know. You would expect them to document it.
He did.
Why?
He did.
Michael, you can't let anybody finish a sentence, Brenda. I'm trying to be very polite to you. My name is Michael. Your name is Brenda. Could you please quit interrupting me? So I'm talking only about standardized process. I too I'm certified. I went to school for this. So you can trust it if you want, but I don't trust the process unless it's kept to a certain quality standard. Thank you.
Would you accept that he took photographs and documented the bubble level on his equipment?
Yeah, you know nothing about the 3-step.
That's not the bridge.
On the webpage where he documents that, he gives a photograph showing that the instrument is indeed level. He gives a photograph showing that it's level.
It was leveled, but do I know it was in perfect calibration or even close? No.
And who cares?
It doesn't even address my. It doesn't address my point.
He gives a photograph showing that it's level.
The curve of the earth, the curve tolerance is level. What are you talking about?
If my equipment doesn't meet the 3-point standard, then I send it in to be calibrated, and I don't use that equipment for that survey.
Yeah, cool. And you are just making the assumption that Jesse Kozlowski did not have properly calibrated equipment.
I'm pointing out the fact. I'm pointing out the fact that as a professional, he failed to do this portion of the process.
No, you're making an assumption. You're making an assumption that he failed to do that part of the process.
Well, it's not documented.
That's called a post-hoc rationalization.
Who cares if he documented it? This was not an official thing where he needed to document it.
I do.
Again, who cares? Nobody cares apart from you. All right, you are making the assumption.
Well, that's fine.
No, hold on. You are making the assumption that it was not properly calibrated. Do you have any evidence to back up that assumption?
I'm not making an assumption. Yeah. There's no evidence to back up whether it was done or whether it wasn't. So I'm not assuming anything. I'm merely hand waving it out because I have no data on it.
We don't accept your hand wave. I'm sorry, you don't get to hand wave evidence.
Well, it's all about data collection, and without data collection. Without the process, it's not evidence.
Who said it was without the process? Do you have any evidence it was without the process? You keep making that claim.
Well, yes. What does earth curve tolerance look like in your calculation?
Shut up, Demet. No one's talking to you. The adults are talking right now.
Yeah, if you're a professional, you know he should have done this. I'm not saying he didn't.
There
could have been me again, Brenda. I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm saying he didn't document the fact that he did it.
Did he take
into account the possibility? Michael, did he take into account the possibility of a passing neutron star throwing off his measurement?
Listen, that doesn't apply to when you survey and you take measurements in survey. You calibrate your system. It's not even an analogy.
Again, you're making the assertion.
It's actually astronaut.
You're making the assertion.
I made the assertion that he didn't document calibrating it. And there's no documentation of it. Therefore, it's not a valid measurement.
No. That's incorrect. Because there's no documentation does not mean it's not a valid measurement.
My state, my county, my township, none of them would accept it without that being documented.
Yeah, okay, well, he doesn't work for any of those, so that's irrelevant. And again, just because there's no documentation of it
happening, it is relevant.
It's not done to a standard. I'm talking... Just because there's no documentation of it does not mean he did not do it. You are making an assumption with zero evidence.
As a professional, he is supposed to apply his standard.
He wasn't doing a professional job.
Well, then quit calling him a professional and quit saying as a professional you trust
No,
him.
he is.
because
He is a professional, but he wasn't doing a
didn't
professional job.
execute it He didn't execute
No,
it
you're making that
professionally either.
assumption. He didn't. Can
I'm
you
not.
back up that assumption?
It's not an assumption that
It's
he didn't
absolutely
document it.
100% an assumption that he did not
It's
do the
not.
3-point test.
Well, show me the documentation. I didn't say, once again, I never said he didn't do it. I said he didn't document it. I can't see it. I can't read it. I can't see his tolerances. I can't see his faults, anything.
Okay, well, have you asked him?
Well, everybody should be asking him.
No. Have you asked him? Have you asked him?
It's not.
As a professional surveyor, I accept that he would have calibrated his equipment properly.
He should have recorded it then.
Why should he? He wasn't doing a professional job which required that to be done.
My point exactly. He wasn't doing a professional job.
No, but he was still using professional surveying equipment. So
he didn't use it to a professional standard. So
that's an assumption that you just made. That is an assumption that you just made.
It's not.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's an absolute assumption that you just made.
Show me the documentation, or show me where you recorded the data from the 3 points.
FTFE. This is
You
this
can't.
right here.
You know you can't.
This right here is where I agree with you and what you were saying about the most hated type of people. Really, is the ones who are intentionally ignorant.
Yeah,
like this. This
Absolutely.
is intentional. Like you can tell he gets what you're saying.
Oh, I
He's
do,
being
but it doesn't address my
intentionally
point.
Ignorant.
Are you a listen? Are you
there
a
is no
professional?
need
Are
for
you
him to do
are you a
what you're
professional surveyor? Do you
I mean,
do
you're
this for a
making-
living?
You're making a good point, Michael. Don't let them put you down because you're making a good point.
Well, I do this every
He's
day
not
for a
making
living,
any
man.
point. He's just
I do
applying
this
random
every day
standards.
for- I
He's
do this
applying
every day
random
for a living.
standards to something that doesn't
When
require
we-
those standards.
When we survey a highway, we record all the data, not just what we
cool.
please.
Lovely. This wasn't surveying a highway. So do me a favor. Can you show
It
me your
wasn't
measurements?
surveying.
Can you show me your measurements of the Earth?
I didn't
being
take
flat?
any.
Well, there you go then.
Let McToon answer
And that's a
those
non
questions,
sequitur to
No
the
one
point,
here is
bro.
MC Toon.
The point is, your boy, the main surveyor, the professional that doesn't follow a professional process.
He again, you've made an assumption he didn't follow a professional process.
And you confirmed it, Craig. You said a professional surveyor, when doing a job, would do this, that, and that. He didn't do it because he wasn't doing it
If they were
professionally,
employed to do a job with specific requirements, yes, but he wasn't employed to do a job with specific requirements. As a professional surveyor, I would still expect him to use his equipment when it is properly calibrated. I don't think that a professional surveyor would use uncalibrated equipment. Just because he didn't document it doesn't mean that it wasn't done in a professional manner.
You have
It
no way to
doesn't necessarily
verify
mean it.
that.
You're right. It doesn't necessarily mean it, but wouldn't
Again,
it make you happy?
he's the one
if he
making the
did
claim it
record
didn't
those-
happen, so I would
But
love to
wouldn't
see
it make you
evidence of that.
happier? Wouldn't you be more satisfied if he did show those calibrations, and then you could argue from that point?
Well, no, I'm more than happy to trust that a professional surveyor knows how to
Listen.
use his equipment.
Once again, I never said he didn't do it. I said I see no proof of it, documentation, or record.
Yeah, well, I really don't care about your arbitrary standards of evidence. It means very little.
That's fine. That's a non sequitur.
No,
Your
I don't think you
feelings
know what
don't
non
apply to
sequitur
this.
means.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, your standards of evidence don't mean anything.
They're not my standards. They're the
No, they
states and
actually.
the
This is
federal government.
you are applying your own standards of evidence to somebody else's
My
evidence.
education.
Yeah,
I'm applying my education to his survey.
So your education doesn't apply to what he did.
Yeah, he
He was
surveyed.
not. He was not doing. He was not doing a professional job. He was just using professional equipment. And as a professional surveyor who knows how to use his equipment, I will trust that a professional surveyor knows how to properly calibrate his equipment
He
and use
wasn't
it.
walking the walk. He wasn't walking the walk. He was just talking the talk.
I'm
apart
good
from all
with
the
that. He
measurements that
didn't
took, of
perform
course.
a professional job to professional standards. I mean,
In your opinion, which I reject.
It's not my opinion. It's
It absolutely
opinion of
is
my
your opinion.
association, my
Yeah, it's
state, my
absolutely your
county, and my
opinion.
township.
Yeah, he
It's
doesn't work.
not.
He doesn't work for your state, your county, or your township. So it's still your opinion.
It's a universal standard, guy.
Exactly.
Really?
How does your
Can you show
air
me?
bubble
Can you show me how?
globe tolerance?
Shh, be quiet, Demok. Can you show me every single
How
state,
does the
county?
spirit
Demok,
level
shh,
show globe tolerance?
Demok, shh.
That's what he's asking you for.
No, he's not.
Globe
Be quiet,
tolerance.
Please. Demok, shh. We're talking, please. Good boy. Yeah. So could you show me that
You
every
have to be
single?
so condescending to everybody, bro.
Yeah.
It's just Demok.
Yeah, it's just Demok. It
Yeah,
doesn't
but
really
if
matter.
you do-
He's barely human.
But if you engage with him like that, Craig, he's gonna lash out, and then onward.
No,
and
no,
onward
he
we go.
always
Just
lashes out.
saying.
That's why I engage with him like that. Again, I copy their energy.
Your mom is barely human.
Yep, he's got you there.
All right, again, attack the ideas, not the people, guys. Thank you.
Apart from Demok, that's fine.
You too, Craig.
No, bro. No.
I'm always going to attack Demok. No one will ever stop
Be
me.
respectful,
Too dumb to
bro.
understand the
No,
design of a
I
jump
give respect
rope.
where it's
You think
given.
jump
Demok
rope
has shown
follows
he
earth
deserves no
curve
respect.
Like a bridge cable.
The way that
you
Demok
think
has
a bridge
spoken to me.
cable has earth curve tolerance. What the fuck is earth curve tolerance? What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah, I just put you on mute. Yeah, Demok has shown he deserves no respect.
But
Mark. He doesn't want to engage with you, man.
Yeah, no, Demok has shown several times that he deserves very little respect with the way that he speaks to me, so I'm not going to give him any respect. I will treat him like the barely sentient ape he is.
All right, step back a bit, buddy.
I have a question. I have a question for the flat earthers. Do any flat earthers have measurements of the flat Earth?
No.
Every measurement is a level of flat Earth. Only calculation yields sphericity.
Fail.
It's exactly. Like if I were to like measure, if I were to take like that theodolite that you guys take out to like a mountain, right? And I was measuring horizontally for like 25 miles, right? And then I was trying to find the drop, and then I saw it drop. That would be right. Like it just dropped.
I just need the measurements.
Yo, dude, stop cutting everybody off, right? Yeah. So that would be like 25.
But I asked.
You still going?
Oh, go ahead, man.
Oh yeah. So that would be 25 miles of flatness versus what just a few feet of drop. So there's more measurements of the flat Earth that you're asking for, right? Like the horizontal. There's much more measurements of horizontal than there are drop. So, I mean, if we're having a competition.
And what are all those measurements referenced to?
Horizontal.
No, they're referenced to a datum, aren't they?
No, just horizontal.
Yeah, and that horizontal is referenced to a datum. All surveying measurements are referenced to a datum.
Oh, okay.
So
Above sea level.
And what is that datum?
It could be horizontal or vertical of a landmark. Like if I was surveying your property, you'd start off your home.
Yeah, and you'd reference all your measurements to a datum. That's what surveyors do.
Horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, no. Do you know what a datum is?
Yes, I do. It's like the coordinate system.
Yeah, and the datums
So
that
it's a reference frame.
Yeah, so the datum that you reference your things to, what are they?
Well, they could be NAD, but for a land, I just get the county records.
Yeah, and they would all have references to a datum, which is what shape?
You think we get a geodetic datum for a planar survey? That's what you think?
Oh, I know.
Measurements
It
are referenced
references
to a datum.
Yes, I know. It references an ellipsoid.
Yes. All measurements that surveyors take reference
Not
a
in
datum.
planar survey.
You still reference what you're doing to a datum.
A NAD datum. NAD or NADV? You don't know what those are?
A datum, you reference
Google
the
it.
horizontal plane to. What is that datum? What is the number of the datum?
Are you saying that? Are you, Craig? Are you kind of making the statement that there are no horizontals along with no verticals? So we're only measuring when we're measuring horizontal, we're actually measuring curve. So there's no horizontal or
No,
vertical.
I'm saying
Is
that
what
you
you're
measure
stating?
the horizontals in reference to what?
So they'd be a NAD datum, like the NAD datum tree.
NAD is a
NAD
datum. NAD is a datum. And what is that
Yeah,
datum?
North American. It's a North American datum.
Yes, now, and what shape is that datum?
It's a horizontal and geometric datum.
Incorrect, it's a spheroid. It's an ellipsoid. That datum is an ellipsoid.
Yeah. Sure.
That datum that you are referencing, that NAD datum, is an ellipsoid.
Well, let's just share a link so everybody can.
Show me a datum of an ellipsoid. Yeah, and how did you get that datum? How did you measure that? Where'd you grab that from?
I didn't measure the datum. That was done a while ago. That's why it's a datum.
Right. Yeah, it's the measurement of a change in vertical. That's it. That's the only datums we have is a change.
Yeah,
in
but the
vertical.
datums are actually ellipsoids.
No. The
Yes,
datum
they
is a
are.
Change in vertical.
But
Okay.
the
Prove it.
NAD datum
I can show you. I can prove
is
to you. I
an
can show you
ellipsoid.
changes from the horizontal measured in the vertical datum. You show me an ellipsoid.
Yeah,
There's no
that datum,
ellipsoid
the
measured.
datum that you are referencing is an ellipsoid.
No. All I'm taking is horizontal, setting a horizontal plane and measuring a change, vertical change.
You
from
told
the
me that you
horizontal.
referenced that to the NAD
That's it.
datum.
I'm referencing it to nothing right now, just to a theodolite, right? Just to a level, right? I'm setting a horizontal.
Yeah, so then
I'm
if you were
measuring
to
change
like
in the
put all
vertical.
if you were to put all that out together and like put it on a bit of paper, showing it in a horizontal fashion, what would that all be referenced to? Is it
Back
the
to 2D?
Is it the North American datum like he was just told? Like I was just told? Because the North American datum, the NAD83, uses the geodetic reference system, the GRS80 ellipsoid. So if you're referencing the NAD datum, you are literally referencing an ellipsoid.
You asked for an example. Where is the flat Earth measurement? You said, where do we measure anything horizontal, right? So everything that we measure from everywhere, right? If you go out to the beach and you look out in a horizontal fashion, right? Those are all flat Earth horizontal measurements. Show me curved measurements. Show me drops from that horizontal.
You're not measuring the surface of the Earth, though, are you?
Wow. What am I measuring?
You're measuring to a reference point, aren't you? That's what the horizontal is. It's from one point to another, right?
Right.
And that horizontal is referenced to a datum.
So
no, it's not a claim. That's how surveying works. You have to reference to some kind of
looking
datum.
out of the beach works, I guess. Okay.
That's how surveying works. Yeah,
we
you looking out of the beach is irrelevant. There's a horizon, curve of Earth kind of confirmed. But when you're doing surveying measurements of any kind, I was amazing that I was talking and you started talking over me. But any survey, wow, you're still going. That's incredible. Wow.
Well, I'm just still, yeah.
You're still talking. You're still talking. It's amazing. Wow. No, he's looking at me. Listen, guys. You see it how he's still talking.
Dude, allow him to talk, and then maybe we can have a conversation. FTFE, like if you hear him going on, allow him to finish. Take a pause.
I was going. I was talking, and he overtalked me.
This is crazy.
So,
okay, great. So if you're going to allow him to overtalk you, you're not going to do it.
I'm not allowing him to overtalk.
Listen,
I was pointing out that he was overtalking. Now you're overtalking, so don't do that.
Yeah, I am. And see how I actually did it, and the room paused, and maybe we can take a second for people to have 1 second talk. The next person talks.
So maybe I can finish what I was saying. Maybe before everyone interrupted. How's that sound? Yeah, brilliant.
Sorry, Stacey. We've been going for 3.5 hours. We've had a really good time so far. Let's not blow it up now. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So any surveying measurement ever taken is referenced to a datum. Any survey, planar surveying, anything, it's referenced to a datum. And that datum is an ellipsoid.
Yeah, cool claim, right? So
it's not a claim, it's a fact.
All right, so cool. So when I'm at the beach, right, and I'm just checking it out, right. So I'm looking horizontally. You're asking for, where's this measurement of horizontal, right? So I'm just I'm staring out at the beach. I see the horizon, right? And you claim that when I can't see any further, that's the Earth drop, right? That's we're no longer finally seeing horizontal, right? That's the horizon.
No,
dropping away from us.
Seeing it doesn't stop you looking horizontal. But what are you looking horizontal to?
I'm out there at the beach, right? The water's at my feet. I'm looking straight out, and I see the water seems to rise to my eye level.
Okay, and how are you?
Horizontal.
Well,
right?
we know the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. That's been debunked a million times
Not
over.
actually, no. Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you? You're saying horizontal, but how are you determining what's horizontal here?
Yeah, I'm measuring straight out with that theodolite.
Measuring with what?
Stick it out there with the theodolite. You just stick it out there and you measure that it's straight, it's horizontal, right?
But yeah, but what are you pointing at? How are you referencing that it's straight compared to what?
As far as I can see from that beach's edge, right?
Yeah, but it's horizontal compared to what? What are you saying it's horizontal compared
so if
to?
I had an auto level with the I level it right there and I put the
Right.
mark
Okay.
up,
So
and
looking through your auto level, what do you see at the other side, right in the middle of the view?
I see the water. Yeah, all the way out, miles out. Yeah,
right.
Level.
So you're looking down at the water then?
Looking down at the water, I'm looking straight out and I see the water. Yeah.
But what do you see in the middle of your viewfinder when you're looking out? You're making absolutely zero sense here and not even making any kind of point.
Well, you're asking me what I'm looking at. I'm looking out at the horizon. I'm measuring straight horizontally across the water.
Measuring straight compared to what? You have to reference it to something.
To the mark, right? The reference is the marker on the auto level.
Yeah, and then what's that looking straight at?
The water. I'm looking out at the water.
Right, so you're at the beach above the water, looking at the water which is below you.
Right.
So your auto level's looking down.
No, it's looking straight out, and the water.
Then it wouldn't be looking at
level,
the
right?
water, would it? Because the water is below you.
Yeah, it's looking at the water. Yeah, it appears to rise.
Well, then
to my
it's
level.
it's
So that's
pointing
what I'm
down
asking.
if it's looking at the water. How do you not get this?
Yeah, right. That's what you're saying. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So that's what I'm asking you earlier. Are you claiming that there's no such thing as a horizontal?
No. Horizontal is just a reference to a single point, a tangent on a sphere, or if you want. You know, it would create a tangent
so I'm going
plane.
to look that up too. I'm going to find that horizontal means tangent on the sphere. I'm just asking about
It
horizontal.
can be.
Period,
You know, one person's horizontal isn't another person's horizontal.
That's what you're claiming when you claim the model, right? But I'm asking you in reality, horizontal, right? A drop from horizontal, right? Or an elevation change from horizontal.
Yeah, like with the LIGO installations, for example, with 2 kilometer long arms.
Man, you
that
love
were,
jumping to that model, bro. You love jumping.
Sorry, LIGO isn't a model. LIGO isn't a model.
Yeah.
Don't like strawman me whilst I'm talking.
Not a model. They didn't draw it on a piece of paper and then model it and then put it.
No, I'm talking about the physical thing.
I'm
I'm talking about the physical. I don't think you know what reify means either. This is incredible. Why do you keep using words that you don't know what they mean?
Right.
The LIGO installation is not a. The LIGO installation. The LIGO installation is not a model, right? It's a installation. Okay, so it has 2 kilometer long arms that are. I'm talking. It has 2 kilometer long arms that are completely horizontal.
Thanks, let him finish.
Right, and the one that it starts, touching the surface of the Earth, but 2 kilometers away, it's higher up than the surface of the Earth, even though it's on a completely level surface. That's what horizontal does, right? And one person's horizontal is not another person's horizontal. This is just a fact. But it doesn't.
Your claim, yeah. That's your claim.
No, it's a fact. But you've jumped away from the main thing that we were talking about here, which is that when the surveyor, the person saying that they do surveying, was talking about, oh, well, I reference it to this datum, and he said the NAD datum, which is the North American datum, that literally is an ellipsoid. So when anyone does any planar surveying, they are referencing it to an ellipsoid. Simple.
Yeah, so you claim,
No, not so I claim. He told me himself that he references the NAD datum. He said that.
Yeah.
And the NAD datum is an ellipsoid.
So you guys are claiming, right? So you claim.
Is that all you've got? Is that all you've got? Is that every surveyor in the world is just making a claim?
No.
Come on, you can do better than that.
So you accept. So you accept that information from me, but you won't accept my critique of his process. That's interesting.
Sorry,
Fire. I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, who was this?
Go ahead, MOSFET.
Yes, I want to ask you a question. Also, real quick, can you establish a horizontal above a flat plane or a flat surface?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Will that horizontal be above it and appear above it, and the plane appear below?
If there's a flat surface and a horizontal above it, they'd be the same. They keep the same distance apart.
Okay. So when you have a theodolite, transit, auto level, whatever, aren't they on a tripod that's at least 4 feet tall above the Earth? Therefore, you're establishing your own horizontal field of view above the Earth. Therefore, the reason why the Earth appears below it.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying to the other guy. He was saying that his auto level would be looking at the water, so it wouldn't be doing that. But I mean, you absolutely can establish a horizontal above a flat surface, but you can also establish a horizontal above a curved surface. It just would mean that horizontals would be different at every point on that curved surface.
Well, they'll be about almost to the exact same at 3 miles. Would you agree?
Damn close. I mean, 3 miles is what? 6.9 is 1 degree. 3 miles is going to be 0.0003 degrees of curvature.
Yeah, 3.2 roughly. So it'd be very
I'm just pointing out
difficult.
that that's 3 miles. That's 3 miles of horizontal flat Earth measurement, and there's 0 measurements of a curved Earth. That's all. I mean, that's it.
Well, no, I presented the measurements of a curved Earth earlier.
Because then you have to go back out to that 3 mile mark and start again. So you're just measuring horizontal again.
And
When you add it all together, it shows that the Earth is curved.
Yeah. So here's my question: does light bend?
Yeah.
Does it bend down and up?
In what circumstance are we talking about here?
Well, it goes on. It goes in out. The refraction is.
Yeah, you're on about refraction.
Yeah. Well, yes. Okay. So
light can bend either way. With refraction, it can just have one little angle change, or it can have many gradual angle changes, making it follow a curve. If there is a lower temperature and density below the light, it would tend to make the light bend down, bringing what you see appear to rise up.
Correct. So how do we establish the variable of light curving and not the Earth? What's the formula for that?
There's many formulas for, you have to know what if you get the barometric pressure and temperature of the air at certain points, you can know what the refractive index is along a certain point. I don't know the formula off the top of my head.
Sure, I agree with you. I know what you're talking about. But I'm saying, how do we differential between it being light that's curving and not the actual Earth?
You do tests and you establish points between two theodolites. Is one way of doing it. You take into account for refraction. So if the light is bending because of a certain amount of density and temperature change,
how can you know that exactly?
Well, I'm sorry, I was talking there. Someone interrupted me.
No, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was trying to add to the question. How can you know that exactly? That you would know exactly what the temperature differential is, and that this is exactly what happens when this temperature does this and that temperature does that. So we know exactly that this is what's causing this and causing that, and therefore you know that it's curvature and not something else.
You can take measurements of the air at
and have people
points.
done that?
Yeah, that's generally what you do when you do surveying over large distances. Yeah, you would.
So people are taking temperature into account?
You would take measurements of the air temperature and the barometric pressure and take that all into account so that you can calculate the correct refraction differences. That's kind of part of what you're doing when you do big surveying.
Well, here's a question I want to say. Well, I have a hypothesis that it's light that curves 8 inches per mile square, not the actual Earth. My question for you would be, how would you be able to, what would your take on being able to go about testing this?
That it's light. You want me to test that it's light that curves and not the Earth.
Right.
The circumference of light, not the circumference of the globe. Yeah.
Well,
circumference of light.
You could just test if light bends in different circumstances. Put it in a vacuum to remove the variable of the atmosphere changing it and see if it curves, and it doesn't. Again, the 2 kilometer long arms of the LIGO installation, which are completely straight and flat, and the vacuum light, the light doesn't bend at all. It goes completely and utterly straight. There's no reason light would bend without something making it bend.
That's not you're evading the question. I
No,
mean,
I
he asked
answered
it
the question.
2 different ways. No.
No, Egypt is correct. You are. You even evaded my question.
I literally just answered the question. You said, how would we go about determining if it was the light or the Earth curving? Well, you would do tests and remove the variables. That's how you would determine if it was Earth or the light.
How are you removing variables?
Put it in a vacuum chamber. That removes the variables of the atmosphere
So
changing.
you're putting the Earth in a vacuum chamber now?
No, but you can put light in a vacuum chamber.
What are you talking about?
Well,
Yeah, but you can't
the
put what
question
we're seeing
was,
on
yeah,
Earth
the
in a vacuum
relation.
chamber.
No, but that's how
Exactly,
you
the
remove the
relation of-
variables. The variables,
Hold
the variable is the atmosphere.
No,
So to remove
you're
the
trying
atmosphere.
to. No.
Yes, that's how it works. To remove the variables, you take away the variables. So you would put it in a vacuum to see if it has the same conditions of bending, which it doesn't.
Look, you
because there's
can't.
no
You can't.
I'm still
Okay, so
talking.
let me
I'm
respond
still
then.
talking. I'm still talking.
You're always talking. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. You're very rude. Maybe listen to how
Yeah,
everyone else
so
has
are
been
you.
acting. Yeah.
So are you.
Yeah, it's been fine until you've come in, so that shows that you're the one that's being
No,
rude.
it hasn't.
Moving on.
Actually has.
Continue.
Yeah. So,
Continue.
so to determine whether it is the light bending or it is the Earth bending, you would remove variables that we would think that cause light to bend. One of those variables, in fact, the main variable, is the atmosphere. That is what we are claiming is causing the light to bend. So to test that hypothesis, remove that variable and see if light still curves. Remove that variable by putting the light in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, that's not in like a contention here. We already agree that light bends.
Exactly.
It's not that. It's the differentiation between whether within an observation on the Earth, whether it is curvature we're observing or it's the bending of light. That's the question, and that's what you're evading. And you're just going on this tangent,
No, okay, so I didn't
which we
evade that
already
either.
agreed upon. Hold on, let me finish. So we already, Don was talking about, light bends, and he said upwards or downwards. It was a question to you earlier. So he already agrees on that part. I don't know why you're still addressing it when it's
Because that's the question
it's irrelevant.
to me.
That's not his question.
That's the question I was
listen to the
asked.
question. Let me repeat the question. Let me repeat Don's question. What's the difference, or how do you differentiate between whether the curvature you're observing is caused by Earth curvature or light?
Nice.
Now,
can I try to respond to this, please? It's very simple.
Yeah, go ahead.
The only thing that you would do if you wanted to test it within reality is that you would compare a straight object at a distance. That straight object, if it appears straight at a distance, that means that the atmosphere is having minimal effects on it. If your straight object at a distance is curving and it's all out of whack and fucked up, then you know that the atmosphere is curving the light's path. That's how you could differentiate it within reality.
Yeah, you could also do tests on light to see under what conditions it bends. If light doesn't
we already
bend,
know it bends.
Yeah, you know you're lost. You don't get the question, guys. You don't understand.
I mean, maybe if you let me articulate my words, you might understand what I'm saying. But no, you can't help but jump in, all of you guys, because as I explained when I joined, as I explained when I joined this conversation, I'm not the one that makes dumpster fires. It's you guys that can't control your impulses. So shut up and listen when somebody else is talking.
Just calm down. You're repeating the same thing over. That's why you're being
repeating yourself and you're not answering the question.
I am answering the question. It's not my fault if you don't accept the answer.
He's answering the question.
No, we accept your attempt. Hold on. We accepted your attempt. We're just making it clear that you're repeating yourself and you're not justifying or actually answering the question. You're just going off.
And I was trying to,
tangent,
but
and it's
you
been
guys
addressed.
interrupted me. I was trying to.
That's fine.
I was trying to, but you guys keep interrupting me because you don't have any impulse control.
Well,
Dude, nobody
you
has
were
been
interrupted
interrupting
because you were repeating yourself.
Sorry, Shines, you've interrupted me about 5 times, so whoosh.
No, because you never, as soon as I'm trying to get a word in, there's never listen to me really quick.
No, I was the one that was
FTFE.
talking. I still
Look,
haven't.
you never stop talking.
I still haven't had a
When
chance to
somebody
give
else
my
starts
response.
talking, in order for somebody to try and get a word in, they have to interrupt somebody because it's a back and forth and a back and forth and a back and forth. So somebody has to
you
interrupt
let
somebody.
people finish what they
And
are
you
saying, but you will
constantly
not.
interrupting people. It's amazing.
Yeah, Shines, how about you be quiet until I
It's
finish
all
my
good,
point?
dude.
It's not going to change.
Yeah, you're just gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, so maybe I can actually finish what I'm trying to say without you, lacking the impulse control and interrupting, and then maybe you would understand how I actually am answering. Now,
Just make your point,
once
dude.
again, you started speaking. Shut
You're
your
just
mouth
talking
and
shit.
listen.
You're not actually saying anything.
Shines,
Just
be
say your
quiet
point.
and listen, and I will.
Oh, cry harder.
Yeah, there we go.
I
Good girl.
returned.
Now, the way to determine
You are not even ready.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Hey,
Be quiet.
didn't Mama teach you
Guys, please, come on. We don't want to start muting people.
manners, fight the flat earth? What's wrong
Yeah,
with you?
sorry, no. I give people manners that deserve manners. Shines has shown she deserves no manners. Because,
You have no manner.
Good morning, everybody. I'm all blurry. Hey, there we go. Stop being blurry, silly camera. There we go. Come on, camera, focus on this. There we go, my face is normal. Come on, camera. Yay! How we all doing, my friends? Enjoy watching me sleep, you fucking weirdos? Eh? Like, really, think about what you're doing, guys. You're spending your lives watching a random dude from Scotland sleep. You creeps. Hey, Rachbot, how you doing? General E. Shady. Magical Cat Girl. Billy Ray F. Grudge. Woo! Mark W, how you doing, my friend? Has King General E. Shady still here? Some of you guys have been in this chat for like 30 plus hours, right? First thing we do, as we're awake, is 3, 2, 1. Timer starts counting down. Right, so let's see how we're going, shall we, gentlemen and ladies? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. I started this stream at midnight on the 29th of April, 30th of April, right? That was 24, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. 56 hours and 10 minutes ago, which means this is now my record stream. Right? NA $6.66 says, the Green Lantern sucks. Sorry, not sorry. Get the fuck out. My breakfast today is a can of Red Bull. Yum. NA. Straight in there with the 30 minutes. Watch the timer, go up. Yeah, so when I started, like 56 hours ago, that timer up there had 45 minutes on. 45 minutes. We are now 3 days later. 3 days later. Right? And that timer is at close to 4 hours. I would, at some point, like to stop streaming. I don't want to live in this room. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, guys, your support is insane. Thank you very much. We are approaching the time limit for this stream, so it's time to set up a part 6 before we return to Fakatzoid, the God of Stupid. Oh, Dapper. Dapper Dinosaur says that he would talk to Will Duffy. Right, what are we doing? We're setting up a new one. I've got so many fucking videos that I want to watch and stuff. Oh my god. So this means that we're starting up part 6. Okie dokies. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be ending this stream very, very soon. When I do that, it's not ending. We're going to the next one. If you stay in the chat, you will be automatically redirected to the new chat. It's been working quite flawlessly. FPVXTC says for $2.99, I'm Craig, and I'm afraid that Emma's coming back. Emma can't hurt you. She's just in your dreams. Wait, not those kind of dreams. Jay Donny, $5. Hey, you're cheating. You're using your clone. You're sleeping, and then your clone's taking over your channel. I don't have a clone. Just different shirts don't indicate different people, okay? I just have a lot of Fred Perry tops. I'm sure I'm not a clone. No, you saw me. I didn't wake up in a chamber. Butch Convoy for €2 says, morning Craig, day 3, you madman. I know, right? Have you checked if you have a belly button, Craig, says Joe Heron. Belly button? What's a belly button? Why would someone have a button on their belly? It's just a smooth thing, right? Belly button. Weird. Monkey Cat Pat Pat. Let's see. I got out of work when the stream started, slept, and went back to work twice. My son forgot to get up for college, so he's going to be late today. Right. Guys, thank you for watching. And I'll see you again in a few minutes. Do remember that stupidity's not right. Fight the flat earth. Stay in the chat. See you in a